Chapter 181. Jiangxi shook his head. There's only one mutant. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? That's not what I'm worried about. Didn't you hear Zhang Wadong say that this person can control mutant rats and lives in the city sewers outside the former World Trade Center in City C? Suddenly Jiang Mengyao, as if struck by lightning, blurted out, "Oh no! Mutant rats in the sewers. It's been a month, they must be overrun." Hearing her words, everyone's reaction dawned, their faces changing dramatically. It's spring now, and all kinds of mutant beasts are breeding in large numbers, with mutant rats producing the most pups. Recent hunting trips have been killing dozens of them every day, and that's just in the wilderness. There are even more mutant rats in City C. If there's a mutant who can control mutant rats living in the sewers, how many more could he have? Everyone shuddered, and the thought was terrifying. I suspect he's up to something. Yu Yuhan's expression suddenly changed. What superpower is good? Why does it have to be the ability to control mutant rats? And he lives in the sewers. Is this guy a rat spirit? He's definitely a psychopath. If he really lets the mutant rats multiply, I'm afraid all of City C will be destroyed. No wonder we keep encountering mutant rats lately. We have to kill dozens every day. I suspect he's responsible. Deng Qilin also sensed the seriousness of the situation. Boss Jiang, we must find this guy as soon as possible. Regardless of whether he's breeding mutant rats or not, we must determine his purpose and drive him away. Drive him away? It's best to just kill him. Zhou Yu's thin lips curled, and he handsomely brushed his hair back from his forehead. Captain Deng, you're not afraid of the Yi group, are you? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Zhou, how dare you speak to the captain like that? Apologize immediately to Captain Deng. Zhou Yu scoffed, he's the captain of Team 1, and he wants to control Team 2? TSK. Zhou Yu, you're so arrogant. What, you want to fight? Just as a fight was about to break out, Liang Jinhua slammed the table and said coldly, enough. What are you arguing about? We're discussing important matters now, not here to see you fighting. Shut up and listen to Boss Jiang. Everyone fell silent, even Zhou Yu quieted down. Jiangxi cleared her throat, looked around, and said, everyone, this is a serious matter. I hope everyone will take it seriously. I heard of this psychic. His psychic ability is called Rat King. He was sent by the Yi group in City D. She had known about this psychic in her previous life. When Zhang Wadong mentioned this person's ability to control mutant rats, and that he was sent by the Yi group, Jiangxi's hair stood on end. He immediately thought of the pervert nicknamed the Rat King in White Room Number 2 in his previous life. His name was Ma Bo, and he was a peculiar individual. He disliked clean, brightly lit places, preferring instead to dwell in dark, damp environments, where he controlled a swarm of mutant rats and ran amok. Although mutant rats were the lowest of the mutant beasts, they could still pose a threat in large numbers. In his previous life, Ma Bo had taken the initiative to join White Room Number 2. Since his arrival, he had harassed and threatened many psychics. Even more disgusting, he was filthy and smelly, and frequently harassed attractive men and women, making him a common sight. But because he controlled thousands of mutant rats, reaching a peak of 30,000 at one point, his combat power was immense, and he was obedient to the higher-ups. He ran rampant in White Room Number 2 for a long time. It wasn't until a severe plague outbreak, causing heavy losses to White House Number 2, that he was abandoned and eliminated by the higher-ups. The memory was so vivid that Jiangxi immediately thought of him. White House Number 2 sent this man here, firstly, to leverage City C's mutant beast resources to artificially produce a large number of mutant crystal cores, and secondly, to ensure that if something were to go wrong, it wouldn't harm City D, and we would be the only ones to suffer. Once a rat infestation develops, even a Class C mutant beast wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone ordinary people. Jiangxi's tone grew serious. So, everyone, we must hurry and find this man and eliminate him before the situation becomes serious. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew solemn, and everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. The captain of Team 2 had originally gone out on a mission, but he unexpectedly brought back such terrible news. Fortunately, they learned of it in time. Otherwise, in a few months, the entire City C would be destroyed. Even if they could hide in the White House, so what? The thought of the city being swarmed by mutant rats, each the size of a child, their eyes red and devouring humans, filled everyone with fear. Boss, we must find this person as soon as possible, but, Yu Yuhan said, City C is so big, we can't do it alone. Should we ask Captain Liu and the others for help? Someone said, yes, and the Psionic Corps too. Since this concerns the entire City C, everyone needs to contribute. Just the 100 or so of us won't be enough. Notify the other forces. If we make such a big fuss, what if we alert that person? If he's deliberately hiding, where will we find him? Everyone was talking, a strong sense of crisis weighing on them. Yes, this matter must be told to Lu Yuan. Jiangshi wasn't sure if other factions would help, but Lu Yuan and his men were definitely willing to contribute. No one wanted to see City C, finally stabilized, destroyed again by a swarm of mutant rats. But Jiangshi also found it strange. Why hadn't Lu Yuan contacted her when it was already dark? Could it be that he was too busy and had forgotten about it after returning? During this special period, Jiangshi had temporarily assigned additional tasks to the relevant departments of White House 139. Starting tomorrow, upon returning, all members of the hunting department would receive a 1-hour special training session on how to attack mutant rats in order to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Wang Fu's mission was also of paramount importance. He had to quickly produce a large batch of healing medicine, strength pills, and bodybuilding pills. Jiangshi considered giving him the vial of spoiled thousand-eye dark sunflower beast blood so he could make it into poisonous blood powder, which could be used to kill large swarms of mutant rats in a critical moment. Even if there were any side effects, it wouldn't matter, it wasn't for human consumption. The dosage could be diluted, after all, it was originally intended for use against mutant beasts below S rank. To do one's work well, one must first sharpen their tools. The weapons department must work at full capacity these days, crafting as many weapons as possible and handing them over to Chao Wei for empowerment. Except for those with special abilities, we should strive to equip everyone with an empowered tank sword. This will improve efficiency and safety. The catering department must also actively cooperate to ensure that the field staff are well fed and well fed. Furthermore, they must produce a large quantity of special food to ensure that any serious casualties are likely. In short, be prepared for any eventuality. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours and finally concluded. That evening, the big white wolf returned to its den and found a man bound and shackled. It remembered Jiangshi's words. "Little darling, I gave you a toy. Play with it. Just make sure it doesn't get away." Chapter 182. Now that he had obtained the information he wanted from Zhang Wendong, Jiangshi no longer needed to keep him alive. Killing him would be too easy, he might as well leave him to Xiaoguai. The big white wolf's eyes lit up, and with a howl, it stalked toward Zhang Wendong, drooling. "Ah! Don't come over here. Help, help, someone." Zhang Wendong was terrified and cowered in a corner. The big white wolf pounced, biting into his calf and tearing, drawing blood. A scream echoed as the big white wolf pinned Zhang Wendong with absolute force, biting down on his fresh leg bone with a crunching bite, gnawing with a satisfying delight. Zhang Wendong nearly fainted from the pain. He struggled relentlessly, even attempting to attack the big white wolf, which annoyed it. It smacked him unconscious with a paw, then sat on him, continuing to gnaw on tonight's midnight snack. "Ah!" Zhang Wendong quickly awoke from the pain. Knocked unconscious, then continued gnawing. The big white wolf's mouth was full of blood, and it was feasting with glee. "It's been ages since I've eaten a human, so why doesn't it smell as good as it used to? The meat cooked by the master is still the best." "Ah!" Zhang Wendong was awakened by the pain again. "Knock him out. Don't disturb his midnight snack." The big white wolf gnawed away boredly, somewhat missing the grilled fish he had tonight. It was a shame he hadn't had enough. "Ah!" Zhang Wendong was awakened by the pain again, and found that one of his calves had been gnawed away. The big white wolf knocked him out with one claw. Isn't that annoying? The next day, the second hunting team continued their hunt. Team 1, led by Captain Deng Qilin and Vice Captain Yuan, headed to City C to conduct a covert investigation to confirm whether Mabwa was hiding in dark places, like subway tunnels, air raid shelters, and the city sewers. They also checked for any mutant rats, their numbers, and any potential extermination. Jiangshi demanded that everyone keep the situation confidential and avoid causing panic. She urged everyone to wait until the situation was confirmed before notifying other forces. Otherwise, a joke would be embarrassing. Jiangshi contacted Lu Yuan again, but still received no response. She finally felt that something might have happened. Lu Yuan couldn't have stayed away from 458 all night. If he had returned, he would surely be able to connect and wouldn't have ignored her. Jiangshi couldn't help but worry about what had happened to him. After much deliberation, she decided to wait a little longer. After all, it had only been a day. Could it really just be that Li Yuan was delayed and hadn't returned to 458 yet? If there was still no news from him by tomorrow, she would go and see for herself. That evening, a team returned from City C. Deng Qilin and the others looked grim. They had searched several abandoned subway tunnels, walking for thousands of meters along the direction the subway had once run. They had found a few scattered mutant rats, which they had killed. The city's only air raid shelter had also been checked, but no one who looked like Mappa was found. Boss Jiang, we discovered quite a few ordinary people living in the air raid shelters, probably several hundred. Deng Qilin's tone was heavy. They're living in dire straits. Not only do they lack food and clean water, but they also been distorted by the gray fog. They probably won't survive much longer. These are people whose homes have been destroyed and left homeless. They're either too old to join other factions, or they have women and children and are afraid to be discovered. Otherwise, their fate would be even worse than encountering mutant beasts. They share a common fate and live together. Only the men go out every day to scrape together supplies and scraps. Families linger, distorted by the nightly gray fog. I wanted to help them, bring some back to 139, but no matter what we said, they wouldn't believe us. They just thought we were going to harm them. Men and women with rotten faces and boils on their bodies looked at Deng Qilin and his companions with wary fear, throwing garbage and spitting at them, and using the most feeble and incompetent methods to attack and drive them away. One group didn't fight back, but quietly withdrew, feeling a deep sense of sorrow and pain. They clearly wanted to help these people, but they didn't believe. One can imagine how much deception and danger they had endured, how terrible things they had encountered, that they dared not venture out. They would rather huddle in this dark place, struggling to survive, eroded by the gray fog, than even hope for any help. Jiangxi had witnessed far worse in her past life, but hearing this still weighed heavily on her heart. She wasn't a savior, and couldn't save everyone. She herself had it tough. If she hadn't taken advantage of her rebirth and occupied a white house beforehand, she would be living in just as much misery. Others saw her as the well-fed, exceptionally powerful owner of the White House. She also had so many supernatural beings under her command. Only Jiangxi herself knew how cautious she lived, afraid to venture even slightly beyond the bounds of her means without thorough preparation. She feared death more than anyone else, terrified of encountering danger and having all her efforts undone. Forget it, this might be their fate. Jiangxi wouldn't force her help on anyone. She knew they wouldn't trust anyone. In this dangerous and cruel world, being able to die peacefully might be happiness for them. Before bed, Jiangxi still hadn't heard from Lu Yuan. Her worry grew. At dawn, Jiangxi could no longer sit still. Taking advantage of the clear weather, she decided to go to 139 herself. She packed her backpack, packed with any special food she might need, including water, and went to Wang Fu to get some spare pills. She also took an empowered Tang sword and set off with the hunting team. Deng Qilin and his team would continue their inspection of the city's subway tunnels today. They hadn't finished the inspection yesterday. City C is so vast that even with over 70 people, it would probably take 7 or 8 days. Furthermore, the city sewers hadn't been inspected yet, making the task a daunting one. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiangxi finally arrived at the door of White House 458. Most of Team 1 had gone on their inspection as planned. Deng Qilin, Yu Yuhan, and 5 others escorted her over and made sure it was safe before leaving. The door to White House 458 stood open, 2 men standing guard, their expressions wary. Upon seeing Jiangxi and the others, they tensed for a moment, weapons drawn, ready to attack. Once they saw who was coming, they revealed a mixture of surprise and delight. "Boss Jiang, why are you here?" Jiangxi remembered this man. He was one of the people who had fled to the White House restaurant the first time Lin Muyang was chased by a mutant cat. His name was Chen Feng. She immediately asked, "Where's Captain Lu? Has he returned?" Chen Feng's expression changed. "Captain Lu is inside, but he had an accident." "Boss Jiang, you arrived just in time. Go check on Captain Lu." Chapter 183. Entering White House 458, Jiangxi, Deng Qilin, and the others sensed a palpable sense of low pressure. As they advanced, she noticed that no one was smiling, and groups of 3 or 5 gathered without interacting. Following Chen Feng, Jiangxi walked through a series of small high-rise buildings, entered one, and ascended. Zhengling was standing in the hallway, a worried look on her face. Seeing Jiangxi, her expression brightened. "Boss Jiang, you're here. That's great." Beside her stood a man in his 30s, dark-skinned, bald, and about 1.9 meters tall. He was Qin Yaogang, the deputy captain of White House 458. Jiangxi greeted the two and asked, "Where's Lu Yuan? What happened to him?" Zhengling's expression was complicated, as if she didn't know what to say. "Boss Jiang, Captain Lu is fine for now, but I can't say for sure about his current condition. Please go in and take a look." With that, she opened the door. Captain Ding, you stay outside? Jiang Shi instructed before entering. This was Lu Yuan's room, and it was the first time she had seen it. Since the upgrade of White Room 458, it had undergone a dramatic transformation from the last time she had visited. The room had 2 bedrooms and a living room, and looked like an ordinary home before the apocalypse. It had simple furniture like a table, chairs, and a coffee table. A map of City C was taped to the wall. However, it lacked appliances like a refrigerator, air conditioner, and lights. Jiang Shi didn't bother to look around, and followed Zheng Ling into Lu Yuan's bedroom. Qin Yaogang and Shen Feng didn't enter, but remained at the door. The room was dim with the curtains drawn, and the light was insufficient. Lu Yuan lay in bed, fully clothed, covered with a thin blanket, as if sound asleep. Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat. She had never imagined that, after 2 days of not being able to contact Lu Yuan, he would actually be sleeping the entire time. But this was definitely not normal. Why is he like this? Why hasn't he woken up? Jiang Shi tensed. Seeing Lu Yuan sleeping was more shocking than seeing his legs broken. No wonder she couldn't reach him, but the reason was beyond her comprehension. Captain Lu came back the day before yesterday at noon, and something was wrong with him. Zheng Ling, recounting what happened that day, regretted not noticing it sooner. He just said he needed to rest, and we thought he was tired from being out and about and wasn't feeling well. Even I didn't think much of it. Captain Lu didn't get up to eat until that evening, sleeping all night. It wasn't until yesterday morning when he still hadn't left that we realized something was wrong. Everyone was panicking. She and Lin Miyang knocked on Lu Yuan's room, but there was no response. In a hurry, the two hurried to find Deputy Captain Qin Yaogang and explain the situation. Just as the three were worrying about how to get into the White House, as the room was impenetrable, the door suddenly swung open. So Captain Lu had anticipated this, and left the door unlocked. We went in, and found him asleep in bed, but we couldn't wake him. Jiang Shi frowned. That shouldn't be the case? When Lu Yuan left me the morning before yesterday, nothing seemed amiss. Could something have happened along the way? Boss Jiang, Captain Lu stopped by your place before returning. Did he say anything? Zheng Ling said, leaning over to remove the thin blanket from Lu Yuan's lap and unbuttoning his shirt. Jiang Shi was baffled and feeling somewhat embarrassed when she suddenly realized that beneath Lu Yuan's clothes, there wasn't normal human skin, but a silvery layer. He actually turned to metal. Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward to touch him. His chest felt cold to the touch, just like the hardness of metal. But above the neck, it was normal. Boss Jiang, this is what Captain Qin discovered when he examined Captain Lu. Although he's unconscious, his body has turned to metal. We don't understand why. Zheng Ling's voice was heavy with worry. Because Lu Yuan hadn't appeared for 2 days without reason, they hadn't felt like going out. Although no one had mentioned Lu Yuan's condition, the other team members couldn't help but speculate. Now, a cloud of worry hung over everyone in 458, believing something had happened to Lu Yuan. Jiang Shi reflected on Lu Yuan's plight. It was her fault for neglecting him. Before returning, Lu Yuan stayed overnight in my White Room 139. She paused, then finally spoke. Lu Yuan said he saw a giant mutant beast. What? Captain Lu saw a giant mutant beast? Zheng Ling was shocked. This was a serious matter. She quickly summoned Deputy Captain Qin Yaogang and listened to Jiang Shi's account of what had happened to Lu Yuan. Qin Yaogang then understood the reason. No wonder Lu Yuan hadn't been awake. Concerned, he said, Captain Lu must have been struck by the alien's mysterious light and severely injured, but he never spoke of it. Even you, Boss Jiang, didn't notice. He only passed out after returning and couldn't hold on any longer. Zheng Ling clenched her fists. Why didn't Captain Lu tell us? What should we do now? No one knew what that light was. Even Jiang Shi, hearing about it for the second time, had no clue. Now that Lu Yuan was unconscious, he didn't even know how to administer the medicine. Even if she could create all sorts of special effect foods, she felt helpless. Let's keep this a secret for now. Let's say Captain Lu is handling something important, and won't be seen for the time being. Qin Yaogang pondered for a moment and said, I handle this, but I need Boss John's cooperation. Let's get everyone back to their previous state first. Overthinking all day and doing nothing will only disrupt our team. Jiang Shi understood what he meant. Okay. I have something I wanted to discuss with Lu Yuan. She explained her purpose for coming, telling them about Ma Bo and the potential crisis in City C. I see. Such a big deal, and Captain Lu is unconscious. Qin Yaogang, realizing the gravity of the matter, said seriously, Don't worry, Boss Jiang. We have so many people in White House 458. We will do our utmost to search for Ma Bo and search the entire city. Now, her only concern was Lu Yuan's condition. She didn't know how to help him. Jiang Shi told Ding Qilin and the others to go ahead and stay to observe Lu Yuan's condition. Unfortunately, she couldn't recall any incidents similar to Lu Yuan's. Even in her past life, there was little reliable information about giant mutant beasts and aliens. Most of it was based on misinformation, exaggerated rumors, and irrelevant to the facts. What should I do? Looking at the comatose Lu Yuan, Jiang Shi was at a loss. Just as she tucked the blanket around him and prepared to leave, a painful groan rang out. Jiang Shi thought Lu Yuan had woken, but his eyes were still closed. There seemed to be movement under the blanket, and she quickly lifted it to take a look. A faint glow was visible under his clothes, startling Jiang Shi. The light was concentrated on his chest, a strange sight. She ignored the distinction between men and women and quickly undressed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's silver metal body seemed to be electrified, gradually emitting bright light, and the metallization was spreading towards his neck, and soon even his entire head was completely metallized. Chapter 184. What's going on? Jiang Shi desperately wanted to call Zheng Ling and Qin Yaogang, but even if they came, there was nothing she could do. She could only try to remain calm. She watched intently as Lu Yuan's metallization was extremely unstable. His entire body had just turned silver, but it didn't last long. His fingers lost their metallization, spreading towards his wrists, and soon his skin had returned to human form. This transformation was erratic, and every part of his body was undergoing the same transformation. She watched as Lu Yuan's head transformed into metal, resembling a robot from a sci-fi film. But after just 10 seconds, the metallization receded like a wave, and his face returned to normal skin. This cycle repeated itself, over and over again, but the glow on his chest remained. He appeared to be in pain, his expression clearly visible. Jiang Shi had never encountered such a situation before, and didn't know how to proceed. Even if she had medicine, she wouldn't know how to administer it to Lu Yuan. Just as his head was returning to normal, Jiang Shi suddenly remembered something, and quickly plucked out a strand of Lu Yuan's hair. The hair of a metallized psychic is soft and somewhat elastic. Assaulted by sublight wave energy, it is currently undergoing a high-intensity transformation. The activity within the hair is dissipating. Burning it at temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius can produce ash, with exceptional hemostatic properties, requiring the psychic abilities of a pharmacist. As this information flashed through Jiang Shi's mind, the strand of hair in his hand continued to transform. From a normal human black hair, it transformed into a silvery metallic strand. After a moment, it returned to its normal state. But the transformation process slowed down. After 3 minutes, the hair lost its activity due to being pulled out, and eventually returned to normal hair. What is sublight wave energy? Jiang Shi's heart trembled. Could it be the light that the alien had shot at Lu Yuan? Was that the reason for his coma? Was it because Lu Yuan's body was undergoing a high-intensity transformation, causing this constant shifting? From the information her potential was feeding her, she vaguely guessed the answer. Lu Yuan wasn't unconscious, but was desperately trying to dissipate this energy. As soon as the light on his chest disappeared, it would mean the sublight wave energy was gone, and he should wake up. Lu Yuan, hold on. You can do this. Jiang Shi finally understood Lu Yuan's current condition, and hope grew, no longer feeling dejected and confused. It turned out that the light that the alien had shot at him still remained within him. She finally remembered a time when Lu Yuan had nearly fallen before he left. At the time, Lu Yuan had kept it a secret, completely unsuspecting. Is this a special supernatural power? Or has the alien mastered a more advanced weapon, unleashing its power? It seems Lu Yuan's transformation will continue for some time. Jiang Shi shared his theory with Qin Yaogang and Zheng Ling. Just as the two were visiting Lu Yuan, another incident occurred. A metal cup in the room flew towards Lu Yuan with a whoosh, as if attracted by a magnet. Jiang Shi struggled to pull it off. But the strong suction emanating from Lu Yuan was still palpable. Soon, all the metal in the room, an empowered Tang sword hanging on the wall, a metal buckle on his clothes, a fallen paperclip, even a platinum ring on Qin Yaogang's finger and Zheng Ling's necklace, all were drawn towards him. I can't pull my hand free. Qin Yaogang was surprised and helpless. He had to exert all his strength to barely pull his hand free. Such a strong suction. Is this Captain Lu? He tried to move away from Lu Yuan, but the suction persisted, unless he left the room and moved more than 10 meters away. Without a choice, he took off his ring and let it cling to Lu Yuan. Zheng Ling's necklace wasn't made of gold or silver, just for decoration, but it was still stuck to Lu Yuan's face, so she had to take it off. That's great. Captain Lu has become a human magnet for gold, she joked, looking at Lu Yuan covered in metal, unable to remove it. The three of them were actually happy about the changes in Lu Yuan. It was better than his previous coma. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Deng Qilin and the others returned. They had searched over 10 kilometers of subway tunnels again today, and still found no trace of Mabua. As for the mutant rats, their number was small, just a few dozen scattered around, still within the normal range. Jiangshi asked them to return and continue tomorrow, while he remained in White Room 458 to observe Lu Yuan's condition. 2 more days passed. Lu Yuan still hadn't woken up, but after Qin Yaogang and the others announced his condition, the team members in White House 458 felt much more at ease. It turned out that Captain Lu wasn't in trouble, but rather busy with something important. Even Boss Jiang from 139 had arrived, and the two had been in a private conversation. Even the hunting team from White House 139 came daily to report on their progress. The team members in White House 458 were finally distracted and able to focus on their work. They also joined the citywide search, but kept it secret. They continued to scour the city under the guise of hunting and searching for supplies. On the 3rd day, Ji Yeyu and Liu found time to visit. Because Jiangshi hadn't been home for several days, they were worried, thinking she was hiding something. So it's Captain Lu. He hasn't woken up in all these days? Ji Yeyu was surprised. Lu Yuan, such a powerful man, practically the most powerful superpower in her heart, had somehow fallen into trouble and remained unconscious for several days. Jiangshi briefly explained the situation to them. Lu Yuan's condition was improving. The glow on his chest had ceased, as if the energy of the sublight wave had weakened considerably. But a new problem had emerged. The metal clinging to Lu Yuan's body had completely deformed, as if it had melted. The water cup, the tang sword, the metal buckle, they flowed like mercury on the bed, yet they weren't hot, and still didn't leave his body. Even Qin Yogong's ring and Zheng Ling's necklace were nowhere to be found. The two of them didn't mind. As long as Lu Yuan woke up, it was fine. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and by the end of March, Lu Yuan's condition had improved considerably. He had completely transformed from metal to a normal person, no longer experiencing relapses, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. Seeing that he was fine and would eventually wake up, Jiangshi returned to number 139. The two hunting teams and White House number 458 jointly searched City C for approximately 20 days, exhausting nearly every dark corner, sewer, and bomb shelter in the city. Not only did they not find Mabua, but even the traces of the mutant rats were becoming increasingly rare. Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Rather than feeling happy, Jiangshi noticed something was amiss. I'm afraid Mabua has discovered our search. The mutant rats weren't gone. They were hidden under his control. Although Mabua was known as a pervert, he was incredibly sensitive. Even if their two families' massive operation had concealed the situation from other forces, they couldn't hide it from him. But no one could guess where he was hiding. Especially with so many mutant rats, estimated to number in the thousands, where could they have hidden him? Chapter 185. Jiang Mingyao said confidently, Mabua is definitely still in City C. He came here on a mission. How could he be scared off by us? Yu Yuhan analyzed, mutated rats are the lowest level mutant beasts. Controlling them isn't difficult, but even with my current ability nearing the enhanced stage, I can only control a little over 30. Chen Xiaohua muttered, Boss, are you trying to show how inadequate your abilities are? Yu Yuhan gave him a slap on the face. Say that again? Chen Xiaohua covered his head, afraid to speak. Everyone, I'm saying there's only one possibility for that pervert. He's controlling several rat kings, leveraging their pack leadership to control even more mutant rats, and hiding somewhere, which is why we haven't been able to find him. After speaking, Yu Yuhan looked at everyone with a smug look. Applause. He discovered the truth behind the disappearance of Meipo and the mutant rats. Shouldn't everyone admire him? Everyone, think about it. Where are Meipo and all the mutant rats in the city hiding? Jiangshi wasn't in the mood to praise him. He urged everyone to consider this question. Only by understanding this key point could the hidden danger be completely resolved. The longer they delay, the better for Meipo. If he were to act so recklessly as to unleash the mutant rats, everyone in City C would suffer. Since the subway tunnels, sewers, and air raid shelters have all been checked, that proves Meipo is hiding somewhere else. Could he be in the crematorium or Fushan Cemetery? How is that possible? I think it's more likely he's hiding in the garbage disposal center. That area used to be the city's landfill for domestic waste. It's far from the city center and sparsely populated. Thousands of mutant rats hiding anywhere would have food, making it difficult for them to be discovered. Someone else suggested, could it be at the sewage treatment plant? It's huge, there's not much food there, and hardly anyone goes there. So, if Mapo wants to hide somewhere, he'd be able to hide for a while. As everyone was discussing this, a member of the hunting team stood up. I think Mapo might be hiding in the sewers north of the city. I used to work in the municipal engineering maintenance department, so I know a little bit. He stammered, a little nervous. Oh, what makes you think that? Jiangshi gave him an encouraging look, urging him to speak slowly. The team member explained, I'm just guessing. The north side of the city is an old district, and it hasn't developed much in the past decade or so. So many urban facilities haven't been maintained. The sewers there are direct discharge systems, severely polluting the river, and they've been out of service for a long time. I once went fishing in Qingxi River and discovered a large sewage outfall. Although the entrance was fenced off, if someone deliberately entered, they wouldn't be able to stop Ma Bo. This area has so many crisscrossing sewers, it could easily hide thousands of mutant rats. A dead silence fell over the scene, followed by an uproar. Finally, they found a suspicious point that sounded credible. Deng Qilin and the others said they had indeed not searched this area and had overlooked it. Jiangshi also had a hunch that they might have found Ma Bo's hideout and said, okay, let's go check it out tomorrow, but don't send too many people this time. Captain Deng, just you and Captain Yu, no more than 5 people, go quietly and check. If you find anything unusual, return immediately. Don't kill the mutant rats, or you might alert Ma Bo. Yu Yuan patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave it to me. The next morning, the sun rose before 7. Yu Yuan, Deng Qilin, and 3 other team members quickly set off toward the north of the city. Elsewhere, Chao Wei brought Jiangshi good news. The hair of the thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast he given him last time had been completed. The vest was thin and unadorned, like a t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. Jiangshi had previously thought that since it was woven, the hairs wouldn't be enough, given that there were only a few dozen strands. Xiao Jiang, the material you gave me is extremely special. After I wove it in, the activation of my supernatural power truly activated its vitality. Now the entire vest is made of thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast hair. It's grown automatically, assimilating the original cotton fabric. Even Chao Wei was surprised. He said that only a dozen or so strands were needed to make a vest. This fully utilized the powerful vitality of the thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast's hair. On the other hand, he also felt terrified. This giant mutant beast was incredibly difficult to kill. It possessed not only powerful healing abilities, but also assimilation. Even if its tentacles were severed, they would quickly grow back, making it practically immortal. This was a later story. Jiangshi put that aside for now, and tested the vest's defensive capabilities. The empowered Tang sword struck the vest, but it was completely ineffective. Chao Wei personally tested it on Jiangshi, and found that, far from cutting her, even stabbing her wouldn't penetrate. In other words, external forces couldn't directly harm Jiangshi while she was wearing the vest. Its penetrating power was reduced. However, it couldn't effectively cushion the impact, and she would still feel pain. If the attack was too strong, even if her surface wasn't injured, her bones and internal organs could still be ruptured, effectively like wearing an invulnerable bulletproof vest. Chao Wei sighed. There's so little of this kind of hair. If there were enough, we could weave a vest entirely from it, and that would solve the problem. But how difficult would it be to obtain the material from another giant mutant beast? Uncle Chao, thank you so much. I'm very satisfied with what you can make. Jiangshi tried it on. The one-size-fits-all fit perfectly. Although it was ugly, she didn't mind it. From now on, wearing this defensive vest when she goes out won't guarantee any accidents, but it will at least increase her safety. City C, abandoned sewers in the north of the city. Deng Qilin brought along Xiaozheng, a team member who used to work in the municipal department. After more than 2 hours, they finally found the entrance. This area had long been abandoned, littered with garbage mixed with the rubble. Someone had opened the once locked iron gate, revealing discarded food packaging, crushed mineral water bottles, and even some unknown bones. Don't speak once you're inside. If you discover anything, exit immediately. Standing outside the rusty, open iron gate, Deng Qilin could smell a slightly fishy breeze. He had a hunch they'd discover something this time. Yu Yuan was the first to enter. With his beast-controlling abilities, he could control any mutants he spotted without alerting Ma Bo, who might be hiding inside. Following him was Xiaozheng, and then the other 2 members with special abilities. Deng Qilin brought up the rear. Soft footsteps echoed through the empty, dry sewers. The five of them gradually moved deeper, and soon their view was completely dark. Chapter 186. This section of the sewer had long been abandoned. There were no water stains, only garbage strewn across the ground. Yu Yuhan walked in front. No, ahead of him was a 2-foot-long mutant gecko, crawling along the cave wall. He had spotted it halfway, and had taken the opportunity to tame it. In this pitch-black environment, finding a small creature to lead the way was perfect. The mutant gecko continued to crawl along the cave wall, its tail twitching. Yu Yuhan followed behind with a flashlight. The five of them moved very slowly, careful not to step on the garbage and make noise, while also listening for any unusual sounds in the darkness, not daring to relax. The fishy wind was intermittent, the smell very faint. Although Deng Qilin hadn't noticed anything, he remained highly alert. Half an hour later, the number of forks in the road gradually increased. The mutant gecko moved its 4 legs, twisting its tail, and darting out with a whoosh. Just as Yu Yuhan gestured for everyone to follow, his footing suddenly gave way, as if he had stepped on something. The flashlight flickered, revealing a large, black mass that looked like feces. He had crushed it. Who? Yu Yuhan was about to curse, but quickly covered his mouth. He suddenly felt filthy, and wished he could chop off his feet. Xiaoxing, behind him, whispered the situation to the others behind him. Deng Qilin and the others thought they had noticed something unusual, but it turned out someone had stepped in feces and loosened their knife handles. Yu Yuhan, suppressing his nausea, could only rub the soles of his shoes and continue walking. The passage was dark and eerie, so dark you could hear a pin drop. The flashlight only illuminated a small area, and the fishy smell gradually intensified. Although all 5 of them had flashlights, only Yu Yuhan, the one in the front, had turned it on, and the light was dim and unclear. Suddenly, his feet gave way again. Yu Yuhan's skin broke out in goosebumps of disgust. He shone the flashlight, revealing yet more piles of shit. Damn it! Who so uncivilized, furious as he was, the search mission had to continue. This time, Yu Yuhan was paying attention, swiping the flashlight back and forth, illuminating both the front and the ground. He didn't want to step in any more shit. Deng Qilin flashed his flashlight as he passed by, sweeping the filth on the ground. He noticed it had been produced less than 24 hours earlier. Otherwise, it would have dried up long ago. It looked like someone was in the sewer, but he wasn't sure if it was a refugee or Mappa. Be careful, there's someone in here. Deng Qilin blew a gust of wind past the 4 men's ears, audible even to the faint sound. Everyone became alert and drew their knives. Yu Yuhan controlled the mutant gecko to crawl forward, and the group followed from a distance. As long as they were within the 30-meter range of his ability, they could use the mutant gecko's feedback to detect any movement ahead. A strong stench blew in from the fork in the road, the odor suddenly becoming more intense. No, there seemed to be another sound. It was a series of indistinct sobs, like the cries of a wronged soul, or even a groan. Just as the 5 tried to distinguish between human voices and the wind, Yu Yuhan's heart suddenly shuddered. The mutant gecko was gone. He could no longer sense it. Squeak, squeak. A familiar cry echoed, and Yu Yuhan warily shone his flashlight in its direction. A gray-black mutant rat rustled towards them from the front, holding something in its mouth. Behind it was another, squeaking, a third larger than a normal mutant rat, its eyes bloodshot, and it scurried away at a rapid pace. 2 mutant rats were actually fighting over a severed hand. They paid no attention to Yu Yuhan and the other 4, tearing and biting at the pale human hand, even attacking each other. Without hesitation, Yu Yuhan unleashed his supernatural power. The 2 mutant rats shook their heads, stopped fighting, and were quickly tamed by him. The 5 men looked at the severed hand. The skin was pale, the joint slightly smaller, clearly a woman's. It was tattered and torn, with 2 fingers missing. The wrist had been bitten off violently, with veins visible near the sharp bone fragments. A wave of nausea washed over them. It was obvious that someone had been murdered. Let's go, it's just up ahead. Deng Qilin's face was solemn. They had confirmed that someone was ahead, and that they had been mutilated by mutant rats. They had to go and investigate. The 5 men quickened their pace, with Yu Yuhan still controlling the 2 mutant rats in front, gradually breaking into a trot. From time to time, mutant rats scurried past, forcing them to kill them. After turning a corner, Yu Yuhan abruptly slowed down, extinguished his flashlight, and reached out to stop the others, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Wait! What did he see? Using the vision of the 2 mutant rats, he could actually see a dense mass of mutant rats gathered in the darkness, less than 20 meters ahead, no fewer than 100. They appeared so suddenly, one crammed within the other, piled one upon the other, their number staggering. The two controlled mutant rats blended in, unnoticed by their kin. They squeaked and gnawed at human corpses one after another. Some were already half-skeletal, others still rotten, yet the rats continued to devour them greedily. Yu Yuhan felt a chill in his heart, and he couldn't help but step back. Xiaozheng asked from behind, "What's wrong, Captain Yu? There are so many mutant rats." "Right up ahead, at least a few hundred." "Retreat." Yu Yuhan's teeth chattered for the first time, his entire body icing. It was precisely because he possessed the ability to control beasts that he sensed something was amiss. These mutant rats were not only larger, but their eyes were bloodshot, and they were in a state of agitation. Yet, they clustered together, gnawing on the corpses. They didn't fight or scatter. Only a few had left the group. "Hurry, Ma Bo must be in there." Yu Yuhan's face paled as he retreated step by step. It was Ma Bo who controlled the mutant rats, preventing them from causing chaos. But if they were discovered, they would have no time to escape. They would be swarmed and devoured by the mutant rats. Deng Qilin immediately turned, waving a gust of wind, sweeping the remaining 4 people back. Wind powers lifted their bodies, reducing their weight. The 5 of them retreated swiftly back the way they had come, not daring to look back. "Maha is indeed here. We must return immediately to inform everyone." Deep in the sewers, in a relatively empty area, a filthy, disheveled man lay lazily against the wall. Behind him rested a massive mutant rat king, and beside him lay piled leftover bones, corn, instant noodle bags, apple cores, cigarette butts, a stinking garbage dump. Not far from the man, countless mutant mother rats gathered, giving birth. The pink pups were the size of a fist at birth, huddled in tiny nests, squeaking with their eyes closed. The man, far from being afraid, actually enjoyed the sound, grinning gleefully and stroking the rat king's head. After an unknown amount of time, the manhole cover above him was opened. The setting sun shone on another man, barely bringing a sliver of light to the dim cave. He climbed down a rusty ladder nailed to the wall, backpack strapped to his shoulder, trembling. He wore a headlight, his hands and feet trembling. When he descended into the sewer and turned to see the swarm of mutant rats surrounding him, he nearly fainted with fear. "They're coming? Hee. What's going on out there now?" Mappa laughed sinisterly. Chapter 187. The man was terrified, but he had to come. He took off his backpack, respectfully took out the food inside, and placed it in front of Ma Bo. He said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I see the psychics from White Rooms 139 and 458 are still searching the city. Sooner or later, they will find you, sir." Ma Bo laughed heartily. "I'm so eager for them to come and die. Killing my little cutie would ruin the boss's plans. If I don't kill them, wouldn't they think I'm scared?" Yes. Your Excellency is awesome. This week's food has been prepared for you, sir. Now, can I leave?" The man stammered, practically paralyzed with fear. "Leave? You can go." Ma Bo waved his hand. As if he had been pardoned, the man quickly grabbed the ladder and climbed up. Suddenly, several mutant rats rushed over, biting his legs and dragging him down. Amid screams, he was overwhelmed by the swarm of rats. Mappa chuckled, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, and stroked the enormous rat king beneath him as if it were his own pet. "My dear, let them have more, eat hard, and grow up quickly. The more the better." 4573, why are there 2 less? Died again? Humph. When there are 5,000, I take these little darlings and devour you. You naughty girl, just wash yourself and wait for me at home. Mappa chuckled sinisterly, and the mutant rat king beneath him immediately let out a series of cries. A number of the mutant male rats in the sewer immediately rushed out, swarming up the ladder, breaking open the manhole cover, and slithering out. A gray fog began to spread, and swarms of rats scurried about. Soon, they brought back fresh human corpses, some freshly killed by surprise attacks and bites, their eyes still etched with fear as they died. One man fainted from the pain, only to wake up when several newborn rats pounced on him and devoured him greedily. Surrounded by pairs of crimson eyes, the man screamed in fear. But in the blink of an eye, his neck was severed by the mutant rats, and he was devoured by the swarm. As darkness fell, Deng Qilin and his 4 companions finally returned to White House 139. They reported their findings. Half an hour later, with no appetite for food, they convened a general meeting on the first floor of the conference room. Deng Qilin recounted his findings to the crowd, shocking them. But their anxiety was also at ease. The shock was because they hadn't expected these vanished mutant rats to actually be hiding in the abandoned sewers north of the city, and in such large numbers. Reassurance was that they had finally found Mabwa, no more guessing. After a moment of silence, Jiangshi said seriously, now that we identified Mabu's hiding place, and that he's hiding hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of mutant rats, the situation is extremely serious. We must quickly notify other forces in the city, and work together to eradicate the rats. This wasn't just for our own protection. It was also to prevent the rats from spreading and destroying all of City C. Hunting Teams 1 and 2, your mission is the most important. All personnel rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, gather your equipment and strictly guard the sewer entrances north of the city. Not a single mutant rat will be allowed to escape. The specific operations will be arranged by the 2 team leaders and deputy team leaders. Everyone responded yes. Currently, there are over 20 major and minor factions in the city. Who are familiar with them? As soon as Jiangshi finished speaking, Wang Yuanjun stood up first and said, Boss Jiang, I'm quite friendly with the hunters. I notify them. Well, I leave it to you, Brother Huang. Jiangshi nodded. Boss Jiang, I can notify the Wolf Warriors and the Miracle Squad. I know a few of their members. This time, it was Li Qingjie who spoke. But I can't guarantee they believe it. Jiangshi nodded. Just notify them. It's up to them. But if anything goes wrong or you're in danger, don't ask us for help. You be at your own risk. Li Qingjie nodded. Soon, more people stood up and took on the task of notifying the major and minor factions in the city. As for the idlers and the ordinary people who were hiding, Jiangshi couldn't take care of them and could only leave them to fend for themselves. Hopefully, they'd be lucky enough to escape this disaster. Also, leave the connection between White Room 458 and the Psychic Core to me. Jiangshi used the White Room to connect directly, eliminating the need for a long journey and making it much more convenient and efficient. More importantly, she wanted to convince the Psychic Core to join the rescue effort, which would greatly improve efficiency. After careful consideration, she felt Lan Zipeng would likely agree. Back in her room, Jiangshi first connected White Room 1027. She shared her findings with Lan Zipeng, specifically sharing Ma Po's information and the estimated rat population. She hoped he would take this matter seriously and work together to eradicate the city's rat infestation. Lan Zipeng was deeply shocked. He had never imagined such a thing would happen. Thanks for the heads up, Boss Jiang. Don't worry, I arranged for personnel immediately. But, he hesitated before continuing, I don't think we can just defend the northern part of the city. If attacked, that Rat King would undoubtedly become desperate and send his mutant rats to wreak havoc throughout the city, causing chaos and countless casualties. Someone must protect other areas. So what does Captain Lan mean? Jiangshi wondered what he had missed. Lan Zipeng was silent for a moment, glancing to the side before continuing. Why don't we, the Psychic Core, take charge of the eastern part of the city? White House 1027 happens to be conveniently located there, so we can handle the security of that area. I promise to guard every manhole cover and not let a single mutant rat escape. Jiangshi's eyes darkened as she understood. She was a little disappointed. She had expected the Psychic Core to fully cooperate, but she hadn't expected Lan Zipeng to be solely responsible for the area surrounding his own White House. The north of the city was the most dangerous and haunted area, but he made the excuse that he was responsible for the east. He gave a seemingly reasonable reason, but in reality, he just didn't want to contribute, fearing danger, but he couldn't refuse her. Jiangshi's heart sank a little, but she didn't show it. She said calmly, All right, Captain Lan, I leave the safety of the East City to you. You're welcome. I contact you if you need anything. The call was disconnected, and Jiangshi's face turned cold. Even on the other side, Lan Zipeng's expression could no longer be maintained, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Shenanren looked at him unhappily. Why did you say that to Boss Jiang? She helped us before, otherwise, how could we have obtained 1027? Now she's here to announce something important, also closely related to our Psychic Core, and you're acting like this? You disappoint me so much. The last sentence made Lan Zipeng panic, and he quickly came over and hugged her. Shenanren struggled to break free. Lan Zipeng didn't dare force her. He sighed and said, Anren, you misunderstood me. If this had happened at another time, I would have fully cooperated with them, but now? I'm worried about you. What are you worried about? Shenanren was about to explode in anger, but her gaze finally caught her attention. Her face flushed. Papam you know? The anger in her eyes faded considerably, a softness appearing. Chapter 188. Lan Zipeng embraced Shenanren again, gently caressing her belly. He said softly, Who told you not to tell me? Luckily I found out. Anren, you're newly pregnant, and you're in your critical period. You absolutely cannot participate in this operation. I'm worried about you, so I told Boss Jiang that the Psychic Corps will be in charge of the East City. It's not that I'm afraid, nor am I refusing to help. After all, we're in City C. Sigh, I hope things aren't that serious. Shen Anren was also a little annoyed. She hadn't expected to be pregnant at this time. If she told Boss Jiang, he might think they were making excuses. Forget it. Even if I don't go, you have to pay attention to this matter. Take the brothers and guard the sewers. If anything happens, you must do your best to eliminate the mutant rats and help others share the burden. Lon Zipling nodded. Don't worry. After this is over, I definitely go to 139 to apologize and invite Boss Jiang to our wedding. Shen Anren nodded and gently leaned on his shoulder. When connecting to White Room 458, Jiang Shi hesitated for a long time, but finally clicked. Connecting, please wait 98765. Although Lu Yuan's condition had improved since she left, Jiang Shi remained unsure, worried that if the connection failed again, it meant Lu Yuan hadn't woken up yet. If the connection couldn't be made tonight, she would have to go there in person tomorrow. I'm fine. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's familiar voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Shi was startled, then overjoyed. Lu Yuan, you're really awake. When did it happen? How are you now? Lu Yuan's appearance appeared on the screen on the wall. His hair had grown longer, now covering his eyes, but fortunately, his complexion looked fine. He wore a white shirt and jeans, and was drinking from a dark cup. It looked like coffee, though there were some light brown stains on his lips. Just woke up, less than an hour ago. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. I was just about to tell you made it through. What a coincidence. Good to be awake. What a coincidence. Jiang Shi's worries, which had been lingering for the past 2 weeks, were finally put to rest. What's wrong with you? Don't you realize how many people you nearly scared to death with your ever-changing appearance? Your teammates thought you were seriously injured and dying. Having just woken up, Lu Yuan didn't know how to explain himself. During his coma, he had actually been aware of the outside world. He knew everything others said and did, but he couldn't speak or move. The energy within him was so strong that it nearly killed him. It took him more than half a month to completely dissolve the light emitted by the alien, but he finally managed to survive, and even gained unexpected benefits. I achieved a breakthrough. Lu Yuan said this calmly, as if he were saying something ordinary. I achieved a breakthrough. These 4 words were so simple that Jiang Shi didn't even react for a moment. Huh? A breakthrough? You said you achieved a breakthrough? Lu Yuan, your ability has reached perfection, so quickly. Her eyes widened as she stared fixedly at the tall, well-proportioned figure on the wall. She couldn't tell whether she was shocked or happy for him. So fast, less than half a year had passed. Lu Yuan was the true genius, far more powerful than she was. At the perfect stage of his metallization ability, he possessed the strongest power, and even then, he had surpassed his potential. What new ability had he mastered? Lu Yuan rarely saw Jiang Shi so surprised. A hint of pride played on his lips, and he slowly raised his hand. Just in time, let me show you my newfound ability. A flash of white light shone from his palm, and Jiang Shi stared intently. The white light flashed, and the water cup on Lu Yuan's desk flew up. He replaced it with a new cup, still made of stainless steel. Without any external force, the cup quickly deformed, as if squeezed by an invisible hand, converging into a jagged metal ball. Swish! Instantly, the metal ball seemed to explode, splitting into long silver needles that floated in the air. Jiang Shi only saw a flash of silver light as dozens of needles pierced the wall, their ends flickering slightly before being swallowed by the wall and vanishing. How's it going? The demonstration concluded, Lu Yuan grinning like a handsome fox. This seemingly simple attack, however, was noticeable to Jiang Shi, who exclaimed in astonishment, Before, you could only transform yourself into metal, but now you can control other metals? Although he had only controlled a stainless steel cup just now. But what if he could control more? Steel pipes, knives, junked cars, electrical wire, copper wire, all kinds of metal objects. How much scrap metal is there in the entire city? Thousands, tens of thousands of pounds, all at his disposal, transforming into a rain of swords, all Lu Yuan's weapons. He could even attack in groups, from a distance. Just imagining that scene made Jiang Shi want to curse. This was too powerful. I didn't expect such a breakthrough in my abilities after waking up, and I even gained the ability to control metal. It's a blessing in disguise. Lu Yuan said with a light-hearted smile, knowing deep down that he had just had a close call. If he hadn't been careful, he would have been dead, just like that brother from Team Lon. Jiangxi was genuinely happy for Lu Yuan. If she weren't so far away, she would have definitely let him demonstrate a rain of swords. This was a skill only ancient sword immortals could achieve. After a while, Jiangxi finally remembered what was going on. Lu Yuan, you woke up just in time. Did you hear what Xingling and the others said about Ma Bo? Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. Yes, I did. Any new information? Jiangxi nodded. Yes, we found Ma Bo. He's hiding in the abandoned sewers north of the city, and he's controlling a large number of mutant rats. We estimate there are at least hundreds or even thousands. If he goes crazy, the whole city will suffer. You have a plan, right? Tell me. Lu Yuan didn't offer any suggestions rashly. He knew Jiangxi must have done a lot while he was asleep. After some discussion, Jiangxi laid out his plan. The operation would begin tomorrow, and he hoped for his full cooperation to eradicate the rat infestation. Lu Yuan agreed immediately. Knowing CDC well, he gave Jiangxi some additional tips and supplementary information. They agreed to meet tomorrow somewhere north of the city, and then they disconnected to make their own preparations. Yes, Jiangxi would also participate in this operation. She felt the situation was even more urgent than the last time she dealt with the Xiao family. She couldn't afford to delay. If they delayed even a day longer, who knew how many more pups those mutant rats would give birth to, and how many more people they would devour. The next day, everyone in White House 139 rose an hour early, ate and drank their fill, and prepared to proceed as planned. But outside, the sky was overcast and shrouded in a gray fog, giving everyone a sense of foreboding. Thankfully, near noon, the sun finally shone. After waiting for over an hour, the fog had almost dissipated. Just as everyone was about to depart, Chao Wei suddenly hurried over. Wait, I worked overnight to make some gadgets. Wearing them should be of some use to you. Chapter 189. Seeing Chao Wei, one with disheveled hair, red eyes, and two noticeable dark circles under his eyes, Jiangxi's heart warmed. Uncle Chao, you didn't sleep all night, did you? What good stuff have you come up with? It's nothing, just 3 days. Chao Wei scratched his hair nonchalantly and handed over the box in his hand. Knowing you're going to exterminate rats, I hurriedly made a batch of communicators. They're modified with headphones and can receive messages within 3 kilometers. Try them out. I hope they work. After that, he took one out and handed it to Jiangxi. This is the main unit. Speaking into it will allow the other handsets to hear you. However, speaking into a handpiece only allows the main unit to hear, not the other handsets. Jiangxi immediately handed the box to Deng Qilin and Jiang Mengyao, asking them to distribute it. Soon, most of the team members had received one. Jiangxi asked everyone to disperse and put on the handsets. She spoke a few words into the main unit, and sure enough, all the team members wearing the handsets could hear her. The team member holding the handset also tried to speak a few words, and Jiangxi could hear them clearly. Uncle Chao, this communicator arrived just in time. Jiang Mengyao was overjoyed. Without a battery, she couldn't afford her cell phone, making communication while out and about too inconvenient. Because this communicator was improvised, some aspects couldn't be perfected. For example, if multiple people spoke into the handset at once, the sound coming from the main unit became garbled, as if the signal was being interfered with. And there was only one main unit, and the number of handsets wasn't enough either, with 21 team members still to go. Time is tight, and materials are scarce. I can only make this much. We just have to make do. Ever since Chao Wei learned about this, he'd been secretly tinkering with these devices. He hadn't rested for 3 days, his eyes red from working all day. Jiangxi was deeply moved. Uncle Chao, thank you so much. Go get some rest, and don't tire yourself out. There was only one main unit, and Jiangxi asked Deng Qilin and Jiang Mengyao to divide it between them. Finally, Jiang Mengyao got it. According to the plan, the hunting team members would work in teams of 2 or 3. After finding each manhole cover, they would add flammable materials and pour oil into it. The ignition time had to be synchronized to avoid alerting the mutant rats in the sewers. Jiang Mengyao, wearing the main unit, would coordinate the evacuation, including keeping an eye out for potential dangers. This was a heavy responsibility. She stipulated that any team member with a subunit must not speak unless directed by the captain, to avoid confusion and missed opportunities due to the noise. Okay, everyone, let's go! After getting ready, the hunting team of over 100 people left the White House in a mighty procession. Meanwhile, they headed to City C to notify the other factions to take action. Huang Yuanjun, Li Qingjie, and the others weren't traveling alone. They were grouped in 4s to prevent any unexpected situations. In the blink of an eye, White Room 139 was more than half empty. Most of the remaining people were ordinary people. Although they didn't have special abilities, they had fulfilled their responsibilities during these days. Jiangxi was also leaving, so someone had to stay behind in the White Room. Sister Liang, I leave the house to you. If you need any temporary resources, go talk to Qiuqi. She nodded to Ji Qiuqi. Qiuqi, I take you out. Don't worry, she be fine. Liang Jinwei shrugged helplessly. Alright, I always stay at home anyway. We're sure to win this time, so I won't worry about it. Ji Qiuqi actually wanted to go, but because his supernatural powers lacked combat power, he had to give up. Fully armed and carrying all the supplies he could think of, Jiangxi strapped on his backpack, clutched his empowered Tang sword, and left the White House with Jiyu and Liu. The car started and sped away towards City C. The great white wolf leaped onto the car roof, its long fur ruffling in the strong wind, and it let out a long howl. As if it had been given a shot of adrenaline by the impending battle, its spirits buoyed and its fighting spirit brimming. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangxi and the other two spotted Lu Yuan waiting at the door. The great white wolf leaped from the car roof, rushed in front of Lu Yuan, and wagged its tail ingratiatingly at him. This guy, he was always so flattering towards the powerful. How's it going over there? Lu Yuan casually patted the great white wolf's head, skipping the usual small talk and asking directly. Jiangxi explained the situation on his side. The two had already discussed it last night. They were just reconciling. Lu Yuan said solemnly, my men have also been dispatched, led by Deputy Captain Qin. Half are heading north of the city, while the other half remain south. No news has been received yet, so Mabwa probably hasn't noticed yet. One member of Team 458 possesses the ability of group telepathy, allowing him to connect anyone within a 2,000-meter radius to a telepathic conversation, up to 10 people, without being eavesdropped on. This ability is most useful for exchanging information during group battles. According to current information, Mabwa is still hiding in the abandoned sewers north of the city, along with his mutant rats, but... Jiangxi frowned. We've been searching for over 2 weeks. Even if we concealed the information, other forces must have noticed. Could it be that Mabwa already knows and is just waiting for us to fall into their trap? She had to overthink it, because things were going so smoothly, and she was afraid of accidents. It's possible, but perhaps he truly doesn't know. Lu Yuan gestured for the accompanying team members to board the vehicle, saying, after all, Meipo is alone. He's here on a mission. His first priority should be to mass-produce special mutant rats, and then to wreak havoc on City C. Even if you didn't avenge Wu Bingkui, Meipo would have done it. It's just a matter of time. Jiangxi hummed. From what she knew of Meipo, he was a perverted man with a vengeful nature. He would definitely take advantage of the situation to attack them with drug mutant rats. This would kill all the superpowered and ordinary people in the city, causing a massive loss of life and enhancing his reputation. The mutant rats would also be killed, making it easy to obtain the rose quartz. It would be a win-win situation. If someone asked, aren't these mutant rats his pets? Why would he be so willing to destroy them? Haha, that's a normal person's thinking, not something you could apply to a pervert like Meipo. As long as he kept the Rat King alive, he could quickly produce a steady stream of mutant rats. Let's go, north of the city first. Their destination was the ruins of the former paper mill in the north, the main entrance to the abandoned sewers. Brotherly, are you serious? Feng Bing, the leader of the wolf warriors, was stunned. No wonder there haven't been many mutant rats lately. Someone's controlling them, and potentially even massacring the city? Okay, I get it. Thanks for the tip, Brotherly. Li Qingjie didn't bother to say more. Alright, I be leaving now. Be prepared. Mutant rats could appear at any time. Kill them if you see them. Be careful. He still had to notify the next household before he could reunite with his own men. As soon as Li Qingjie left, Feng Bing couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately gathered his men and prepared to hunt the mutant rats. One of his men was unconvinced. Boss, is this fake? How powerful can the mutant rats be? They have so many superpowered people in 139, they can just use their strength. Why are they calling us? Feng Bing slapped him on the head. You know shit. They done their best by notifying us. It's fine, but what if it's real? Would you dare to bet? Yes, boss, I was wrong. Hurry up and get ready. Get your weapons ready. There are 2 manhole covers 50 meters ahead. Guard them. Yes, boss. Chapter 190. Soon, Li Qingjie found the Miracle Squad again and informed Captain Yang Chenwu of the news. Yang Chenwu thanked Li Qingjie for the notice and said he would immediately make preparations to help the people in White House 139 eliminate the rat infestation. As soon as Li Qingjie left, his expression changed. He was about to call for one of his men, but changed his mind and decided to go in person. Using his supernatural power of rapidity, Yang Qingwu arrived at the back of an abandoned building 5 minutes later. He uncovered a manhole cover hidden in the grass and climbed down. Fishing out a lighter, Yang Qingwu lit it and cautiously walked inside. Although he had been there several times before, he still felt apprehensive. The increasingly strong stench from the sewer made him gag several times, but he still bravely pushed deeper. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Waves of creepy cries came closer and closer, and Yang Qingwu knew the mutant rats were approaching. He dodged quickly, using his speed to dash past the mutant rats, but more rats surged forward, swarming densely, quickly surrounding him. In the narrow space, countless crimson eyes stared at Yang Qingwu, like terrifying monsters. He trembled all over, caught between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly, a mutant rat pounced on him, aiming for his throat and severing it. Yang Qingwu dropped his lighter in terror and screamed, "Sir, help! It's me! I have important information." Ah! Suddenly, the mutant rat stopped, biting his leg and dragging him forward. The surrounding rats all gave way, and Yang Qingwu was dragged screaming through the sewers, bumping into countless pieces of garbage, his face bruised, and the pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Finally, the mutant rat stopped. Yang Qingwu gasped for air, his body aching. Then, in the darkness ahead, a strange voice echoed, "Just in time, my little ones need nourishment, and you arrived." He. "Sir, it's me, Yang Qingwu, captain of the Miracle Squad. I have important news for you. Please spare my life, sir." "Oh, it's you." Mappa seemed to recognize him, his tone softening slightly. "What news? Tell me." Yang Qingwu, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly said, "The psychics in White Room 139 are about to launch a siege against you, sir. They block every sewer entrance and want to kill you and your mutant rats." Mappa laughed heartily. "Want to kill me? You're so impatient. My little darlings haven't even reached 5,000 yet. It seems I need to strike early, as a treat for them." Yes. Why would your excellency be afraid of them? We'd definitely annihilate them." After a few trembling words, Yang Qingwu boldly said, "Sir, I can sneak in with my men and take advantage of the situation to make things easier for you. I only ask that when you leave City C, you take me with you." Ever since he learned that Mappa was from City D and a member of the Yi group, he became concerned. Staying here would be futile, with no potential for development, and the psychics divided among the 3 white houses. Yang Qingwu didn't want to be inferior to a woman, and after being rejected by 139, he began to think about leaving City C. "I heard that the number 2 white house of the Yi group has reached level 5. If he can make a contribution and follow Ma Bohan, it will be better than rotting here. You want to come with me?" He. "Sure. Ever since I arrived here, you've been quite considerate of me. Not only did you send me food, but now you even come to inform me. Well, not bad, you're still useful." Just as Yang Qingwu was secretly pleased, Ma Bo smiled sinisterly and uttered a strange, eerie voice like a sorcerer. "Once I dealt with these people, I take you back with me. Now, just wait in my little darling's belly." As soon as he finished speaking, a rat king that had been crawling beside him stood up and, in the blink of an eye, leaped in front of Yang Qingwu. "My lord, what are you doing?" "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the rat king bit off Yang Qingwu's head and began to devour it. In 2 or 3 bites, it swallowed him whole, then, with a mouthful of blood, it rushed back to Ma Bo. "You useless piece of shit, and you're so ugly. You think I even consider you?" Ma Bo sneered, then patted the rat king's head and chuckled strangely. "Shao Qi, you must be hungry. Come on, call Shao Yi, Shao Er, Shao San, and the others, and go out with me for a big meal." "Ha ha ha." Rat King Shao Qi squeaked, his scarlet eyes brightening even brighter. Ma Bo climbed the ladder and emerged from the manhole. The sun blazed down, scorching hot, beating down his head, which looked like a messy chicken coop. He squinted and let out a strange groan. "Pa pa pa." Stretching, his joints crackled. When he looked up again, Ma Bo's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. He pulled a pair of sunglasses from his trouser pocket, put them on, and let out a strange laugh. Huge mutant rats emerged from the manhole cover behind him and gathered around him, like stars surrounding the moon. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them appeared, their numbers constantly increasing. They were packed densely together, their squeaking cries akin to a goosebump-inducing melody. Hungry little ones? Now you can feast. This entire city, every person here, is your food. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats were in high spirits, their sharp, terrifying cries rising and falling. In the blink of an eye, they spread in all directions, spreading through the city like a virus. North of the city, the hunting team had reached their destination. There were hundreds of sewer entrances in this area, an average of one every 50 meters. Jiang Mingyao divided the team into groups of 2 or 3, quickly throwing accelerants into the sewers, then waiting for the command to ignite them simultaneously. If any mutant rats appeared, they would attack immediately, and nearby team members were ready to provide support. Jiang Mingyao stood at one of the sewer entrances and peered under the open manhole cover, finding nothing. They didn't have much mixed oil with them, so they picked up some rags and dry branches along the way. However, the sewer entrance was too shallow, so burning them directly wouldn't be effective. We needed someone to go down and place them a little further in to start the fire. The team members set down the combustible materials they found and handed them to a girl named Bai Dai. She was small, only 1.53 meters tall, with a cute round face. Her special ability was Flash, perfect for carrying light supplies over short distances. Bai Dai, I leave it to you. Don't worry, Sister Yao, I take care of you. Bai Dai swiftly carried bundles of branches and rags, flashed back into the sewer, put them down, and then emerged again. And so on, over and over. Sister Yao, this is the last time. I go down, pour the oil, and come back out. Bai Dai, carrying a large bucket of mixed oil, flashed back into the sewer with a smile. So far, so good. Jiang Mingyao's palms were sweating. She calmed herself, touched the console she was wearing, and asked, Group 2. Group 2, please answer, how are your preparations going? Group 2, reporting in, we're pouring oil. We be done in 3 minutes at most. Group 3. Group 3, please answer, how are your preparations going? Group 3, reporting in, we just arrived and are moving the accelerants. We need about 10 more minutes. Okay, Group 3, speed up. Group 4. Group 5. Suddenly, before Jiang Mingyao could finish, she heard a voice from the console, a terrified, sharp voice. Sister Yao, ah. Chapter 191. With a startled scream, Bai Dai, who was supposed to be pouring oil into the sewer, suddenly appeared and shouted urgently, Quick, light the fire, light the fire. The mutant rats are coming out. Before she could finish her words, there was a loud bang. At the sewer entrance, plump, gray-black shadows erupted like a fountain, and countless mutant rats emerged. Jiang Mingyao and everyone else were stunned. The mutant rats arrived so suddenly. Just as they rushed over, squeaking and shrieking, Jiang Mingyao's eyes flashed. She flicked her hand and shot out a stream of flame, forcing the mutant rats back. She transformed into a fiery snake and flew into the sewer. Crash! The flame spread instantly, following the oil-soaked combustible material and igniting fiercely in the sewer. The mutant rat that emerged from behind suddenly caught fire and screamed in pain. The sewer entrance was ablaze with flames, a wave of heat. Finally, no more mutant rats emerged. Don't just stand there, kill them! Jiang Mingyao shouted, simultaneously giving orders to the others through the console. Team 2, fire immediately. Mutant rats have appeared. Captain Jiang, they appeared. We're killing them. Dongzi, are you okay? Jiang Mingyao's mind swam. She hadn't expected the situation to change, the mutant rats to arrive so suddenly. She immediately asked, Team 3, how are things going over there? Mutant rats are out, Captain Jiang. There are so many. We're killing them. There are so many, we can't even start a fire. Jiang Mingyao's heart sank, and she asked, where's Team 4? Team 5, Team 6, answer me at once. So many mutant rats. Captain Jiang, the mutant rats suddenly appeared. We just found the manhole cover and moved it, and the mutant rats suddenly emerged. There was no need to ask any more questions. The situation had changed, and action was urgent. Jiang Mingyao forced herself to calm down and immediately declared, everyone listen. Seal the sewer entrance at all costs. Light a fire, burn the mutant rats, and kill any that emerge. With that, she shot out flames and engaged the mutant rats before her. Bai Dai, clutching the empowered Tang blade, repeatedly dodged the mutant rats' attacks. After the initial panic, she had regained her composure, wielding the Tang blade fearlessly as she slaughtered the mutant rats. She had no idea how many of these low-level mutant beasts she had killed during her hunts. Now, there were simply more of them. There was nothing to fear. As long as they kept killing, they would be wiped out. She and Jiang Mingyao stood back to back, working in unison, and quickly killed 7 or 8 mutant rats. Suddenly, a mutant rat twice her size emerged from nowhere, its crimson eyes fixed on Jiang Mingyao, as if it regarded her as prey. Mutated Rat King? Jiang Mingyao, far from being afraid, sneered. If we kill you, these bastards will be leaderless, right? A fireball condensed in her palm, growing larger and larger. The scorching heat forced even Bai Dai to stay away. Whoosh! The fireball flew out at high speed, aiming for the mutated Rat King. The flames exploded like fireworks. Although without a host, Deng Qilin, 1,000 meters away, could hear Jiang Mingyao's anxious words. An unexpected event. Before anyone was prepared, the mutant rats appeared, and now at least 1/3 of the team was engaged in a fierce battle with them. Although no mutant rats had yet emerged from the sewer exit before him, the faint fishy smell carried by the breeze from below had already given Deng Qilin a premonition. The rats were charging, ready to burst forth. He didn't bother explaining to the others, simply shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way! Prepare for battle." He then struck a match and threw it down. Crack! The match landed, sending sparks flying, instantly igniting the accelerant that had just been poured with oil. Deng Qilin wasn't finished yet. He grabbed the half-filled oil mixture and threw it down with the bucket. He waved his hand and sent another gust of wind, fueled by the wind. The 3-foot-high flames at the sewer entrance instantly doubled in size, erupting with a crashing sound. Xiaoxing and 2 nearby team members, clutching their empowered tang swords, stood vigilant. Suddenly, a strange squeaking sound rang out, and several flaming mutant rats emerged from the flames. They rushed forward, slicing the dazed rats in two with a single blow, leaving blood all over the floor. Luckily, they were also wearing their radios and heard Jiang Mingyao's words. Although they didn't see it, they could hear the panic in Captain Zhang's voice, and guess something had happened. As expected, mutant rats also emerged from the sewer exit they were guarding. Fortunately, Captain Deng reacted quickly and set the fire. In the sewer pipe, the raging fire blocked the mutant rats' path. The mutant rats in front screamed in agony from the burns, while those behind, fearful of the flames, dared not charge forward and turned back. But even more mutant rats were swarming behind them, layer upon layer, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. In the chaos, they began to bite each other, blood splattering everywhere. Squeak, squeak! Rat King Xiaowu screamed, dashing fiercely through the swarm. The fighting rats all stopped motionless. Rat King Xiaowu squeaked a few more times, and the swarm, under his command, changed direction and rushed towards another branch. The rats followed, scurrying underground in a mighty force. Above, Deng Qilin and his men killed over 20 mutant rats, most of them burned by the flames and then slain. Soon, no more mutant rats emerged. Xiaoxing waited a moment, then panted, "Captain, have we won? Are the mutant rats gone?" Deng Qilin knew it wasn't that simple. It's just that this exit is gone. The mutant rats don't dare come up. They must have taken another exit. If it were just the mutant rats, there would have been chaos. But now there was a pervert with the Rat King ability commanding them, and only over 20 mutant rats had died, without even a scratch on the swarm's fur. They absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Let's go support the other brothers. Don't worry about this place. Deng Qilin could see a few dozen meters ahead, where the men guarding another sewer entrance were already engaged in a fight with the mutant rats, and he quickly rushed over. Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan hadn't even reached the paper mill when they saw a large group of mutant rats running around the streets with impunity. "Oh no! Ma Bo has already dispatched the rats. We must act quickly." As he spoke, 7 or 8 mutant rats rushed over and surrounded the car, forcing Lu Yuan to stop. Ouch! The big white wolf transformed into a white shadow and darted away. The rats immediately scattered in fear, but it still managed to bite one, severing its throat in a few bites. For some reason, the rats that had just escaped returned and attacked the big white wolf, seemingly desperate. How dare a tiny rat bite a wolf? The big white wolf swung its claws in anger, snatching 2 mutant rats away, but more rats swarmed in. Jiang Shi, Lu Yuan, and the others were trapped in the car, unable to escape. There were so many mutant rats outside, a sea of them, at least 1,000. Some scrambled up the abandoned corridors, seemingly searching for food, while others even climbed onto car roofs. Jiang Shi's heart sank. She had underestimated the number. Just as Jiayu was about to activate her supernatural power and summon plants to attack, Lu Yuan's palm shone, unleashing a tremendous force. Instantly, pieces of shattered wall automatically cracked, sending rebar flying out. Abandoned cars littered the landscape, swaying and disintegrating. Tires, steering wheels, windows, and other debris fell away, leaving only metal parts suspended in midair. The various metals, as if melting, transformed into thumb-thick steel needles that hovered in midair, their tips pointing downward, a cold glow gleaming. Jiyu and Liu were seeing this for the first time, their eyes wide open. Lin Muyang was even more thrilled. Swish! Hundreds of steel needles descended from the sky, piercing the rats. Chapter 192. Countless mutant rats were pierced by the volley of steel needles, pinned to the ground. They screamed in pain, their bodies spurting blood. In a single blow, Lu Yuan killed 40 or 50 mutant rats. Seeing this, Lin Muyang snapped his fingers and said, "Wow, Captain Lu. Is that a new trick? How come I haven't seen it before? It's amazing." With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan plucked the steel needles from the mutant rats out as if by an invisible hand. Each needle dripped with blood and hung in midair. Swish, 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 the steel needles crisscrossed, continuing to pierce through the swarm of rats, piercing the bodies of the remaining mutant rats like phantoms. Frightened by the deadly slaughter, they dared not attack the car anymore and fled. The great white wolf howled and chased after it. It aimed its claws at a fat mutant rat, its sharp claws instantly tearing deep, bloody wounds into its body, its intestines ripped open, and blood spurted out. The great white wolf bit its neck off and moved on to another one. But the mutant rats, seemingly desperate, attacked the big white wolf. Over a dozen of them attacked. It swatted one away with its claws, but it was still overwhelmed by the sheer number of mutants, and was bitten as well. With a roar, the big white wolf was about to charge into the swarm of rats when Jiangshi shouted, "Xiaoguai, come back." Even if the big white wolf's strength could crush the mutant rats, killing 1,000 enemies, while losing 300 of its own was still not worth it. She couldn't bear to see Xiaoguai get bit by the rats. The big white wolf killed another mutant rat before obediently retreating. After Lu Yuan unleashed another barrage of steel needles, scaring the rats away, they finally got out of the car. The view was filled with a dense swarm of mutant rats. Countless of them, each the size of a large dog, huddled together like a sea of rats. Jiangshi had never seen so many mutant rats before, and her hand, gripping the hilt of her knife, was sweating. Despite their thorough preparations, Ma Bo had still detected them, and launched an attack prematurely. Jiyu and Liu's faces paled, and the stench that permeated the air made them nauseous. Though the rats hadn't attacked yet, retreating with bloodshot eyes, they didn't flee, as if under orders. Instead, they surrounded the blue SUV, emitting terrifying screams. "This pack of mutants has a leader. We must eliminate the Rat King." Scanning her surroundings, Jiangshi's powerful perception allowed her to detect something. "There, the Rat King!" She raised her hand and pointed, spotting a giant rat with shinier fur hiding among the rats. It was slightly larger than the surrounding mutant rats, but not noticeably so. Only upon closer inspection could one detect the malevolent venom in its red eyes, a sentiment only possessed by intelligent creatures. It was definitely the Rat King. Lu Yuan's eyes grew cold, and he pointed his finger. Several steel needles shot straight at the Rat King. The Rat King sensed the murderous intent and screamed. Even though the Rat King summoned 7 or 8 minions to block him, it still couldn't escape Lu Yuan's precise strike. It tried to flee, but it was too late. 2 steel needles pierced the Rat King's body, and another pierced its head. The Rat King screamed shrilly, and blood flowed all over the ground. Leaderless, the rats immediately fell into chaos. Some mutant rats rushed towards them, but many more fled. "Kill!" Jiangshi shouted, severing the head of the fastest mutant rat. The sharp, empowered Tang sword bisected its head like tofu, blood coating the blade. With a horizontal swing, she severed another mutant rat in 2. Jiyu also took action. Under the influence of his Woodbay's supernatural power, the dense vines and roots around him grew wildly, like ropes entwining the mutant rats. The weeds grew straight, piercing their bodies. The devouring ghost vine flower hidden within Jiyu's body emerged, and 4 or 5 large, bright red flowers, larger than her face, instantly burst forth, biting down upon several mutant rats that had charged towards her. The petals closed, and the sharp teeth within the stamens directly severed the mutant rats' bodies. The exposed rear half of the body trembled incessantly, and the tail slowly ceased its twitching. Blood flowed down the flower vine, quickly absorbed, and the 6th bud quietly blossomed. With the devouring ghost vine flower's aid, Jiyu charged into the rat swarm, slaughtering them relentlessly, sending them fleeing in terror. Lin Muyang was finally able to take action. He howled, hurling fireballs at the scurrying rats. With a bang, flames flew forth, as if imbued with life, exploding like fireworks, igniting the fur of a swarm of mutant rats. The squeaking grew sharper, and the flaming rats scrambled in agony, igniting the fur of their companions and charring them black in an instant. Some crashed into rocks, others convulsed, and still others, like mad, biting other rats without distinguishing friend from foe, further escalating the chaos. Liu darted through the rat swarm like a gust of wind, swiftly moving at 6 meters per second. Swinging her empowered tang sword, she severed the heads of each mutant rat. This time, she didn't use a compound bow. While the superior position was advantageous, she was short of arrows. The empowered tang sword's decapitation power was exceptional, and against even the most basic mutant beasts, the mutant rats, it was a single strike. Only Li Yuan didn't make a move. Though those few moves seemed simple, powerful, and domineering, they consumed far more than 3 times his own mental energy. There were too many mutant rats. He needed to recover quickly and maintain peak condition. Half an hour later. Finally, there were no more living mutant rats around the SUV. Rat carcasses littered the ground, some burned to charcoal, others cut in pieces, leaving the ground a bloody red. The air mingled with the stench of burnt blood and fur, and scattered flames lingered, a testament to the thrill of the previous battle. Finally, we're done. I'm so tired. Lin Muyang covered his nose, panting. We must have killed at least 200 or 300, but unfortunately, even more escaped. That pervert, Ma Bo, actually managed to get so many mutant rats. If I catch him, I make him eat them all. Only then, after Jiyu withdrew her devouring ghost vine flower, did she feel her legs weaken. She was usually terrified of rats, and the sight of so many mutant rats gathered together made her feel completely limp. She hadn't thought too much in the moment, but now, clutching Jiangxi's arm, she retched and vomited. Jiangxi patted her back and encouraged her. It's okay, Xiaoyu. You've been amazing. But the situation is urgent, and we can't rest. Ma Bo is no longer hiding in the sewers. We have to find him, or the rat plague will be over. She said to Li Yuan, leave the search for Ma Bo to me. There are too many mutant rats, and you have to kill them all. Li Yuan nodded, told her to be careful, and, without caring about his car, quickly left with Lin Muyang. Jiangxi also left with Jiyu and Li Yu, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Big White Wolf followed closely behind. After walking along the garbage-strewn road for a while, they finally saw no more mutant rats. This was the old northern part of the city, dotted with abandoned and dilapidated buildings, with only a few still intact. In these buildings, there were people hiding behind windows, peeking at them. They were survivors living there. Jiangxi could feel their gazes, shock, relief at having survived, and admiration and curiosity for them. She didn't pay much attention to them. Everyone was busy exterminating the mutant rats. She had to find Ma Bo as soon as possible and apprehend the culprit. Ayu, take me up. I need to observe. Li Yu said nothing, carrying Jiangxi in her arms, and flew off. They rose rapidly, and in a moment, they were 300 meters high, still rising. Chapter 193. As the northern city streets came into view, Li Yu and Jiangxi's eyes narrowed simultaneously. Although there were no mutant rats near them, just 1,000 meters away, in a residential complex, at least 40 or 50 mutant rats were attacking civilians. Further away, in front of a collapsed office building, mutant rats continuously emerged from several sewer entrances, swarming around. Several individuals, armed with empowered tang swords, were engaged in a fierce battle, clearly members of the hunting team. The two could clearly see the fleeting shadows slithering through the streets and alleys, biting anyone they encountered. The entire northern city was in chaos. Smoke billowed from burning sewer openings everywhere, as rampaging rats engaged in a fierce battle with the crowds, their screams muffled. Human and rat corpses were intermingled, and from time to time, people were mauled to death. The sight of this made the two feel a sinking feeling in their hearts, and they didn't know where to begin even if they wanted to save them. Damn it! Jiang, can you sense where he's hiding? Li Yu was furious. She wished Ma Bo was right there, so she could stab the ba*** to death. Jiangxi calmed his mind and focused his senses. The sky was interwoven with invisible lines, some thick, some thin, like a tangled web, conveying a variety of emotions to Jiangxi. Some felt cool, some numb, some tingling, and some warm. But Jiangxi saw nothing suspicious. Li Yu and Jiangxi flew over various locations in the sky above City C, gradually leaving the northern part of the city. Jiyu, riding on the big white wolf, followed them in their direction, galloping wildly, unable to catch up even if they encountered a swarm of rats. But after a long while, Jiangshi still hadn't found any trace of Ma Bo. Where exactly is he hiding? East of the city, White House 1027. Lan Zipeng dispatched half of his psychics to guard the nearby manhole, preventing mutant rats from appearing. The rest remained in the White House, ready for support. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and there was still no movement. A subordinate returned to report, asking if they should withdraw. Lan Zipeng hesitated. We should continue to hold on. We have to wait until after today to make a final decision. Captain, the brothers don't think the situation is that serious. They must be making a big deal out of nothing. There are so many people in units 139 and 458. Even if there are hundreds of mutant rats, it's not our turn to kill them. A team member grumbled. Guarding the manhole cover all day, unable to go anywhere, wasted a whole day. Don't let your guard down. Go and guard it. Lan Zipeng's face darkened. The subordinate left in frustration. At the door of the White House, Shen Amren emerged, her expression unusual. Zipeng. Lan Zipeng turned and saw that she seemed unwell. He asked with concern, Amren, didn't you sleep well? I told you to stay in your room and rest. What if the mutant rats come, and you can't help but take action? Shen Amren said worriedly, I can't sit still. I have a bad feeling. Her ability is quite special, precognition. Through dreams, she can see what will happen in the coming period, thus knowing in advance. But Shen Amren's ability has only just advanced, and she can't clearly predict what will happen in the future or when. She only has scattered images, and sometimes she forgets most of them upon waking, leaving her to analyze them herself. Did you dream about anything? Lan Zipeng's face changed slightly. Shen Amren wasn't sure either. I just took a nap and dreamt of a swarm of mutant rats. They were like a surging sea. The scene suddenly changed, and I saw us hiding in a White House, surrounded by mutant rats. The scene was so horrific that she couldn't even describe 1/10 of its horror. The image was just so fragmented that she had no idea what was happening. Lan Zipeng didn't care. He hugged his wife and comforted her. It's okay, Amren. This isn't a manifestation of your superpower. It could just be a nightmare. You're pregnant and easily startled. It's normal to have nightmares. Really? Shen Amren felt uneasy. Think about it. No matter how many mutant rats there are, how can they resemble an ocean? Besides, how could we possibly hide in a White House? Even if the mutant rats came, would we be afraid of them? We just kill them and be done with them. Really? Maybe I'm just being overly concerned. Shen Amren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to go upstairs to rest for a while, several psychics from the psychic group suddenly ran over from a distance, shouting, Oh no, boss! Something's happened. Lan Zipeng and Shen Amren's heart sank. Then one of them said in a panic, There are mutant rats coming this way, a dense swarm. They even driven away a group of ordinary people, but they haven't killed them. This is so strange. What? Mutant rats driving away people? Not killing them. The two could hardly wrap their heads around this scene. Was they seeing things, or what? In front of the villa complex entrance, a group of pale, thin men huddled together, trembling as they moved forward. They were the few ordinary people in City C who had survived to this day, about 100 or so, and they had been hiding in air raid shelters, barely surviving. Suddenly, a swarm of mutant rats emerged from the darkness, their scarlet eyes like demons. They were terrified, thinking they were about to be eaten. But the rats didn't kill them, only gnawing at their feet. They were forced to flee the air raid shelter, and see the light of day outside again. Only then did they realize how many mutant rats there were, at least 1,000 of them, a massive black mass. They squeaked, clawed, and bit greedily, scaring the women and children to tears, and even the men to tears. They offered a little resistance, but were instantly dragged into the swarm and devoured, leaving them with nothing but skeletons. They were driven through the city by the rats for a long time, but gradually they realized that if they remained obedient and didn't resist, they would avoid being eaten by the rats. The rats seemed to be forcing them somewhere. After walking for an unknown amount of time, someone saw a tall, strange white building ahead, standing out among the villas. It's the White House! Someone shouted, I heard of it. This is the White House. As long as you live here, you don't have to worry about the gray fog or the mutant beasts. They can't get in. Come on, go check it out. A group of ordinary people, driven by the rat swarm, suddenly saw hope. Almost forgetting the mutant rats nearby, they rushed towards White House 1027 with wide eyes. Chapter 194. When Lan Zipeng saw hundreds of ordinary people being driven towards them by a swarm of mutant rats, he sensed something was amiss. Amren, get in quick. Lan Zipeng was horrified and regretted his actions. He had never seen so many mutant rats before. It was indeed just like the nightmare she had just described. The vast swarm of mutant rats, like a black ocean, surged in from all sides of the villa complex. Wherever they passed, tall shrubs were devoured and trees as thick as a man's embrace swayed, as if the rats were demonstrating their power, forcing the enemy to retreat. Even more worrying for Lan Zipeng, Shen Anren, and the others was that the driven ordinary people actually rushed towards them, screaming for help. "What are you doing? Stop running. Stop. That's not where you're supposed to be. Kill them. There are so many mutant rats." The members of the psionic corps panicked. They had to stop both the mutant rats and the ordinary people from rushing towards the White House. Chaos reigned, but they couldn't do anything. But the ordinary people also grew anxious. "We're about to be eaten by the mutant rats. You won't even let us hide in the White House. Do you want to kill us? Everyone charge. Once we get into the White House, we won't have to worry about these mutant rats anymore. Honey, wait for me." The previously panicked crowd suddenly felt hopeful and rushed towards the White House ahead. Lan Zipeng's face changed drastically. He pulled Shen Anren in and shouted, "Everyone, get back." The psychics of the psionic corps turned and rushed back into the White House. But some team members were still fighting the mutant rats at a distance. They had no time to return and were blocked by the oncoming crowd, forcing them to continue fighting the rats. An invisible barrier appeared, rendering the White House impenetrable, impervious to any danger from outside. Bang! Several ordinary people charging and slammed into the invisible door, as if encountering a transparent glass wall, unable to enter. The people behind, oblivious, continued to charge forward, still shouting about escaping the swarm, pitting the men in front against the White House's door, unable to move. The men in front, crushed to their knees, cried out in agony, "Let us in. Quick, quick, open the door. Please save us. Open the door." One by one, the mutant rats closed their encirclement, their squeaking like a wave, pushing the group closer to the White House. Shen Anren's eyes widened. These mutant rats. Something's wrong. They're clearly the lowest level mutants, yet how could they act like they possess intelligence, forcing ordinary people to attack the White House? Lan Zipeng and the other team members inside the White House also noticed. This must be Mabwa's doing. He wants us to open the White House and rescue these people, or watch them get mauled to death by the rats. Too threatening us with the lives of ordinary people. How despicable. The team members were buzzing with discussion, cursing Mabwa for his perversion and cruelty. But no one knew that Mabwa wasn't as complex as they thought. He simply wanted everyone dead. The more deaths, the more brutal and fun it was, the happier he was. High in the sky, Liu had already flown to the east of the city and pointed at the dark mass ahead. Jiang, look. So many mutant rats. Why are they all heading towards White House 1027? Jiangxi thought of Lan Zipeng's perfunctory response and worried that they wouldn't be prepared and something bad would happen. She didn't care what happened to the psychic group. The priority was finding Mabwa. Following the rat swarm should be fine. You follow me? Mabwa might be just ahead. Jiangxi headed east, facing the wind. Liu suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. The closer they got, the more Jiangxi could sense the various fluctuations. The rat's murderous intent, greed, and bloodlust transformed into numbing and tingling energy, filling the entire space. The crowd's panic was as cold as water. Liu slowly lowered her altitude, perched on a 100-meter-tall tree trunk, and lowered Jiangxi. Various fluctuations surged, creating a chaotic mess. Jiangxi searched among the rats, scanning the nearby buildings, trying to determine where Mabwa was hiding. "Ayu, go down and tell Xiaoyu to find Li Yuan and bring him here." "Mabwa might be here," Jiangxi said. Liu immediately flew down and informed Jiayu, who was hiding under a tree, of the situation. "Okay, then you and Sister Jiang, be careful," Jiayu nodded. He patted the big white wolf's head, and it transformed into a white shadow and flew away. In front of White House 1027, nearly 100 ordinary people were nearly frantic. They cried and begged, hoping to get inside to take shelter, but they couldn't. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, and the dozens of mutant rats surrounding them flashed red in their eyes. They immediately rushed into the crowd, pounced on several people, and began to bite them. "Ah! Help! Help me! Wah!" The children's cries shattered, and they fell helplessly to the ground, only to be devoured by the mutant rats in the blink of an eye. Men and women fell to the ground, desperately resisting, but to no avail. Over a dozen people were devoured in the blink of an eye. The remaining people were completely frantic. They desperately assaulted the door of the White House, shouting in anger and despair, open the door. Let us in, open the door. Are you really going to watch us get mauled to death? I don't want to die, please. Inside the White House, Lan Zipeng and Shen Anren watched the scene outside, their hearts pounding. These were clearly the lowest level mutant rats, but now their numbers were too numerous, posing a deadly threat. What should they do? Kill them! So many mutant rats, they made it here. No wonder we can't find them. Attack! Don't let any escape. Just as the psychic group was arguing, countless more arrived. Wind blades, sword flashes, flames. The mutant rats, instantly killed, fled, squeaking and screaming. Green vines silently spread along the ground, wrapping around the mutant rats' limbs and bodies. Then someone aimed a knife at the mutant rats and slashed them in two. Look over there. Shen Anren suddenly noticed something and pointed to another spot, urging Lan Zipeng to look quickly. He glanced over and saw countless scraps of metal flying up from the air, rapidly melting and transforming into sharp steel needles that fell from the sky, instantly piercing the bodies of dozens of mutant rats. Lan Zipeng saw a familiar figure and took a deep breath. It's Lu Yuan. Is this his metallization ability? I only heard about it before, but now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. It's countless times more powerful than his petrification ability. Those are the psychics from White Rooms 139 and 1027. Why are they here? They're here to help us. Look how strong they are. Inside the White Room, the members of the Psi Corps became excited, their previous frustrations about being trapped vanishing without a trace. Boss, open the door. Let's fight our way out. Yes, reinforcements are here. We don't have to fear these mutant rats anymore. We need to fight our way out. Captain, open the door. Looking at everyone's excitement, Lan Zipeng felt incredibly guilty. With a sudden thought, he opened the door to the White Room and shouted, "Go ahead, kill them all." And ran, "Just stay inside. I'd be out helping too." Seeing Lu Yuan and the others arrive, along with the men from the hunting team, Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. Those ordinary people might be able to survive. But what about Ma Bo? Where was he hiding? Would he reappear after killing all the mutant rats? Chapter 195. As the crowd arrived and joined the battle, the mutant rats, far from fleeing, launched a fierce attack. Jiangxi stood 100 meters high in a tree, staring down in astonishment. The mutant rats rushed forward like mad, fearless of death. Whether ordinary or psychic, they bit everyone they saw, even if they would be torn to pieces and burned in the next moment. The screams were dizzying, and the ordinary people caught in the middle suffered even more. They cried for help, but the mutant rats swarmed over them, pounced on them, and mauled them to the ground. The scene was horrific. Even though the psychics desperately killed the mutant rats, countless people still died. Jiang. Damn it! Liu stood beside her, teeth clenched, eager to rush down. If she hadn't brought her compound bow and had to protect Jiangxi, she would have attacked without hesitation. Jiangxi also clenched his fists as he watched. Mabua, that beast must be hiding in the shadows, controlling the rats to attack everyone. If we don't find him, not only these ordinary people, but even the hunting team and Lu Yuan's men will be sacrificed. Calm down, you must calm down. Jiangxi took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and sensed everything. An overwhelming murderous intent surged, drowning out all other emotions, like thorns piercing her skin. This was the murderous intent emanating from the rats and the psychics, evenly distributed, yet far more intense than before. Jiangxi's senses spread, like invisible wings, soaring over the crowds, the rats, the ruined buildings, reaching deeper and deeper into the realms beyond her sight. A dark, cold aura mingled with it, looming and fading until she finally detected it. She followed the scent, going deeper and deeper, becoming more and more certain. Suddenly, Jiangxi's eyes opened, and she gazed at a villa 100 meters away. The hairs on the back of her hand stood on end. Below the villa, more than 10 meters away, Ma Bo was definitely there. This must be the villa's basement. There was a strong evil aura, and nearby were several weaker auras, equally filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the Rat King. I found it, Ma Bo. Right there. Jiangxi stared fixedly ahead, speaking word by word. Are you sure, Jiang? Then I go notify Captain Liu. Liu's eyes lit up. It's definitely Ma Bo, right below that villa. Please tell Lu Yuan to capture him alive, Jiangxi said. Ma Bo was still very useful. They needed to get information about the potion from him. Besides, he had caused such a big mess, so he couldn't just die. Soon, Liu flew down. A short while later, Lu Yuan learned the news and immediately led Lin Muyang into the villa. Jiangshi was too far away to see clearly, but he could only see the people in villas 139 and 458 engaged in a fierce battle with the mutant rats. Behind them, the door to Villa 1027 also opened, and Lan Zipeng and his team also engaged the mutant rats, managing to save some civilians. 10 minutes later, perhaps because the Rat King had died, the rats began to flee in disorder, their organized attacks no longer in sight. The rat swarm, like a black ocean, grew increasingly chaotic, with more and more mutant rats fleeing, their bodies strewn across the ground. A single white figure stood out, leaping among the rats like a maniac. It was the Great White Wolf. With a single swipe of its claws, several mutant rats were sent flying. The Great White Wolf's fur had already dyed red, and it was exhausted from the countless mutant rats it had killed. Even so, it continued to leap, charging into the area where the mutant rats were most concentrated, more enthusiastic than anyone else. This little darling. Jiangshi smiled. She would definitely give it a big reward when she got back. Suddenly, staring at the villa in the distance, she sensed a peculiar aura, the aura of fire. It's going to explode. Just as the thought occurred, a loud bang erupted from the villa. Tongues of flame shot out from the doors and windows. Even the tempered glass couldn't withstand the intensity of the blast, shattering along with the walls. Everyone was shocked, watching in amazement as the blazing flames and explosions erupted from the villa, quickly retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The mutant rats scattered in all directions. Everyone reacted and continued to chase them. As if they had lost all resistance, they fled indiscriminately, but were reduced to stone statues by wind blades, earth spikes, and even invisible attacks, completely routed. Jiangshi stared at the villa, her evil thoughts and murderous intent vanishing. A moment later, a figure emerged, bathed in flames. Unharmed, the flames blazed wildly around him, crackling and flaming like a king of fire. Everyone! We caught Mappa! The figure flashed a scissor sign to the crowd, striking a cool pose. His domineering aura suddenly transformed into a bit of a middle school kid. The crowd cheered. Zhongling waved her empowered Tang sword at Lin Muyang, shouting, "Where's Captain Lu? Where's Mappa?" The fire was so intense, he didn't burn to death, did he? Lin Muyang emerged triumphantly. Captain Lu didn't kill Mappa, so he let me out first. Captain Lu destroyed this villa. You didn't see it, the fight just now was so exciting. Before he could finish his words, Zhongling and the others had noticed something and ran over. Captain Lu. We finally caught Ma Bo. I want to see what this pervert looks like. On the other side of the villa, hidden by the grass, the side door to the basement opened. Lu Yuan carried Ma Bo, whose hands and feet were bound by wire, out. He was still as clean as before, his clothes spotless, not a speck of blood. Aside from his slightly disheveled hair and his depleted mental energy, it was hard to tell he'd just been through a battle. The mutant rats had almost fled in the blink of an eye. Some were still fighting, while the rest surrounded Lu Yuan. Ma Bo was thrown to the ground, lying in the grass like garbage. His messy hair was stained with blood, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar's, some even burned. His arm had been severed by a sharp blade, leaving only half, and blood gushed out continuously. His body twitched, his breath dwindling, and he would soon die. Someone bring some healing medicine. Stop the bleeding. We can't let him die just yet, Lu Yuan said, searching the crowd for Jiangshi. If she hadn't told him, no one would have known Ma Bo was hiding here. The crisis was finally over. Li Yu, carrying Jiangshi, flew down from the tree. A mutant rat rushed towards her in panic, followed by a psychic. Jiangshi swung her knife and accurately decapitated the rat. The psychic recognized her and politely greeted her. Thank you, Boss Jiang. We still have a few mutant rats left. Keep up the good work. You worked hard, Jiangshi said with a smile. Although the scene was chaotic, corpses were everywhere, and the air was thick with a stench. She knew they had finally won. Jiangshi saw Lu Yuan capture Ma Bo, and was about to go over when an apologetic voice called out from beside her, Boss Jiang. She turned and saw Lan Zipeng. Lan Zipeng, his body covered in blood, mustered up the courage to say, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I don't know how we eliminate all these mutant rats. Boss Jiang, I have something to tell you. Can we come sit in the White Room?" Chapter 196. Jiangshi guessed Lan Zipeng was going to apologize, but she didn't want to discuss it right now. Sorry, Captain Lan, I still have a lot to discuss with Lu Yuan. Let's talk when we have time. Without looking at Lan Zipeng again, she turned and walked forward. Lan Zipeng stood there, stunned, watching her walk away. After a long moment, he sighed in frustration. With Ma Bo, Jiang Shi, and Lu Yuan returned to White House 458. The remaining aftermath was dealt with gradually. Although some rats still escaped, without Ma Bo's control, even a rat king wouldn't cause any trouble. Hunting could be carried out as usual. A rough count showed that over 3,500 mutant rats had been killed today, most of them by Lu Yuan. An estimated 1,000 or so escaped. Jiang Shi was fortunate that compared to the horrors of the previous city massacre, the damage caused by Ma Bo this time was much less. Although he possessed a perverted personality, he wasn't as powerful as he was in his previous life. If he hadn't controlled several rat kings, he wouldn't have been able to cause this chaos. Many ordinary people died at the hands of the mutant rats, approximately 70 or 80, mostly defenseless survivors. Other smaller factions also suffered casualties, but fortunately, not too many. As for the men from White Houses 139 and 458, although fully armed, they still suffered casualties. Because they were at the forefront, eliminating the most mutant rats, 3 were unfortunately killed and over a dozen injured. In addition, a large number of mutant rat carcasses were piled up, requiring disposal, which would likely take at least 3 to 5 days. The bodies of young rats lacked flesh and had not formed crystal cores, so they could be incinerated directly. The crystal cores of each adult rat had to be removed and examined for pink crystal or ordinary crystal cores. If it's a rose crystal, it means the mutant rat was injected with a special agent, making its meat inedible and must be incinerated. However, if it's a normal E-grade crystal core, it can be saved and used as meat. Mutated rats are also a vital food source. That's why the hunting team only takes the mutant rats they kill, given the abundance of food in White House 139. For other factions, they're one of the most readily available meats. Thousands of mutant rats are a huge amount of meat, so they shouldn't be wasted. The canning workshop's preliminary preparations are almost complete. With this batch of mutant rats, if they're all processed and sold as canned rat meat, they yield at least tens of thousands of crystal cores. Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan briefly explained the situation and handed it off to the appropriate personnel. It was getting late, so Jiang Shi told the others to return to 139 and continue tomorrow. She would stay in 458 and interrogate Ma Bo with Lu Yuan overnight. After dinner, the two arrived at the door of the makeshift cell. Lu Yuan's mind struck a chord, and a small, 1-foot square window opened in the white wall, with 3 bars running down its center. Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi looked over. The floor had been stained and bloody by Ma Bo. It was unclear what he had just done, but now he lay motionless, as if already dead. Ma Bo, if you don't want to die, get up. I have something to ask you. At the sound of the voice, Ma Bo slowly opened his eyes, a sly glint in his eyes. With much pain, he rose, leaning against the wall. Looking out the window, he weakly said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Lu Yuan, of course, wouldn't deny it. He paused and said, "As long as you cooperate, we might consider sparing your life." Ma Bo's eyes darkened, and he said briskly, "Anyway, I've been captured by you. I'm well aware of the White House's power. There's no way I can escape. Okay, ask me anything. I tell you everything I know. I hope you won't go back on your word." Surely so cooperative? Jiang Shi sensed something was amiss and gave Lu Yuan a look. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then turned to peer through the small window. He asked in a deep voice, "Ma Bo, tell me, when did you arrive in City C? On whose orders did you come? And what's your purpose in controlling so many mutant rats?" "I've been in City C for almost 2 months. I was sent here by Yi Shuwei, the second son of Yi Dongshan, the head of the Yi group." "My purpose?" Ma Bo smiled grimly, glanced at Lu Yuan outside the cell, and said quietly, "Of course, to use my special abilities to spread the virus and massacre everyone in City C. Unfortunately, you found me before I was ready." Lu Yuan. A frown crossed his face. "What virus?" "Of course it's the plague, an enhanced version of it." Ma Bo chuckled, his neck stretched out like a goose. "This was developed by a poisoner under White House number 2, but it needs to be nurtured for a long time within the bodies of mutant beasts. Today, the plague virus has matured. When you attacked me, I unleashed the rats, and you all got infected." Jiang Shi didn't understand. How could it be spreading a virus? He had clearly come to City C to inject the mutant beasts with drugs and create rose crystals. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to ask, Ma Bo chuckled. "Lu Yuan, do you think you succeeded by killing my rats?" "No. This virus has already spread through the mutant rats. Everyone who came into contact with them today is infected. In less than 3 days. Lu Yuan, he's talking nonsense, Jiangxi suddenly spoke. She had never heard of White Room Number 2 researching the plague virus, and she knew Ma Bao's intentions, so she concluded he was lying, merely trying to scare them. I'm not lying. This plague virus is real, and you all been infected. Ma Bao smiled grimly. In 3 days at most, your bodies will fester and turn into a pool of rotting flesh, and you die. But if you let me go, I can reveal the antidote. Otherwise, even if I die, I'd be buried with so many of you. What could I possibly be dissatisfied with? Lu Yuan's eyes darkened at his sinister gaze. Jiangxi shook his head at him. He's just talking nonsense, stalling for time. It seems he won't confess unless he's taught a lesson. He needs a beating. In the cell, Ma Bao shouted viciously, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, just wait for the virus to take hold. Lu Yuan, don't regret it when your men die. You be in trouble too. Swish! Before he could finish his words, several sharp needles shot out from the cell floor, instantly piercing Ma Bao's body. Lu Yuan, of course, believed Jiangxi and attacked immediately. He screamed, ah! Lu Yuan, I'm not lying, you little bitch, you. You don't believe me, forget it. Ah! It hurts my foot. You're already infected. Ah! Damn it! You actually poked my asshole. Lu Yuan, you're despicable. A shrill scream echoed from the cell. Ma Bao collapsed to the ground, his body pierced by white needles. After a moment, the long needles retracted. Just as Ma Bao had paused, they pierced the floor again. One even pierced his anus again, causing him to leap up and curse in agony. All sorts of vicious words gushed out, and Ma Bao had no time to falsify his story. The pain was piercing his heart. The cell floor was already covered in sharp needles, each one as evenly spaced as an embroidery needle. Ma Bao had no way of dodging them. He was pierced in the soles of his feet or his palms, but the wounds weren't fatal, and he screamed in agony. Even so, he still refused to surrender. Jiangxi knew Ma Bao's perversion well. Anyone else wouldn't have endured such torture for long before confessing. But to get him to confess, I guess we have to use some tricks. Jiangxi looked at Li Yuan, a glint in his eyes. Give him some serious power. There's no need to talk about human rights when dealing with people like him. Lu Yuan's lips curled coldly. I remember a horror movie I saw before, about a slicer. I wonder how long he can handle it. Let's cut off a leg first. Chapter 197. A section protruded from the top of the cell, forming a thin, white, circular disc with countless tiny gears around its edges. With a hum, the disc began to spin at breakneck speed. It continued to approach Ma Bao below. Because its rotational speed exceeded the human eye's frequency, it was impossible to see clearly. Only the faint sound of the wind it created gave a clear sense of its power. What are you trying to do? Stop! Stop! Ma Bao's pupil shrank, and he clung to the wall, his body tense, and sweat pouring down with fear. The white disc continued to approach his legs, and Ma Bao quickly moved away, but the cell was so small that he had nowhere to hide. In his panic, he cursed and cried out in anger. Outside the cell, Jiangxi listened quietly to Ma Bao's vicious words. Suddenly, he let out a shrill howl that seemed to pierce the sky, then the sound stopped abruptly, clearly fainting. The whirling sound of the wind continued, and a faint smell of blood drifted through the window. Although Jiangxi hadn't seen it, he knew what had happened to Ma Bao. Serves him right. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. A moment later, Ma Bao awoke from the pain and let out another heartbreaking howl. Then he fainted again. This continued over and over again, and Lu Yuan didn't stop, not even a flicker of expression, as if his heart were stone. Finally, Ma Bao lost the energy to curse, and even his pleas were sobbing. I'm telling you. Boss Lu, please give me a quick death. Stop torturing me. I was sent to City C by the Yi Group to produce super energy crystal cores. Jiangxi's lips curled, finally admitting. Super energy crystal cores. Is that what the Yi family calls pink crystals? Seemingly seeking only a quick death, Ma Bao revealed everything. To obtain super energy crystal cores, the raw material for genetic medicine, the Yi Group had been aggressively injecting special drugs into mutant beasts. City D was running low on mutant beasts, so they were targeting those elsewhere. Unexpectedly, the person they found in City C proved unreliable, sparking a furor. To maintain secrecy, the Yi Group decided to send their own personnel. Second son Yi Zhuowei approached Ma Bao and instructed him to use his special abilities to control the mutant rats in City C and mass-produce super energy crystal cores. Upon completion, he would be allowed to live in the upper-class district, where he would enjoy all the privileges and beauties he could desire. Hearing this, Jiangxi thought of his past life. The interior of White House Number 2 resembled a massive multi-story building, with over 200 floors. The upper-class district was reserved for members of the Yi family and their direct lineage, a symbol of prestige and privilege, affording them the greatest privileges. The middle floors were for the psychics who served, while the lower floors were for the most enslaved ordinary people. It was not only crowded, but also devoid of privacy. This class division of power was reflected in the floors. Everyone in White House 2 wanted to live as high as possible. Jiangxi once lived on the 103rd floor. The second young master said that if I could turn in 3,000 super energy crystal cores every month, he would allow me to return to White House 2 and live permanently in the upper floors after a year. As for letting the mutant rats kill people, you discovered it. I wanted to strike first and wipe out the entire city. After all, it wouldn't affect my mission. The Miracle Squad told me. Their captain wanted to curry favor with me, so he leaked your operation. I acted out of anger. It didn't matter if people died, as long as there were mutant beasts producing super energy crystal cores. You ask me why I kill people? I'm so happy. I just love hearing those people's screams. What's the difference between those ordinary people and ants? Ah! No, stop now. You told me to tell you. Why are you torturing me again? What? Ma Bo collapsed to the ground, sobbing. These two were terrifying. He had already confessed, and they were still torturing him even after he told the truth. They didn't keep their word, and their methods were even more cruel than his. Demons! How did you create the super energy crystal core? What formula did the Yi family give you? Jiangxi asked the question he wanted to know most. Ma Bo panted for a long time before speaking weakly. Making a super energy crystal core isn't difficult. It's a Yi family secret, but the second young master told me. If I tell you, you must promise to give me a quick death. Otherwise, Jiangxi said coldly, don't worry. If you tell me, I give you a quick death. But if you keep making up lies, what I just said was just an appetizer. Try it if you don't believe me. No. I'm telling the truth. Ma Bo trembled with fear and said quickly, making this. The potion's main ingredient is a substance extracted from female beast urine called urokinase. I have no idea what it is. Once injected into a male mutant beast, it will trigger the crystal nucleus to mutate into a superpowered nucleus in about a month. Yes, but the potion can only be injected into male mutant beasts. It won't work on females. Young male mutant beasts will work, but it takes time for the nucleus to form, so I only inject it into adult males. After hearing what Ma Bo said, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan were deeply shocked. This potion was actually extracted from urine? The mutant beasts that formed pink crystals could only be male, not female. Even Jiangxi hadn't noticed. Whether it was true or not, they would find out after a test. Ma Bo revealed the location of the extractor, hidden in the sewer where he'd previously been staying. Jiangxi asked him for more details, including information about the Yi group, and he answered them all honestly. Can you just give me a quick death? Even as death approached, Ma Bo looked rather pitiful. His face was covered in tears and snot, his hand was broken, and his leg had been sliced. The ground was covered in blood. Lu Yuan glanced through the small window and said calmly, once we find the extractor, we try it out as you said, and confirm that everything you said is true. Just wait, don't rush to die. Ma Bo was stunned. Couldn't he just die? Do these two have any conscience? Is there any justice left? Boss Lu just killed me. I'm half human now, half ghost, and I can't survive anyway. Stop torturing me. He struggled to his feet, grabbed the bars, and shouted urgently outside. But Lu Yuan and Jiangxi ignored him, and walked away. The window vanished, leaving only a small white cube, completely muffling even the sound within. The next day, Lu Yuan sent men to the location Ma Bo had mentioned. Sure enough, they found a wooden box, 1 foot square. Inside was a strangely constructed metal device made up of countless tubes and parts. It must be the extractor Ma Bo had mentioned. Take this thing back with you. Have Wang Fu try it out. Let me know the results, Lu Yuan said. Okay, I'd be the first to let you know when I have any news. Jiangxi accepted the grimy box and nodded. If there's anything I need to know about Ma Bo, I contact you. Just don't let him die for now. Finally, she had the recipe for the special potion, and she couldn't wait to go back and try it. Once she succeeded, she could mass-produce rose quartz. When Jiangxi returned to White House 139 and was about to rush to find Wang Fu, she was greeted by laughter and applause, surrounded by countless people. Wow! Boss Jiang is finally back. Victory! 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 We won, we should celebrate. We haven't been this happy in ages. Jiang Maisie, you know how excited everyone was last night, waiting for you to come back and celebrate. Liang Jinwei emerged from the crowd with a smile on her face, looking at Jiang Shi with satisfaction. Everyone has dedicated so much time and energy to the citywide defense, even shedding blood and making sacrifices. Now that we won, as the owner of White House 139 Jiang Maisie, shouldn't you host a banquet to celebrate? Chapter 198. Jiang Shi finally came to her senses. Her mind was preoccupied with potions and crystal cores, but she'd forgotten to rest and celebrate with everyone. She smiled broadly, waved at everyone, and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. We've been busy exterminating the rat infestation for over half a month. Now we finally captured Ma Bo and killed most of the mutant rats, alleviating the crisis in City C. We truly deserve a proper celebration. To recognize everyone's hard work, I now announce that all members of White Room 139 will receive a bonus of 500 points each. Additionally, depending on each person's specific efforts, injuries, and exceptional performance during this eradication campaign, an additional bonus of 100 to 2,000 points will be awarded. The captain will confirm this and report it to me, and then you can claim your points card." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room erupted in thunderous shouts, cries, and applause. It practically blew the roof off the White Room. At least everyone gets 500 points. This is everyone's dream. In White House 139, everyone knew the purpose of points. They were rewards earned only after completing special missions. Points could be exchanged for various luxury goods. They could even be used to improve one's living conditions, effectively becoming money in peacetime. Points could be exchanged for fresh fruits and vegetables no longer available in the outside world, rare cigarettes and alcohol, favorite clothes, and various daily necessities. One could even buy an antique painting once worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to hang on the wall. There were even more goodies, such as food imbued with powerful special effects. The meals everyone ate on a regular basis were indeed delicious, but the effects were mostly temporary, rarely providing permanent enhancements. The highly potent food was only accessible to the hunting team. Anyone else who wanted it had to exchange it for points. Even if you can't awaken superpowers, who doesn't want to become stronger? I heard there's an even rarer kind of potential flower tea at the supply exchange. Drinking it has a chance of awakening your own potential, making you even more powerful, said to be no less powerful than superpowers. In short, points can be redeemed for a lot of goodies. But most people are reluctant to spend their points. They firmly believe that White House 139 will be even better in the future, with more goodies and better policies. These will definitely require points, and most people want to save them for later. Watching the people around him laughing and joking, Jiang Shi decided to relax. Let's just schedule it for tomorrow night. We have a celebration party for everyone. There'll be performances, raffles, and of course, delicious food. The more lively, the better. I leave it to the heads of each department to work out the details. I be supporting the logistics department. Okay, come see me if you need any supplies. Li Yu patted Ji Qiuqi's shoulder and laughed. Jiang Shi called Liang Jinwei, Deng Qilin, Jiang Mengyao, Ji Yu, and Chao Wei, asking them to discuss the matter. Anyone with an idea could bring it forward, ensuring everyone had a good time. Chao Wei said awkwardly, "I'm old. How could I possibly understand this? I still have dozens of tang swords to empower." Liang Jinyue's eyes rolled, and with her hands folded, she said deliberately, "Old Chao, you're ruining the mood. Everyone's focused on having fun, but you're all focused on work. Are you trying to make us look lazy while you're the only one who's been working day and night?" Chao Wei shrugged, "No, I just..." "Alright, Uncle Chao, come join us. The weapons you made are amazing. They helped us so much. This is a great contribution. We absolutely have to toast you." As he spoke, a group of hunting tribe members gathered around him. Grandma Chao insisted that he must attend, and Chao Wei finally agreed. The White Room was abuzz with jubilation. Even the big white wolf howled and ran around among the crowd. Watching everyone's smiles, faces brimming with hope, Jiang Shi felt as if she had returned to a time of peace before the gray mist erupted. This was what she sought, what she wanted to create. Even though the outside world was fraught with danger and the gray fog was thick, within her White Room 139, everyone was united in purpose, and could live a hopeful life. Although it was difficult, Jiang Shi would persevere. All arrangements had been carried out, and the injured team members had been properly treated and cared for. Everyone relaxed. 3 or 5 people gathered together, discussing what delicacies they could have for tomorrow night's celebration, what programs they could prepare, and what prizes they should have for the raffle. They all clamored for some time to relax. Jiangxi then took the box and returned to her room. The celebration banquet was scheduled for tomorrow night. With nothing else to do, she leaned back in her chair, took a deep breath, and relaxed. In truth, she hadn't contributed much to this battle. It was much easier for her than for the hunting team to fight the rats head-on. Finally, they had found Ma Po's location and ended the rat infestation. Many things could be done later. This was the biggest achievement. As long as they had proven that the super energy crystal core, the rose crystal, could be mass-produced. She just hoped Wang Fu wouldn't let her down. The super energy catalyst was something Jiangxi had to create. Only then could White House number 139 truly stand out among the tens of thousands of other White Houses and remain invincible. Ma Bo was doomed, but what about the Yi family? They would soon receive the news and would certainly not suffer this loss in silence. Although Jiangxi had never met Yi Dongshan in her previous life, she was well acquainted with the Yi family's ways. They would definitely target her and attack White House 139. Thankfully, she was no longer as weak as she had been in her previous life. Afternoon nap. An hour later, Jiangxi woke up with a stretch, feeling relaxed. She quickly washed her face and went out. Just as she was about to check on the celebration banquet preparations, Dabai's voice chimed in her head. Jiang, the owner of White House 9 is requesting a connection. Accept it? White House 9. Du Qichuang? Jiangxi's heart sank, her good mood shattered. Ever since Du Qichuang's forceful attempt to connect all the owners of the White Houses last year, which she had perfunctorily dismissed, she hadn't received any further requests from him. Although Jiangxi had never dealt with Du Qichuang, she knew he was a venomous creature, on par with the Yi family. White Room 9, like her 139, is now also a level 4, so it can't be as overbearing as it was the first time. Jiang, are you connected? Dabai asked again. Okay, I connect you by voice in 5 seconds, not by video. A dark glint flashed in Jiangxi's eyes, and she turned back to her room, wondering what Du Qichuang wanted to talk to her about this time. As she opened the door and entered the room, before she even sat down, a deep, hoarse voice rang out. Is this Ms. Jiang, the owner of White Room 139? Hello, I'm Du Qichuang, the owner of White Room 9. This is our second call. I wonder if you still remember me. Chapter 199. Compared to his first brash and rude performance, Du Qichuang was much more polite this time. His voice sounded like that of a well-educated, refined middle-aged man. Jiangxi said nothing, only a hum to indicate she heard. Miss Jiang didn't answer the video call. She's still so cautious. No wonder she's managed White House 139 so well at such a young age. She's truly talented. She even managed to keep it a secret from me last time. I admire you. Du Qichuang's gentle laugh echoed. I understand Miss Jiang's approach. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, caution is the right thing to do. I reached out to Miss Jiang this time to congratulate you on resolving the crisis in City C and eliminating the rat infestation, and to discuss something that will benefit both of us. Did Du Qichuang know so quickly? Jiangxi's grip tightened. It seemed he'd been keeping an eye on the developments in City C, and his congratulations were harebrained. She became more cautious and said calmly, just say what you want to discuss. Okay, Miss Jiang, you're a straightforward person, so I be frank. Du Qichuang said, I'd like to cooperate with Miss Jiang's White Room 139. It would be mutually beneficial, and we could develop together. What do you think, Miss Jiang? Jiangxi had no interest in collaborating, but to draw out his true intentions, she asked calmly, how? What does Mr. Du want from me, and what can you offer in exchange? Miss Jiang, do you still remember the genetic potion? I told you last time that after all this time, the second generation has been developed, and its efficacy has increased by 20%. Isn't Miss Jiang interested? Why don't you guess how many psychics I have under my command? Du Qichuang's tone was mysterious and beguiling. Jiangxi casually asked, Mr. Du, you mean the psychics you artificially created with the genetic drug? 100? Or 200? While the psychics in White Houses 139 and 458 appear numerous, in reality, psychics are rare. Take City C, for example. It was once a metropolis of tens of millions, but after the catastrophe, 90% of its population perished, leaving just over 1 million overnight. Mutant beasts then devoured many of them. Of the remaining hundreds of thousands, 99% were ordinary people, and fewer than 1,000 psychics survived. Lu Yuan's White House 458, which has recruited the most psychics, still has fewer than 200. While the hunting group in White House 139 is quite large, only 40% of them are psychics like Ding Qilin and Jiang Mingyao. The rest are ordinary people. The Psychic Corps, the Wang family, and a few other scattered factions combined totaled fewer than 400 psychics. Jiang Shi guessed that Du Qichong had created 100 to 200 psychics, but that was already an overestimation. Haha, Miss Jiang, you're being too conservative. How can a mere 1 or 200 prove the effectiveness of the genetic drug? Du Qichong's laughter was tinged with pride. He said, to tell you the truth, I have 500 psychics under my command, excluding those who have awakened naturally, and those who have been artificially created through injections. As long as Miss Jiang is willing to cooperate with me, I can provide you with a long-term supply of genetic drugs, ensuring that your power will grow rapidly, even leading to the control of all of City C. 500 psychics? Jiang Shi heard the confidence in his words, but instead of being shocked, a chill ran down her spine. She was well aware of the success rate of the genetic potion. Even after 28 years of refinement and generation after generation of updates, the maximum success rate was only 30%. Du Qichong artificially created 500 people with special abilities. Imagine how many ordinary people died in the experiment. This was the result of countless lives. Inhumane. It seems that the genetic potion Mr. Du mentioned is truly effective. Jiang Shi resisted the urge to disconnect and gritted her teeth, continuing his words. If I want it, what's the price? Ha ha ha, as long as Miss Jiang is willing to cooperate. Du Qichong finally burst into laughter. I heard of your special abilities for a long time. You can create foods with special effects, and they taste pretty good. Food is naturally the most scarce resource right now, so the more the better. After a brief haggling, Du Qichong finally offered to trade with Jiang Shi, offering 100 doses of genetic potion for 500 kilograms of food. However, the food Jiang Shi provided had to heal injuries or increase strength or stamina, with the enhancement level reaching 300%. Temporary enhancements are not acceptable, Miss Jiang. I want permanent enhancements. That won't do. It was clear she had been paying close attention to her, even knowing exactly what the food she prepared was good for. Jiang Shi flatly refused. You can't guarantee that injecting the genetic potion will result in a mutant. Even if you gave me 100 doses, what would the success rate be? What about the mortality rate, Mr. Du? Do you think I don't know that if the injection fails, the subject will inevitably die? Unexpectedly, she understood the situation so well. Du Qichong laughed it off. Successes are common, and failures are inevitable. I can't guarantee the success rate, but 100 doses of genetic potion will at least allow Miss Jiang to obtain 10 to 20 mutants. That's only a 20% success rate. Too low. Jiang Shi refused to budge. She simply wanted Du Qichong's genetic potion, and compared it with the one from the Yi group. Finally, Du Qichong had to agree. Alright, a temporary boost is fine. I can provide 1,000 potions in the first batch. I hope Miss Jiang can prepare the food as soon as possible. I send someone over to negotiate. Why not just teleport? Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat. Du Qichong wanted to send someone over for a face-to-face meeting? Since this is a partnership, we can't be so far away. A face-to-face meeting shows sincerity. Du Qichong chuckled. In a few days, I have one of my nephews come over to meet Miss Jiang. He personally bring the first batch of genetic potions. I hope Miss Jiang will treat my nephew well. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a trick. Jiang Shi was increasingly certain he had some tricks up his sleeve. Okay, I have a good chat with Mr. Du's nephew then. I wonder what his name is. What should I call him? He's my sister's son, Du Tianxiang. He's 25 years old, and has a very good personality. I'm sure Miss Jiang will get along very well with him. Chapter 200. As soon as the connection ended, the smile on Du Qichong's face vanished. Humph, a mere girl, how dare you to toy with him? In just a few months, White Room 139, which he had never paid much attention to, had grown so rapidly under her leadership, keeping pace with him. If the Du family hadn't operated in peacetime for decades, preparing as soon as the gray fog appeared, they would have been far behind. The thought that his White Room 9, like Room 139, was also level 4, filled Du Qichong with jealousy, his heart twisting like a venomous snake. This must be annihilated before it's too late. A true rival would have to be a powerful consortium like the Yi family. How could a young girl, still wet behind the ears, be worthy of competing with him? Thinking of this, Du Qichong stared at the bright spots on the star map, his eyes darkening. Time slipped by, and after he finished his third cup of coffee, the long-awaited notification chime echoed in his head. Du Chicheng perked up but feigned indifference, saying, "Haha, Master Yi, if you don't come over soon, I quit." A hearty laugh echoed, "Brother Du, you seem quite upset with me." "It's just that I was delayed a little, and you got angry." "Just a delay?" He'd been kept waiting for over an hour. Couldn't he see that Yi Dongshan was deliberately leaving him hanging? The other party was in a level 5 White House, while he was only level 4, forcing him to wait passively. This made Du Chicheng quite frustrated. He suppressed his anger and, after some perfunctory talk, said, "Alright, I was just joking. Let's get down to business. I negotiated with that little girl to exchange 1,000 doses of genetic potion for her 5,000 kilograms of special food. She's agreed to meet, so she shouldn't be suspicious. I leave the rest to you." "Very good, Brother Du, you're truly reliable. I have Shuowei take the goods to City C and have a proper meeting with that girl." Jiangshi is full of ulterior motives. "Aren't you worried about your son getting hurt?" "I appreciate your concern, Brother Du, don't worry. Jiangshi hasn't met Shuowei yet and considers him your nephew, so she won't doubt his identity. Shuowei will be accompanied by bodyguards, and I'm confident in his abilities. Brother Du, just wait and see." Du Chichuan clenched his fists. What exactly was Yi Dongshan's son's ability? How could this old fox be so certain? "Okay, I hope my nephew is captured easily and everything goes smoothly. I be waiting for your good news." The connection was disconnected, and Du Chichuan smiled sinisterly again. Although he had been working with Yi Dongshan for 2 months, both sides had been deceitful and exploitative. This time, his feigned cooperation with Jiangshi was merely a scheme for him and the Yi family. No matter who won or lost, he was the winner. Jiangshi sat in the room for 10 minutes before opening the door and leaving, as if nothing had happened. Now was a time for joy. This couldn't dampen her spirits. The white room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and passers-by greeted Jiangshi. When they met Deng Qilin and Jiang Mengyao, they had already tallied everyone's contributions and efforts in the rat extermination operation. After consulting with the team leaders, they had assigned scores. Jiangshi would then award each person a certain number of points based on their scores. She glanced around. Those ranked at the top in terms of contribution included Uncle Chao, Jiang Mengyao, and Jiayu, but surprisingly, she was also included. "Why am I included?" Deng Qilin smiled and said, "Boss Jiang, don't be so modest. Although it may seem like you didn't do anything, your support for everyone, your overall planning, and your discovery of the rat crisis are all undeniable contributions. And it was you who ultimately found Ma Bo. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous effort to capture him. Every moment of delay would have meant a harder fight, and casualties would have increased. So, Boss Jiang, your contribution cannot be erased." Finally, the team leaders gave Jiangshi a contribution rating of 3,000, the same as Chao Wei. Jiang Mengyao received 2,000, and Jiayu also received 2,000. "Okay, then I accept it." Jiangshi couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't refuse too much. She knew this was a sign of recognition, a tribute to her leadership, a testament to her respect and admiration, a testament to her leadership as the owner of the White House. To Jiangshi's surprise, Big White Wolf also made the list, with a contribution rating of 570, earning him 570 points. It seemed Xiaoguai had killed quite a few mutant rats. After browsing, the hunting division received the most bonus points, ranging from 200 to 800. These were all members who suffered serious injuries and killed at least 20 mutant rats. The 4 who tragically lost their lives have been properly handled, and their belongings and points earned will be inherited by their families. Those without families, however, can only regret it. Also, Boss Jiang, the crystal cores within the mutant rats have been prioritized. It was Jiang Mengyu's turn to report. A total of 2,346 ordinary crystal cores, and a whopping 1,849 pink crystals. This is the largest collection of pink crystals we ever received in a single event. They've been delivered to the logistics department and handed over to Team Leaderly. Jiangshi was very satisfied. She had just been worried about not having enough rose quartz. Killing the mutant rats created by Ma Bo was a great harvest, and some could be given to Uncle Chao to craft weapons. Lu Yuan had already given her 2 guns and dozens of rounds of ammunition, which he also handed over to Uncle Chao. Jiangshi was looking forward to what kind of rechargeable gun he would make in the near future. Although everyone was thinking about tomorrow's celebration banquet, most of the people were still mobilized, working overtime to bring back the killed mutant rats. Half of them were handled by the 458th, and the other half were brought back to 139th. Otherwise, they would have been left outside, either rotting and stinking, or stolen by others. Jiang Mingyao said that there were too many mutant rats, over 2,000, all stored in the warehouse. Jiangxi needed to deal with them promptly so that the chefs in the catering department could process them. This was something Jiangxi did every day, and she certainly wouldn't forget it. In the past, processing 2,000 mutant rats one by one would have taken months. It was exhausting. Her gourmet ability had now reached the same perfection as in her previous life. She didn't even need to meticulously process them. Simply using her powers, she easily removed the toxins from each mutant rat, softening its flesh and making it tender. Even male mutant rats that had been injected with drugs wouldn't be wasted after Jiangxi's treatment. In the apocalyptic world of food scarcity, this was one of the most practical abilities. It fed countless people. 2 hours later, Jiangxi had finished processing all the mutant rats brought back by the hunting team. It was almost dusk. The next day, after a busy day, the long-awaited celebration finally arrived. Melodious instrumental music filled the white room. When Jiangxi and Liu arrived, they were greeted by a restaurant adorned with vibrant flowers, resembling a fairyland. Vines and vines entwined everywhere, and flowers blossomed in profusion, rivaling the most luxurious wedding banquet. Yu greeted them, proudly saying, "Sister Jiang, I made this. Isn't it beautiful?" The delicate fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. The restaurant was filled with a variety of food, drinks, cakes, desserts, fruit. Delicious dishes normally available in limited quantities were now on display. Seeing everyone salivating, yet struggling to contain themselves, Jiangxi relished the atmosphere. "It's beautiful, Xiaoyu. This restaurant was originally only 3 stars, but with your decorations, it feels like a luxury-themed restaurant, comparable to a 5-star hotel." Surrounded by the crowd, Jiangxi took a seat in the front row, and the celebration banquet officially began. Music, routine speeches, applause, and then everyone rushed forward to perform, all kinds of hilarious and exaggerated, making the audience burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the restaurant continued to rise, as if it were Chinese New Year, and everyone was fully engaged. Although Jiangxi hadn't worried about the celebratory process, she was immersed in the performances of hosts Liang Jia and Yu Han on stage, as well as the laughter of the crowd. Tonight's clamor and joy will leave a deep impression on everyone in White House 139. It has been over half a year since the disaster. Everyone has gone from panic and disbelief to pain, and then to striving to survive, finally seeing hope. Strive for a better life in the future, and never give up. Chapter 201. A new day, a new look. The celebration ended, and daily life resumed as usual, proceeding in an orderly manner. With the increasing number of sunny days, the mutant beasts continued their peak breeding season. Although the mutant rats had been largely eliminated, some remained. At their reproductive rate, it wouldn't be long before a large swarm of them would appear again. But this time, without Mabu's control, the mutant rats wouldn't hide. In search of food, they would also appear during the day, becoming the easiest type of mutant beasts to hunt, allowing more survivors to harvest prey and barely fill their stomachs. The majority of those still alive in City C today are psychics. Even the few ordinary people who survived had to pay various costs, exchanged for takeout at White House number 139, and strengthen themselves to survive in this mutant-infested land. Outside recruitment was ongoing. The citywide rat eradication campaign by White Houses number 139 and number 458 was observed by many, including those of over 20 major and minor factions. After weighing the pros and cons, several factions unexpectedly arrived at number 139, requesting to join. This includes the surviving members of the Wolf Warriors and Miracle Squad. Captain Feng wants to bring all members to join Unit 139, which is fine, but we have our own rules to follow and a series of assessments. Only those who pass them can join. Jiangxi certainly wanted to expand recruitment, but the rules couldn't be abolished. White Room 139 could now accommodate at least several thousand people, but only a tenth of them were actually occupied. She wasn't worried about anyone with ulterior motives sneaking in, because the White Room now had comprehensive surveillance. Anyone attempting sabotage would be detected immediately by Dubai, triggering an alarm and quickly dealt with. Jiangxi even spent his free time compiling his knowledge of the White House riots and various other incidents from his past life. He documented all the loopholes and precautions involved in the White House regulations, strictly prohibiting certain behaviors. This was to nip any potential crisis in the bud. Feng Bing naturally accepted this. He set aside his boss's pride and said sincerely, "It's my duty. It's my duty." If it weren't for Boss John's last reminder, the Werewolf group would have suffered countless casualties. As long as we can join 139, we will absolutely cooperate with any assessment. The rat infestation had happened quickly and ended just as quickly. Afterward, Feng Bing reviewed the situation and broke out in a cold sweat. He had always believed that although he didn't have the White House, he had awakened his berserker ability, greatly enhancing his combat effectiveness. He had a place in City C. Furthermore, he still had over 50 subordinates, 7 or 8 of whom had awakened superpowers. Feng Bing had always harbored the hope, what if another White House appeared in City C? Perhaps his War Wolf regiment could occupy one, and then expand rapidly like 139 or 458. But now, Feng Bing felt he had been naive. He might not even wait for that moment, being devoured by the mutant beasts, or even crushed to death by a mysterious giant mutant. He wanted to survive, and after much deliberation, he finally brought his entire team of over 50 people to 139 to apply for a job. The Miracle Squad was in even worse shape. Ever since their leader, Yang Chengwu, mysteriously disappeared, the team had been in a state of panic. During the rat infestation, half the members were mauled to death by the mutant rats due to their lack of combat power. The entire team was falling apart. If they didn't find a supporter, they would face disbandment, making survival difficult. Everyone simply came to 139 to curry favor. Whenever the members of Hunting Team 139 went hunting, they carried top-notch weapons, supplies, and even daily food and lodging, a fact that had long made the various forces in City C jealous. Now that their leader was dead, they naturally needed a new one. Even if joining 139 wasn't as good as the main line, being a sideline member was better than dying outside. Since everyone wants to join 139, let's try it out for a while. After hearing the loyalty of the two teams, Jiangxi agreed to their joining, but stipulated a 1-month internship. If they passed, they could stay. Feng Bing, his men, and the members of Team Miracle were thrilled and agreed. As soon as they left, several more applicants arrived. For 2 days, Jiangxi was busy dealing with the applications. Those who came for the interviews were small factions that had realized their shortcomings during the rat infestation and were no longer clinging to their responsibilities. They didn't want to struggle to support the group, so the leaders all put aside their pride and willingly joined 139 or 458, becoming ordinary members. Just to survive better. Because Deng Qilin and Jiang Mingyao had both led their teams out, without a recruiter, Jiangxi had to take charge himself. After 2 busy days, they recruited over 300 new people, all of whom were assigned to various departments for internships. In addition, Lan Zipeng also came to apologize to Jiangxi and thank them for their support. He also explained the reason, stating that Shen Anren was pregnant, and hoped that Jiangxi would understand their decision to withdraw without a fight and invite her to the wedding. Frankly, Jiangxi could understand this, but the goodwill he had lost towards the psychic group was irreversible. She congratulated the couple on their wedding, but said she might not be able to attend because she was too busy. Lan Zipeng felt a little regretful, but couldn't force him, so he left his homemade invitation and wedding candy before leaving. Jiangxi didn't take the matter to heart. After all, the Psychic Corps couldn't possibly pose a threat to 139. But the constant influx of applicants made her think it was time to establish a human resources department. Recruitment is a long-term endeavor. In the future, the White House will accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people, and there will be a constant stream of applicants every day. Jiangxi couldn't send 2 team leaders every time, let alone herself. She approached Liang Jingwei, hoping she would be the head of the Human Resources Department. Sister Jiang, are you so confident in my judgment? Liang Jingwei, who was supervising in the weapons processing room, looked at her with a half-smile and said, aren't you afraid that I focus on recruiting handsome men and ruin your business? Jiangxi didn't believe him. He said, if I were afraid, I wouldn't have let you, Sister Liang, lead the Human Resources Department. Although Sister Liang is usually casual, you're one of the most reliable people in the White Room. Liang Jingwei was surprised to receive such high praise and laughed heartily. Sister Liang, to be honest, you're beautiful and elegant, and you have insight and vision. Your luck ability also provides a passive bonus. It would be a waste for you to stay in the weapons department. Jiangxi said seriously, with you in charge of the new Human Resources Department, I believe you help 139 find many suitable talents. Sister Jiang, you're so flattering that I feel embarrassed. Okay, then, leave the recruitment to me from now on. Liang Jingwei readily agreed. The new department was established in just 1 day. Jiangxi had initially assumed Sister Liang would recruit staff from other departments, but she only chose Zhou Shasha from the catering department, plus one of her gigolos, Su Tao, for a total of 3 people. Jiangxi wouldn't question Liang Jingwei's choices. Since she was being delegated some authority, she would trust her as much as possible, allowing time to prove it. Jiangxi had time to work on the extractor she had obtained from Ma Bo. For the past few days, Wang Fudu had been actively working on the medicine, even showing up briefly at the celebration banquet before rushing back. He was being quite active, clearly eager to gain her approval. Jiangxi arrived at the pharmacy carrying the box, and was immediately greeted by the strong aroma of medicine. Chapter 202. Hello, Boss Jiang. Hu Qin was making medicine pills when he heard the voice, and quickly stood up to greet them. He held a grooved wooden board, seemingly a tool for rolling pills. The table was covered with finished pills, each one even and round, much better than the ones Jiangxi had first seen. Did you make this tool? She asked curiously. Yes, it's a little crude, but it works. I saw my elders use it before, but rolling it by hand was too much trouble, so I tried making one myself. Hu Qin said, somewhat embarrassed, as he demonstrated it to Jiangxi. He tore off the medicine balls, rolled them into long strips, and placed them on the pill rolling board, covering them with the top and bottom pieces. He moved quickly. With a push, dozens of pills were formed. Jiangxi smiled and said, "This method is good, but it's still too slow. I find a few more people to help you. The pharmacy needs to expand production in the future, and you won't be able to handle it otherwise." Hu Qin hurriedly thanked her. "Okay, go ahead. I go find Mr. Wang." Jiangxi had already spotted Wang Fu, who was deep in the next room, preparing medicine. His hands glowed a hazy white, completely oblivious to her presence. Wang Fu hadn't slept well recently. Ever since Jiangxi's blow, he'd been working tirelessly, double his efforts compared to when he was at the Xiao family, driven by his desire to gain her approval and improve his own medicine-making skills. As a result of this effort, Wang Fu's mastery of his pharmacist abilities had significantly improved. Not only was his ability to control the potency of medicines more precise, but his extraction speed had also increased significantly. He used to be able to produce a maximum of 1,000 pills a day, but now his efficiency had increased by half. And the efficacy is more stable. It's only halfway through the month, and he's already made all the pills Jiangxi requested, making a significant contribution to the rat eradication campaign. But Wang Fu hasn't rested, increasing his daily production from 500 pills to 1,000. The new health pills are ready. Try them. Wang Fu sniffed a newly made pill, licked it, and popped it into his mouth. It tastes much better, with a hint of sweetness. I think Boss Jiang will be satisfied this time. But she's such a strict person, she might have objections to such a monotonous flavor. How about we try making it chocolate flavored? The strength pills could be strawberry flavored, that shouldn't be difficult. Let me think about what kind of medicine I should add to improve the taste without changing the properties of the medicine. Wang Fu muttered to himself, tasting the various pills with complete concentration. Jiangxi suddenly spoke, "Mr. Wang." Wang Fu was startled. Turning to see it was Jiangxi, he panicked a bit. "Ah, Boss Jiang, you're here?" Had he heard what he just said? Jiangxi smiled faintly. "Since you were so serious, I just stood by and watched." "Mr. Wang, are you getting used to it lately?" I'm used to it. Wang Fu nodded, his tone no longer filled with the pride and confidence of the past, but with a more composed tone. "The food and accommodation here are good, and we don't have to worry about mutant beasts. It's much better than before." This was what he really meant. Especially in the past 2 days, everyone had been working together to eradicate the rat infestation. Wang Fu had never seen that at the Xiao family. He really enjoyed this atmosphere, where everyone was working towards the same goal. Jiangxi noticed the change in Wang Fu and nodded, saying, "I came to see you today, Mr. Wang, to show you something I seized from Ma Bo. It's said to be a device for extracting special substances." She explained Ma Bo's purpose for coming, but didn't mention the Yi group. She also mentioned the genetic medicine. "So that's how genetic medicine is made?" "Rose crystal, something extracted from female beast urine." "Urokinase?" Wang Fu's eyes lit up, for he had known about this substance long before at the Xiao family. But Xiao Buxiong kept it a secret, only giving him a few to analyze, and see if he could try to make it. He didn't tell him the details of the ingredients, leaving him to figure it out on his own. How could researching something out of thin air be so easy? After tinkering for a while, Wang Fu saw no progress. With the Xiao family suffering a series of accidents, Wang Fu never touched genetic medicine again. Since Mr. Wang has been researching it for a while, it will be much more convenient. Jiangxi placed the extractor on the table, his expression becoming more serious. "I came to discuss this with you because I hope you can study it carefully and eventually crack this special potion." Wang Fu paused and asked cautiously, Boss Jiang, are you also thinking of making a genetic potion? He was well aware of the terrifying nature of this potion. To artificially create superpowers, the Xiao family used genetic potions obtained through special channels, aggressively recruiting personnel for experiments. At least 1,000 ordinary people died in these experiments, and their deaths were tragic. Boss Jiang, you should know the terrifying nature of genetic potions. I think it's best not to get involved. It's too sinister. Wang Fu was unsure of Jiangxi's attitude and could only offer gentle advice, fearing to offend her. Jiangxi said, Mr. Wang, you're overthinking this. I'm well aware of the dangers of genetic potions. I asked you to crack the formula for producing rose quartz, not to create a genetic potion, but for another purpose. Oh, it has other uses? Rose quartz is a precious resource with many specific uses, so I won't go into detail. I hope Mr. Wang can research this potion first. Jiangxi told Wang Fu the extraction method she had learned from Ma Bo, along with some details and precautions. If there were any failures, she could report back immediately, and she could always go to Ma Bo for advice. Wang Fu pondered for a moment, seemingly reasoning in his head. His expression gradually deepened, as if he had a clue. Okay, I'd do my best. As a pharmacist with special abilities, he was quite interested in researching various medicines. Since Jiangxi had no intention of creating a genetic potion, he didn't elaborate further. He believed she wasn't disregarding human life for selfish gain. Extracting urokinase requires urine from female animals. Jiangxi had the breeding department collect some and send it to the pharmaceutical department. Urine from female animals, such as mutant deer or rabbits, would be fine. Having the hunting department capture a few female mutant animals would also provide sufficient experimental materials. It was estimated that Wang Fu's research would take at least 3 to 5 days to produce results. Jiangxi informed Lu Yuan of the progress, and gave him 1/3 of the mutant rat meat that had been processed by the supernatural power. She had originally wanted to give him half of the crystal core, but on second thought, she decided against it. This amount needed to be divided up, and Lu Yuan wasn't one to be fussy. He'd probably be dissatisfied with her for being so meticulous. It would be more practical to wait until the canned meat was ready, and then give him half. Also, there's one more thing. Jiangxi thought for a moment, then told her about Du Qicheng's contact. So White House number 9 has been keeping an eye on things in City C, which is why they knew about what happened here so quickly. What do you think he's plotting by having his nephew come to City C this time? On the other side of the screen, Lu Yuan was drinking from a stainless steel cup. The cup shifted shape in his hands, like a toy. Du Qicheng. I asked someone for some information on him. Oh, what do you know? Jiangxi heard the hidden meaning in his words. Chapter 203. Lu Yuan, with a somewhat relaxed air, chatted with Jiangxi about gossip for the first time. It was unknown where he had heard it, but he spoke of Du Qicheng's family, his parents, and his children, including his later entry into the family business, his rise through the ranks, and his ultimate rise to soul control. You still like to pry into these matters? Jiangxi teased. He didn't look like someone who would enjoy hearing such things. Lu Yuan rubbed the bridge of his nose. He certainly didn't like prying into other people's private affairs, but his opponents. Knowing yourself and your enemy is crucial for victory. Sometimes, listening to gossip can be useful. Lu Yuan said, but I haven't heard he has any nephews, as his sister remains unmarried and childless. As for who this Du Tianxiang he's talking about is, I'm not sure. In his previous life, Jiangxi didn't know Du Qicheng, nor had she heard of him. Anyway, if he sends someone here, it won't be for good. I just be careful then. Lu Yuan's reminder made her even more cautious, eager to see what Du Qicheng was up to. After chatting for a while, the two of them disconnected. Jiangxi had developed a habit of going to bed late and waking up early since childhood. Since moving into the White House, she would go to bed and get up early unless there was something special going on. She woke at 6:30, the sky just beginning to brighten. After washing, exercising, and eating, it was only 8 o'clock when everything was done. The sun rose, and the gray fog swirling over the wilderness gradually dissipated as if burned by flames, creating a unique scene. Soon, the weather was clear again. The door to the White House was set to open automatically, and the hunting team, as usual, headed out in high spirits. Because a significant number of interns had recently joined, 104, bringing the total to 247, Deng Qilin, Jiang Mengyao, and Jiangxi discussed the matter and decided to add a third hunting team, led by Zhou Yu, formerly deputy team leader of Team 2. Because of Liang Jinwei, Zhou Yu felt a strong sense of belonging to White House 139. Although he had a somewhat impulsive temper, he was meticulous and responsible, and privately he never bullied the weak, as he disdained it. When encountering powerful mutants, he loved to showcase his abilities, often charging in front. Sometimes, Joe would coolly squint his eyes, twirling his bangs to cover his eyes, and explain methods for hunting mutants and their weak spots, earning the approval of many male team members and the admiration of a few female ones. He wouldn't dare offer any admiration. Everyone knew he was Liang's little man. The hunting team's activities primarily focused on a 20-kilometer radius around White House. Recently, due to the increase in members, they begun to expand into the surrounding suburbs. This wasn't just about hunting for meat, materials, and crystal cores. They also collected a number of mutant plants along the way. More importantly, it was about suppressing the growth of mutant beasts. Otherwise, in a few years, all of City C would be overrun by mutant beasts. In his free time, Jiangxi visited the weapons department, asking Uncle Chow if he had any missing materials and checking on the progress of the empowered weapons and charged tank swords. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The weapons department had also added 20 interns, assigned to the most basic positions, learning how to forge weapon embryos and create even the simplest knives. There was a small surprise. Among the new interns was a young man named Ma Zijin, formerly of the Miracle Squad, whose special ability was shape-shifting. Not only can he transform himself, like a rubber man, but he can also change the shape of objects he touches. Ma Zijin doesn't need to repeatedly hammer like others. He can mold metal into the desired shape in minutes. Using his supernatural power, he can craft a tang sword in just 5 minutes. With a little refinement, he can replicate a perfect weapon in just 10 minutes. Other supernatural powers, such as double-edged swords, battle axes, and scimitars, are equally efficient, astounding everyone. Jiangxi has always believed that there are no useless supernatural powers. It all depends on how they are used. While the supernatural power of transformation may not be lethal in combat, it is as efficient as industrial machinery when used in weapon manufacturing. Soon, the weapons department's production capacity will be greatly increased. Jiangxi increasingly desires to create the supernatural catalyst. Only when more and more people possess supernatural powers and utilize them to greater effect can they enhance their ability to survive and fight this post-apocalyptic world. As for that diesel generator, Jiangxi never wanted it. With Ma Zijin's transformation ability, the meager power of a generator to power several machines is unnecessary. Besides, the White House on the next level already has energy conversion capabilities, so there's no need to waste crystal cores on a useless machine. For now, everyone can just build it by hand, just like the blacksmiths of ancient times, just a little more effort. The sound of clanging echoed, and the noise and excitement of the weapon workshop were always the most intense. Xiao Jiang is here. Chao Wei smiled. You always arrive at the perfect time. The rechargeable gun is ready. Take a look. He tossed a gun over, and Jiangxi caught it. It felt heavy in the hand. This 54mm pistol, once the most common in film and television, was Jiangxi's second time handling it. It had a full metal casing, was compact and easy to carry, and had decent power, but it wouldn't be very effective against mutant beasts. After Chao Wei's modification, the old gun looked brand new, as if coated with a special metal, gleaming silver. The handle had new circles of patterns, but Jiangxi was sure they weren't just for aesthetics, because as soon as she gripped it, she could feel a faint energy fluctuation, probably due to the empowerment. The effective range of the energized rounds is approximately 80 to 100 meters. If you use charged rounds, simply switch the mode and the effective range can reach 150 meters. Chao Wei had clearly experimented with this many times. Pointing to the patterns on the gun handle, he said, the energy of the rose quartz is infused into these tiny tubes. This gun can fire 10 charged rounds. After firing, you must recharge, otherwise you have to use energized rounds. Jiangxi had assumed that the energized rounds were just the dozens of bullets she had brought back, charged and refilled. But that wasn't the case. Chao Wei had used his maker ability to imbue this gun with the user's mental energy, based on its construction. As long as the user was still conscious, the gun would fire. Doesn't this mean unlimited ammunition, ready to fire at any time? Jiangxi's eyes widened. It's not that exaggerated. Chao Wei explained. With every shot, the energy of the bullet causes the barrel to heat up. If too many shots are fired in a short period of time, the gun could explode, injuring you. He pointed to his forehead. I already blew up another gun during testing. It can only fire 65 times in a row, and ideally no more than 50. It almost blinded me. Luckily, I had some juice. As he spoke, Chao Wei picked up a glass of purple-red datura juice and took another long sip. This drink is great. It not only heals injuries, but also energizes his work ethic. One sip lasts for an hour. Jiangshi was horrified by this. He finally understood how Uncle Chow earned the nickname workaholic in the weapons department. It almost cost him his life. Chapter 204. Uncle Chow, work is work, but you must also pay attention to your own safety. No weapon is more important than you. Jiangshi had to nag him for a while, urging him to stop experimenting so recklessly in the future. Whether Chow Wei listened or not, she didn't know. With the gun in hand, Jiangshi went outside the White House to experiment. Aside from the initial period of getting a feel for the gun, where she missed a few shots in a row, she hit the target almost 8 out of 10 times. With a soft click, the charged round pierced the barrel, accurately striking a branch 60 meters away. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the bull-thick branch snapped with a thud. Jiangshi's mental strength was already very strong. A single round had almost no effect on her. After firing over 20 rounds, she only experienced a slight headache. Because charged rounds were precious and there were only 10, she only experimented once. A click, a switch, and with a dull gunshot, a dark rock in the distance was struck. The rock didn't explode. Instead, a tiny, electric-charged light shone from its surface, spreading outward like a web. If you got close, you could hear a subtle crackling sound. In a split second, the entire black rock sank where the charge had spread, crumbling into dust, and sending up a cloud of dust that filled the air. The entire process was almost silent. This is incredibly powerful. Jiangshi's eyes lit up, a mixture of surprise and delight. The continuous and limitless nature of the energized bullet had already astounded her, but the energized bullet was even more surprising. A single shot would easily break the defenses of a C-rank mutant. As for a B rank, she had to experiment. Jiangshi had fallen in love with this energized gun. Chow Wei felt somewhat relieved after successfully modifying the guns. There are just too few guns. If we could get more, so everyone in the hunting team had a gun and a sword, that would be even better. After saying this, he seemed to remember something. By the way, I have one more thing to tell you. My craftsmanship has been upgraded to the enhanced stage. Jiangshi was delighted. Congratulations, Uncle Chow, that's great. No wonder Uncle Chow's charging gun was so powerful. It turned out his powers had been upgraded. If I hadn't eaten so many good things every day, especially those that enhance my powers, I wouldn't have been able to upgrade so quickly. Chow Wei was also grateful to Jiangshi. Thanks to the food she made, not only had his powers been upgraded, but his 60-year-old mother's health had also improved, making her look 20 years younger. People are all about mutuality. He was working so hard, giving back. Let's get some more guns when we have the chance. Of course, don't miss out on any mutant beast materials from B-level or higher. Okay, Uncle Chow. Jiangshi began to think. As long as they had the means, guns were easier to obtain than powerful mutant beast materials. After all, killing a powerful mutant beast wasn't easy. Guns, impervious to the gray fog, must be in the hands of someone. She needed to ask Lu Yuan and the other White House owners. Carrying her single rechargeable gun, Jiangshi left the weapons department. She also asked Liu to record it. In a good mood, Jiangshi visited the breeding and planting departments. Everything seemed thriving, full of life and energy. While harvesting mutant foxtail grass with the planting staff, Dubai reminded her that Wu Binkue had arrived. Knowing Boss Jian was busy, I didn't dare disturb him. Now, everything's back to normal. I brought everyone here to thank you for saving my life. Wu Binkue and several of his men bowed and nodded. This time, he brought not only a few trusted men, but also his wife and children. The woman standing behind him was young and beautiful, at least 10 years younger than Wu Binkue. Although dressed in simple attire, she was delicate and gentle, and her eyes were filled with gratitude and respect as she looked at Jiangshi. The little boy she held in her arms was about 2 years old. He was chubby, with big eyes and a perky nose that looked very much like the woman, except for his adorable protruding ears, which clearly showed he was Wu Binkue's child. Hurry, thanked Boss Jiang. Wu Binkue took his son, his face full of affection. The woman was a little nervous. Thank you very much, Boss Jiang. If it weren't for your help, our whole family would be dead. Thank you. Jiangshi nodded, showing some interest in the little boy. Thank you, thank you. Jiang. The babyish voice, round eyes filled with innocence, clearly didn't understand what he was saying. Jiangshi's heart melted. She took the little boy's soft hand and teased him. Call me sister, Jiang, sister. Jiang. Dai. Jiang Dai. Liu also came over and stroked his little face. Call me. Sweetheart, sister you, call me sister you. You die. You die. The little boy's garbled, childish voice made everyone around him laugh. It had been so long since I seen such a cute little child. For those children who are still alive today, their parents paid a huge price to keep them alive. Everyone gathered around, vying to touch his hair, his face, and his hands. Seeing so many strangers surrounding him, the little boy looked around but couldn't find his mother, and burst into tears in panic. Everyone laughed. Jiangshi asked Liu to take the women and the little boy to the restaurant for some snacks and drinks, while she took Wu Bingkui and his men to the reception room. 7 or 8 uneasy men sat down. Wu Bingkui quickly took out a bag of crystal cores, placed them on the table, and said, Boss Jiang, I can't thank you enough for this. These cores aren't many, but they're all I collected recently. I'm giving them to you. As we agreed, as long as Boss Jiang helps me recover my supplies and get through this difficult time, no matter what you ask, I, old Wu, will do anything for you. Showing his loyalty, Wu Bingkui almost said outright that he wanted to join the White House. Isn't 139 hiring permanently? He's willing. Jiangshi glanced at everyone's expressions, each one gleaming with hope. She knew exactly what they meant. He wanted to cling to her as a favor, under the guise of repaying a debt. In reality, this wasn't a case of one helping the other, it was simply a matter of chance. If Wu Bingkui hadn't had his supplies stolen and come to her for help, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. But if Jiangshi hadn't contacted Zhang Wendong, the discovery of Ma Bo would have been delayed, and the rat infestation wouldn't have been cleared up in time, preventing a citywide crisis. It was all just a matter of chance. If you really want to help me, Brother Wu, I have something I'd like to ask for your help. Jiangshi thought of something, and it was definitely Wu Bingkui who could do it. Whether he was willing or not was up to him. I need someone to go to City D, join White House number 2, and gain the trust of its owner so he can help me gather intelligence. Brother Wu, you know so many people, and with your status, you should be able to do it, right? Jiangshi looked at Wu Bingkui, his smile gone. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. He said, if you're willing, I leave your wife and children behind. I absolutely guarantee their safety, and they have everything they need for food, clothing, and shelter. Would you consider it? Wu Bingkui, with a flattering expression on his face, was stunned. Isn't this asking him to be a spy? City D is over 1,000 kilometers from City C, a long journey. He surely encountered all sorts of mutant beasts along the way. His survival was a question. Furthermore, he was just a 1-2 punch dealer. Whether he could even join White House number 2 was a question. And gaining the trust of its owner. It was too difficult. For a moment, Wu Bingkui was overwhelmed with pressure. He wanted to repay Jiangshi's favor, but he couldn't. Chapter 205. Jiangshi understood Wu Bingkui's intention. He was afraid and didn't dare go. In that case, it's okay. If Wu doesn't want to, I won't force it. No, I go. Suddenly, Wu Bingkui blurted out. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had clearly promised from the beginning that as long as Jiangshi could help him through this difficult time, he would go through fire and water. She didn't take advantage of him, but instead helped him. How could he regret it later? Business requires integrity, and going to City D is much easier than going through fire and water. Since Boss Jiang asked him to be a spy in White House number 2, he would definitely ensure his safe arrival. As a qualified middleman, Wu Bingkui had dealt with all kinds of people for over a decade. Even if he couldn't fulfill Boss Jiang's request, he had to show his attitude. Besides, wasn't he working so hard just to give his wife and children a better life? Boss Jiang, I'm willing to go to City D. As long as you take good care of my wife and son, my life is yours. I, Wu Bingkui, am a man of my word. You helped me before, so of course I must repay you, Boss Jiang. It's just about getting intelligence, leave it to me. Wu Bingkui patted his chest, his expression audacious and fearless. Jiangshi's lips curled up, and he smiled, okay, thank you, Brother Wu. Don't worry, your wife and children are perfectly safe here. When the time is right, you don't have to stay in City D forever. You can come back in 3 to 5 years at most, and we can be reunited. Now that it was said, Wu Bingkui couldn't back down. Risk for 3 to 5 years, then retire when you come back. It was the end of the world now. Could he find a better offer than this? As for your brothers, the same goes. Jiangshi looked at the other 7 men again. They were all between 20 and 40 years old, dressed casually, and staring at her eagerly. It was definitely unrealistic for Wu Bingkui to go to City D alone. She inquired and learned that Wu Bingkui had only brought these 7 men today. There were more than a dozen other men who followed him. seeking a living and awaiting the outcome. Well, Brother Wu, I prepare some supplies for you. It will be easier to open up the situation once you reach City D. Go back and discuss with them who's willing to go with you. Their families can all live in the White House. Jiangxi didn't say she was willing to accept those who didn't go. Otherwise, there would be no one willing to go with Wu Bingkui. Who wouldn't want to stay in City C, living in the White House, rather than risk the danger of going to City D as a spy? Loyalty and friendship only take precedence when there's sufficient benefit. Wu Bingkui agreed immediately, and the other 7 men pondered, making their decision almost instantly. Dinner was served in the White House dining room. As a farewell treat for Wu Bingkui and the others, Jiangxi had the kitchen serve a table full of dishes, fried, stewed, and stir-fried, all delicious and fragrant. Wu Bingkui had been here several times before, and was quite familiar with the food and the atmosphere. He constantly served food to his wife and held his son, coaxing him to drink corn porridge, acting like a true husband and father. After dinner, Wu Bingkui took his wife to a secluded place. He told her mysteriously, "Boss Jiang has agreed to let us join the White House. You and your son will have a safe place to live from now on. You won't have to worry about mutant beasts or gray fog anymore, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing." The woman was surprised and delighted. "Really? Of course it's true. We can move in tonight." Wu Bingkui excitedly described a bright future to his wife, adding, "But we definitely can't live here for free. I'm working for Boss Jiang, and will be going to another city in 2 days to acquire supplies. Don't worry, there's no danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't go." With their departure imminent, the couple stayed up all night, sharing their heartfelt feelings. The next day, Wu Bingkui met with more than a dozen other brothers and told them about the matter. He slammed his knife on the table and said coldly that anyone who refused to go would be betraying him. Their brotherhood was over. They could just chop off a hand and leave. For those willing to go with him to City D, Boss Jiang would not only send people to escort them along the way to ensure their safe arrival, but he would also use the supplies Boss Jiang provided to strengthen their physiques, and each person would receive an empowered tank sword. Even their families could live in the White House. Despite such threats and inducements, no one refused. They all agreed to follow him to City D. After completing their preparations, Wu Bingkui and his group of more than 10 set off. Jiangxi specially selected 3 people to escort them to City D. Yuhan deployed his supernatural power, enveloping the entire city and preventing the nighttime fog from encroaching. Gu Zi's supernatural power allowed him to alter everyone's gravity, allowing them to float in the air. Combined with Li Yu's ability to fly, they accelerated the journey forward, carrying everyone within the supernatural power. Excluding rest breaks, the round trip would take no more than 3 days, faster than driving. Over 40 more family members of field staff had arrived at White House 139. Liang Jinhua assigned them to various departments based on their individual needs, performing simple tasks like pruning branches, watering, planting, washing dishes, and making meatballs. Hu Chen finally no longer had to roll the balls alone, and the pharmaceutical department's daily output steadily increased. 3 days later, Li Yu and the other 2 returned safely. Everything was settled. When and how Wu Bingkui and the others would join White Room number 2 depended on his skills and abilities. Jiangxi waited and watched. Soon, good news arrived from Wang Fu. He had finally successfully extracted urokinase. Jiangxi brought a bottle of special medicine to the breeding department and injected it into several captured male mutant deer. The experiment would last for a month. If the crystal nucleus mutated successfully, Wang Fu, who was still languishing in Lu Yuan's cell, would be free to go. Just as Jiangxi informed Lu Yuan of the progress of the experiment, Lu Yuan also shared a piece of news with her. Yesterday, Zheng Ling and her team hunted an A-rank mutant beast and pursued it all the way to Pingyang town. The intense battle caused the ground to collapse, creating a sinkhole with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, even connecting to a nearby mountain over 4,000 meters high. The situation was a bit complicated, and Lu Yuan didn't explain it clearly. Half an hour later, he personally arrived at 139. He took out a stone and showed it to Jiangxi. After just a glance, Jiangxi's latent ability recognized what it was. She took a deep breath and said, "Bismuth crystal ore? This is a precious metal with a wide range of uses." Countless applications immediately flashed through her mind, leaving her pleasantly surprised. The stone was about the size of 2 fists. Unlike ordinary ore, it resembled a brilliant rainbow crystal. Its lower end was condensed within the solid stone, and pillars of rainbow crystals jutting out reflected light like gemstones. "You recognized it. It seems like a good material." Lu Yuan looked at her. "What are its uses?" Chapter 206. This ore can be extracted into a special metal called bismuth, which has many uses. The information flooding into his mind was overwhelming. Jiangshi continued to extract information, saying, bismuth is particularly toxic and can be made into weapons or bullets, making it even more effective in killing mutant beasts. Refined pure bismuth is an excellent alloy additive, preventing rust, increasing corrosion resistance and toughness, and even used in pharmaceutical manufacturing. In short, this is a rare and important ore. Finding it would be wonderful. Lu Yuan's interest grew as he fumbled with the bismuth crystal, his lips curled up. In that case, I must visit this Tianqing. Tianqings have always been mysterious, and exploration and debate about them have never ceased. Once, an expedition team discovered a human settlement beneath a Tianqing in western China, dating back thousands of years. The news spread, sparking heated debate within the scientific community. There were even rumors that a foreign team had discovered an insect that once lived in the Cretaceous period at the bottom of a Tianqing, over 800 meters deep. It was now extinct, and its discovery caused a global sensation. Rumors abounded, and Jiangshi hadn't seen any follow-up reports, so she didn't know whether they were fabricated or secretly studied. But now that bismuth crystal ore had been discovered, she had to visit the Tianqing. Perhaps something even rarer could be found. Near Pingyang town? How far is it from 139? Jiangshi wasn't familiar with the area surrounding City C. After the disaster, with its many dangers, she hadn't had the opportunity to venture out and explore. But Lu Yuan had traveled extensively throughout the city and its surroundings, and knew it like the back of his hand. It's closer from your place, about 70 kilometers. Driving isn't convenient, so we have to walk. I plan to go there tomorrow. Zheng Ling and the others didn't kill that A-level mutant, but it fell down and is likely dead. Even without the bismuth crystal ore, I have to get it back. This was the first time Lu Yuan's men had discovered an A-level mutant. No authoritative individual or organization had ever provided information on mutant beasts and their classification, but over the past 6 months, a consensus had gradually formed. Excluding insects, generally speaking, the larger the mutant beast, the more ferocious it is, and the larger the crystal core within it. The same is true for mutant plants. What kind of mutant beast is this? It's actually A-level. This was the first time Jiangshi had heard of this since her rebirth. She remembered the mutated black iron king snake she had encountered before, a mere B-level one that was dozens of meters long. Lu Yuan frowned and shook his head, saying, "We're not sure what kind of mutated beast it is. They never seen one before. It's covered in bone spurs, and probably over 10 meters tall. Even if I went to see it, I probably wouldn't recognize it. Do you want to come with us?" It was a rare discovery of a Tianqing, and the distance was within Jiangshi's reach, so she readily agreed. "Okay, let's go together. I bring a few more people." It would be great if we could find something she remembered. After the two of them discussed it, Lu Yuan took away 50 rechargeable Tang swords and a batch of medicine made by Wang Fu. After walking him to the door, Jiangshi showed him a rechargeable gun, saying she wanted to keep it for self-defense, and was willing to pay Lu Yuan 2,000 crystal cores for the original gun. Lu Yuan gave him a disdainful look. "There are only 2 of them, and they're still useless in the warehouse. Do you think I need your crystal cores? Do you think I'm too hot to handle? You insist on feeling like you owe me something. Tomorrow, if you find something good in the Tianqing, just leave me a copy after you make it." Since that was the case, Jiangshi didn't hesitate. If we get a chance to get more guns, it would be so cool for everyone to have one. Lu Yuan smiled and went back to prepare. After the 3 hunting teams returned, Jiangshi told them about the incident. "What? Such a huge sinkhole, and there's an A-level mutant beast underneath? Boss Jiang, I want to go there tomorrow too." Yu Yuhan was the first to raise his hand and shout. His beast-controlling abilities had reached a bottleneck, stuck at that point, unable to level up, and he was filled with a burning desire. Of course, they had to go out and take a look if they had the chance. Be it the special bismuth crystal or the A-level mutant beast, or the sudden appearance of the mysterious sinkhole, all captivated the hunting team. After some discussion, Deng Qilin continued to lead the hunt, while team leaders Jiang Mengyao and Zhou Yu followed Jiangshi. The sinkhole was deep, and the ropes weren't long enough, so descending would require a special method. Gu Zi's gravity ability was indispensable, Li Yu's flight ability came in handy, and Yuhan's domain ability was essential to prevent the possibility of having to spend the night outside. Jiangshi finally called on Ji Yeyu and Ji Qiuqi to join them. "Qiuqi, is everything alright? We'd probably find a lot of supplies tomorrow, especially bismuth crystal ore. Your spatial storage will come in handy." Jiangxi looked at Ji Qiuqi, unsure if, lacking combat abilities, he wouldn't want to go out for fear of danger. Can I go too? Okay, I go. I've been wanting to go out and see for a while now. Ji Qiuqi was overjoyed. Far from refusing, he was eager, feeling valued. Although he was pleased that his sister was growing stronger, as a brother, he still didn't want to be left too far behind. It's decided. Tomorrow, there will be 9 people. Looking at everyone present, Jiangxi solemnly reminded, everyone, go back and pack your things. Bring weapons and supplies. If you don't have enough, go to the logistics department to collect them. Get a good night's rest. If the weather is fine tomorrow, we will set off promptly at 9:30 a.m. For those who haven't left yet, just proceed as usual. Dismissed. The sun sets, and the sky gradually darkens. Lush vegetation grows unchecked across the city and the wilderness, completely obscuring the once straight national highway. Wisps of gray fog rise from the ground, and the surrounding dilapidated buildings are also covered by vegetation, appearing dilapidated and desolate. In the distance, a few tall buildings can still be seen, stained a pale golden hue by the sparse setting sun. A helicopter crashed into the wilderness, having crashed into a large tree. The propeller was broken, and various parts were scattered on the ground. Second young master, the helicopter can't be repaired after this. A middle-aged man in a suit clutched his broken shoulder and said cautiously, gnashing his teeth, we need to find a place to stay for the night, or we might encounter mutant beasts. A cold gaze shot towards him. A young man wiped the blood from his lips and angrily said, is this the man you're looking for? He can even bring down a helicopter. If it weren't for my luck, I'd be dead here today. Can you afford to pay for it? Not daring to get angry, the middle-aged man said terrifiedly, second young master, please forgive me. This is all my fault. But it's almost dark. For your safety, let's get out of here. He was filled with grievance. The crash wasn't the pilot's fault. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a mutant bald eagle attack helicopter, how could this have happened? God damn it, this thing was supposed to be lurking on the seashore. How did it get here? Luckily, several psychics among the accompanying personnel sacrificed their lives to save the second young master. Otherwise, his family back in city, D would have been buried with him. Looking at the bodies on the ground, and the blood gradually drying in the cabin, the young man gazed grimly into the distance. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, he pulled out his phone and opened the map stored there. Pingyang town should be just ahead. Another 7 or 8 kilometers. Let's go! He glanced at a man beside him, wearing a beast collar around his neck. The man replied respectfully, yes, second young master. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light crossed his face. The man bent forward, his face covered in fine fur, and his hands grew thick and rough upon touching the ground. His nails quickly transformed into sharp claws, transforming into a 3-meter-long, mighty and ferocious black panther. Ability, Beast Transformation. The young man mounted the black panther's back, gripping the animal's collar tightly. Then, the panther leaped up and sped toward the town ahead. Follow! Follow! The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and, along with the rest of the group, set off in pursuit. They vanished into the night. Chapter 207. Another sunny day. Lu Yuan and his group of 9 arrived at White House 139 at 9:30 a.m. Jiangxi was also ready. Both sides totaled 18 people, with similar equipment. With the exception of Qin Yaogang, deputy captain of number 458, who wielded a king snake tomahawk, and Lu Yuan and Jiangxi, who were unarmed, the rest of the group carried charged tang swords and a backpack. The entire group set off. All those exploring the Tianqing this time were psychics. No ordinary people were there. They weren't going hunting, but rather exploring the Tianqing, collecting ore, and checking to see if the A-level mutant beast had died from the fall. With so many people and so many strengths, no one felt any pressure, instead adopting a playful attitude. Compared to driving in the wilderness, their enhanced speed made running seem like lightning. After determining a good direction for Pingyang town, they set off. With a strange cry of excitement, Yu Yuhan, riding his great white wolf, charged out first. Immediately, figures swept past like the wind, followed closely by the others, galloping towards the wilderness in a mighty procession. The others in White House 139 watched them leave with a touch of envy. Half an hour later, the group had left Dongguan town and entered deeper into the wilderness. The asphalt road was no longer visible here. All that was visible was lush vegetation. Trees towering tens or hundreds of meters tall formed a forest, birds flew in flocks, and the occasional roar of mutant beasts could be heard. Jiangxi didn't run. Liu couldn't bear to let her best friend, with her frail legs, waste her energy running among the crowd. She held Jiangxi in her arms, soaring at an altitude of 300 meters, all the way. Unseen, the two of them could take a break to eat some snacks, take in the scenery, and see who was running faster below. The wind was a bit strong, blowing the popcorn away before it even reached their mouths. Finally, after 2 hours of full speed, they finally entered Pingyang town. A mountain peak loomed in the distance, towering and vast, its peak ablaze with snow, piled high with perpetual snow. From his perch, Jiangxi's gaze fell upon the dark, hollow cenote, and his eyes shone. What a massive cenote! The edges were rubbled and rocky, with fresh signs of collapse evident, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, hiding countless mysteries and dangers. Huh? Ayu, look over there. Just then, Jiangxi noticed the other side. It was a crashed helicopter. It lay in the weeds, its propeller broken and the cabin shattered. Several gnawed, mangled bodies lay on the ground. Li Yu, having also seen the bodies, flew down with Jiangxi, and the others gathered around. The crash was severe, with no survivors. It looks like it crashed last night. The bodies haven't decayed yet, having just been eaten by mutant beasts. Who can afford a helicopter? Could another force be investigating this sinkhole? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. After a thorough inspection, nothing was found, not even valuable supplies. The group lost interest and headed towards the sinkhole ahead. This short distance of several hundred meters was the same one Zhang Ling and her group had visited yesterday. Along the way, one could still see huge claw marks on the ground, huge trees snapped in half, and boulders crushed by a trample. Suddenly, Ji Qiuqi picked up a gray scale that had fallen in the grass. It was slightly larger than a wash basin and covered in fine lines. Jiang, is this useful? He handed it to Jiangxi. Mutated dragon scales? Jiangxi took one look and was pleasantly surprised. So that's it. No wonder it became A rank after the mutation. These scales are also very valuable. Keep them. This is a giant lizard that feeds on insects and small birds, also known as the Komodo dragon. After the mutation, not only did its size increase dozens of times, comparable to the dinosaurs of the Cretaceous period, but it also became bloodthirsty and violent. Most of its body was covered in a thick, rough, hard hide, with only a few scales covering its 4 legs. Even in previous lives, killing a mutant dragon was difficult. Once encountered, a team of fewer than 50 people would almost certainly be wiped out. Zhang Ling and her team were lucky, as her lightning ability also happened to counter mutant dragons. Ji Qiuqi's space now measured over 40 cubic meters, just shy of upgrading. Since they had made a discovery, they searched along the way and, as expected, found several more scales, charred black from electricity, dropped during yesterday's battle. The materials of A-level mutant beasts are extremely precious, and not a single one can be wasted. Finally, everyone stood at the edge of the Tianking. The scene before them was awe-inspiring, like the aftermath of a massive earthquake, a landslide, and a ground collapse, all happening simultaneously. 1,000-foot deep ravine, hidden beneath a sliver of blue sky. It felt like a bottomless abyss, with nothing visible below. But on the cliff face, a rainbow of light shone, like a riot of color, brightening the eyes. Woo! With a howl, the great white wolf charged forward, uttering a menacing cry towards the deep Tianking, repeatedly probing but not daring to advance. With a slight paw press, the rocks at the edge began to tumble down. Everyone was stunned by the beauty of the bismuth crystal ore. In the sunlight, the pieces of bismuth crystal ore that emerged from the soil shone brightly, like natural gemstones. Captain Liu, this is it. Yesterday we discovered a lot of gem-like ores. So this is called bismuth crystal ore. Zhang Ling looked down, trying to find any trace of the A-level mutant beast, but it was no longer visible. Li Yuan said to Jiangxi, let's dig for the ore first, and then go down and take a look. Jiangxi reminded everyone to wear rubber gloves. Bismuth crystal ore is slightly toxic. Don't touch it directly. Be careful. The location of the bismuth crystal ore was so unique that only Liu, Gu Zi, and one of Li Yuan's men, Duan Jihong, were suitable to mine there. His special ability was telekinesis. As long as he could see the closest objects, he could easily control them. The others sat down to rest while the 3 of them began mining, and Ji Qiuqi stored them. Liu and Gu Zi flew to the edge of the pit with small shovels and dug vigorously. In a moment, a large piece of bismuth crystal ore, resembling a crystal pillar, was unearthed and set upward. Duan Jinhong's supernatural power was also very useful. He aimed his power at the ore, loosening the earth and rocks, and a piece of bismuth crystal ore weighing over 100 kilograms emerged bit by bit like a bamboo shoot, finally hovering in midair and flying upward on its own. Pieces of bismuth crystal were piled up and were transferred to Jichiochi's space again. 2 hours later, Jichiochi's space was half full. Jiangxi felt that was enough, so the three of them stopped. There was no way to dig it all out. The rest would come another time. Everyone gather. Go down to the pit. Lu Yuan shouted, and everyone gathered. The big white wolf, tail between its legs, clung to Jiangxi, as if understanding what was coming next. It stopped barking. Yu Han then expanded his domain, wrapping everyone together. Gu Zi applied gravity, and everyone floated up like feathers, and slowly descended to the bottom of the pit. Chapter 208. The abundant harvest of bismuth crystal ore filled everyone with anticipation for what lay beneath the sinkhole. As they descended, their spirits grew increasingly excited, further and further from the pit's mouth. At the same time, they remained vigilant. Although the sky outside was clear, the sunlight dimmed considerably below the sinkhole, and the surroundings grew increasingly gloomy. On the jagged rock walls, shimmering bismuth crystal ore grew in number, their iridescent glow rendering the surroundings like a treasure trove from a fairy tale. But as they continued to descend, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. 5 minutes later, they still hadn't reached the bottom of the pit. The surrounding light had dimmed by half, the temperature had dropped by at least 10 degrees, and even a faint gray mist began to permeate beneath their feet. Without sunlight, the gray mist could not be dispelled, and it would surely grow even thicker at the bottom of the pit. Yu Han's domain, like a surging ocean wave, quickly dispelled the gray mist beneath his feet. To better observe his surroundings and guard against danger, he increased the range of his domain to its maximum. The effective range of the field is 50 meters. Everyone, be careful not to exceed it, he warned. The gray fog around them grew thicker, and everyone's excitement turned to caution. Only the big white wolf remained unfazed, casually shaking its long fur and looking around. After a long 10 minutes, everyone finally stepped on solid ground. A dead silence rang in their ears, a pin drop audible, as if even time had ceased to exist. Jiangxi looked up, becoming a thumb-sized dot of light. Then, looking at the vast expanse of space around them, it was all desolate and barren, and he couldn't help but feel trapped. The slightest cough brought a lingering echo. Beneath their feet lay collapsed rocks, mixed with soil, and a small amount of fallen bismuth crystal ore. Within Yu Han's 50-meter range, everyone had a fairly clear view, nothing but rocks. No danger was detected for the time being. Everyone, hurry and look for the mutant dragon. Qin Yaogang, carrying his battle axe, called out, signaling to Lu Yuan before heading forward. The others also pulled out their flashlights from their backpacks and dispersed to search. The dim light was ineffective. Jiang Mingyao simply controlled her flames, transforming into a flaming dragon and flying out of the range. The flames illuminated the surroundings, but nothing was found. The large white wolf, as if it had discovered something, suddenly lunged in a certain direction, bursting out of the range. Followed by Tsang, it's sure to find it. Yu Han's spirits lifted, and everyone quickly followed, running forward. A dark shadow, like a hill, appeared before them. Its gray-black hide was covered in bone spurs. Having fallen from great height, its over 10-meter-long body was half buried by falling rocks, its tail even flattened. The head was still relatively intact, resembling a giant man-eating crocodile, its skin rough, its snout long and narrow, and its front beak dripping with half-dried blood, emitting a strong, fishy stench. Even an A-rank mutant beast wouldn't survive a fall from such a height. Zheng Ling's eyes lit up. It's dead. Where else could you find such a good opportunity to harvest an A-rank mutant beast without risking your life? Lu Yuan's lips curled. Go ahead, cut off every part you can take back. This is top-quality material. Not a single bit can be wasted. Jiangxi also walked over, standing in front of the mutant dragon's massive corpse to observe it. The head alone was twice her height, and its teeth were as big as hers. One could only imagine the terrifying power it would have unleashed in life. Just as she was about to press the mutant dragon's bulging eyelid, her hand suddenly retracted. A black insect, the size of a peanut, slithered out from the corner of its eye, its tentacles swaying. Jiangxi focused her attention, recognized the insect, and shouted, Lu Yuan, come here quickly. Instantly, Lu Yuan appeared beside her like a phantom. Jiangxi pointed at the small black insect that had emerged from the mutant dragon's eye and said solemnly, Look at this. Do you recognize it? It's a mutant acid ant. She thought she was in danger. Lu Yuan's heart relaxed a bit, and he asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Are these ants poisonous? No. These ants feed on the corpses of animals and other insects. As long as we don't provoke them, They be fine. They already discovered the corpse of this mutant dragon, and are using their formic acid to break it down, then carry it back to their anthill. Jiangshi surveyed the ground as he spoke. Sure enough, he saw several more mutant acid ants scurrying in and out from beneath the dragon's corpse. However, they were much smaller than the mutated dragon, and there were only a few of them, so he didn't notice them for a moment. Lu Yuan's face darkened as a thought struck him. Could this dragon? Yes, it's too late. Jiangshi raised his voice. Everyone, step back. Don't touch this mutant dragon. Everyone stopped and looked at Jiangshi in confusion, both doubtful and wary. Jiyu asked curiously, Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Jiangshi gestured as if nothing was wrong, urging everyone to move back. Then he said, although it's not visible on the surface, the mutated dragon's corpse is already covered in ants, thousands and thousands of them. I don't think you want to see that. A dense swarm of ants beneath the corpse of this mutant dragon. The thought of this scene gave everyone goosebumps, and those with trypophobia took 2 steps back. Liu couldn't believe it. Jiang, there can't be that many, right? Jiangshi said sternly. Believe me, this mutant dragon fell yesterday. A whole day would have been enough to attract countless ants. We haven't seen them yet because they're all down there inside. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be inside this mutant dragon's stomach? My God, this scene is so beautiful. Everyone clamored and took a few steps back. Jiang Mengyao raised her hand solemnly. Why don't I burn them? Since they're ants, they're definitely afraid of fire. No need. Jiangshi shook his head. Although the mutant acid ants spew formic acid, which is corrosive, as long as we don't provoke them, we be fine. The ant colony is currently decomposing this mutant dragon, and they're actually helping us. Once they're done, it'd be much easier for us to deal with the remaining parts. Yu Yuhan smacked his lips. Let these little creatures decompose such a large mutant dragon? How long will it take? 10 days, half a month? This is the terrifying nature of the mutant acid ants. No need. It only take a while. They decompose the mutant dragon quickly. The leftover bones, claws, teeth, and other materials are the best materials, saving us the trouble. If they had arrived a day later, all they would have seen was the mutant dragon's massive skeleton, standing pale and dismal at the bottom of the Tianking. Since Jiangshi had said so, everyone stopped and watched from a distance. Half an hour later, a terrifying scene unfolded. Tiny holes appeared on the mutated dragon's rough, hard hide. At first, they weren't noticeable, but by the time everyone could see clearly, they were numerous, covering the surface like a honeycomb. The formic acid's corrosion accelerated rapidly. Under everyone's gaze, the massive dragon's corpse eroded rapidly, becoming pitted and bloody. As if the camera had been sped up, it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually revealing its fat, greasy internal organs and bones. Countless black, mutated acid ants crawled around in the dragon's abdomen, gnawing frantically and continuously secreting formic acid. Everyone felt a collective chill, goosebumps breaking out. Chapter 209. The great white wolf seemed uneasy, staring at the ant colony with menacing cries, its white fur standing on end, as if it were about to charge forward any second. Yu Yuhan quickly soothed it, by its song, calm down. If you pounce, you probably be gnawed to pieces. The great white wolf immediately recoiled, a flicker of fear in its eyes. Forget it. Let's not bother with a tiny insect. 2 hours later, the mutated dragon's corpse had been nearly completely devoured. Its massive ribs and hideous head lay on the ground, cleaner than if the bones had been manually removed. Even the skin had been gnawed away. One by one, the mutated acid ants began to leave, burrowing into the cracks in the rocks and mud, disappearing. In the end, only a clean, massive skeleton remained. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected the mutated acid ants to be so efficient. Finally, it was time to take action. Everyone rushed forward, drawing their empowered tang swords, ready to dismember the massive skeleton. While the loss of the mutant dragon's flesh and skin was a shame, they couldn't take it all away anyway, and they could easily harvest so many mutant beast materials, making it much more cost-effective. This little thing is great. Next time we encounter a large mutant beast, we can just capture a bunch to help us decompose it. Didn't you hear what Boss Jiang said? These acid ants are dangerous. Where can we catch them? We better not eat them. Such hard bones. Too hard to cut. The group hacked away for a long time, but even with their charged tang swords, they could only leave a tiny mark on the dragon's bones. It took 2 people 10 minutes to break a single bone. The enormous dragon's skull was even harder, making it impossible to cut. Let me try. Lu Yuan's hands transformed into silver bone-cutting knives. With 2 swipes, the massive ribs snapped with almost no effort. The boss is awesome. Captain Lu, this dragon skeleton is in your hands. Go for it. The members of 458 cheered, hurriedly helping to pick up the broken bones one by one and handing them to Ji Qiuqi to store in his space. Jiangxi was also diligently searching. She lifted up the obstructing stones one by one, and finally, a glimpse of Snow White appeared before her eyes. It was the crystal core of the mutant dragon. Finally, she found it. This was the only A-grade crystal core they had obtained so far, and it was the size of a grapefruit. It was completely snow white, and as soon as Jiangxi picked it up, she could sense the rich energy contained within. Lu Yuan, look. It's huge. She happily held it over to show Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had already cut half of the dragon's ribs. He glanced at it and said, "Good harvest. Let's pack it up." 20 minutes later, the entire dragon skeleton was completely disassembled. The ribs were the most uniform part, each cut into 2-meter lengths, neatly arranged. The spine, tailbone, skull, claws, teeth, and more were all disassembled to the appropriate size. Ji Qiuqi's space was almost full, unable to accommodate any more. Jiangxi could almost imagine Uncle Chao's surprise upon seeing these precious materials. With the mutant dragon dealt with, the group began to explore the entire Tianqing. This was the unknown, and they were filled with anticipation. In the dim light, it was impossible to discern the direction. Jiangxi, relying on her super-sensing perception, chose a direction: go this way. She couldn't see anything, but she vaguely sensed a faint sense of life. But she was certain there was something alive ahead. She couldn't tell if it was a mutant plant, an insect, or even a mutant beast. Lu Yuan walked in front, followed by the others. The collapsed rock and soil gradually disappeared, and as they continued forward, they finally saw the pristine landscape of the Tianqing's bottom. Because sunlight never reaches this area, there are no plants, and even the thick gray fog persists, filling the entire space. The ground began to moisten, and they could faintly hear the sound of running water, but they couldn't see where the underground river was. Huge rocks were covered with black moss, like fine hairs. Black moss grows in low light or darkness. Edible after drying. Can enhance night vision. Requires gourmet ability. Can be made into a diarrhea medicine. Requires pharmacist ability. What great use. Jiangxi glanced at it, and then ignored it. The further they went, the more humid the air became, and the richer the variety of mosses. Leaf mosses, curved-back mosses, hair-tip mosses, snake mosses, hair mosses. It was like a microcosm of mosses, scattered everywhere. But most were dull in color, and some were slippery, nearly causing a trip if they stepped on them carelessly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, along with the rustling of wings. From the gray fog, 2 black bats flew out, one in front and one behind, their wings spread over a meter long. With a sharp cry, they rushed towards Jiangxi and the others. Lu Yuan raised his hand, a flash of silver light flashed, and the 2 black bats, just as they flew overhead, were cut in half and fell to the ground. Lin Muyang was somewhat surprised. There are bats in this sinkhole? Their enormous size made them a mutant. Everyone approached to investigate. The mutant bats were hideously ugly, their eyes closed, as if blind. They were covered in fur, and their claws were sharp and barbed. Yu Yuan also found it strange. He kicked the corpse and said, "Mutation is normal, given the thick gray fog." But how did they survive until now? What did they eat? Jiang Mingyao asked. Will they eat the moss? Impossible, there's no sign of it being eaten. And if these mutant bats were vegetarians, they wouldn't have tried to attack us just now. Could there be other mutant beasts here? Otherwise, what do these bats feed on? The crowd chattered, their curiosity growing. Lu Yuan looked ahead. It was a darkness unlike any other, like a thick gray fog gathering together. The sound of flowing water became much clearer. He called out to everyone and strode forward. Jiangxi followed closely behind, glancing at the bats on the ground. Mutated thorny bat. This is a mutant bat that lives in dark environments. It's a D-class bat with degraded vision. It uses sound waves to locate its prey and feeds on blood. Their tongue has mutated into a hollow bone spur that can quickly penetrate the skin of its prey. Before sucking blood, they secrete a venom with an anesthetic effect through the hollow tongue, draining the prey without them noticing. Jiangxi vaguely guessed something. Soon, a vast cave appeared before them, deep and dark, like a gaping black maw. A subterranean river flowed from it, over 2 meters wide, its water crystal clear, though it was unclear if there were any living creatures at the bottom. Lu Yuan had just taken a step forward when a sudden squeaking sound rang out. More mutant thorn bats flew out, attacking the group. Lu Yuan was prepared, and dealing with these small creatures was effortless. With a flash of silver light, he had already dispatched 2. Behind him, Jiang Mingyao unleashed balls of fire, illuminating the darkness and setting the incoming mutant thorn bats ablaze, sending them plummeting down in flames. Everyone drew their charged tang swords and swiftly dispatched the mutant thorn bats one by one. But the mutant thorn bats continued to swarm out of the cave. Chapter 210. The battle seemed intense, but it wasn't dangerous. These mutant thorn bats were only D-level mutant beasts, but the group, fully armed, had combat power nearly at the peak of current psychic abilities. Even without Jiangxi's help, Ji Yeyu controlled her devouring ghost vine flower and dispatched over 30 mutant thorn bats. After more than half an hour of killing, no more of these black creatures flew out. The ground was littered with the remains of 200 or 300 men, a thick layer, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Lu Yuan gave her a questioning look, and Jiangxi shook her head, saying, "These are mutant thorn bats, useless." Ji Qiuqi's storage space was full, so any remaining materials had to be stored in her personal backpack. She didn't intend to keep any that weren't particularly useful. The final harvest yielded 341 D-level crystal cores, a respectable sum. Gazing at the pitch-black cave before them, with a thick layer of bad droppings on the ground, the group stood at a distance, debating whether to enter. Since there are mutant thorn bats here, perhaps there are other mutant beasts inside. Of course we have to go in. Yu Yuan waved his hand, and the last mutant thorn bat hanging from the rock wall flew down and circled above him. He said proudly, "I left one alive, just in time to explore the way." Smart, right? Jiangxi was 80% sure that there must be other mutant creatures in this cave, and it might even lead to the outside world. Otherwise, these mutant thorn bats wouldn't have a sufficient food source and couldn't have reproduced so much. Since we were here, of course we had to go and take a look. Jiangxi first checked his watch. 6.5 hours had passed since they descended the sinkhole, and it was already dark outside. She asked Yuhan, "How long can your supernatural power last?" Yuhan appeared relaxed. "Each time I deploy my domain at full power, it can last 5 hours. I just replenished my mental energy, so another 5 hours is no problem. If we reduce the scope of the domain, it can last up to 7 or 8 hours. Lu Yuan understood Jiangxi's meaning. He said solemnly, 7 or 8 hours is enough, if things go well. Everyone, move closer together. We can reduce the scope a bit to conserve mental energy. Also, let's use the mutant thorn bats to explore first. If we find no danger, we go in. Otherwise, we leave and come back next time." The scattered group quickly moved closer, shrinking the scope of the domain to 20 meters. Standing at the cave entrance, over 10 meters high, Yu Yuhan gathered himself, raised his hand, and illuminated a beam of white light. The last surviving mutant thorn bat squeaked and obediently flew into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. The big white wolf stared intently, then turned to look at Jiangxi, as if asking if he wanted to follow in. Jiangxi patted its head. "Just stay here and come in with us later." The big white wolf whimpered twice in response. Yu Yuhan closed his eyes, giving instructions while absorbing the mutant thorn bat's feedback. "Yes, keep flying in. We haven't seen any more mutant thorn bats yet, so they should be gone, and there are no other creatures either. Oh, the underground river is getting bigger. It looks like there are fish in the water. There's something shiny there. What is it? Fly back and take a look. Oh, is that a strange plant? I don't know. Keep flying forward." Everyone listened to Yu Yuhan's disjointed words, gathering around him curiously. Jiangxi walked to the underground river. The water flowed from a corner of the cave, its gurgling water crystal clear, the stones at the bottom smooth and rounded, winding their way into the dark, unknown space, disappearing into the distance. She reached out and touched it. It was icy cold, like winter well water, tainted by the gray mist and unfit for drinking. Just as she stood up, someone pulled her. "Sister Jiang." Jiangxi turned and saw Ji Yeyu. She looked quizzical, as if she had something to say. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you?" Ji Yeyu handed her something. Jiangxi took a look and saw it was a piece of metal. It was silver, the size of a palm, and about 2 millimeters thick, like a piece of stainless steel, as if it had been broken with great force. It was impossible to tell what it was. As soon as she touched it, she felt a faint energy, unlike ordinary steel. "What is this?" Jiangxi asked. Ji Yeyu didn't say it directly, but with a wink, she pulled Jiangxi to the other side of the cave, pointed at the rock wall, and whispered, "Sister Jiang, I stumbled upon this. I dug it out from here, but look at this." What do you think this is? Jiangshi looked in the direction she pointed. There was a small depression in the rock, with some soil falling out, probably caused by Jiyu scraping the metal piece. But next to it was a piece of stone resembling white marble, with a section protruding. Strange lines were carved into it, circles upon circles, but they were incomplete and somewhat worn as if they had been through a long time. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Jiangshi took a deep breath. She could tell at a glance that such fine lines, so neatly arranged, could have been carved by a machine or left behind by a psychic. Could there have been some building here before, collapsed after the catastrophe, and buried here? She just couldn't believe it. This was a Tinkan. Before the collapse, the ground was sealed. The caverns below hadn't been visited for at least thousands of years. How could there be fragments of a building left here? She wanted to call someone else to come and see, but after moving her mouth, she kept silent. The others gathered around Yuhan and didn't notice Jiangshi. She asked Jiyu to quietly call Lu Yuan over, handed him the metal piece, and pointed out the lines on the marble. Lu Yuan took a look, his pupils narrowed, and his gaze returned to the metal in his palm. Without answering Jiangshi, he reached out and wiped the marble. Stone dust fell, and all the lines were erased. Jiangshi was about to ask further, when Qin Yegong's voice came from behind. Captain Lu, Boss Jiang, we haven't found any problems in the cave yet. Shall we go in? Lu Yuan raised his hand and gestured, saying okay. He then looked at Jiangshi with a deep gaze and said, let's go in and take a look. We're not sure if we can find these things again. I tell you more when we get back. What do you know? Jiangshi's heart began to beat. I can't explain it clearly right now. Don't say anything. Lu Yuan hesitated, as if to suggest something. Jiangshi didn't dare to ask further. She suppressed her doubts, squeezed Jiyu's hand, and followed the others into the cave. Chapter 211. In the pitch-black cave, faint beams of light emanated from the flashlight, barely illuminating the surroundings. The cave walls grew increasingly damp. After only 100 meters, the underground river gradually grew larger. The icy cold water spread out from the already shallow riverbed, forcing everyone to tread carefully on the rocks. In less than 10 minutes, 5 people had slipped into the water, each one drenched to the skin. Eventually, everyone was in the water. Except for Liu and Gu Zi, who could fly, the rest waded through the icy water. Thankfully, the water was only up to their calves. Although a bit chilly, everyone's strong constitutions didn't affect them much. Ah, something's touching my foot! Lin Miyong suddenly shouted, quickly shining his flashlight into the water. Then, a wave of surprise filled the air. There's a fish! There really is a fish! Look, everyone! His voice was so loud that the fish in the water were startled and fled. Yu Yuhan chuckled. I told you there were fish in this river, right? Boss Jiang, take a quick look at what kind of fish this is. They're a little small though. Want to take some back? Everyone knew Jiangshi's talent and potential, her ability to discern many things, and they all stared at her. Jiangshi watched the school of fish swimming towards her again under the flashlight. The largest was only 2 fingers long, nearly white, with a bump on its head. She couldn't help but exclaim happily, it's a rare mutant cave fish called a golden barbel. It has almost no offensive power. It's a good thing, everyone, catch it. That one sentence was enough. No one had time to listen to the golden barbel's other uses. They all started catching fish. How could such a small fish escape the clutches of a group of psychics? Soon, someone caught a second, a third. And soon, almost everyone had caught one. Liu hovered beside Jiangshi, swiftly catching a fish while asking Jiang, what's this fish called? What are its benefits? Of course, it's boneless, non-toxic, and delicious. Plus, it strengthens water-based abilities and increases resistance to poison, but only if I use my abilities to make it. Jiangshi felt a pity he couldn't take any back home to raise them. Golden-lined barbels die quickly once removed from their habitat, so he could only take a few back to try. An hour later, there were almost no fish in the water. Either they were caught or scared away, and everyone had a good catch. The fish were first frozen by ice-based user number 458, then placed in plastic bags and bottles, each weighing 3 to 5 kilograms. Continue moving forward. The mutant thorn bat still flew overhead, obediently leading the way. Some parts of the cave were spacious, enough for dozens of people to revel in, while others were very low, only 2 or 3 meters high, so high that one could reach the top with a hand. Glowing objects began to appear along the cave walls. This was a special plant called noctilucent moss, standing out against the pitch-black walls, emitting a faint blue glow. They formed patches upon patches, illuminating the entire cave with a sparkling glow, A beautiful and mysterious atmosphere. Noctilucent moss. Great stuff, everyone hurry up and get some. With Jiang Shi's words, everyone set to work, bustling with activity. We could take it home and plant it for decoration, or, after drying and grinding it into powder, we could make a special flavor-enhancing seasoning. In the apocalyptic world of scarcity, it was a valuable resource. How could we miss it? As they dug, they discovered the cave's richness of life beyond their wildest dreams. What they had thought was a barren, empty cavern was actually home to mutant spiny bats, rare cave fish, and a variety of exotic mosses and fungi thriving with life. Following Jiang Shi's instructions, the group collected a considerable amount. After an hour's journey, they heard the roar of water ahead, and steam filled their faces. The group had finally found the source of the underground river. The rushing water cascaded down from above, covered in stalactites, like a massive waterfall, plunging into the deep pool below, disappearing into oblivion. The small amount of water that overflowed formed a channel, flowing out of the cave. The group walked on a path less than a meter wide, clinging to the rock face, not daring to be careless. Is this the end? Everyone watched in silence, awestruck by the wonders of nature. Jiang Shi's perception, like eyes widening, quickly detected something. Pointing ahead, he shouted, "Captain Jiang, light a fire and probe upwards. That's where the waterfall flows." "Okay." Jiang Mingyao waved her hand, releasing a stream of flame, transforming into a flaming dragon and soaring forward. The blazing flames illuminated the surroundings. As the fire dragon flew toward the surging waterfall, a surge of water vapor enveloped it, rapidly dissipating it, vanishing in just over 10 seconds. But that fleeting image still made everyone gasp. Jiang Mingyao, without hesitation, adjusted her angle again, unleashing a second fire dragon. Though it vanished in a split second, everyone could clearly see that the cave ceiling wasn't sealed off, but rather a larger cavern, seemingly leading directly to the outside world. The dark entrance was like a skylight, and the waterfall flowed from there. Jiang Shi's feelings were different. A faint energy, resembling spatial fluctuations, emanated from the cave entrance. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, and saw that he was also looking at her, evidently aware of it. "Wait a moment, I go check it out." Lu Yuan's eyes were dark, his expression solemn, as he stared intently at the pitch-black cave entrance above. Although the energy was weak, he had a vague suspicion that he had to verify. Xin Yaogang stopped him. "Captain Lu, you want to check the cave above?" "No, it's too dangerous." Zheng Ling and the others objected. "Captain Lu, what's so interesting about this? At worst, it leads directly to the outside world." "It's just a river, isn't it?" Lu Yuan said nothing, insisting, "I be careful. I be out in a moment. Wait for me." He ignored the others' objections, and stood at the front, handing his backpack to Lin Muyang beside him. His entire body quickly turned metallic, like a shapeless ball of liquid metal, moving up the cave wall. "Captain Lu, be careful." One of the team members couldn't help but shout. Jiang Shi clenched her fingers, her heart pounding. Only she and Lu Yuan knew that this cave didn't lead directly to the outside world, but most likely to an unknown otherworld. That faint spatial fluctuation was the best proof, which was why Lu Yuan insisted on checking it out. Although everyone had witnessed Lu Yuan's abilities, seeing a ball of liquid metal constantly moving across the rock face, like a gecko, was still incredible. Water splashed on him, but Lu Yuan felt nothing as he quickly flowed upward along the jagged rock face and burrowed inside. The last ray of light vanished. Using his special senses, he continued upward, feeling the spatial fluctuations grow stronger and stronger. Lu Yuan increased his speed, and just as he passed a crack in the rock, the surrounding fluctuations suddenly intensified. He felt as if he had entered a special dimension. The roaring water in his ears suddenly disappeared, and a dead silence reigned. It was a wonderful experience. Lu Yuan could sense his current state. Part of his liquid body had entered the alien dimension, while the other half remained in the original cave. He was at the junction of two dimensions. Chapter 212. His vision brightened again. Although still dim, compared to the pitch blackness before, Lu Yuan could at least see clearly. The desolate land stretched as far as the eye could see, thick gray fog permeating the air. A gloomy, decaying atmosphere permeated the air, a desolate atmosphere. Scattered on the ground were scattered pieces of rubble, some weighing dozens of tons, others unremarkable. A gust of wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust that drifted across the barren earth, devoid of life. Lu Yuan took a single glance and tried to retreat. The sensation of having penetrated something overcame him, and the alien dimension before him instantly vanished. He was once again in a pitch-black cave, water splashing down on him. After several attempts, Making sure he could return at any time, Lu Yuan finally made it through again. Silver liquid metal rose and deformed across the desolate land. Soon, his limbs and facial features became visible, and Lu Yuan returned to his normal state. This time, he saw no giant mutant beasts, no aliens. The entire world was silent. Across this eerie, vast land, nothing could be seen save a thick, lingering gray fog and scattered rocks. Lu Yuan looked around. The sky was pitch black, devoid of stars or moon. It felt as if he was the only living being in this space. A strong sense of loneliness washed over him, threatening to crush him. Thankfully, the feeling lasted only a moment. Lu Yuan memorized his current coordinates and, transforming into a shadow, sprinted forward at full speed. He was speeding close to 200 kilometers per hour. 20 minutes later, a blurry black shape finally appeared ahead. It was still far away, resembling a massive, shattered building. Lu Yuan approached a few thousand meters before he could barely make out the building's upper half had vanished, leaving only a base, crumbling and standing beside a vast, deep pit. Even a crater caused by a nuclear bomb explosion would only be a few hundred meters across, but the deep pit before him had a radius of 700 or 800 meters, like a giant, cracked bowl. Lu Yuan couldn't imagine what explosion had caused this, or was it an attack by a giant mutant beast, or perhaps the alien, that had inflicted such horrific damage to the entire building? Intense shock filled Lu Yuan's heart. He stood there for a long time, stunned. Everything here defied his common sense. He could only continue advancing into the pit, intent on exploring its depths. But this time, after advancing 10 feet, an extremely powerful wave of energy washed over him, making him feel unwell. He advanced a few hundred meters further, the stinging pain growing worse. Alarms blared in his brain, and even the back of his hand turned to molten metal. Unable to control himself, he retreated. What on earth has happened? Lu Yuan had to stop, his doubts and curiosity reaching their peak. Almost 2 hours had passed. He had to return, or everyone would worry about him. Lu Yuan retreated step by step. While this opportunity was rare and fraught with countless questions, safety was paramount. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a slight gust of wind suddenly rustled behind him, followed by a crackling sound, as if a clod of earth had been crushed by someone's footsteps. A strong sense of danger gripped him, and Lu Yuan's hands transformed into lightning-fast blades, slashing behind him. Swish, he struck nothing. Behind him was nothing. But a lingering shadow on his retina confirmed that something had indeed been behind him. Looking down, he saw a pair of footprints. A palm-sized metal disc fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, spinning, and then stopping. Who? Come out! Lu Yuan shouted coldly, but all he got in response was a swirling gray fog and a deathly silence. This experience was even more bizarre than the last time he seen the two giant mutant beasts. His eyes scanned the surroundings, keeping him on high alert. But after waiting for a long time, not only did no one appear, but even the alien, who had dealt him the fatal blow, hadn't appeared. He then lowered his head, and picked up the metal disc. It felt heavy and perfectly round, like a strange instrument made of an unknown metal. There were no pointers or words, only a series of red numbers in the center, constantly beating. When Lu Yuan returned to the cave, safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, why were you gone for over 2 hours? One member of the 458th team was worried, thinking he had been in trouble. Lu Yuan glanced at Jiangxi, showing no sign of surprise. I didn't find anything. There was nothing but water and many branching paths. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find the exit, so I turned back. Zunling said, I told you, why bother checking? Fortunately, nothing's happened. Qin Yaogang said in a deep voice, Captain Lu, we've been waiting for you to come out. We only have 2 hours left in the domain. We must leave quickly. If they didn't leave, everyone would be engulfed by the thick gray fog. The group quickly returned along the same route. Gu Zi used his supernatural power to alter everyone's gravity, levitating them in midair and advancing rapidly. In the crowd, Jiangxi couldn't help but squeeze Lu Yuan's hand, filled with doubt. Although he acted calmly, she knew he must have discovered something. Lu Yuan turned to look at her and took her hand. The next moment, Jiangxi held a hard, smooth object in her hand. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, signaling her not to say anything. Jiangxi didn't dare look, quickly hiding it in her pocket, her hand tightly covering it. When everyone finally left the deep, long cave and flew up through the cenote, it was already 1 in the morning. Everyone sat on the ground in complete silence, breathing deeply. Although they hadn't experienced any danger, everyone had been in a state of stress for over 10 hours. Once they reached the surface safely, their tense nerves relaxed, and intense exhaustion overwhelmed them, forcing them to lie motionless on the ground. Jiangxi forced herself to speak. It's all foggy now. If we can't get back in time, we have to find shelter nearby. Yuhan, how much longer can you hold on? 10 minutes, that's my limit. Yuhan's face paled. His mental strength was exhausted, and he was struggling to hold on, vulnerable to collapse at any moment. Seeing him about to faint, Jiang Mingyao quickly said, let's not force it. It's easy to get lost in the thick fog, and there are many mutant beasts. Why don't we go to nearby Pingyang town and find a house to take shelter in, and return after daybreak? A little fog shouldn't be a big deal. What do you think? Jiangxi considered it and agreed. Under special circumstances, a small amount of exposure to fog wouldn't be a problem. The discussion was quickly settled, and everyone rushed towards Pingyang town. 10 minutes later, just before Yuhan's domain disappeared, everyone finally arrived at Pingyang town. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan spotted a relatively intact residential building and rushed in with everyone. Close the door, close the window, lock the doors, in one smooth motion. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, approximately 100 square meters. The furnishings were relatively intact, though covered in a thick layer of dust, and things were in disarray, clearly uninhabited for a long time. As soon as they entered the house, Yuhan fainted. Yu Yuhan and Lin Muyang quickly helped him lie down on the sofa. The others checked the room thoroughly, confirming there was no danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the floor. Jiangxi sat against the wall, his hand tightly gripping the metal disc in his pocket. Chapter 213. With a temporary refuge, everyone finally felt at ease. Tonight's circumstances were unusual, so no one was too particular. Qin Yaogang and Zhou, you had some restorative food and volunteered to stay behind to keep watch. The others sat or stood, some checking their backpacks for the day's catch, while ice-type psychics busied themselves refreezing their catch. Some leaned on the sofa, chatting quietly with their companions, while others, too sleepy to move, laid down on the footprint-ridden bed and snored. In a corner of the living room, Li Yu sat on the sofa, already asleep. Ji Yu found a worn blanket and placed it on the floor. After a few words with Jiangxi, she dozed off, resting her head on the soft body of the big white wolf. Jiangxi checked on Yuhan again, confirming he was alright, before finding a corner to sit down. The room was pitch black, and she felt for the metal disc in her pocket again. Everyone was resting, and no one was paying attention to her. Jiangxi finally found it, unzipped her backpack, and examined it with a flashlight. It turned out to be a palm-sized silver metal instrument. It seemed hollow inside, but it was heavy. In the center of the screen, a series of red numbers flickered. She's first reaction was, what do these numbers mean? She carefully counted the red numbers. There were 12 in total. The 8 on the left were always 0, unchanged. The 4 on the right kept flickering, but the value fluctuated around 3000. There was no text on the front of the dial. Jiangxi turned it over again, and saw a line of small words on the back. Model B3001 particle detector. What was this? She had wanted to ask Li Yuan what he had discovered above the waterfall, and whether he had entered the alternate dimension. But why give her this? What's a particle detector for? Just then, someone came over and sat down next to her. A familiar scent greeted her, and Jiangxi knew it was Lu Yuan without turning. He leaned over, glanced at the light in his backpack, and curled his lips. I knew you were looking at this. Jiangxi, curious as hell, nudged his arm and whispered, Hey, why are you giving this to me? Where did you get it? Lu Yuan glanced at her meaningfully. Weren't you eager to ask me what I found? Jiangxi's eyes narrowed. You said this was found over there? Is there really a connection to another dimension above the waterfall? Oh my god, how is that possible? Being able to sense spatial fluctuations in the cave beneath the Qinken was already a rare achievement. If Lu Yuan had followed the fluctuations and entered another dimension again, that would be even more incredible. He was going to bring back an intact instrument from another dimension. Jiangxi thought it was a dream. What's going on? Tell me, she urged. Don't tell me you don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Lu Yuan recounted his experience in detail. Speaking of the seemingly non-existent figure and the 2 footprints left on the ground, his tone was filled with uncertainty. Now I think I'm hallucinating, or maybe seeing a ghost. But this thing reminds me that everything is real. If someone had been so close to him, and then vanished in an instant when he turned around, it could only mean this person was 10 or 100 times more powerful than him. Not only was their speed far superior, They could easily kill him in an instant. Lu Yuan felt that he was already very powerful now, at the perfect stage of his supernatural powers, and could even survive encountering a giant mutant beast. But the owner of these mysterious footprints made him feel indescribably powerful. The two were on a completely different level. Unsure whether the other party was friend or foe, he felt a strong sense of danger. Jiangshi glanced at Lu Yuan, whose expression was solemn. At that moment, she could clearly sense the unease emanating from him, along with a hint of murderous intent that pricked her skin. She understood Lu Yuan's feelings. If she had experienced this, she would undoubtedly be even more shocked than he was. Lu Yuan, I believe everything you experienced is true, but that person isn't necessarily an enemy. Jiangshi looked at the particle detector at his hand, and lowered his voice. Your two experiences prove that the alternate dimension is real. Although desolate and dilapidated, there is definitely life there. Didn't you see mutant beasts and aliens before? The person who gave you this device isn't an alien. Perhaps there are other humans in the alternate dimension. Could it be a human living in another dimension? Who is he, and why did he give Lu Yuan the particle detector? Did he give it to him voluntarily, or did he accidentally lose it when he didn't anticipate Lu Yuan's return? With Lu Yuan's current eyesight, it's impossible for him to be dazzled, especially since there were two footprints on the ground. The more Jiangshi thought about it, the more serious the matter became. It seemed that the consortiums of his previous life had indeed discovered some secrets in the alternate dimension. She desperately wanted to know if this alternate dimension was connected to their own world. How many of those mysterious people were there? Were they individuals or a group? Were they truly aliens? How did they survive in this alternate dimension filled with gray fog and giant mutant beasts? Jiangshi had so many questions, as painful as being scratched by a cat, but she couldn't find the answers. Look at you, what's so anxious about this? Lu Yuan's face was blurry in the darkness. The uneasiness and murderous intent on his part had vanished, and his voice deepened. It's already quite good to have gained so much this time. Now that we got this instrument, whether it was lost or deliberately given to me, let's go back and study it first. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiangshi calmed down a little. Well, there's no need to rush. We can just investigate slowly. In her previous life, the major consortiums had spent 28 years researching the alternate dimension and still hadn't figured it out. After her rebirth, the apocalypse had only been underway for over half a year. Why was she so anxious? By the way, where's that piece of metal? Jiangshi, remembering it again, looked at Lu Yuan and asked, "You've seen it before, right?" Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way, and even destroyed the pattern on the stone. Lu Yuan's brows, which had just calmed down, furrowed again. I'm not sure if the things I saw before are the same as this discovery. This piece of metal aside, the pattern on the rock is very similar. Have you seen anything similar? Jiangshi immediately noticed something. Lu Yuan nodded and said that when he was doing business with the owner of a white house, he had given him something similar as a bargaining chip, along with a mysterious story, and asked if he wanted it. I wasn't interested at first, but after hearing her story, I thought it was interesting, so I took it. I didn't tell you until I found the results of my investigation. I didn't expect to find something similar today, on the wall of a cave beneath the Tianqing. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened. This was getting more and more interesting. He fiddled with the metal in his hand. Take this, for example. It looks like ordinary stainless steel, but don't you notice how heavy it is? Heavier than the same volume of gold. It's similar to the material used in this particle detector. Jiangshi finally realized. Comparing the metal, the texture, weight, and color of this piece of metal were indeed very similar to the metal used in the particle detector. Chapter 214. Jiangshi stared intently at the metal piece, and slowly, a realization dawned on her mind. Metal alloy, primarily smelted from iridium, tantalum, uranium, plutonium, and osmium. Extremely stable and corrosion resistant, melting point 3125 degrees Celsius, boiling point 4570 degrees Celsius, density 25.19 G/cm3. For the first time, she didn't understand the message her potential was sending her. She had never seen or even heard of these metals, let alone these incredibly high melting and boiling points, and this density. Wasn't she mistaken? Lu Yuan, do you know what iridium is? Jiangshi held the heavy metal piece in her hand, her mind racing. My potential is telling me it's a special alloy. Iridium? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. I don't know. I never heard of it. What about tantalum? Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. What about uranium? It seems familiar, but I can't place it, Jiangshi asked again. Uranium. I think I've seen it somewhere before. It's the heaviest naturally occurring metal, radioactive. It's said to be used in nuclear weapons, but I haven't researched it specifically. Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he warned, if there's any danger, it's best to throw it away. He didn't want to get into trouble over a piece of metal of unknown origin. Jiangxi said, it shouldn't be dangerous. My talent and potential haven't been revealed. But it's incredibly rare. Lu Yuan, what kind of technology can create such an alloy? Was pre-catastrophic technology even capable of that? Lu Yuan understood her meaning. This wasn't something that could be created with the technology of the past, including this particle detector. Then, the most likely answer. This is a product from the future. If this metal is the same or similar to the metal used to make the particle detector, then the world in the alternate dimension is closely connected to their current dimension, and could even be their future. In the darkness, the two stared at each other, their pupils gleaming faintly, their breath held. This speculation was unbelievable, and even more terrifying upon closer examination. Lu Yuan. Do you think it's true? Is our dimension really like the alternate dimension? Jiangxi's hands trembled slightly. She couldn't believe that everything presented in the alternate dimension was their future. This speculation was terrifying. Although the disaster had occurred, the gray fog was pervasive, mutant beasts were everywhere, and danger lurked everywhere. At least it wasn't hopeless. Humanity had awakened its superpowers, and its former facilities and technology hadn't been completely destroyed. Coupled with the existence of the White House, humanity's future held promise, and civilization could be rebuilt. But the alternate dimension Lu Yuan saw was desolate, devoid of life. Not even a plant life existed, only the devastation left by a war, a despair worse than hell. The two were completely different. Don't overthink it. It's possible the alternate dimension is another dimension. While there might be life, it has nothing to do with our world. A similar piece of metal doesn't mean anything. Lu Yuan's words interrupted Jiangxi's uneasy speculation. He seemed to sense her mood, patted her shoulder, and teased, when you pass through the space tunnel, you never know what you encounter. It could be humans from a previous era, aliens, or even Trisolarans. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us now. This reassured Jiangxi a little, and she smiled, about to speak. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed from the darkness. Boss, are you dating Captain Lu? At least keep it a secret from us. Still whispering in the dead of night? Are you really going to kill all of the singles? As the words fell, several whistles rang out, and everyone woke up, turning on their flashlights. Looking at the curious, playful faces, Jiangxi realized that she and Lu Yuan had gotten too close. Not wanting to cause any misunderstanding, she quickly stood up and explained, we were just talking business. Sorry for disturbing everyone. Yu Yuan didn't believe it, chuckling, Boss Jiang, I saw it all. You were so close, your face is practically touching, and you're still saying you're not in a relationship? Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he saw it clearly and couldn't help but speak. Really? Captain Lu, when did you start dating Boss Jiang? You didn't even mention such a big deal? Lin Miyang was surprised and amazed, even adding a hint of gossip. Seeing the others join in the gossip, Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said expressionlessly, don't you all want to sleep? Then everyone get up and keep watch, and do 1,000 push-ups and an hour of squats. Sleep, sleep. We're so sleepy. No, Captain Lu. We sleep now, and won't disturb you. Everyone's expression dropped. Even the people in Unit 139 quickly turned off their flashlights and lay down again. 3 seconds later, the sound of snoring began to rise. This bunch of people. Jiangxi shook his head helplessly, and breathed a sigh of relief. In a moment of carelessness, she nearly got misunderstood. Her friendship with Lu Yuan grew stronger and stronger, their values and personalities becoming more compatible, practically a lifelong friendship. Jiangxi cherished this friendship, and didn't want a romantic relationship to entangle with Lu Yuan. They're talking nonsense, Lu Yuan, don't mind it, Jiangxi said, rubbing his hand. It's okay, I just go back and clean it up, Lu Yuan said calmly. Looking at his eyes, reflecting the dim yellow light of the flashlight, which held a multitude of emotions, Jiangxi read a mixture of admiration, teasing, joking, and helplessness, but nothing sexual. Great. It seemed he treated her as a friend, with no other ulterior motives. Jiangxi was relieved. Yes, some people need strict management, or they get all pissed off. She clapped her hands and yawned. All right, that's enough. Time for bed. We have to get up early tomorrow. Go to sleep. I take Captain Qin's shift for the rest of the night. The lights went out, and the rooms were silent, save for the mock snoring of the group, which gradually evened out as they drifted off to sleep again. A sweet night's sleep. The next day was another sunny day, and without delay, everyone set out as soon as the fog cleared. The return trip went smoothly, encountering only 2 clueless E-class mutant beasts, which they easily dealt with. Before 10 o'clock, White House 139 was already in sight. This outing had been fruitful, and everyone was excited to be home soon. Just as Deng Qilin and his companions were about to leave, they ran into Jiang Shi and his companions returning. It had only been a day since they last saw each other. He exclaimed ecstatically, "Boss Jiang. Captain Liu, you're back. Great to see you." Everyone in the White Room heard the noises and rushed out. There was a flurry of laughter and joy as they exchanged greetings, asking about what they had gained from their outing. Sorting out the items in Ji Qiuqi's space, and the supplies in everyone's backpacks took the entire morning. All the materials were stored in the warehouse, inventoried, and all the food was frozen. They were busy and happy. Lu Yuan and his companions also had to return to 458. Before leaving, he said to Jiang Shi, "I'm taking the metal piece and the instrument with me. I ask if she has anything similar. I let you know as soon as I have any information." Chapter 215. A bountiful harvest means busyness. Aside from the metal pieces and the special instrument, Lu Yuan kept all the harvest he brought back at 139. His and Jiang Shi's collaboration no longer required constant reminders. After 139 had processed the various materials, it would naturally transfer the portion belonging to 458. Jiang Shi first processed the frozen mutant golden line barbel. It wasn't much, only about 120 kilograms in total. This fish has delicate flesh and is extremely perishable, requiring immediate supernatural processing to maintain its special properties and extend its shelf life. After processing, he kept 1/5 in the kitchen. Jiang Shi had Uncle Wang and the others prepare it into dishes, giving priority to the hunting team, so that everyone could taste the delicious fish and improve their resistance to poison. The remaining half would be transferred to 458. By the way, Uncle Wang, Jiang Shi added a special reminder: when Li Qingjie comes to eat, remember to give him a portion of this fish. It will strengthen his water-based abilities. Uncle Wang said cheerfully, "Remember that, Boss Jiang. You're so kind to everyone." This was the kindest, most fair, and most considerate owner of the White House he had ever met. A few months after joining the White House, Uncle Wang and the other kitchen staff had gone from initial trepidation, fearing they would be ineffective and could be kicked out at any moment, to a sense of peace and relief. They woke up each day filled with happiness, having long considered 139 the place where they would continue their hard work for the rest of their lives and retire. The outside world was dangerous. Not only were there terrifying mutant beasts, but everyone was calculating. Even family members could turn against each other over a bite of food. He had experienced this before. But at 139, there's no need to worry about any of this. Boss Jiang, though young, is incredibly capable. Under her management, White House 139 has become a place every survivor in City C wants to join. No, it's mutual. Jiang Shi smiled faintly. The members of the hunting department risked their lives to obtain various supplies for White House 139. Of course, they should be given priority. Otherwise, who would be willing to take risks in the future? Li Qingjie is the only water-based psychic, and his hard work and contributions are immense. Jiang Shi will naturally not forget him. After dealing with the mutated golden barbel, Jiang Shi rushed to the weapons department to see Uncle Chao's progress in refining this batch of important ore. She ordered some members of the hunting department to suspend hunting and instead go to the Tianqing to collect bismuth crystal ore. This ore must be retrieved as soon as possible, otherwise it would be troublesome if discovered by other forces, or if something unexpected happened in the Tianqing. Just as Jiang Shi and Chao Wei were discussing the applications of bismuth metal, Debai's distinctive reminder rang out. Jiang, there are 12 unidentified visitors who wish to see you and are waiting in the reception room. Would you like to meet them? Unidentified 12 people? Jiang Shi was wondering what faction in City C wanted to see her, and why was it so secretive? After a moment's thought, she had guessed their identities. Didn't Du Qichong say a while ago that he would send his nephew for a meeting to discuss cooperation and trade in supplies? It's been over 2 weeks, so it should be time. Combined with these people's deceptive behavior, the identities of the unknown visitors were clear. I have something to do. Ask them to wait, Jiang Shi said calmly. Okay, I'm happy to serve you. After giving Debai instructions, Jiang Shi continued her discussion with Chao Wei. After leaving the weapons department, she went to the pharmaceutical department to check on Wang Fu's progress. Under intense, self-directed effort, Wang Fu, seemingly inspired by divine intervention, concocted a new medicine named brain-boosting pills. It can only be taken once within 24 hours, and can quickly restore mental strength and reduce symptoms like dizziness and headaches. The only similar food was the alligator snapping turtle eggs that Jiangxi had previously prepared. However, while one strengthens mental strength, the brain-boosting pills restore it, complementing each other and greatly expanding the variety of supplements. Jiangxi was very satisfied and praised Wang Fu's pharmaceutical skills. She hoped he would continue his efforts and, once the first batch of experimental mutant beasts could truly produce pink crystals, she would have him research supernatural catalysts. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Wang Fu understood Jiangxi's meaning. Reuse them. As if energized, Wang Fu didn't even bother to rest as he continued to work on the pills. After leaving the pharmaceutical department, Jiangxi had no time to spare. He and Jiyu went to the park and found a suitable spot to plant the glow moss they had brought back. After nearly 2 hours of work, the urgent matters were finally completed. In the reception room, the group was already growing impatient. The young man in the lead had a gloomy expression on his face, his arms folded as he sat on the hard reception chair. His buttocks were already stiff and painful from not moving for so long, but he had to keep holding on. How much longer are we going to have to wait? It's already been 2 hours. This woman is so arrogant. Is this how she treats guests? Not even a cup of tea. It's simply... Someone in the reception room complained. Boss Wang, didn't you say Jiangxi was very polite? Why hasn't she shown up after all this time? A middle-aged man in a suit coldly questioned another middle-aged man in glasses and a suit. Who told you not to reveal your identities? What could he do? Wang Shijin, looking embarrassed, explained. Butler Ming, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize Boss Jiang. Maybe she's too busy. Why don't you just reveal your identity as the second young master? Boss Jiang will definitely come right away. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Just then, a pleasant female voice rang out. A young woman, barefaced, walked into the reception room and said, I'm Jiangxi. You all look a little unfamiliar. What can I do for you? She hadn't even changed her clothes, just washed her hands. A few strands of hair clung to her face, and a hint of dirt clung to her sleeves. She wore a simple, even slightly wrinkled t-shirt and trousers, completely lacking the refinement of a distinguished White House owner. This was the young man's first impression of Jiangxi. She was the owner of White House 139, low class, like a country bumpkin. Fortunately, she was still pretty, and the young man barely suppressed his impatience and contempt, forcing a faint smile across his gloomy face. Wang Shijin reacted, bursting into laughter, and quickly extended his hand to greet her warmly. Boss Jiang, you're finally here. You kept us waiting for so long. I long admired your name, Boss Jiang, and it's truly an honor to meet you today. Who are you? Jiangxi looked at him indifferently, not extending her hand. Wang Shijin's hand froze in midair, and he withdrew it awkwardly, still smiling. I'm Wang Shijin, formerly a director of the Wang Group in City C. But that's all in the past. Now the Wang family still relies on Boss Jiang for their livelihood. I long wanted to meet Boss Jiang, but never found the opportunity, and now. Jiangxi's eyes flickered. So he was Wang Shijin, a member of the Wang family. This was the largest family power in City C, besides herself, Lu Yuan, and the 3 White Houses of the Psychic Core. The Wang and Shao families once collaborated, and later attempted to compete for White House 1027. She had heard from Lan Zipeng the previous time that, after the Wang family lost the competition, they seemed to have found another backer. There seemed to be some strange movements, but they hadn't yet been fully investigated. Mr. Wang, you're welcome. What can I do for you? Jiangxi asked directly. Chapter 216. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiangxi felt a gaze fixed on her, making her feel uncomfortable. When Jiangxi saw the man's face clearly, her eyes narrowed. A strong sense of danger washed over her. She had never imagined that she would meet this dangerous man so soon in her life. The young man saw Jiangxi's dazed expression clearly. He was pleased with the other person's distraction. Suppressing his smugness, he gracefully bowed. Miss Jiang, my name is Du Tianxiang. Nice to meet you. Wang Shijin chuckled. Boss Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Du Tianxiang, the nephew of Mr. Du Qicheng, the owner of White House number 9. It's his first time in City C, and he got lost. He happened to run into my Wang family's hunting group, and learned that Mr. Du was in City C looking for Boss Jiang, so I volunteered to bring him here. Du Tianxiang opened his lips, stood up, and said, Miss Jiang, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you at your uncle's request. You haven't forgotten, have you? In an instant, Jiang Shi understood. So, he was the nephew Du Tianxiang that Du Qichang had mentioned. Presumably, the crashed helicopter belonged to them. But Jiang Shi recognized him instantly. He wasn't the real Du Tianxiang. In her past life, she had seen this man countless times in White House No. 2. He wielded unparalleled power, second only to the owner Yi Dongshan. He commanded the support of countless others, acting recklessly and without hesitation. No one dared to provoke him. He was overbearing and arrogant, appearing refined and handsome, but in reality, he was a lustful, cruel, and inhumane monster. He was Yi Dongshan's biological son. Yi Zhuowei, a man with the power of bewitching. Whenever Yi Zhuowei unleashed his power, anyone who caught his eye would be captivated. Men and women alike would be captivated by him, obeying his every command without hesitation, even to the point of dying for him. Jiang Shi knew that Yi Zhuowei had used his bewitching ability to form a death squad of psychic warriors. They specialized in hunting giant mutant beasts. After one group died, another was formed. Luckily, Yi Zhuowei's abilities weren't as strong now, and because they were in the White House, he didn't dare use them on Jiang Shi. Otherwise, if Dubai detected someone attempting to bewitch the White House's owner, it would automatically deploy its defenses and eliminate him. Yi Zhuowei was clearly well aware of the White House's security capabilities, which was why he didn't dare act rashly. But he never imagined that even if he used bewitching on Jiang Shi outside the White House, given his current level of ability advancement, it would still be ineffective against Jiang Shi's full mental power. Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan had long wondered who Du Qichuang's nephew really was, and now the answer was finally revealed. So you're Mr. Du's nephew. Nice to meet you. Jiang Shi forced a strange smile, then quickly turned away, concealing her disgust and wariness. If killing him hadn't been useless for revenge, and would only alert the enemy, she would have led Dubai take action right then and there. Yi Zhuowei observed Jiang Shi's reaction, but interpreted it differently. She didn't dare look at him. She must have been shy. It seemed she had a crush on him. As expected, she was impressed by his unique status and handsome appearance. Great. No woman in the world could resist his charm. Yi Zhuowei, with a hint of pride, acted even more gracefully, his previous impatience and gloom seemingly gone. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to be so young and beautiful. It's true that hearing about her is worse than meeting her in person. Fortunately, I didn't refuse my uncle's request to come to City C, or I would have missed the opportunity to meet Miss Jiang. He wore an elegant smile, the curve of his lips perfectly lifted, but the look he gave Jiang Shi was not only not a favorable impression, but rather a profound disgust. Having lived in White House No. 2 for 28 years, she was well aware of Yi Zhuowei's despicable behavior. In her previous life, she was terrified of him, and even when they occasionally encountered him in public, she dared not look him in the eye, fearing she would be bewitched and become his plaything or assassin, ultimately leading to a tragic death. But now, fear was impossible. She simply wanted to smash Yi Zhuowei's face and gouge out his eyes. Chop him up and use him as fertilizer. Mr. Du, you're so polite, Jiang Shi said calmly. It's rare that you come all this way. I should show my hospitality, but business is more important. Let's discuss our cooperation first. Yi Zhuowei was about to say something he prepared, but it was cut short before he could finish his words. He could only chuckle. Okay, let's get down to business first. After we're done, please ask Miss Jiang to show me around. I heard that White House 139 is the most coveted place for survivors in City C. It must be flourishing. I wonder if you'd be honored. Jiang Shi's lips curled. If Mr. Du likes 139, you can stay here forever. You're welcome to stay and use him as fertilizer. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I'd be honored if the opportunity arises. Yi Zhuowei, however, thought Jiang Shi was implicitly inviting him to stay with her in White House 139, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Jiang Shi ignored Yi Zhuowei's speculations, and sent someone to the kitchen to fetch some food samples. These are the trade materials agreed upon with your uncle before. They can temporarily enhance strength, physique, speed, etc. There are also some that can detoxify and heal wounds. Mr. Du, you can try the effect. Jiang Shi said, pointing to the 7 or 8 kinds of small pieces of meat and concentrated juice on the table. Yi Zhuowei glanced over and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had smelled such delicious food. Even Butler Ming, standing beside him, was jealous, not to mention Wang Shijin. In City C, the Wang family had tasted the special foods produced by 139. Not only could they satisfy hunger, but they were also incredibly delicious, rivaling the craftsmanship of former 5-star hotel chefs. More importantly, These foods were packed with special benefits. Once you tasted them, you never forget them. All other rice and flour dishes will seem bland. The Wang family had always coveted 139's resources, but the competition was fierce, so they could only occasionally accumulate crystal cores to exchange for them. Even with their limited consumption, the Wang family had outperformed other forces in City C and survived to this day. But after failing to secure 1027, the Wang family felt a sense of crisis and, acting as a fence-sitter, approached the Yi family. Yi Zhuowei didn't taste them himself, but gestured. Butler Ming immediately stepped forward, picked up a piece of chopped dried meat, carefully took a bite, and ate slowly. If he found anything wrong, he would immediately spit it out. Butler Ming's expression changed instantly, his eyes brightening. He finished 2 or 3 pieces of dried meat in his hand, and then tried several other items in succession. Finally, he took a sip of the concentrated juice. The sweet and sour taste made his eyes narrow, and he smacked his lips. Good, very good, very good, he said excitedly. Second young master, it's true. These foods are indeed rich in special benefits. I feel very good now. Yi Zhuowei finally believed that the food was non-toxic. After tasting it himself, the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiangxi was different. It was so good. He wished he could eat this kind of food every day. Back in White House number 2, he could enjoy delicious food every day, feeling superior, even after the disaster. But after eating the food in 139, he felt that what he had eaten before was garbage. He never imagined someone had awakened such a special ability, capable of transforming inedible mutant animal meat and plants into such delicious food with special benefits. He never heard of it in City D. If only she could be used by the Yi family. Chapter 217. Yi Zhuowei coveted Jiangxi, but didn't show it outwardly. She was the owner of the White House, so she had to be extremely cautious. As expected of Miss Zhang's food, it's delicious. I bring it back for uncle to taste. He'd surely be very satisfied. Yi Zhuowei generously praised her, his eyes filled with admiration and surprise. Jiangxi sensed the traces of negative emotions, and goosebumps broke out. All lies. Suppressing her nausea, Jiangxi smiled faintly. Since Mr. Du is satisfied, isn't it time to show me your goods? I've been looking forward to this batch of genetic medicine for a long time. Both the reward and the genetic medicine were her goals. Although the medicine had many problems and couldn't be used, it could be given to Wang Fu for research. The quantity found from the Xiao family was too small, and the timing was not right, so Jiangxi hadn't rashly given it to Wang Fu for analysis. Once she got this batch, she could officially begin the experiment. Yi Zhuowei was already prepared. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and gestured, "Butler Ming, bring the things out and show Miss Jiang." Butler Ming responded and stepped forward. He held out his hand, and his palm lit up, emitting a hazy white light. With a wave of his hand, the white light transformed into small, glittering crystals, scattering in the air. Suddenly, a black box appeared, slowly drifting down into his hand. Uncle Ming held the box and placed it on the table. He then repeated the same action, and a second box appeared, then a third, then a fourth. Jiangxi watched in amazement. What kind of supernatural power was this? It seemed, why did it look familiar to her? Yi Zhuowei watched Jiangxi's reaction the entire time. Seeing her surprise, he said with a hint of smugness, "This is Uncle Ming, the Du family's butler. He's awakened a very special ability called a space box. It can be hidden and reappear when needed. It's used to carry valuables. Miss Jiang, is this your first time seeing this kind of ability? Uncle Ming? That last name is quite uncommon." Jiangxi seemed to recall something. "Yes, Uncle Ming has been loyal to my uncle for over 20 years. That's why my uncle asked him to accompany me, and also to facilitate the transportation of this batch of genetic drugs." Yi Zhuowei felt somewhat relieved. If it weren't for Uncle Ming's ability, all the goods would have been destroyed when the helicopter crashed. Jiangxi suddenly remembered something. In a previous life, a high-ranking Yi family member named Ming Dihai had a special ability. His ability was the magic pen. It wasn't space-related, and it was completely different from Ji Qiuqi's ability. The magic pen's ability focuses on sketching. Drawings can become real, but this requires a solid foundation in drawing skills, otherwise, the result may be a complete mess and a complete failure. When the ability is first awakened, the user can only draw simple inanimate objects, lacking the mental strength to sustain them. Once the ability is upgraded to perfection, with sufficient mental power, one can draw living things, such as mutant beasts and even humans. The temporary drawings of humans and beasts possess real powers and abilities, effectively creating a living being out of thin air. As long as the user's mental power is not exhausted, the drawn living being persists. It turns out that this seemingly gentlemanly, refined middle-aged man, Uncle Ming, is the infamous devil painter from White House No. 2 in his previous life, whose powers Yizhuo concealed. Jiang Shi instantly felt a surge of resentment towards the group. None of them are good. Uncle Ming, completely oblivious, brought out 5 boxes, then said with a smile, Miss Jiang, here are 500 genetic potions, 100 per box. Take a look. Jiang Shi deliberately quipped, didn't we agree on 1,000? Yizhuo smiled, Miss Jiang, there's no rush. This is our first collaboration, after all. Take a look at the goods first. Besides, Miss Jiang only gave me a small sample. She didn't bring out all the goods. Jiang Shi ignored his nagging and asked directly, I'm fine with inspecting the goods, but Mr. Du, did you bring all 1,000 genetic potions? Of course, Miss Jiang, don't worry. We trade half today. If everything goes well, we trade the other half tomorrow. In that case, fine. Jiang Shi picked up a pink potion and examined it. Yizhuo saw how attentive she was, but he doubted she could see anything. This was something the Yi family had developed by sheer luck, at the cost of countless manpower and resources, the deaths of countless psychics, and the occupation of a large pharmaceutical factory and research institute. Even if she studied for 100 years, she wouldn't be able to fully grasp. But Yizhuo waited patiently, a gentle smile on his face. 2 minutes later, Jiang Shi's potential was confirmed to be the X01 gene potion, identical to the one she had previously obtained from the Xiao family. The success rate was expected to be less than 20%, making it a highly dangerous substance and unacceptable for human use. Mr. Du, is this gene potion effective? Jiang Shi picked up a tube and looked at Yizhuo. Of course, is that even necessary? Yizhuo said confidently, once this batch of gene potions is used up, we'd be able to obtain at least 15 psychics. It's quite a bargain. The Yi family did just that, and in just 3 months, they achieved remarkable results. City D now has the most psychics in the Yi family, even surpassing White House No. 9 in City A. As for the fact that their psychics aren't very effective, their combat effectiveness isn't strong, and some are even completely useless, he certainly won't say that. Jiang Shi pondered for a moment, still a little skeptical. Words aren't enough. We need a live test to prove it. Mr. Du, why don't you just show me how psychics are created? At this point, she changed the subject, of course. You can't use my people. What if it fails? Mr. Wang, why don't you help them out? You brought so many people with you, haven't you? Give it a try. If it works, I give you a psychic for free, and I give you the genetic medicine. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole audience paled. Yizhuo's smile froze, and Wang Shijin frantically exclaimed, no, how can that be? The chances of the genetic drug failing are too high. That would be fatal. Boss Wang. Uncle Ming suddenly raised his voice, and interrupted him coldly, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Wang Shijin finally realized what was happening, a cold sweat breaking out in his face. Yes, yes. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Yizhuo. The faces of the several Wang family members behind him paled with fear. Don't use them for experiments. They don't want to die. Yizhuo was a little embarrassed. Ms. Jiang, there's no need. It's the same if you find someone to test it yourself. Would I lie to you? Jiang Shi said calmly, who knows? This is our first collaboration, after all. You already tasted my product and confirmed it's fine. Now I'm letting you verify its efficacy. Isn't that the right thing to do? Yizhuo's face darkened. He was practically being aggressive. Did he have to prove the efficacy? Ms. Jiang, even if you want to test the genetic drug, you wouldn't have to use your own people, right? Unable to turn his face away, he could only force an unnatural expression and say, genetic drugs can't be 100% successful. Even if the success rate is increased to 70% or 80%. To be safe, we must recruit survivors for testing. Ms. Jiang, you're the owner of the White House, someone who's accomplished great things. You understand what I mean, don't you? After saying this, Yizhuo's face darkened. He really couldn't resist the temptation. A few words had him losing control of his nature. Jiang Shi raised the corners of his lips, folded his hands and said calmly, Mr. Du looks so unhappy. Are you unhappy? If you don't want to do this business, I don't mind. I won't force you. Chapter 218. You? How could Yizhuo not see that this woman was doing this on purpose? He come all this way, and nearly gotten into trouble, and now she was just going to give up on this deal? She was making a fool of him. Just as the situation was about to end in a quarrel, Butler Ming hurried to smooth things over. Miss Jiang, The second young master didn't mean that. Cooperation is a must. Second young master, have you forgotten the master's reminder? Miss Jiang doesn't understand. We just need to explain things to her. Knowing the second young master's temper, he had no idea how to persuade him. Thankfully, Wang Shijin had good judgment and offered his advice. Harmony brings wealth. Boss Jiang, cooperation with young master Du will greatly benefit your White House number 139. Why did you let things get so awkward over a few words? The two of them exchanged words, each trying to persuade the other. Yi Zhuowei finally remembered his mission and had to soften his stance. Jiangxi had been testing the waters, so he stopped while he was ahead and agreed to accept the goods without further nagging. That's right. Once Miss Jiang acquires more psychics, she won't regret partnering with us. Yi Zhuowei's expression brightened. I hope so. Jiangxi sent someone to the warehouse to retrieve half of the agreed-upon meat, 2,500 kilograms, and handed it to Yi Zhuowei. Butler Ming, once again, gestured, creating a larger cabinet, into which the meat fit easily. In a flash, it vanished. A few more perfunctory words were exchanged, and Yi Zhuowei said he would leave the remaining 500 potions at Wang's house, and bring another 500 tomorrow to trade for the second half. No problem, Jiangxi said unfazed. Miss Jiang is quite forthright. I was impulsive and rushed just now. I hope Miss Jiang doesn't mind. Yi Zhuowei prepared to leave, regaining his usual aristocratic demeanor and apologizing again. What's there to worry about? Mr. Du is a kind-hearted man, much better than those who harbor secrets, Jiangxi said perfunctorily, escorting the group to the door. Standing outside the White House, Yi Zhuowei took a few steps and saw Jiangxi still standing at the door. He smiled brightly and said, Miss Jiang, can you see me off? He had been waiting for this moment. As soon as this woman left the White House, he could make his move. Jiangxi simply waved her hand and smiled faintly. Mr. Du will be back tomorrow. What's there to see you off for? Bye, I'm hurrying back to process that batch of medicine. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and walked inside without waiting for Yi Zhuowei to speak. Outside the White House, Yi Zhuowei stood there for over 20 seconds before getting into the Wang family's car and speeding away. His smiling face darkened gradually. He pounded his fist on the back of the chair in front of him and said fiercely, Damn it. This stinking woman is so arrogant. This young master will definitely take her down. I'm waiting for the day when she bowed down to you. Butler Ming chuckled and said, Second young master, why bother getting so angry? Jiangxi may be the head of the White House, but once she leaves, how can she be a match for you? Sooner or later, she'd be like Boss Wang, obedient and well-behaved. Isn't that right, Boss Wang? Wang Shijin, sitting in the front passenger seat, wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he turned to the back seat and flattered, Yes, yes. It's my great honor to be able to serve you. From now on, the entire Wang family will follow your lead. Yi Zhuowei's anger finally turned to joy, and he smiled sinisterly. No one could escape his bewitching gaze, not even Wang Shijin. Jiangxi could only wait. After putting away the 500 doses of genetic medicine, Jiangxi headed straight back to her room. Sitting at her desk, she pondered for a moment, then lit up the star map, found the light in White Room 9, and connected via voice. A moment later, Du Qicheng's hoarse, smoker-like voice rang out, Miss Jiang, you took the initiative to contact me this time. Could it be that my nephew has already arrived? How did the discussion go? Jiangxi said briskly, Second young master Du just left. The cooperation is going smoothly, so I told Mr. Du. Du Qicheng laughed, and said, It seems Miss Jiang is very satisfied with this batch. Yes, I didn't expect it to work so well. I tried one on the spot, and it actually worked. Jiangxi began to set Du Qicheng up, saying seriously, if I had known this, I would have ordered more. 1,000 doses probably won't be enough. Mr. Du, how about a second batch of 3,000 doses? Du Qicheng's voice paused for a few seconds before he asked, with a hint of subtle surprise, Miss Jiang, you tested one on the spot. Did it work? I'm curious about the process. Could you tell me about it? This is our first collaboration, so we definitely have to inspect the product. Second young master Du guaranteed a high success rate for this batch of potions, so of course, I had to give it a try. It's a bit risky, but anyone willing to take a chance on becoming a psychic is willing to take a chance. Jiangxi spoke nonsensically, her tone tinged with satisfaction. It actually worked in the end. The activated psychic power is immense strength. She told Du Qicheng that after the genetic drug injection, the man easily lifted a felled tree weighing at least 500 kilograms. To be able to achieve this level right after activation, It would definitely be even greater if his psychic power were to improve in the future. I'm very satisfied. The genetic potion is incredibly powerful. Jiangxi was thrilled, pressing for the genetic potion a second time, placing an order for another 3,000, as if fearing the supply would be snatched up by other forces. Meanwhile, Du Qichong sensed something was amiss. It actually worked on the first try? And for something as practical as the super strength ability? Could she have just gotten lucky? It's good if it works, But Miss Jiang, I have to warn you. While genetic potions can artificially create people with special abilities, there are bound to be some failures. There's no such thing as a 100% success rate. You understand, right? Du Qichong had just said it casually, but Jiangxi replied, I understand. Even with a 50% success rate, I'd be satisfied. What, 50%? Du Qichong blurted out, his eyes suddenly widening. How could it be 50%? It's clearly less than 20%, and with so many people dead, how could he not have known that? Jiangxi asked in surprise, why, isn't it 50%? Second young Master Du told me, so I took the risk and asked one of my own people to try it. Don't you know Mr. Du? Haha, it's 50%, 50%, of course I know. Du Qichong realized what was happening and immediately laughed it off, dismissing it with a serious face. He understood. Yi Shuowei must have exaggerated the effectiveness of the genetic drug in front of Jiangxi, but why would he do that? This was easily verifiable. Once Jiangxi had someone else try it, and the second, third, and fourth trials failed, she would know for sure that the success rate wasn't 50%. What on earth was Yi Shuowei up to? Du Qichong became increasingly puzzled. Could it be that Yi Dongshan had some other plan he hadn't told him? He wanted to ask Yi Dongshan what was going on, but thought better of it. This old fox would never tell him. Better to let things take their course and wait and see. After all, it wouldn't be long before Jiangxi realized she had been deceived. Just stand by and watch. Chapter 219. After the connection was disconnected, Jiangxi's lips curled up in a sly smile. She had deliberately exaggerated the effects of the genetic potion to arouse Du Qichong's suspicion. Whether he believed it or not, at least the trap had been laid. In his previous life, Du Qichong's White Room No. 9 was notorious. Although it flourished for over a decade, it was ultimately suppressed by other White Rooms. Although Jiangxi didn't know the specific reasons for the demise of White Room No. 9, this time, she would stir up conflict and hasten its destruction. Du Qichong claimed to be collaborating with her, but in reality, he had sent members of the Yi family, making it clear that both sides were colluding to plot against her. Unbeknownst to anyone, she recognized Yi Shuowei at first sight. Great! Let's see who will be the last one to reap the spoils. After leaving the room, Jiangxi went back to the warehouse, bringing a box of genetic potions with her to find Wang Fu. Wang Fu was working on improving the effectiveness of his powerful pills, aiming to increase their temporary strength boost from 3 times to 4. He'd been busy all night without a break. Seeing Jiangxi arrive, he didn't even bother to greet her, his hair tangled. Mr. Wang, are you working so hard to compete with Uncle Chow for the title of workaholic? Jiangxi teased with a smile. Wang Fu paused, then paused awkwardly. Not really. I just felt like I was just one step away from success, and I wanted to finish it first. But then... Hey, Boss Jiang, what are you carrying? As he spoke, he spotted the black box in Jiangxi's hand. I was just about to talk to you about this. It's very important. Jiangxi's expression grew serious. He stepped forward, placed the box on the medicine table, and opened it. 100 pink pills appeared before Wang Fu. His expression paled slightly. So many genetic drugs? Boss Jiang, where did they come from? Jiangxi said sternly, that's not important. The main point is, I want you, Mr. Wang, to compare this batch of harmful genetic drugs and research a genuine genetic drug. Wang Fu's eyes widened. What do you mean, a genuine genetic drug? Boss Jiang, I don't quite understand what you mean. Wang Fu was a little confused, unsure if Jiangxi was talking about the same thing as he was imagining. That couldn't be possible, right? Mr. Wang, you must be aware of the dangers of genetic drugs, so I won't elaborate. This is a serious matter. Jiangxi had considered it for a long time, and said cautiously, the apocalypse is almost certain, and it could even last for decades or even centuries. Survival will be extremely difficult for ordinary people, so awakening superpowers has become the dream of every survivor. Wang Fu's heart skipped a beat. I understand, Boss Jiang, but the mortality rate of genetic drugs is too high. The number of people who can activate their superpowers after injection is very small. He had been at the Shao family for some time, and had a fairly good understanding of the situation. It's not enough that the genetic potion can't activate superpowers, but the main issue is the incredibly high mortality rate, and the deaths are so horrific they're unbearable to watch. Wang Fu grew worried. Could it be that Boss Jiang was also desperately trying to research genetic medicine? Didn't she say before? Jiangshi saw Wang Fu's thoughts and said, Mr. Wang, since I proposed this idea, I must be confident. You don't need to ask for anything else. I just tell you that I have the actual formula for the genetic potion. Even if the potion developed according to this formula fails to activate superpowers, it won't cause death. It can even be injected multiple times, and it's bound to succeed in the end. What you need to do is quickly develop a truly harmless genetic medicine based on this formula, using references from these harmful genetic agents. This will benefit all survivors. Wang Fu was stunned. Could this be true? Boss Jiang actually had a harmless genetic medicine formula. Where did he get it? A wave of shock washed over him. He couldn't believe it, but judging by Jiangshi's usual demeanor and the overall atmosphere at 139, he felt she wasn't someone who would make unfounded claims or exaggerate. This research is bound to fail many times, but I hope you trust me. Utilize your special abilities and work hard. We will succeed. Jiangshi stared at Wang Fu intently, finally unpacking what she had been planning for so long. Though she wasn't entirely confident, she projected a confident and resolute expression, as if such a thing already existed and replicating it wouldn't be a difficult task. Wang Fu hesitated, half believing and half doubting. Boss Jiang, can you show me the formula? He was intrigued, unsure of the formula that had given Boss Jiang such confidence. Jiangshi nodded. Okay, I write the recipe down. But Mr. Wang, once you've seen it, this thing can't be abandoned halfway. You need to devote the majority of your energy to it, potentially running hundreds or thousands of experiments. Furthermore, you must promise not to disclose the formula. Otherwise, I'm sure you know the consequences, even without me having to explain them. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, the meaning self-evident. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. I'm not someone who's ungrateful. Wang Fu immediately declared, I wouldn't do such a thing as betraying my own people. I swear I won't reveal the formula. Otherwise, you be at your mercy. Jiangshi didn't say much, quickly finding paper and pen and writing down the formula he memorized. Wang Fu took it curiously and looked at it. The paper was filled with materials from various mutant plants and animals, as well as minerals, and even things he had never heard of. How this formula had come into Boss Jiang's hands was beyond his comprehension. Jiangshi pointed to the genetic potion on the table and said, although this thing is seriously harmful to the human body, it does activate superpowers, which means that some of its effects are correct. Mr. Wang, compare the ingredients in this formula and combine them for reference and experiment. I believe you will succeed. Wang Fu was completely unsure, yet an inexplicable urge arose. If he could truly concoct a genetic potion that was harmless to the human body and could activate superpowers, how wonderful it would be. That would be the pharmacist's greatest dream. Countless people would awaken superpowers because of his potion, increasing the survival rate of most people. He would definitely become one of the greatest heroes of the apocalypse. If there were enough people to thank him, praise him, and admire him, he might even be immortalized. This kind of honor and pride is priceless. Okay. I first study these genetic medicines, extract their efficacy, determine their specific ingredients, and then compare them to the herbs in this recipe to see where the differences lie. Wang Fu also grew excited, forming some initial ideas. He briefly explained a few things to Jiangshi, and then plunged into his busy research. Jiangshi didn't bother him, but immediately prepared a variety of foods to restore his strength, energy, and mental clarity, and instructed Hu Qin to remind Wang Fu to eat them on time. She also assigned several people to assist him, forbidding anyone to disturb him. She didn't know how long it would take Wang Fu to come up with a clue, a few months, a year, or even several years. She could only wait patiently. Chapter 220. That night, Jiangshi informed Lu Yuan of the research on the superpower enhancer and Yi Zhuowei's arrival. Lu Yuan was also surprised. He hadn't expected the two owners of the big white house, supposedly competitors, to team up and send an imposter to plot against Jiangshi. He warned her to be cautious. Jiangshi smiled faintly. Don't worry. Now that I recognize him, I won't be fooled again. I ask you for help if anything happens. But for now, how are you investigating that piece of metal and the particle detector? Revenge and exploring the unknowns of this world are Jiangshi's biggest goals now. Although the gray fog had erupted less than a year ago, she had benefited from her rebirth and was ahead of many others. She no longer had to worry about food and shelter. After taking care of her most basic needs, she had a group of good teammates around her, helping to relieve her heavy burden. As a result, her next steps differed from those of most ordinary people. Revenge came first. Throughout her life, Jiangxi would spare no effort to deal with White House No. 2 and the infamous vampire houses from her previous life. Another priority was to understand and investigate the origins of the catastrophe, the formation of the mutant beasts and the gray fog, and so on. I already contacted the owner of the White House and exchanged some things with her. Let me show you some, Lu Yuan said, activating the White House's teleportation function and sending a box containing something over. When Jiangxi saw the black hole-like vortex appear, it was already familiar. A palm-sized box emerged. She picked it up and opened it, revealing 2 grayish-white stones and a strangely shaped object. Jiangxi first examined the 2 stones. They resembled common white marble, but the lines carved into their surfaces were similar to those she had seen on the rock face before. She couldn't pinpoint the meaning of these lines, nor did she understand the carving techniques. She simply felt that the patterns they formed were similar in style. Just like certain buildings, certain color schemes, certain decorations, each has its own unique style, easily recognizable at a glance. After examining them for a while, Jiangxi put the 2 stones down and picked up another object. She was even more confused. It was white, shaped like half a broken tile, with a certain curvature. It was only about a finger thick, and the moment Jiangxi picked it up, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. White House. Jiangxi was stunned. The white, tile-like object in her hand was made of the same material as the White House. No wonder it felt so familiar. It felt slightly soft to the touch, but it wouldn't budge even when pressed hard. The fractured surface appeared solid, but in reality, it was riddled with tiny holes. Even cutting with a knife or shooting with a charged gun wouldn't break it. The only difference was that she could sense the White House was alive, while this white fragment was dead. Lu Yuan, what on earth is this thing? Why is it so similar in material to the White House? Jiangxi was shocked and eager to ask. She had always believed that the White House was the most sturdy and unique thing in the world, indestructible even by nuclear weapons. But now she saw a fragment that resembled the White House's wall. Could it be that the White House itself was actually destructible? On the other side of the screen, Lu Yuan, anticipating her reaction, shook his head and said, I don't know what this is, and the person who exchanged it with me doesn't know either. But I thought I'd show it to you. It's definitely connected to the White House. Upon his return, he immediately contacted the owner of the White House from last time and asked if she had any other similar finds. Coincidentally, she said she had found some more, and she sold them to Lu Yuan for 5,000 E-grade crystal cores, also asking him for some food. But these were minor details, so Lu Yuan didn't elaborate. Where did this person find it? Did they give any details? Jiangxi pressed on, her heart filled with intense curiosity. This person is a woman. The White House serial number is 6,000. I asked her about this, but she wasn't clear. I find out if I go there myself? Lu Yuan paused, then finally said, so I'm planning to go there, hoping to find something. White House 6,000. Jiangxi immediately began searching on the star map. After a while, she discovered it was over 1,000 kilometers southwest of City C, quite far away. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to leave so soon, but Jiangxi didn't try to dissuade him. She knew that since Lu Yuan had said it, he had made up his mind. As a friend, she could only and must support him. It's good for you to go. I'm also curious about where these things came from. Given your abilities, be careful and don't put your life in danger along the way. You're the perfect person to investigate this secret. Jiangxi offered a few words of advice, then asked him approximately how long the trip would take and when he would return. Over 1,000 kilometers, unlike his last investigation in City C, would take at least a month. Lu Yuan said he would hand over the daily operations of White Room 458 to Deputy Captain Qin Yaogang, and that if Jiangxi needed any help, she could go to him. Okay, I wish you all the best too. I hope to hear good news from you when I get back. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Jiangxi finally disconnected. She sat on the bed, looking at the contents of the box before her. She then picked it up and examined it, still in disbelief. Not to mention the 2 stones, but especially the white fragment. It was neither gold nor jade, nor plastic. Even with her innate potential, she couldn't tell what it was made of. This was what shocked Jiangxi the most. Lying in bed, she slowly drifted off to sleep, half dreaming as if dreaming. It was a charred wasteland, shrouded in gray fog, devoid of life, like the devastation left by a nuclear war. Countless giant mutant beasts trudged with heavy steps, terrifying alien creatures floated in the sky, and countless people screamed as they fled, only to collapse one by one. The next day, Jiangxi woke up feeling groggy. She hadn't slept well at all. Not knowing whether Li Yuan had left, she got up and ate a quick, refreshing meal. Finally, she felt energized again. Just as she was wondering when Yi Zhuowei and his group would arrive, they arrived. Today's transaction went exceptionally smoothly. After it was completed, Wang Shijin, who had accompanied her, glanced at Yi Zhuowei and said with a smile, "Boss Jiang, I have something to discuss with you. I heard you're looking to acquire some guns. I do have a channel, but I'm wondering if you're interested?" Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. "Oh, Mr. Wang, please go ahead. Miss Jiang, you should know about the former Sea City Security Bureau. On the first day of the Grey Fog outbreak, the security building completely collapsed, apparently attacked by a giant mutant beast. But recently my men have finally cleared it out. If we go in and search, we're sure we find some good stuff. Miss Jiang, would you like to take a look?" Wang Shijin spoke meaningfully, his tone somewhat flattering. Jiangxi, however, didn't believe it was that simple. Even if it were true, why didn't he mention it yesterday? "Tell me, Mr. Wang, what do I need to do to get some guns?" she asked directly. Chapter 221. As he spoke, Wang Shijin glanced at Yi Zhuowei subtly, as if following his lead. He chuckled and said, "It's simple. We need some help from Miss Jiang." He took out a map and placed it in front of Jiangxi. Pointing to a certain area west of the city, he said, "Miss Jiang, please look. The security bureau is right here. Most of the collapsed concrete and steel have been cleared, but we discovered that the interior is infested with the roots of some mutated plants. They're highly toxic and impenetrable. Miss Jiang, don't you have a plant-based psychic here? If you could get her help, we could get in without any problems. The security bureau's ammunition isn't as good as the military depot, but it's plenty for City C. Over 100 guns are definitely enough. Besides, young Master Du has agreed to help. Now all we need is Miss Jiang." After saying this, Wang Shijin looked at Jiangxi eagerly, awaiting her response. Jiangxi smiled. What a good reason. But the trap was so obvious, how could she not see it? If the Wang family had truly gone to the trouble of clearing the collapsed security station just to find the guns inside, why would they ask her for help just for a few mutant plants? They have to share supplies. It's impossible for the Wang family's psychics to be unable to deal with a few immobile mutant plants. If mere poison was enough to stump them, then the Wang family wouldn't even have a chance in City C. The key point is that Wang Shijin said he asked Yi Zhuowei for help. Does the Wang family have the face to do that? It's clear they were trying to trick her out of the White House and give Yi Zhuowei an opportunity to attack her. Jiangxi didn't expose her, but smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I do have a wood-type psychic here, and I'm happy to help. But how are we going to distribute the guns after we find them?" She wasn't afraid of Yi Zhuowei's abilities, and she just needed a gun. If someone offered her a pillow, she'd take it. Hearing her agreement, Wang Shijin's smile widened. Okay. With all three families contributing, the money will naturally be divided equally. Is that okay? Yi Zhuowei smiled. My Du family doesn't care about a few guns. We're just helping out. It's up to you if you want one or not. Of course I won't. Young Master Du contributed, so he definitely deserves a third. Wang Shijin said with a broad smile. Yi Zhuowei didn't refuse. In that case, Miss Jiang, get ready. We go today. Today? That's a little too early. I need time to prepare. How could Jiangxi go along with the other party's moves? Not to mention that the hunting team had already left. Even if all members were present, she would deliberately disrupt their pace and prepare thoroughly. Wang Shijin immediately urged. Waiting until tomorrow will delay us for another day. Miss Jiang, we should go now. Otherwise, I'm afraid something might happen. Something? What kind of thing? Jiangxi deliberately frowned, puzzled. Aren't Mr. Wang's men keeping an eye on the security bureau? Who else would dare to seize the supplies you set your sights on? Nothing's happened in all these days, and now something unexpected happens just as we're about to take action. How could it be such a coincidence? Why are you so anxious? Is there something else Mr. Wang hasn't told me? No, Miss Jiang, you're being overly suspicious. Seeing her suspicions, Wang Shijin quickly corrected himself. In that case, let's do it tomorrow. I go back and make preparations. If it's clear tomorrow, we meet at the entrance of the West City Security Bureau at 10 a.m. Jiangxi finally smiled. Okay, then, see you two tomorrow. Yi Zhuowei, satisfied with the 500 kilograms of food they acquired through the trade, left with Wang Shijin and his group. But as soon as he got in the car, his expression darkened again. He glared coldly at Wang Shijin, who was in the front passenger seat, and said, "You useless piece of shit. You almost ruined my plan. If Jiangxi gets suspicious, I'd be the first to kill you." Wang Shijin shuddered, frightened, and quickly apologized. "Second young master, I'm sorry. It was all my anxiety. Shut up if you can't speak anymore. Play dumb." "Yes, yes." Yi Zhuo's eyes darkened. "How dare you answer me back?" Wang Shijin's scalp nearly exploded. With a steely determination, he slapped himself in the face, not holding back. The resounding sound of the Wang family's leader slapping himself in the car without dignity. In a moment, his mouth was covered in blood, and his face was swollen. Butler Ming scoffed, not even glancing at him. He asked Yi Zhuo, "Second young master, if Jiangxi comes out tomorrow, it means she has no suspicions. Should we control the few psychics she brought with her?" Yi Zhuo pondered for a moment, and shook his head. "No, I can only control a maximum of 20 people right now. There are only 5 spots left, and Jiangxi takes 1. I heard that the owner of White House 458, Lu Yuan, has even more powerful psychics. I must get him. That leaves only the last 3, and we have to save them for special circumstances." Although his bewitching power was highly effective and had never failed, the number of spots was limited, and he had to choose the right targets to maximize his benefits. Not everyone was qualified to follow him. Take, for example, that dog, Wang Shijin. He was merely being used for a moment. Yi Zhuo had no regard for him. As soon as he left City C, he would immediately kill him to avoid wasting a precious spot. The next day, Jiangxi arranged everything and, along with Ji Yayu, Jiang Mengyao, and Gu Zi, rushed to the ruined West City Security Bureau. The broken gate was only half broken, overgrown with weeds. More than a dozen people stood there, waiting for a while. Yi Zhuo, still dressed in his suit and tie, looking like a dignified gentleman, approached and said, "Miss Jiang, you finally arrived. You're still as beautiful today, as bright and elegant as the rising sun." "Oh my god," Jiangxi got goosebumps all over her. "Does this person always talk like this?" Jiang Mengyao rubbed her arms, looking around, and said deliberately, "Why do I suddenly feel so cold? My hair is standing on end." Ji Yayu teased, "Sister Mengyao, are you wearing too little?" "Maybe." Jiangxi saw a dark flash in Yi Zhuo's eyes, but she didn't respond, saying calmly, "Now that everyone is here, let's get ready for action." Wang Shijin brought 8 psychics from the Yi family, along with 6 ordinary people, all of whom had consumed special food to enhance their physique and strength. Soon, everyone followed the Wang family into the overgrown and vine-covered security building. The once solemn and majestic security building was now completely dilapidated, with large broken walls scattered everywhere, rusty steel bars exposed, and vines entwined. In the central courtyard stood a massive tree, its countless branches growing in all directions, reaching into every floor of the building. Its roots, like tentacles, covered the walls. Fortunately, the road had been cleared, so passage was relatively smooth. Wang Shijin and the others followed a 2-meter-wide opening, and finally entered the security building. Chapter 222. Jiangxi witnessed a horrifying scene. Countless tree roots, as thick as buckets, emerged from the ground, piercing through the first floor's terrazzo floor, and spreading like spiderwebs. The roots also bore warts, making the mere sight of them nauseating. "That's it." Wang Shijin pointed at the scattered roots and said, "Miss Jiang, these roots won't attack you, but they are highly poisonous. If you accidentally touch them, your hand will ulcerate immediately. They must be removed." Jiangxi asked, "Where are the guns?" How could Wang Shijin know such a thing? He looked at one of his men, who immediately stepped forward, pointing ahead. "They're usually kept in the armory. Enter from this location." Originally, this was a corridor, but it's collapsed. It should be the 4th room inside. We have to check it out to find out. Jiangxi nodded and said to Ji Yayu, "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Ji Yayu said briskly, "No problem, Sister Jiang, let me do it." With that, she stepped forward and raised her hand as everyone watched. A faint green light shone from her palm, and roots and vines slowly moved. Just then, an exclamatory voice echoed beside Jiangxi. "This is a wood-type ability. Amazing. Miss Jiang, what's the name of this psychic?" Jiangxi was about to speak when she felt a strange wave of energy. An evil thought, like a needle piercing through this wave, gave her a slight shudder. Yi Zhuo had attacked her. This Ba*** was so impatient, he acted so quickly. But good, the fluctuations weren't strong. Jiang Shi instantly determined that Yi Zhuowei's mental power was inferior to hers, at most reaching the full potential, far behind her. The strength of her mental power determined the effectiveness of her abilities. Even if she met Yi Zhuowei's eyes, she wouldn't be bewitched by him. Jiang Shi turned her head naturally, as if completely unprepared, and met Yi Zhuowei's gaze. She felt a sudden dizziness, and vaguely saw a ray of light. This light swirled like a vortex, tugging at her gaze and consciousness, attempting to draw her in. But in a moment, Jiang Shi regained consciousness. Yi Zhuowei was staring at her intently, the white light in his eyes gradually dimming. Jiang Shi could even see the bloodshot streak in his eyes, and a glob of mucus in the corner of his right eye. Yi Zhuowei, oblivious, continued Miss Jiang, what's the name of this psychic? Her name is Jiyu. Jiang Shi feigned fascination, her eyes fixed on him. Yi Zhuowei then asked with a smile, what about the other two people you brought? What are their psychic abilities? Jiang Shi answered each question one by one. There was nothing to hide. Yi Zhuowei's heartbeat quickened, and he asked a few more questions about White Room 139, including the inventory and supplies. Jiang Shi rambled on, feigning obedience. Done. Yi Zhuowei snapped his fingers and smiled with satisfaction. As he expected, the psychic ability of bewitching was invincible, and no one could escape it. You bitch, you're so arrogant. Why are you answering every question now? As obedient as a cat. If there weren't other people on the scene who weren't under control, Yi Zhuowei would have left right then and there, and headed to 139 to collect his spoils, not interested in going through all the trouble just to get a few guns. Sister Jiang, it's done. Jiyu called back. In just a few minutes, she had moved the tree roots blocking the path, revealing the dilapidated corridor. Wang Shijin was overjoyed. Great, now we are all set. Let's go! At his command, the Wang family filed in, carefully avoiding the remaining tree roots in the corridor, and began searching. Jiang Shi, Jiang Mengyao, and the other two also went into search. While the primary goal was to find guns, they also made sure to look for other supplies. After searching through several rooms, they found batons, handcuffs, stab-proof vests, body armor, and more. But they were all rusted or dirty. Finally, someone pulled a pistol from a drawer, but it was empty of bullets. They happily handed it to Wang Shijin. 3 hours later, every possible area of the security bureau had been searched. The final result was 32 Type 54 pistols, 7 assault rifles, 3 sniper rifles, 8 semi-automatic pistols, over 300 rounds of various ammunition, and 6 grenades. This was the harvest, aside from the damaged guns and ammunition. Following the entire operation, Jiang Shi discovered a problem. Although the security station had been invaded by various mutant plants and some areas had collapsed, it wasn't as serious as Wang Shijin had claimed. At most, they had discovered a few low-level mutant snakes and some insects. There was no need to look for her. They could have searched the security station thoroughly. It goes without saying that today's operation was entirely targeted at her. Yi Zhuowei was using the search of the security station as an excuse to lure her out of the White House and deceive her. Clearing the collapsed landslides and rocks around the security station was something the Wang family had been doing for a long time. Yi Zhuowei was just using her for a passing purpose. So Jiang Shi understood that Wang Shijin, the head of the Wang family, had likely been bewitched and controlled by Yi Zhuowei, hence his unwavering obedience. Only a few guns, a bit too few. Yi Zhuowei glanced at her indifferently. Forget it, I don't want them. Give them all to Miss Jiang. Although the woman had been bewitched by him, there were 3 other people around. He had to act as if it was natural, making it appear that Jiang Shi was in love with him, thus facilitating his subsequent control over White House 139. Wang Shijin, of course, wouldn't object. He divided the guns and ammunition into 2 parts, half for the Wang family and half for House 139. After distributing the supplies, the group left the security building. I thought it would be so complicated, but it turned out to be so simple. If I had known Sister Mengyao, you wouldn't have come, Jiyu said briskly. I didn't know beforehand. Jiang Mengyao remained completely unsuspecting. It's always best to be cautious when going out. After all, you could encounter mutant beasts anywhere. Just because you didn't run into danger this time, doesn't mean you won't run into danger next time. Jiyu nodded. That's right, Sister Mengyao. I keep that in mind. Gu Zi's trip had been completely useless. At least they gotten a lot of guns, so the trip wasn't in vain. With everything settled, it was time to return home. Jiang Shi guessed Yi Zhuowei would have a follow-up. Sure enough, he immediately sent Wang Shijin away. After the Wang family had left, he spoke to her alone. Miss Jiang, I like to visit White House 139. I heard you're the best developed White House in City C. You wouldn't refuse, would you? The whole act had to be played to the hilt. Yizhuowei was plotting against her, and she was also luring him into a trap. Jiangxi's lips curled up, and she looked at him with a smile. Very well, Mr. Du, please come. Chapter 223. Accompanying Yizhuowei and his 4 companions, Jiangxi returned to White House 139. This time, she was incredibly welcoming. Not only did she take the initiative to bring Yizhuowei inside the White House to show him the rapid development of the various departments, she even took him on a tour of the warehouse. Li Yu, who was inventorying supplies in the warehouse, was stunned. This was the first time Jiangxi had brought an outsider in. What had happened? Even in all the time 458 had been working with him, she had never brought Li Yu on. What was going on? Jiang, why did you bring this guy here and tell him everything? Li Yu pulled Jiangxi aside as they were about to leave the warehouse and whispered, You don't like him, do you? Jiangxi smiled and said to Yizhuowei, Mr. Du, wait outside for me. I talk to a Yu and be right back. She then glanced at Jiqiuqi, asking him to help greet them first. It's okay. I just wait for Miss Jiang outside. No rush. Yizhuowei said with a graceful smile, and walked out with Jiqiuqi nonchalantly. With no outsiders in the warehouse, Li Yu could no longer contain her anger. Jiang, you're usually so cautious, so why did you suddenly bring an outsider back this time? It's fine to let him tour the White House, but why did you tell him all the supplies we have? She grabbed Jiangxi's hand and said anxiously, He might be someone with some connections, but we only worked with him twice, and we're not familiar with him at all. What if the Du family is plotting against us? Or have you fallen for him so quickly? No way. Seeing her friend's worried look, Jiangxi patted her hand. Silly girl, you can see it. How could I not understand? Then you still. Li Yu was bewildered. Jiangxi hadn't hidden anything from her, and told her the whole story. Li Yu's eyes widened, her teeth gnashing with rage, and she wished she could rush out and stab Yizhuowei 17 or 18 times right there and then. So he's a fake, you bastard. She clenched her fists. Don't worry, I wasn't bewitched, but Yizhuowei thought I was under his control, so I was in the dark while he was in the light. Although I took Yizhuowei into 139 and showed him the warehouse, these things aren't secrets. If Yizhuowei knew, it wouldn't hurt us at all. On the contrary, it would only increase my importance to him, which would facilitate my subsequent plans. But Li Yu was still worried. What if he takes a fancy to our supplies and asks you to give them all to him? Jiangxi shook her head. No, at least not right now. City D is far from City C, and it wouldn't be easy for him to bring so much back. Besides, I hid the important supplies and didn't show them to him. Li Yu was still worried. Didn't you say that he has a psychic under his command who can draw boxes and such? What if? Okay. I thought about all this, don't worry. Jiangxi didn't have much time to explain to her friend. She reassured her. I tell you in detail when I have time. Don't worry, we have a plan. When she saw Yizhuowei again, he was sitting in the garden. Jiqiuqi stood aside, not quite knowing how to greet him. He remained unanswered for a long time, looking awkward, yet reluctant to offend him. Qiuqi, it's okay. Go back to your work. Jiangxi arrived and finally freed him. Jiqiuqi left, feeling as if he had been pardoned. After he left, Yizhuowei, seeing no one else around, dropped his pretense. He sat on a bench with the air of a master and spoke proudly. Jiangxi, your subordinate is too stupid. He doesn't answer anything I ask, and he keeps hesitating. Why are you keeping such an idiot around? Get him the genetic drug as soon as possible. If he's useful, keep him alive. Otherwise, kill him quickly to save resources. If it were him, he would never keep such a useless person around. After entering 139 and looking around for a while, Yizhuowei felt both happy and dissatisfied. He was happy because 139 was indeed developing well. The warehouse's supplies even rivaled his own. Now that they were all his, how could he not be happy? But he also had a lot of complaints. Jiangxi had taken in too many ordinary people, many of them middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s. He even saw an elderly woman with gray hair. He really didn't know what to do with these useless old people. If it were him, there's no way he'd let these scumbags into the White House. It's a waste of precious resources, and human life is the least valuable. Yizhuowei already considered everything in 139 his own. After all, Jiangxi, the owner of the White House, had been bewitched by him, and was completely devoted to him. Whatever he wanted was up to him. Suppressing the murderous intent within him Jiangxi said calmly. Qiu Qi is a space-based psychic. He can no longer be injected with genetic drugs. Oh, a space-based psychic. Yi Zhuo's heart skipped a beat, and his expression softened. That's not bad. With such a rare psychic ability, it's no wonder you kept him. He's just a little tongue-tied, and can't read people's expressions. You should teach him better in the future. Jiangxi ignored him, deliberately saying, let's not talk about that. By the way, when is young master due going back? Remember to thank your uncle for me. He promised to send me the second batch of genetic drugs as soon as possible. That's great. She began to set a trap, not afraid he wouldn't fall for it. Yi Zhuo crossed his legs and asked, have you contacted my uncle again? What did you tell him? Of course, it's about the genetic medicine. Mr. Du has already promised me the second batch, 3,000 doses in total. I told Mr. Du to send it directly from the White Room, so he wouldn't have to make such a long trip. Why, you don't want to see me? Suddenly, Yi Zhuo became unhappy and glanced sideways at Jiangxi. Although his primary goal was to exploit her, he didn't mind enjoying this woman's charm. After all, Jiangxi was quite good-looking, and he hadn't touched a woman in ages, all those days on the road. Now that he had her under his control, he naturally wanted to discipline her and enjoy her young body. Come here, kneel before me. Yi Zhuo, a surge of lust rising, began to unbuckle his belt. Steward Ming knew what the second young master was up to. With a knowing smile, he and his two other men retreated to the other side of the pool, shielding themselves from view behind trees and flowers. Jiangxi walked over and stood before Yi Zhuo, a look of submission on her face. But no one knew that out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of white. Just as Yi Zhuo leaned back on the bench, eyes closed, ready to enjoy himself, a large white wolf suddenly swooped over and bit him hard on the calf. Ah! Caught off guard, Yi Zhuo screamed in pain, nearly fainting. Opening his eyes, he saw a massive white mutant wolf biting his calf, blood pouring out. Before he could even scream for help, with a sharp snap, Yi Zhuo's leg was severed. Blood flowed all over the floor. The large white wolf, its eyes bloodshot, stared at Yi Zhuo, who collapsed on the bench. It chewed up his broken leg and swallowed it in 2 bites. It whimpered in warning, ready to pounce again at any moment. Little darling, stop! Jiangxi shouted just in time. That's enough. If you bite again, I die. The big white wolf was stunned, staring at her intently. Didn't you signal the wolf to come and bite? Why isn't it biting again? Are you going to bite me or not? Hurry, tell me! Just then, Butler Ming and the other 2 psychics heard the screams and rushed over. Second young master. Butler Ming, anxious and furious, pointed at the big white wolf and roared, where did this beast come from? Kill it, kill it! The man with the collar around his neck instantly transforming into a massive black panther and pouncing at the big white wolf with lightning speed. Chapter 224. Want to commit atrocities on her territory? Seeing the big white wolf and the black panther fighting, Jiangxi sneered, shouted stop, and then attacked. The black panther leaped high, about to bite the big white wolf. White tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapping around its body with unerring precision, violently pulling the black panther down. It fell heavily to the ground, and before it could react, the ground beneath it melted, pulling it down with a powerful suction force. The black panther roared in panic, but it was no use. The ground was like a swamp. In the blink of an eye, the black panther's body had sunk halfway, and it continued to sink rapidly. Terrified, it quickly transformed back into human form, screaming for help. Help, help me. Help. Butler Ming was stunned, staring angrily at Jiangxi. What are you doing? Let him go. Jiangxi ignored him. Xiaoguai is my pet, not a wild mutant. He attacked Xiaoguai first, so of course I had to kill him. Butler Ming was stunned, then flew into a rage. How dare you? He's the second young master's man, are you crazy? This is just a beast, Jiangxi. You actually allowed a mutant to attack the second young master, and even intended to kill his men. You. This completely overturned his understanding. The second young master had clearly said that Jiangxi had been bewitched by his supernatural powers, and would obey his orders, and would never betray him. But now she's actually... What's going on? Butler Ming's mind was in a turmoil, and he blurted out, Jiangxi, you betrayed the second young master? Jiangxi immediately retorted, you betrayed young master Du, your whole family did, not me. Xiaoguai didn't know young master Du, so he mistook him for an intruder in the White House. It was wrong for it to bite young master Du, but how can you hold a grudge against a mutant? I can apologize for Xiaoguai's actions, but I will never let anyone who harms him go. Butler Ming was furious. What kind of perverse logic was this? Turning around, he saw the beast-like person had completely sunk and vanished. His scalp tingled. In the blink of an eye, a powerful psychic was devoured by the White House, vanishing without a trace. Such power was terrifying. Jiang Shi's attitude shocked Uncle Ming even more. She seemed different from the other bewitched people. While she hadn't betrayed the second young master, she wouldn't tolerate provocation, or she would attack. Is this the difference between the owner of the White House and ordinary psychics? He was stunned. Second young master. Second young master, how are you? Butler Ming had no choice but to save Yi Zhuowei first. Looking at the blood on the ground, Yi Zhuowei's face turned pale. He yelled at Jiang Shi, hurry up and save him. If anything happens to the second young master, the Yi family will not let you go. Prepare to die? Jiang Shi stared at him. The Yi family? What does the Yi family have to do with young Master Du's injury? Oops, in his haste, he had let it slip. Butler Ming wanted to slap himself. Oh my god, he never made such a stupid mistake before. What had he done today? Why are you asking so many nonsense questions? Why don't you save the second young master? He quickly changed the subject. Thankfully, Jiang Shi didn't push the subject too far. She brushed Butler Ming aside, muttering, it's all your fault. You're wasting time. Get out of the way. Don't be afraid, young master Du, I have medicine with me. I treat you right away. She felt incredibly happy. That little darling had bitten well. She'd have a delicious treat later. Yi Zhuowei couldn't die just yet. A small punishment would be enough to warn him. He'd be useful in the long run. Jiang Shi pulled out the small bottle she carried, poured out a healing pill, and was about to offer it to Yi Zhuowei. What did you give the second young master? Butler Ming grabbed Jiang Shi's hand and demanded warily, are you trying to harm the second young master? What kind of medicine is this? Jiang Shi easily broke free and said, of course it's healing medicine. Would I harm young Master Du? Butler Ming was about to speak again when Yi Zhuowei, his face pale, could no longer contain himself and raged, gnashing his teeth. Butler Ming, you want to kill me? Medicine. Give me the medicine quickly, stop the bleeding, it hurts so much. He reached out to Jiang Shi with a trembling hand. It didn't matter what the medicine was, as long as it stopped his pain. Jiang Shi smiled triumphantly at Butler Ming, and fed the healing medicine into Yi Zhuowei's mouth. In a moment, the bleeding from his broken leg stopped, and the wound continued to heal, but the lost leg would never grow back. I'm sorry, Mr. Du, it's Xiaoguai's fault for being too reckless and accidentally hurting you. I definitely discipline him. Jiang Shi feigned gentle comfort, helping the blood-soaked Yi Zhuowei back onto the bench. Turning to the big white wolf, she said, are you still trying to cause trouble? Go find Uncle Wang and repent. Go! Hearing this, the big white wolf, thinking of the meat Uncle Wang always fed it, drooled and took off running. Butler Ming tried to stop it, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the ferocious mutant ran away. Yi Zhuowei sat on the bench, staring blankly at his severed leg. Only a small section of his calf remained, bare and grotesque. He was crippled. He was actually crippled, although the pain had subsided and the wound had healed his leg. An intense wave of rage and fear washed over Yi Zhuowei, his face grimacing as he stared at Jiang Shi, wanting nothing more than to kill her. Asshole! If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? Get down onto your knees. Yi Zhuowei's angry words hadn't finished when Jiang Shi interrupted him, saying, Master Du, don't worry. Even though your leg is broken and eaten by Xiaoguai, it can still be healed. I can make a limb reconnecting plaster. Just apply it, and you'll be back to normal. Yes, how could he have forgotten Jiang Shi's abilities? Fuming with rage, Yi Zhuowei felt a surge of hope. He ignored his anger and urged, why don't you hurry and make that ointment? Luckily, there's hope. Once his leg is healed, he punished this woman severely and torture her to death. After squeezing out all her worth, he throw her into the swarm of mutant snakes and let her experience a life worse than death. Jiang Shi said helplessly, but Mr. Du, the plaster for reattaching a broken limb requires the shell of a mutant alligator turtle, but the ingredients are all gone. A good cook can't cook without rice. Wait a minute, I notify the hunting team tomorrow to go look for it. I definitely find it for you. Yi Zhuowei was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Without the ingredients, what's the point of saying that? Then Jiang Shi offered him another ray of hope. Don't worry, Mr. Du, there's a river nearby where mutant alligator turtles once lived. There must be some more. I have the hunting team search tomorrow. They definitely find one in less than 2 days. Just be patient. Also, To reattach a broken leg, you need a leg, right? Mr. Du, we need to find someone suitable, cut off their leg, and reattach it for you. I wonder, would Mr. Du mind using someone else's leg? As long as he can get back to normal, what's the big deal about losing a leg? Yi Shuowei didn't care about anyone else's life or death. He suppressed his rage, threatening to explode, and urged impatiently, why don't you go find it? No matter what, you have to get it done, or I kill you. Jiangxi, unconcerned with Yi Shuowei's attitude, wore a persistent smile. Don't worry, Mr. Du. I call the entire staff of Unit 139 to inspect and find you the most suitable and handsome leg. Butler Ming, please help Mr. Du get to the medical department to rest. With that, she hurried away. Chapter 225. Yi Shuowei waited for hours, losing his patience and nearly exploding, when Jiangxi finally arrived. What's wrong? As soon as he saw Jiangxi, Yi Shuowei asked anxiously. Jiangxi shook her head, then nodded. Seeing this, Yi Shuowei couldn't hold back any longer and roared, you nod and shake your head again. What's wrong? Tell me. If he hadn't been absolutely confident in his own abilities, he would have doubted that Jiangxi had been bewitched by him. But that was impossible. Yi Shuowei didn't even consider that. Butler Ming stepped forward and said sternly, Miss Jiang, just tell me straight. Have you found someone suitable to swap legs with the second young master? That's the bad news I have for Master Du. No. Jiangxi, having teased him enough, finally said seriously, I'm sorry, Master Du, I called everyone who stayed at 139 and checked them all. None of them are suitable. Yi Shuowei was deeply disappointed, furious and murderous. What exactly do you mean by suitable and unsuitable? Is the blood type compatible? Explain it clearly. If there was no one suitable here, he would immediately return to City D and mobilize the entire Yi family to search. No, it has nothing to do with blood type. Otherwise, I would have definitely confirmed your blood type first, Mr. Du. Jiangxi lied, no one being able to tell the truth from her words. This is a bit complicated and hard to explain. Anyway, I check and know if this person is suitable. After that, she added with concern, Mr. Du, don't worry. As long as we find the right leg, you can recover. It just take another 3 to 5 days. There's no rush. What 3 or 5 days? I'm afraid it take months. Yi Shuowei wasn't worried about this election. After all, there were so many people in the world, and if they examined them one by one, they'd definitely find someone suitable. But the ointment wasn't available, which was the real issue. When would they finally be able to hunt that turtle? Yi Shuowei couldn't wait even a single day. He was the darling of the Yi family, far more capable than his older brother. How could he be crippled? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Just as Yi Shuowei was about to lose his temper, Jiangxi said, Young Master Du, I have some good news for you. I found the ointment to reattach the broken leg. I just went to check the warehouse, and found a little left, just enough for one person. Great. In a blink of an eye, Yi Shuowei was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his biggest problem to be solved. Okay, that's good. You found it. Be more careful next time. How could you have missed something so important? He glared at Jiangxi with dissatisfaction. If it hadn't been for his luck, she would have delayed him. With so much supplies, mistakes are inevitable. Jiangxi didn't argue with Yi Shuowei, smiling, now we just need the right person. Mr. Du, I check again tonight after the hunting team returns. You can also think of a way to find it faster. Yi Shuowei said, yes, that's fine, Steward Ming. I leave it to you. Suddenly, Jiangxi's gaze shifted to Steward Ming and the other psychic. Standard Ming, it seems you two haven't checked yet? Since you're free anyway, why don't you get checked too? Steward Ming's heart skipped a beat. Why did this fall on him? The other psychic was also a little dumbfounded, but he didn't think twice, let alone refuse. He immediately said, okay, then please help us check it out, Miss Jiang. If it's suitable, for the second young master. What's a leg to offer? Butler Ming echoed the sentiment, but he didn't take it seriously. What were the odds of it actually being his turn? It was practically negligible. He had to behave well in front of the second young master. It was just a formality after all. Let's get started then. Please extend your hand so I can check it. Jiangxi looked at Butler Ming with a meaningful smile. That look, that smile, Butler Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart, a sense of foreboding. Was Jiangxi plotting against him? What are you standing there for? You're dithering. Seeing Butler Ming remain motionless for a long time, Yi Shuowei said grimly, Butler Ming, I told you to extend your hand, but you didn't hear me? Butler Ming grew increasingly panicked. The strange smile that flashed across Jiangxi's face made him think more, and more that something was amiss. This woman was trying to harm him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Butler Ming froze. He didn't dare extend his hand for Jiangshi to examine, nor did he dare refuse the second young master's order. He froze for a moment. Check me first. Another psychic, seeing the situation was not looking good, stepped forward, fearing Yi Zhuowei's anger. Jiangshi nodded, solemnly grasping his outstretched wrist, pushing up his cuff, and checking his pulse, her expression growing serious. A moment later, she pricked the man's finger again, and squeezed out a drop of blood. A ball of white light flashed, and the drop of blood floated up. Although Yi Zhuowei, Butler Ming, and the psychic being examined didn't understand what Jiangshi was doing, her serious demeanor, as if she were truly examining him, still left them feeling uneasy. A minute later, Jiangshi shook her head, confirmed, still no. The psychic breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his hand, and without a word, returned to stand behind Yi Zhuowei. It was Butler Ming's turn. He had nowhere to hide, and despite his suspicions, he could only bite the bullet and nervously extended his hand. Don't be nervous, Butler Ming, I'm just confirming. Jiangshi smiled, squeezed his hand, and soothed, Butler Ming, I'm sure you're hoping young Master Du can find a suitable leg, right? While the odds are slim, they might have to examine hundreds, even thousands of people. After all, to be a match for young Master Du, someone must first be a psychic and also. Butler Ming, you. Midway through her words, her expression changed. Butler Ming, don't move. Let me check again. It looks a bit like. As Jiangshi spoke, she sliced Butler Ming's finger. He twitched violently, and seeing her eyes suddenly light up, his heart skipped a beat. Butler Ming's nerves were on edge. This aroused Yi Zhuowei too. He stared intently at Jiangshi, watching the white light glow in her palm, as she seemed to analyze Butler Ming's drop of blood. A strong premonition was brewing. Jiangshi was overjoyed. Yes, it's you, Butler Ming. Master Du, I didn't expect you to find one so quickly. Turns out Butler Ming is the perfect match. His leg can be given to you. Great. Really? Yi Zhuowei was overjoyed. Ignoring Butler Ming's drastic change of expression, he eagerly said, since we have the ointment and a replacement leg candidate, do it immediately. Hurry! When his suspicions finally became reality, Butler Ming's heart collapsed. To trade his own leg for the second young master, wouldn't that leave him crippled? How could this be possible? Impossible. Jiangshi must be deliberately framing him. Chapter 226. Jiangshi, you're deliberately trying to harm me. Butler Ming fiercely pulled his hand back, roaring in exasperation. You didn't even refill the medicine for second young master's broken leg. You deliberately let that mutant wolf bite off second young master's leg, so you could harm me. You have ulterior motives, second young master, you can't trust her. He desperately explained, his face twitching, hoping Yi Zhuowei would believe him. Alas, he was disappointed. Yi Zhuowei's face darkened. He first glared at Butler Ming gloomily, then shifted his gaze to Jiangshi's face. He gritted his teeth and asked Jiangshi, you heard everything Butler Ming said, didn't you? In reality, he had been skeptical the entire time, but with his leg already broken, he had no choice but to do as Jiangshi said. After all, it was a ray of hope. Jiangshi was initially surprised, then shocked, but quickly recovered. He spoke calmly, young Master Du, I previously said I could restore your leg. All we had to do was find a suitable replacement leg, and Butler Ming didn't deny it. But now? I was sure Butler Ming's leg could be given to young Master Du, allowing you to recover as before, but he immediately turned hostile, accusing me of trying to harm him. Actually, I understand. After all, Butler Ming wouldn't want to be without a leg either. You? Butler Ming's face fell, and he was about to retort. Jiangshi didn't even give him a chance to speak. Forget it, young Master Du, Butler Ming can't bear to give you his leg, so there's no need to force it. He's your right-hand man after all. We can find someone else. There are so many people in City C anyway, and we find someone with some time. Enough. A cold shout rang out, and Yi Zhuowei stared at Butler Ming, his eyes sullen. Butler Ming, don't you want me to recover? You won't give me your leg? Hearing his measured tone, Butler Ming panicked. No, second young master. That's not my intention. You've been fooled. Jiangshi can't help you replace your leg. She's deliberately trying to harm us. Second young master, don't trust her. Cheng Dong, capture Butler Ming and chop off his legs. Yi Zhuowei ignored his explanation, his face dark. He warned Jiangshi, prepare immediately. If you fail, I will bury you and everyone in White House 139 with you. True or not, He had to give it a try. Steward Ming had served the Yi family for over 20 years, so what? How could his leg compare to his own? Besides, it was just a leg, not his life. Steward Ming shouted, resigned to his fate, I'm willing to give my leg. As long as the second young master can recover, what does my leg mean? It would be my honor to have my leg in exchange for yours. Miss Jiang? He stared at Jiangxi, gritting his teeth. I hope you can truly cure the second young master. Otherwise, the Du family will never let you go. Don't think we can't touch you just because you own the White House. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well take the initiative. Regardless of Jiangxi's success or failure, his leg was doomed. He and Jiangxi would forever be at loggerheads. Jiangxi ignored his threats and smiled faintly. Don't worry, Steward Ming. I have complete confidence in my abilities. So many people in the hunting department go out and fight mutant beasts every day, yet not a single one is disabled. Doesn't that prove it? 10 minutes later, Steward Ming lay in bed, his face pale. He had taken healing medicine, and the wound had healed, but without a leg, he felt as lifeless as if his entire family had died. Yi Zhuowei sat in a nearby chair, waiting excitedly. Soon, footsteps were heard, and Jiangxi arrived, carrying a large pot of boiled tortoiseshell glue. Mr. Du, your leg will be healed in a moment. Wait a moment. She smiled gently, concerned. As she turned to pick up the leg, a dark glint flashed in her eyes. How interesting. She would slowly deal with him. One day, Yi Dongshan would be next. She would not spare any of the Yi family, including the rulers of White House No. 2. Yi Zhuowei was already impatient. Hurry, put it back on. He couldn't bear to see himself so crippled. He just wanted to get back on his feet. Jiangxi smiled faintly. Mr. Du, to prevent you from moving around and causing problems with the reconnection, it would be best to have someone hold you steady. How about you, please, hold Mr. Du's leg tightly, and don't move at all. Otherwise, if I misconnect it, or it's a little crooked, Mr. Du might become lame. Yi Zhuowei said without hesitation, Chung Dong, you do it. Remember what Miss Jiang said? Yes, second young master. This was a matter of great importance. Qin Dong calmed himself, suppressed his nervousness, and squatted before Yi Zhuowei, his hands tightly grasping his leg below the knee. Ms. Jiang, you're ready. Let's begin. Jiangxi's lips curled, and suddenly, an empowered dagger appeared in his hand. Yi Zhuowei was startled. Before he could react, Jiangxi had already swung the knife, severing his recently healed leg. Ah! A shrill scream echoed, and Yi Zhuowei's eyes nearly popped in pain. Don't let him move. Hold on tight. Jiangxi set the bloody dagger aside, and quickly grabbed Butler Ming's leg. She placed it over Yi Zhuowei's bleeding leg and explained, Mr. Du, bear with it. To reattach your leg, we need to resect it so the bones and blood vessels can connect. I know it hurts, but there's no anesthetic, so you have to bear it. Chung Dong thought Jiangxi was plotting to harm the second young master, but only realized she was reattaching his leg. Yi Zhuowei howled and cursed, but he could do nothing about Jiangxi. The pain in his leg was piercing, and his back was instantly soaked. Hurry up. It hurts so much. Jiangxi, if you can't heal it, be gentle. I'm going to kill you. Ah. Hurry up. Blood, blood. So much blood. Rolling his eyes, Yi Zhuowei fainted from the pain. Jiangxi quickly applied tortoiseshell glue to the joint of the broken leg, a smile on his lips. An hour later, Yi Zhuowei awoke faintly. He sat up abruptly, his face pale and sweaty, and the first thing he did was to check his leg. Healed. Really? It's connected. Second young master, you're awake. Are you feeling well? Chung Dong asked cautiously, standing nearby. Yi Zhuowei felt his body again. The pain was gone, and there wasn't even a scar on his leg. If it weren't for the yellowish skin on the lower half of his right leg and the thick, long hairs that appeared so different from his normally fair thigh, he would have barely noticed it was broken. He tried to get out of bed and walk around. It didn't hurt. It was indeed healed. Just as Yi Zhuowei wanted to laugh, to rejoice, to vent his inner excitement, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why isn't he walking as smoothly as before, limping? Yi Zhuowei's heart skipped a beat. He took a few more steps, and finally realized that one of his legs was longer than the other. Ah, he suddenly realized that he was 189 centimeters tall, while Butler Ming was only 175 centimeters. Of course, his legs were much shorter than his. Damn it! Yi Zhuowei was furious and exploded. Where's Jiangxi? Tell her to come see me. Asshole, go get her right now. Butler Ming sat on the bed, a look of resentment on his face. Second young master, Jiangshi left for something. I don't know when she'd be back. Actually, Yi Zhuowei wanted to get angry, but couldn't find anyone. He roared helplessly in rage. He was a cripple. A cripple. He was going crazy. Chapter 227. After waiting an entire day for Jiangshi, with no sign of her, Yi Zhuowei could no longer hold back. Second young master, let's leave. Staying any longer might lead to more problems. Butler Ming, leaning on his cane, earnestly advised, wishing he could take flight and leave this awful place as soon as possible. I'm already in this state. What else could go wrong? Yi Zhuowei stared at Butler Ming, suppressing his inner anger and resentment. Butler Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, that's not what I meant. Second young master, we've been out for so long, we got the food, and everything else is done. We must hurry back to discuss this with the patriarch. Now that the Wang family and White House 139 have become yours, and your power has greatly increased, this is the perfect opportunity to overwhelm the first young master. Don't forget, there's the patriarch's plan. That's the key point. Yi Zhuowei's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Jiangshi had tricked him. He almost forgotten this important matter. The Yi and Du families appear to be collaborating, but in reality, each harbors its own agenda, each seeking to overpower the other and seize its resources and psychics. This trip to City C was part of this game of tactical maneuvering. Now, it seems, he's won, but Yi Zhuowei will never forget what Jiangshi told him. Du Qicheng, behind their backs, promised to provide another batch of genetic medicine to White House 139. He must have been secretly supporting Jiangshi, aiming for a hidden strategy to be used against the Yi family at a crucial moment. But Du Qicheng could never have imagined that he had already bewitched Jiangshi, and was now the master of House 139. Yi Zhuowei chuckled triumphantly. The laughter suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell to his lap again, a sudden irritation forming. Damn it, such a mistake, replacing his leg was impossible. He had to conceal it, preventing anyone from finding out, or else Big Brother would use it as a pretext. Leave immediately and prepare to return. Yi Zhuowei stood up, then stared at Butler Ming and his only remaining subordinate, Cheng Dong, and said coldly, if you dare say a single word about my leg. The two men quickly lowered their heads, their voices trembling. Second young master, we know nothing. Let's go to the Wang family, and have them prepare a car. We leave immediately. Yi Zhuowei was eager to return home, and couldn't wait any longer. Even though Jiangshi hadn't returned yet, he didn't wait, and the three of them hurried off. Jiangshi was the first to receive Debai's warning. She hadn't actually been out at all, she had been busy in the weapons department. But she was too lazy to play the game, and simply left Yi Zhuowei and the other two in the ward, out of sight, out of mind. As expected, Yi Zhuowei couldn't hold back and left so quickly. Putting aside the Yi family's conspiracy for the moment, Jiangshi turned her attention to the matter at hand. She handed all the firearms she had brought back to Chao Wei, hoping he could quickly produce a batch of rechargeable rifles. A total of 16 Type 54 pistols, for assault rifles, 2 sniper rifles, for semi-automatic rifles, and 3 grenades. That's all we have for now. By the way, Uncle Chao, do you want some bullets? I brought some too, but there are less than 200 rounds. No bullets, they're useless. Grenades are perfect. I recently had a new idea, and I'm ready to try it. Chao Wei's face flushed with excitement as he looked at the guns Jiangshi had produced. The most common Type 54 pistols can be modified to be like the rechargeable rifles we had last time, but the other guns are more powerful and require higher-grade rose quartz, otherwise their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. There are only a few C-grade rose quartz left. Xiao Jiang, you need to get more. If he could find C-grade or higher rose crystals, he guaranteed that these modified assault rifles or sniper rifles would be over 20 times more powerful than normal ones. Alexander. Jiangshi felt another heavy burden, but still nodded. Okay, I try. She knew the high-grade rose crystals in stock were too few. Although the hunting department would capture some live mutant beasts every day to test the efficacy of special potions, most of them were less dangerous D- or E-grade mutants. C-grade ones were too ferocious. Killing them was a blessing. Capturing them alive was too difficult. But to increase the power of weapons, high-grade rose crystals were necessary, which presented a dilemma. Jiangshi thought about it, and decided that the best approach was to raise young beasts first. Mutants grow quickly generally, it only takes 3 months for a young beast to reach adulthood. Not only do they form crystal nuclei in their bodies, but they can also continue to reproduce. For this reason, the number of mutant beasts in City C has remained constant. Even with the constant hunting by the major factions, the population remained stable. Jiangxi's idea was to capture a few C-rank or higher mutant beasts, breed them, allow them to give birth to pups, and then inject them with a special agent. The crystal nuclei formed in their bodies would be pink crystal. These powerful mutant beasts must be kept in captivity, but with the powerful capabilities of the White House, their safety wouldn't be a concern. It's like the past, when farms in peacetime kept pigs, cattle, and sheep in captivity, breeding, producing meat, and milk. Except they were mutants. They also had the added function of producing crystal nuclei. It was basically the same as before. But how could they capture a large number of mutant beasts alive? That task fell solely on Yu Yuhan. That night, when the hunting team returned, Jiangxi approached him and told him about the incident. With my current beast-controlling abilities, C-level mutants are basically no problem, but I can only control 5 at a time. If it's a B-level, I'm afraid I have to exert all my strength for each one. Yu Yuhan looked sheepish, not confident at all. Although he could now interact well and intimately with Baizong, that was due to Baizong's uniqueness. Its intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary mutants. If he gave Baizong an order as its master and he refused, he couldn't force him. This was even more true of other B-level mutants. Yu Yuhan felt ashamed and muttered dejectedly, "Boss, why are my abilities progressing so slowly? They're stuck here, and I just can't break through and strengthen." Jiangxi nodded and said, "I called you here to see if I could improve your abilities." Yu Yuhan was overjoyed. "Boss, you have this idea. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He couldn't wait any longer. Jiangxi quickly produced a glass bottle filled with tea made from adumbra flowers. It wasn't much, just a thin layer. She poured a few petals into a cup, poured in boiling water, and covered it with the lid. Then she said, "I use my own points to redeem these potential flower teas. I hope drinking them will activate your potential and enhance your abilities." "What? Boss, you're using your own points to redeem them for me? But I failed last time." Yu Yuhan was stunned. This thing was expensive, 5,000 points per serving. Although everyone knew about this magical potential flower tea, no one was willing to part with it, because the success rate was so low. Jiangxi didn't care. The entire White House belonged to her, and points were merely symbolic to her. "It's okay. Try drinking it again. If it activates your potential, it'd be worth it." Jiangxi hadn't told anyone that the potential flower tea she was redeeming was her original creation, and she still had about 10 servings left. But this one, after her culinary abilities reached perfection, was crafted. Adding some supplementary ingredients further enhanced its effectiveness, bringing the success rate to around 30%. Because the mutated adumbra flower was so rare, the hunting team hadn't encountered any in recent trips to the botanical garden. As one of her most precious supplies, she had to cherish it, using it only in crucial moments. Yu Yuhan was deeply moved. "Whatever, just give it a try." He carefully picked up the teacup and blew on it to cool it down. A refreshing fragrance filled his nostrils. Chapter 228. Yu Yuhan finished a cup of potential flower tea with a slightly nervous heart. Will it work this time? He was apprehensive. Although he had always known that Boss John's potential flower tea was miraculous, the success rate was too low. Last time, he had drunk it in vain. It didn't activate at all. Jiangxi waited quietly. If it worked, Yu Yuhan would soon feel changes in his body. But 10 minutes passed, and he was bewildered. Must it have failed? "Oh, I told you not to waste it. Potential isn't that easy to activate." Yu Yuhan sighed deeply, feeling even more frustrated. Jiangxi had anticipated this, and immediately opened the glass bottle, taking another portion and placing it in the teacup. Yu Yuhan glared. "Boss Jiang, you still want? Try again. It will work." Jiangxi continued pouring water and brewing tea, deciding to take a gamble. Although the success rate of the newly made potential flower tea was low, it wasn't like her other creations, which could only be consumed once every 24 hours. This can be taken 3 times within a short period of time. If it still doesn't activate, you have to wait 24 hours before drinking it again. Pushing the second cup of potential flower tea in front of Yu Yuhan, Jiangxi looked at him and said, "Try again. Maybe this time it will work?" Another 5,000 points. Yu Yuhan felt the weight of this cup of tea was heavy. Taking a deep breath, he didn't care anymore. Boss Jiang had told him to drink it, so why would he hesitate? Blowing it to cool, Yu Yuhan quickly finished the second cup, sip by sip. He hadn't held out any hope, but this time, he could immediately sense a change within himself. It was a mysterious feeling, as if something within him had suddenly activated. Yu Yuhan stared at his lower abdomen in shock. "What? A hazy white light swirling?" He rubbed his eyes, then looked again, realizing that his gaze seemed to penetrate his belly, allowing him to see the energy flowing within him. The white light transformed into thin streams, spreading outwards before vanishing. What's wrong? Did you feel anything? Seeing Yu Yuhan's expression change, Jiangxi, as if sensing something, immediately asked. Yu Yuhan didn't bother to speak, but waved his hand, staring at his belly, as if a grown man had suddenly become pregnant. His expression grew increasingly excited, as if he had sensed something. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the sensation, then, unable to sit still, he cried out, "I think my potential has been activated. It really is, but I can't put my finger on it. Ah, Boss Jiang, what should I do? I'm so excited. I can't believe this is real. This potential of mine seems to be..." For a long moment, Yu Yuhan couldn't articulate anything, only giggling. Jiangxi pressed, "Calm down. What's going on? What did you feel?" Yu Yuhan was babbling with excitement, unable to articulate clearly. He stood up and ran. "Boss, wait for me. I give it a try and see." Before he could finish, he was already gone. Jiangxi, intrigued, followed him out, following Yu Yuhan all the way to the first floor of the animal husbandry department. He barged in, pushing aside an employee carrying hay, and impatiently yelled, "Excuse me, make way. Move aside, I need to get in. Hey, stop feeding, move aside, I need something urgent." Yu Yuhan rushed to the area where the mutant deer were being raised. The first floor was divided into 4 areas, each surrounded by a white fence, forming a 30 by 50 meter breeding area. In front of Yu Yuhan stood over 30 mutant deer, leisurely grazing. The other 3 areas housed mutant rabbits, mutant sheep, and mutant musk deer. "Captain Yu, what are you doing?" The employee in charge of the mutant deer immediately approached. "These mutant deer are very important." "Ah, Boss Jiang, you're here too." "No problem, go do something else." Jiangxi waved his hand, and stood aside to see what Yu Yuhan was up to. The employee, though puzzled, said nothing and stepped aside. Yu Yuhan aimed his hand at the nearest mutant deer. A white light shone from his palm. The mutant deer, as if noticing it, immediately looked up and obediently walked toward him, licking his palm. "Collect." Yu Yuhan called out tentatively, and suddenly, the mutant deer vanished before his eyes. Jiangxi and the employee watching were both stunned. "What happened?" Yu Yuhan stared at his belly and laughed heartily. "It's true, really. It's true, ha ha ha. Boss Jiang, my potential has indeed been activated. Look, the mutant deer is here." He patted his belly with laughter, unable to contain his excitement. "The mutant deer is in your stomach?" Jiangxi wasn't sure if he had misunderstood. The employee was also surprised. "Captain Yu, you ate the mutant deer in one go? You ate it whole? What nonsense are you thinking?" Yu Yuhan waved his hands in exasperation, but then couldn't contain his joy. He approached Jiangxi and said, "Boss Jiang, you're right. That mutant beast is right here, but it's not in my stomach. It's called a pet space. Let me tell you, I just suddenly discovered a strange space inside my stomach. Well, how should I put it? It's just..." He rambled on, gesturing and explaining, and it took him a long time to get his words out. "So after your potential was activated, you gained a pet space, similar to Qiuqi's space, but you can place tame mutant beasts in it?" Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. So that was Yu Yuhan's potential. This was an ability she had never heard of in her previous life. She knew of 5 people with the ability to control beasts in her previous life. Even the one in White Room number 2, who had reached perfection in beast control, only improved the accuracy and number of beasts he could control, but never had a pet space. The activation of potential was truly miraculous. Jiangxi urged Yu Yuhan to try it out quickly. "How many mutant beasts can your pet space hold?" Without hesitation, Yu Yuhan wanted to experiment himself and continued with the mutant deer, quickly summoning a second, a third, a fourth. The experiment lasted for over half an hour. The pet space seemed like a blank slate, capable of accommodating 30 mutant deer. This also included the 20 or so mutant rabbits and 18 mutant musk deer next door. After nearly 70 were released, Yu Yuhan finally stopped. Inside the pet space, time seemed to have stopped. These mutant beasts needed no food, no sleep, and their breathing was extremely slow, yet their physical condition remained unchanged. With a single thought, Yu Yuhan could retrieve them one by one. His face flushed with excitement, and he said excitedly, "The mutant beasts are too low level, which is why we put so many of them here. I'm not sure what the upper limit is for higher level mutant beasts, but at least 10 B-level mutant beasts should be no problem." "That's great, Captain Yu. From now on, any mutant beasts you tame can be stored in this pet space and brought back when the time comes." Jiangxi was overjoyed, and happy for him too. Now they no longer had to worry about high-level mutant beasts. They just needed to research the special potion as quickly as possible. She had to go and urge Wang Fu again. Chapter 229. The success of the special potion can only be determined by the crystal nuclei produced within the mutant beasts. Almost a month had passed since the first batch of mutant beasts were injected. Jiangxi instructed Huang Yuanjun to kill a few mutant deer for the experiment and extract their crystal nuclei. He and Wang Fu then awaited the results. A short while later, Huang Yuanjun arrived. "Boss Jiang, look. These are the extracted crystal nuclei." His eyes lit up with excitement. From his expression, Jiangxi had already guessed what he had expected. Sure enough, the plastic bag in his hand contained several pink crystal nuclei. Wang Fu was overjoyed. Rose quartz. Was it really taken from those mutant deer? Huang Yuanjun nodded, his face beaming with joy. "I took it myself. There's no mistake." "Boss Jiang, Mr. Wang, the experiment was a success." Jiangxi looked at Wang Fu and extended his hand. "Mr. Wang, congratulations." Wang Fu was stunned, then shook Jiangxi's hand tightly, vigorously, and said excitedly, "Congratulations, everyone. It finally worked. We lived up to your expectations, Boss Jiang." For a while, he had been a little worried about the results of the experiment. Failure was understandable, but he still felt uneasy. Chao Wei, on the other hand, had achieved one success after another, and was highly respected by everyone. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to fail? Now that the rose quartz had succeeded, Wang Fu breathed a sigh of relief, and he felt more confident in continuing his research on the new version of the supernatural potion. Jiangxi could also proceed with the follow-up plan. The three groups of the hunting team were reorganized. Team 1 continued to obtain bismuth crystal ore. Team 2 hunted mutant beasts while collecting useful mutant plants and other supplies, and Team 3 focused on capturing mutant beasts of level C or above, and Yu Han was among them. As the group returned home early and late, they harvested more and more bismuth crystal ore, accumulating over 10 kilograms of refined pure bismuth. Jiangxi gave some to Chao Wei, hoping it would be helpful for his production. Yu Han also captured over 30 powerful mutant beasts, collected them in the pet space, and brought them back to the breeding area. Because of the large number, Yu Han couldn't tame them all, so he simply let them grow wild. With the White House's powerful restraining power, even the most ferocious mutants couldn't escape. A month later, the number of high-level mutant beasts in the breeding area increased significantly, and upon entering, one could hear bursts of dull roars. Among them were 6 sea-level mutant leopards, 2 males and 4 females. 18 sea-level mutant wolves, 5 males and 13 females. 2 sea-level mutant alligator turtles, 1 male and 1 female. 3 sea-level mutant black bears, 2 males and 1 female. For sea-level mutant tigers, all males, the search for a female tiger remains ongoing. 3 sea-level mutant saltwater crocodiles, 1 male and 2 females. 1 B-level mutant black mamba, a female, appears pregnant and about to lay a batch of eggs. Yu Han is solely responsible for feeding these ferocious mutants. It won't be long before there are a whole flock of cubs. Lu Yuan has been gone for a month, and there's been no news. Jiangxi occasionally visits 458. Zumling and the others are carrying out their daily routines in an orderly manner, and they even added more personnel. After observing him for a while, she discovered that Qin Yogong's leadership skills are clearly stronger than Lu Yuan's. Although his superpowers aren't as strong as Lu Yuan's, and his personal combat effectiveness is somewhat inferior, he does a good job of maneuvering personnel, formulating strategies, and planning plans, as well as resolving disputes and calming down the emotions of the team members. While Lu Yuan wasn't exactly taciturn, he definitely lacked patience for certain things, and certainly wasn't one to comfort his teammates. Just one glare from him frightened Lin Muyang into silence. But Lu Yuan had become the spiritual leader of all 458 members. Although he wasn't there, as long as he was there, 458 was united and solid as a rock. Jiangxi was also curious about Lu Yuan's current status, and she silently waited for the day he would contact her. According to the timeline, he should have reached White House 6000. Perhaps an investigation had already begun? Besides, since Yizhuo's return, the Yi family had been peaceful. Du Qicheng, for his part, contacted Jiangxi again, but he remained the same old fox, his words filled with false compliments and promises. He also kept delaying the second batch of 3,000 genetic drugs, seemingly refusing to deliver them. Jiangxi didn't care. She didn't want them anyway. It was just an excuse. Soon, Jiangxi received some useful information from the other White House owners. The owner of White House number 46, the same person who had previously told her that many cities were promoting the genetic drug, had long been selling Jiangxi various intelligence reports. He seemed to have numerous sources and guaranteed accuracy, selling each piece of information to only one person. The only problem was that the price was too high. Thankfully, Jiangxi could afford it, spending 500 kilograms of mutant beast meat, known for its physical or strength-enhancing properties, for each piece of information he could obtain. He then obtained information about the Yi family. City D is essentially under the control of White House number 2. While there are still quite a few survivors, they won't last long and will soon be included in the genetic drug experiments. From what I understand, there are approximately 80,000 survivors, belonging to smaller factions still struggling to survive. But how could they possibly rival the Yi family? Whether in terms of food, daily necessities, or combat effectiveness, they are completely outmatched. They can only hold out for another 6 months to a year before they are completely wiped out. The owner of White House number 46 spoke the first piece of news calmly, but Jiangxi could detect a hint of heaviness in his tone. And wariness, unease. Clearly, he was worried about his own fate, wondering if he would one day be swallowed up by a powerful force like White House number 2. Although Jiangxi had experienced this before, in her previous life, she had joined the game and was inside White House number 2, so she didn't have a deep understanding of the situation outside. Now, as a player, she had to compete with the strongest remaining White Houses, even planning to eliminate them. Jiangxi's feelings were even heavier. The tens of thousands of survivors in City D would soon be devoured by the Yi family. Either become a psychic and join them, or die. Jiangxi could only focus on the area surrounding City C. Beyond that, she couldn't intervene. Over the past month, she had indeed noticed a surge of refugees arriving in City C, all from neighboring cities. Starving, dragging their families with them, and carrying their meager supplies, they rushed to City C, protected by a team of equally ill-equipped psychics, seeking survival. Countless people spread the rumor that only by going to City C could they have a glimmer of hope. There were 3 White Houses there, and the people living there lived a comfortable life. They had food and clothing, no worries about mutant beasts, and their lives were like paradise before the gray fog erupted. This rumor spread from countless people. At first, no one believed it, but as more people spoke, the survivors began to hope. If they didn't go, they would die if they stayed there. If they went, they might still survive. And so, with hope in their hearts, countless survivors arrived, flocking to White House 139 to request to join, keeping Liang Jinwei busy once again. Now, there are still many vacant dormitories in 139, and there's no shortage of food. It's become a virtuous cycle. The need for manpower was growing, and just when they were worried about not having enough, Sister Liang recruited nearly 1,000 more people in just 1 week, selecting the best candidates. This news doesn't seem worth the 500 kilograms of food I spent, Jiangxi said calmly, regaining his composure. 46 quickly added, don't worry, the second piece of news is definitely worth far more, so we're even. Chapter 230. Jiangxi piqued his interest. Tell me about it. The Yi family has formed a special power group called the Special Operations Team. All members have reached the enhanced stage of their powers, numbering approximately 100. According to reliable sources, the Yi family plans to send them to explore a military base. It's said there are a lot of heavy weapons there, and if everything goes well, they definitely find a bountiful harvest. Jiangxi came to his senses, his eyes widening. What military base? Do you know where it is? Number 46 slyly said, that's the third question. This information was crucial, so Jiangxi didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Sure, tell me quickly, as long as the information is reliable. Number 46 also readily replied, don't worry, I sell it to you at this price. The information is absolutely accurate, and it was leaked by a high-ranking Yi family member. This military base is about 300 kilometers north of City D. It's a jungle there, and it's now 10 times more terrifying than before. Mutated beasts are everywhere, even poisonous insects have mutated. Do you know Ileo Mountain? Ileo Mountain? Jiangxi's mind stirred, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. During the same period in her previous life, she remembered that the Yi family had indeed dispatched a large number of its psychic group, who were on a mission for over 3 months, resulting in countless casualties. She didn't know the exact location at the time, but it turned out they went to Ileo Mountain. But these Yi family psychics were indeed powerful, including 2 top-tier experts, Huang Zongyuan and Li Su. Jiangxi had once attempted to intercept Li Su, but due to a series of mishaps he failed. In her previous life, although the Yi family's psychic group suffered heavy losses, they returned with a large amount of heavy firepower and discovered a large amount of stored military rations and some special mutant plants there, a truly fruitful harvest. This was the largest fortune the Yi family had made in the first year of the Grey Fog outbreak. It was also after this operation that the Yi family rapidly expanded, surpassing most other white houses. Jiangxi's lips curled up. Great. She hadn't expected to get this information. If she told Du Qicheng, who was pretending to cooperate with the Yi family, would he just watch the Yi family prosper? White House 9, now occupied by the Du family, was also a behemoth. It would be interesting to see these two families clash for their lives. Yes, this information is valuable, but I also want the exact location of this military base. Do you know that? I need to inquire more and tell you tomorrow. Great. Keep an eye out for any news about the Yi family in the future. I pay the price. 46 was delighted. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiangxi asked more about the material she needed, hoping to acquire some, but 46 said he didn't have any yet and would have to wait a while before responding. There are 12 types in total. Just remember them. I take them, no matter how many there are. I trade them for medicine and food, or crystal cores, of course. No need for crystal cores. I just want your medicine and food. 46 said cheerfully, if I find them, I definitely get them for you. After transmitting the food, Jiangxi disconnected the connection, leaned back on the bed, picked up the music box beside her pillow, and turned it while thinking. As the clear music began to play, a plan quickly formed in her mind. Half an hour later, Jiangxi lit up the star map again and connected to White Room 9. Boss Du, how have you been lately? Ha ha ha. Little Jiang, you're so busy, why did you suddenly think of me? After some phony pleasantries, Jiangxi said mysteriously, Boss Du, I need your help. I need to borrow something. Du Qicheng suddenly sensed something was up and said with a smile, this isn't the first time we met. I'm being generous, considering I'm your uncle. Little Jiang, what's going on? Tell me, uncle. After some hesitation, Jiangxi said, I got some important information. We discovered a military base. We think it's full of supplies. So, I'd like to borrow a ton of TNT from you, Uncle Du, to blow up the gate so I can get inside and get what's inside. Uncle Du, don't worry. I won't forget you after this is done. This news is incredibly important. Is it true? Du Qicheng's heart warmed, but he feigned seriousness. A military base? I'm afraid the supplies inside are long gone. Little Jiang, there are so many rumors flying around right now. It's not that Uncle Du won't lend it to you, but I'm worried your trip will be in vain. Uncle Du, don't worry about that. Even if it's a wasted trip, I'd give it a try. What if it's true? Du Qicheng, concerned, yet urging Jiangxi not to be fooled, remained unmoved. She remained unmoved? No matter what Du Qicheng said, she insisted on borrowing the TNT, offering 3 tons of mutant beast meat and 100,000 crystal cores in exchange. While TNT was powerful, it couldn't compare to such a large amount of supplies. Du Qicheng concluded that if Jiangxi succeeded, her reward would undoubtedly be far greater than 3 tons of food and 100,000 crystal cores. Where exactly was this military base? How hadn't he gotten the news? Du Qicheng couldn't help but feel intrigued, secretly thinking the young man had lost his patience and leaked the information to him. Shaking his head, he sighed. Xiaojiang, military bases are usually built in remote areas. They're definitely covered in mutated plants now, and countless mutant beasts are roaming around. I'm guessing it's definitely not near City C, right? Your men have gone through mountains and rivers, and there are likely countless casualties. Besides, the journey is long. Even if there are supplies, how will you bring them back? She's really patient. I've been talking for so long, how long are you going to keep pretending? Jiangxi patiently said, Uncle Du, don't worry. I have a space-based psychic who can transport all kinds of supplies. All I need is the TNT. But, if you really won't help me, I have to find someone else. Wait, little girl, why are you so anxious? Du Qicheng immediately stopped her, looking helpless. How about this? If you trust me, Uncle Du will cooperate with you and send some people to help you. I provide the TNT myself. How's that? Really, Uncle Du, are you that kind? Xiaojiang, it seems you don't trust me. I was planning on sending you the second batch of genetic drugs in the next few days. How could that be? I absolutely trust Uncle Du. The fish had taken the bait, and Jiangxi finally relented, though a little embarrassedly she said, Since Uncle Du is willing to help, let's work together. But there's something to be said for the record. If there's any gains, how about I take 60%, and you take 40%. Du Chichang laughed heartily. You're just afraid I share the supplies with you. Uncle Du is helping you. I just take 20%. Are you relieved now? Jiangshi was surprised. Really? Uncle Du, you provided both manpower and TNT, and you only get 20%. You're the junior. How can Uncle Du take advantage of you? Du Chichang spoke with a kind, elder-like voice, smiling broadly. Finally, he casually said, It's settled. Uncle Du will get ready immediately. First, tell Uncle Du where this military base is. Chapter 231. Finally, the point was made. Jiangxi's saliva was almost dried up from her roundabout ways. She loathed this kind of intrigue, this kind of deception for personal gain, but to keep these two vicious wolves from snarling at each other, she patiently continued. Uncle Du, this is our third collaboration, and it's very important. I can tell you the address of this military base, but you must promise not to lie to me, not to cancel the cooperation, and not to bring in a third party. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang, Uncle Du swears to heaven. Du Chicheng's face straightened, and he said solemnly, I am absolutely sincere in this collaboration, and I will never tell anyone else. If you break my promise, let the mutant beasts devour me alive, leaving me with nothing but my body. Is that enough for you? He spoke seriously, but in his heart, he was dismissive. Swearing is bullshit. Who still believes in oaths these days? Only this foolish girl, completely defenseless and unaware of the darkness of human nature, could fall prey to his manipulations. 20% of the harvest? No, it's all his, Jiangxi said sheepishly. Uncle Du, you're being too serious. Okay, I tell you. This military base is located in the former Ileo Mountains. Uncle Du, do you know this place? Ileo Mountains? The one near City D, where many people used to go for tourism. Yes, that's where it is, but now it's a primitive jungle, teeming with mutant beasts and fraught with danger. Jiangxi changed the subject and smiled confidently, but it's okay. I have beast controllers and wood-type psychics here, perfect for this environment. My people are still finalizing the exact coordinates, but we should have more information tomorrow. I let Uncle Du know then. Du Chicheng stared at the map on the wall, searching, quickly landing on a specific point. It turned out to be Ileo Mountain. Oh no! This place was only about 300 kilometers from City D, far too close to White House number 2. The Yi family could discover them at any moment. If he and Jiangxi's men were to move out in force, they would inevitably be detected by the Yi family, and there was a high chance they would take advantage of the situation and rob them. They had to get there before the Yi family noticed. Jiangxi and Du Chicheng discussed the exact coordinates tomorrow, agreeing to share what supplies both sides would need to prepare, how many people to bring, and so on, before they severed the connection. In White House number 9. Du Chicheng sat in his study, his legs clenched, suppressing a strong desire. He lit a cigar. Taking 2 deep puffs, he called his confidant over. What's the Yi family up to lately? Zhao Xixin bowed. Boss, the Yi family has been focusing all their efforts on artificially creating superpowers. They expanded their experiments tenfold. Not only are they recruiting people near City D to test genetic drugs, but they also sent people to other places, like here, where the Yi family has swindled people out of their homes for exorbitant sums. Du Chicheng's grip on his cigar suddenly tightened. When did this happen? Hearing his anger, Zhao Xixin immediately said, I just discovered it these past 2 days. I was just about to report it to you, boss. Really? You didn't intend to hide it from me? Du Chicheng stared at Zhao Xixin, trying to find a flaw in his eyes. Although Zhao Xixin had served the Du family for many years, and was a rare telepath, usually responsible for gathering intelligence, this ability was too terrifying, and Du Chicheng was always on high alert, fearing he might be able to read his thoughts. Inside the White House, Zhao Xixin's powers were locked away, unlocked only when he left the house. Unbeknownst to the Du family, this was part of Du Chicheng's deliberate attempt to exploit his powers, to control the family, and its members. But Du Chicheng couldn't see through Zhao Xixin, and so he harbored suspicions. I wouldn't dare. I'm loyal to the boss, and would never betray him, Zhao Xixin said, his head lowered, apprehensive. For a moment, Du Chicheng couldn't discern anything, and finally withdrew his gaze. What about Yi Zhuowei? What's the news from him? Zhao Xixin asked, after returning home. Second young master Yi said something to his father, Yi Dongshan, that resulted in some of the affairs previously handled by the eldest son of the Yi family being transferred to the second son. 6 elite psychics were also assigned to second young master Yi as bodyguards. Everyone in the Yi family is wondering if the next heir is about to be replaced, but there's no confirmation yet. Yi Dongshan. Could it be that he was simply assigned a new position upon his return after completing this mission? Du Qicheng pondered, feeling something was off. Could it be that he's benefited from Jiangxi? Zhao Xixin said respectfully, "Don't worry, boss. I continue investigating." "Okay." Du Qicheng stubbed out his cigar and said coldly, "Assemble a 100-man special forces team immediately. Pick the strongest ones. Gather all the supplies and equipment. Be ready to depart tomorrow." The incident happened suddenly, and Zhao Xixin instinctively asked, "Boss, why so quickly? Where are you going?" Du Qicheng's face darkened. "Is that the right thing for you to ask? Prepare now. I'll let you know when the time comes. Remember, take all the TNT in the warehouse. This mission is crucial, and there can be no mistakes." "Yes, boss," Zhao Xixin replied hastily, not daring to ask any further questions. Only after leaving the study and closing the door did he clench his fists, his expression still expressionless. The next day, Jiangxi contacted number 46 again and successfully obtained the coordinates of the military base. She then told Du Qicheng the coordinates. "Is the information accurate?" Du Qicheng stared at the string of numbers, his heart fluttering with excitement. Jiangxi said confidently, "The coordinates are so detailed, how could they be wrong?" "Uncle Du, I'm ready and can leave tomorrow. What about you?" Du Qicheng nodded, but said gravely, "Little Jiang, there's no need to rush. I calculated that both our forces will have no fewer than 200 members on this operation. It would be too conspicuous and could be discovered by other forces. It's best to disperse along the way and reunite near Ileo Mountain to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives." Only in this way could he have his men depart early and strike directly at Huanglong, leaving only a shell of their former self by the time Jiangxi and his men arrived. Then, they could lure the Yi family in and have them engage in a fierce battle with the people who had captured Jiangxi. He would be the biggest beneficiary. Jiangxi, well aware of Du Qicheng's intentions, calmly agreed, "Uncle Du, you're right. Let's split up and reunite at Ileo Mountain. We really need to be cautious. Safety and confidentiality come first, Xiao Jiang. Prepare thoroughly over the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow. Well, almost done. I send someone out the day after tomorrow. You should come too. Okay. See you at Ileo Mountain." After the connection was disconnected, both parties smiled meaningfully. The trap had been set. It was only a matter of whether the prey would fall into it. Jiangxi no longer paid attention to White Room 9's movements. Whether or not he be fooled depended on Du Qicheng's need for supplies and his ambitions. She could no longer interfere. But if they were in Du Qicheng's shoes, she would definitely not miss it. Because it was already true. The Du family's spies knew there was a military base in the Ileo Mountains, though the accuracy of the coordinates was limited. He couldn't bear to give up such a vast supply. However, Jiangxi hadn't told Du Qicheng that this military base had been the Yi family's target from the beginning. Now that both sides were advancing simultaneously, a confrontation was inevitable. Neither could give up, so fighting would ensue. She would be the one to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the outcome. Chapter 232. Far southwest of City C, Lu Yuan, backpack on his back, stood with a woman at the entrance of a white house, gazing out at the lush forest ahead. White House 6000 was located on the edge of a primeval jungle, a unique environment. Behind the house lay a vast, endless forest. Tremendous trees, hundreds of meters tall, pierced the sky like giant spears. From among them lingered eerie roars and the crisp chirping of insects. Less than 20 meters directly in front of the house lay a deep cliff, the sound of rushing water echoing below. If it weren't for the uniqueness of the White House, Lu Yuan would have worried it might one day collapse. At this moment, the woman looked at Lu Yuan and said, "Let's go. I said everything I need to say. I earned your reward. As for whether my guess is true, we find out today by trying it out." She glanced at the sky and said, "While that place isn't far, it still takes half a day to get there. We need to hurry and be back before dark." It had been a week since Lu Yuan arrived at White House 6000. His journey had been uneventful, though the search for White House 6000 had taken up considerable time. He had traversed nearly the entire primeval jungle, braving 2 weeks of torrential rain, encountered an infestation of poisonous insects, mosquitoes, and flies, and even nearly encountered a sudden mudslide before finally reaching his destination. Anyone else would have likely perished, but fortunately, his supernatural power was powerful. Lu Yuan had previously wondered why White House 6000 remained at level 1 even after the gray fog erupted for so long. Only after arriving did he understand. It turned out that there was only one person living in the entire White House number 6000, and that was the owner Lin Shuang. This place is far from the city, sparsely populated, and difficult to access. Besides mutant beasts and plants, it's rife with danger. Although Lin Shuang is also a psychic, how she found this place remains a mystery. Lu Yuan, of course, wouldn't pry into others' privacy. He simply kept his doubts to himself, maintaining a cautious and appropriate distance. After staying here for a few days, Lin Shuang recounted the story of how she discovered these special stones. Lu Yuan was immediately concerned. Because Lin Shuang had said she'd gone to the jungle for food and stumbled upon a strange place, shrouded in gray fog and darkness. Her description was exactly the same as the alternate dimension he entered before. I can't guarantee I see that place this time. I can only try. Lin Shuang walked lightly ahead, at a brisk pace. Glancing back at him, she said, but I suspect it's still there. I've been there several times, and have always been able to enter. I hope so. Lu Yuan replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Lin Shuang. She hadn't revealed her psychic ability, but from his observation, he could discern some clues. She could hover in midair without touching the ground. Although she didn't show it, Lu Yuan noticed it several times. She traversed complex terrain with ease, as if she were walking on flat ground. Lin Shuang flew close to the ground. And she was much faster than an average person. No matter how fast Lu Yuan moved, she could always keep up, as if she had ingested a speed-enhancing agent, gliding like a bird. I wonder what this supernatural power is. No wonder she was able to survive alone. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed something and quickly took off his backpack, pulling out the particle detector inside. The metal surface of the instrument was actually heating up. And the red numbers that had been jumping on it were fluctuating dramatically, rising from around 3,000 to 4,000, and still climbing. 4128. 4397. 4,506. 5,241. As Lu Yuan continued to advance, the numbers climbed higher and higher. His heart pounded, and he paused, staring at the particle detector in his hand, as if he had discovered something. What is this? Lin Shuang, also noticing the particle detector in Lu Yuan's hand, asked curiously. Lu Yuan stared at the string of numbers, then looked around, observing their changes, unaware of the fleeting meaning in Lin Shuang's eyes. Since the other party wanted to take him to that special place, Lu Yuan didn't hide it. He handed the particle detector over and spoke briefly. Lin Shuang was surprised and intrigued, yet receptive. Is that so? This thing is truly amazing. Look, the closer we get to that location, the faster the numbers jump. Could it be? It's detecting something? Spatial fluctuations, that's probably it, a thought flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. He didn't know the construction and principles of a particle detector, but judging by the name, it could be roughly understood as an instrument for detecting particles. Particles are the smallest components of matter. For example, electrons, protons, and neutrons are collectively called particles. Now that they were getting closer and closer to that special location, the particle detector must have detected spatial fluctuations, which was why the numbers were jumping so quickly. Let's go and take a closer look. Without delay, Lu Yuan urged Lin Shuang to continue leading the way. The two of them sped up, like lightning. Stout trees whizzed past, vines and leaves brushing against their faces. 6255, 6789, 7249, 8016. The particle detector grew hotter, as if immersed in boiling water. As Lu Yuan and Lin Shuang continued to race forward, the glaring red number finally broke through 10,000 when a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Warning! Warning! The particle detector actually sounded its first alarm. Strong electromagnetic radiation emission detected, 1,000 meters from the space channel. Lin Shuang was startled. This thing can sound an alarm? Lu Yuan didn't bother to answer. He felt a burning sensation all over his body, suppressing the sudden surge of excitement in his head, his heart pounding. At this point, even if Lin Shuang stopped leading the way, he would still be able to find his destination. A clear spatial wave swept over, and Lu Yuan's speed increased again. Like a phantom, he was so fast that even Lin Shuang couldn't catch up, leaving him far behind. 900 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. 500 meters. 200 meters. The view suddenly opened up. The vines and trees suddenly vanished, revealing a vast expanse of open space. Lu Yuan stood still, staring at a faintly glowing ring before him. It was approximately 10 meters in diameter, silently hovering in midair. Countless points of light flickered, slowly rotating like a nebula. In the center, the darkness was as black as a black hole, shimmering with an intense mystery. Is this the space tunnel? Lin Shuang, who had followed, widened her eyes. This was the first time Lu Yuan had clearly seen the space tunnel, and at that moment, the number on his particle detector read a staggering 13,589. Space tunnel discovered. Entering may lead to unknown dangers. Please be careful. The prompt faded. The particle detector also returned to its original temperature. Chapter 233. So this is the function of the particle detector. It can detect the intensity of the surrounding radiation, and based on this, it can find the location of the space channel. Of course, this shouldn't be its only function, because all objects in nature, including humans, emit radiation as long as they are above absolute zero. Therefore, this particle detector should be able to detect the location of other objects. Although I've been in there several times, I only just realized that this is actually a space channel. It seems that the strange space on the other side is truly another world. Lin Shuang observed the black hole, which was as dark as a mirror, and suddenly frowned. Huh? It seems a little different from last time. These light spots are moving and faster. Why is that? Lu Yuan glanced at her. Are you saying that the light spots were stationary when I came here last time? Lin Shuang thought for a moment and said, not absolutely stationary, but at least I didn't notice it, including the previous 3 times. But now you see, their rotation speed is visible to the naked eye. Will it get faster and faster in the future? What does this mean? Lu Yuan couldn't explain it clearly. He needed time to verify it. Let's go inside and take a look. He put away the particle detector and walked forward, followed by Lin Shuang. The scene before them shifted, the lush greenery giving way to dimness. The two of them had arrived in another dimension. The stale air that washed over them made Lu Yuan's heart skip a beat. Sure enough, it was the same dark, foggy world as before. Lin Shuang fished a transparent, raincoat-like jacket from her backpack and put it on, covering even her head. She then asked Lu Yuan, aren't you wearing a mask? The fog is quite intense here. She zipped up her front, closing it tightly. Except for a pair of shoes, her entire body was almost completely covered. No need. Lu Yuan activated his supernatural power, starting with his face, and rapidly spreading to his neck, body, and limbs. Within seconds, his entire body had transformed into silver metal. This way, the gray fog won't work on me, he said, glancing at Lin Shuang for a second. Can this thing prevent the gray fog from corroding? It looked very high-tech. He had never seen it before. It must be very expensive. He wondered where she got it. Lin Shuang was also surprised, and looked at Lu Yuan. So that's what your supernatural power is. It can turn into metal. That's right, the gray fog won't corrode inanimate objects like stone, buildings, and plastic. Since they were unfamiliar, Lu Yuan nodded but didn't intend to explain further. He walked forward, surveying his surroundings. The landscape remained desolate, with occasional white gravel visible. He picked it up, and saw that it was the one Lin Shuang had sold him earlier. It had some lines carved into it, like decorations on a building. But it was so damaged that he couldn't guess the overall pattern. Hey, what are you looking for? Lin Shuang said, I already looked, and there's nothing within a 10-mile radius. If there's nothing nearby, then go further away. Lu Yuan said to her, I'm going to check ahead. If you're scared, stay here. If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? Lin Shuang took the lead and walked forward. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuan said nothing more. The two of them gradually increased their speed and ran forward. Half an hour later, the rubble around them increased, and even some ruined buildings could be seen. This is the farthest I gotten. No further. Lin Shuang pointed to the ruins ahead, and was about to continue when a strange voice suddenly rang out. In the dim sky ahead, a beam of white light suddenly shone from the sky. Lu Yuan's eyes froze, and he immediately sensed a faint ripple coming from that direction. 2 seconds later, he saw a second beam of white light. 2 beams of light, each of unknown length, intersected and disappeared into the endless, inky black sky. The ripple continued to grow, like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Lu Yuan's face changed. From such a distance, the 2 beams of white light seemed as thin as 2 silk threads to him. If it weren't for the darkness of the space, he would have barely seen them. But he recognized it immediately. It was the light emitted by the alien. It was so familiar. What's that light? It flickers. Lin Shuang stared straight ahead, as if listening intently. After a moment, she explained in shock, there seemed to be sounds, explosions, and the ground was shaking slightly. What happened up ahead? It's probably serious. I need to go check it out. A giant mutant beast might have appeared. Giant mutant beast? That's even more important to check it out. Lin Shuang's tone wasn't afraid, only curious and nervous. like a newborn calf fearless of a tiger. Yet, her calmness and ease made Lu Yuan feel he couldn't underestimate her. The two of them rushed forward again, the sound growing louder, the beams of light piercing through like lightning. The particle detector issued another warning, a sharp, blaring sound. The red number climbed to a staggering 53,000 and continued to rise. The beeping sound was deafening and annoying. Lu Yuan was about to put the particle detector back down when Lin Shuang, after some tinkering, somehow figured out how to shut it off, and the noise finally stopped. The violent explosion grew louder and louder, shaking the very ground. One could imagine the terrifying event unfolding right at the center. Lu Yuan didn't bother studying the particle detector and continued to charge forward. Finally, the path ahead disappeared, and the two reached its end. The terrain ahead suddenly gave way, and they felt as if they were standing on a cliff thousands of meters high, gazing upon an endless plain of ruins. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and his heart raced. Although he had been mentally prepared, the intense visual impact of the moment he actually saw it brought him indescribable shock, intensely stimulating his senses. Below, in the distance, four giant mutant beasts were rampaging. Their target was a massive white house. The earth shook, and sound waves rolled like a roaring sea. Amid the terrifying roars of the giant mutant beasts, the ground continued to crumble. Huge cracks appeared one after another, a scene so terrifying that even a magnitude 10 earthquake couldn't describe it. Countless tentacles clung to the snow-white house, threatening to uproot it. Under the stomping feet of the four giant mutant beasts, the house thudded with dull thuds, as if ready to crumble underfoot at any moment. This? Lin Shuang's eyes widened, stunned. This mysterious white house was like a small boat adrift on the sea, ready to be dragged under by a deep-sea monster at any moment. It shone with a bright white light, a testament to its persistence. It was unknown what this light source was doing, but Lu Yuan knew it was definitely beyond the capabilities of his 458. The white light seemed to possess a special power, constantly closing the cracks in the earth, as if an invisible hand were pulling at the ground, even reaching deep beneath the earth, mending the shattered earth. But to no avail, the cracks grew wider. The house hung suspended between two cracks, revealing countless dense roots that stretched thousands of feet deep. Its light gradually dimmed, as if its energy was running out. Lu Yuan was stunned by this astonishing scene. The four giant mutant beasts each had a unique appearance, all grotesque in form. Some resembled a Cretaceous dinosaur, some an alien, some resembled Godzilla, and one, brandishing countless black tentacles, resembled a deep-sea octopus. Without exception, they were undoubtedly over 300 meters in size, and the white house seemed so fragile before them. Two of the giant mutant beasts continuously emitted laser-like white light. Although Lu Yuan couldn't see clearly from too far away, a single word frantically popped into his mind. Alien, two aliens. Chapter 234. Why are they attacking the White House? The two aliens, whose figures were indistinct, stood atop the giant mutant beasts, not only commanding them, but also frantically attacking them. This scene couldn't compare to any movie special effects. Lasers brimming with deathly energy rained down upon the White House, only to be deflected back one by one. The dazzling explosions resembled fireworks, the cracked earth ribboned with gullies, and gray fog swirled. At this moment, an intense despair welled up in Lu Yuan's heart. He had always believed that the White House was indestructible, the only last refuge protecting humanity. But after seeing a fragment of the White House, he realized that it could be destroyed. And the ones who destroyed it were the aliens. No matter how sturdy the White House was, it couldn't withstand such a frenzied attack. As time passed, Lu Yuan could do nothing but watch. If they weren't far away, and had a favorable vantage point, able to observe from above, a battle of this magnitude would be devastating to anyone, even one with powers comparable to immortality. This wasn't something a single person could change. It was like witnessing a battle between immortals and demons, and being lucky enough not to be annihilated was the ultimate blessing. Suddenly, Lin Shuang beside him moved. Lu Yuan, thinking something had happened, turned quickly, alerted, only to see her jogging to the side, leaning over a large rock and picking something up. Look! What's this? Lin Shuang raised her hand and scurried over. Lu Yuan saw she was holding a black gun, a bit worn and covered in scratches. But its shape was strange, like something out of a sci-fi film, a weapon beyond modern technology, or even more like a super weapon called a heavy particle blaster from a film he had forgotten. Is it real? Take a look. Lin Shuang waited, and handed it to Lu Yuan. He took it, and immediately knew it was no toy. It was light in the hand yet meticulously crafted, undoubtedly brimming with power. It seems intact. Want to try it? A strong urge washed over him. Lu Yuan pulled the trigger and aimed the gun downward, as if to test its power. At this moment, the battle below had reached a fever pitch. The White House finally attacked. Burst after beam, dense as rain, piercing the giant dinosaur-like mutant beast in the foreground, sending it exploding with a bang, spilling flesh and blood all over the ground. Wow! Amazing! What level was this White House? It had already unlocked such a terrifying attack. Lu Yuan's heart pounded. It turned out the White House was capable of more than just passive defense. Just when he thought the White House had turned the tide, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. After just one wave of attacks, the light on the White House's surface dimmed, and the giant tentacle monster quickly entangled it again and pulled it up. Countless roots connected to the White House's base, like fiber optic cables. Large clumps of earth were also lifted up, tilting it to the other side. It wouldn't be long before the White House was overturned. Damn, these damn mutants. Keep fighting. Fight. Are you running out of energy so quickly? Lin Shuang shouted anxiously, worried about the White House's fate. Suddenly, the door opened. Figures emerged from the White House, some soaring into the air, others leaping to the ground, attacking the remaining 3 mutants with weapons. There were actually people in the White House, so there were humans in this alien dimension. Lu Yuan held his breath nervously. Some wielded lightsabers, others wielded guns, attacking the mutants and aliens, but the disparity in power was so great that they were crushed to the ground by the giant mutants in the blink of an eye. Lasers flashed from the aliens' eyes, sweeping across the landscape. These fragile humans were powerless to resist. Suddenly, the once silent and dim white room lit up again, like a glowing sphere, instantly transforming from dim to dazzling, illuminating the entire gloomy, foggy world like the sun. Oh no! Lu Yuan yanked Lin Shuang to the ground, holding her head down. Boom! Rumble! A loud bang rang out, and Lu Yuan instantly lost his hearing, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. Even though he hadn't seen anything, the bright light illuminated his retinas with a blood-red glow. It was as if something had swept across his back, and his backpack, including its contents, was instantly weathered by a mysterious force, reduced to ash. The aftermath of the explosion melted his body, and excruciating pain spread throughout his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Lu Yuan nearly collapsed, his consciousness fading, but the alarms in his brain kept blaring, telling him to leave quickly. If he fainted, he'd likely die here. Lu Yuan gathered all his supernatural energy, transforming it into liquid metal and flowing away. Lin Shuang lay motionless on the ground, as if unconscious. After a moment, Lu Yuan swam back, solidified a hand, grasped her hair, and dragged her away again. They were over 10 kilometers away when the radiation from the explosion subsided. There was nothing left. Lu Yuan transformed from liquid metal back into human form, with only the gun surging from his body. It was the only thing he had left. Lu Yuan's face was pale. Fortunately, the gun wasn't damaged, and he himself was not seriously injured. With a groan, Lin Shuang regained consciousness earlier than Lu Yuan had anticipated. Most of her hair was missing, leaving her once long locks matted and tangled. Her face was covered in black ash. She sat up in agony, looking around blankly, as if she had lost her soul. Are you okay? Lu Yuan's voice rang out, a hint of fatigue in it. It took a while for Lin Shuang to come back to her senses. She smiled foolishly. I'm not dead, haha. I'm actually not dead. The explosion had been so sudden, even she hadn't anticipated it. She was so lucky to be okay. She laughed, as if she had survived a catastrophe, then began coughing violently again. The isolation suit she was wearing had long since been destroyed in the explosion, leaving not a trace of it. If it hadn't shielded her from the blast, she would have been a bloody mess. Gray mist seeped into her nose, enveloping her, making Lin Shuang extremely uncomfortable. Let's get out of here, cough cough cough. The fog is too thick. Hurry! Get out! She stood up, holding her nose, and grabbed Lu Yuan. Without the protection of her protective suit, she couldn't stand being exposed in the fog. Following the marks they left on their way in, they finally found the exit after more than 2 hours. Fresh air washed over them, and Lu Yuan and Lin Shuang finally emerged. Looking at the lush jungle, they finally sobered up a bit. It felt like everything that had just happened was a dream, except for the gun Lu Yuan still held. The black hole-like entrance still loomed in the air, shimmering stars swirling around it. After only a few hours, its speed had clearly increased. It's okay. I'm glad I'm not dead. Lin Shuang slumped to the ground, nearly exhausted. Lu Yuan was also lucky. Losing other things didn't matter, being safe was the best thing. And he even found the gun. Seemed like a good thing? Chapter 235. Lu Yuan found a rock to sit on, staring at the gun in his hand, as he recalled what had just happened. The scene was shocking, and the explosion in the White House at the end was even more terrifying, its power comparable to a nuclear explosion. And those people rushing out of the White House seemed to have special abilities too. Who were they? Why were they living in this space? What was going on here? Questions surged through Lu Yuan's mind like surging waves, nearly overturning his entire perspective. He just wanted to go back immediately, tell Jiangxi about his experience, and have a good discussion with her. You brought this gun with you? Suddenly, Lin Shuang's surprised voice rang out. Great, the gun's still there. After all, it wasn't all for nothing. Let's see if it's still usable, and if it's powerful enough. His thoughts were interrupted. Lu Yuan turned to look at Lin Shuang, who looked dusty and bleeding in places. He frowned and said, You should take care of yourself first. How are your injuries? Although he and Lin Shuang were not familiar with each other, since they had come together, he didn't want to go back alone. Lin Shuang glanced nonchalantly at the scrape on her arm and waved her hand, saying, It's okay. I was just hit by the shockwave. It's just a superficial wound. I always been lucky, so don't worry. Now, let's look at the gun. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the gun, weighing it over and over. He said, This gun should still be usable, but I don't think it's something current technology can produce. He had already tried. Even if he transformed his hand into a metal knife, he couldn't leave a mark on the gun. It wasn't known what it was made of. It wasn't as heavy as metal, but it was quite hard. Even with all his strength, he probably could only scratch a few surfaces. If it's not modern, could it be from the future? Lin Shuang grew even more excited, increasingly interested in its power. She urged, Try it now. If it's a ray gun, a laser gun, or a freezing gun, we got a treasure. Lu Yuan, also curious about the gun's power, nodded and said, Okay, I try it. You stand back. Lin Shuang's face was filled with excitement. She quickly stepped back, checked the distance, and then retreated a little further, hiding behind a tree that was so large that a man could hug it, shielding her eyes with her hands. I'm ready. You go ahead, she shouted. Lu Yuan raised his gun, straightened his arm, and aimed at a tree several dozen meters away. The tree was so large that even 3 people couldn't hug it together. It should be enough to test the gun. However, he wasn't sure if the gun could fire bullets or release other energies beyond the capabilities of modern technology, nor how powerful it would be. If it didn't work, all his efforts would end up with a useless piece of junk, and he lost more important supplies in his backpack. That would be a huge loss. There's no point in overthinking, just try and you know. The next moment, Lu Yuan squeezed the trigger hard. To his surprise, it required almost no effort. The trigger fired with a crisp click. Instantly, a beam of white light, as thick as an arm, erupted from the muzzle. The expanding light was almost brighter than the sun, nearly blinding him. Luckily, Lu Yuan was prepared, closing his eyes the moment the light erupted. The muzzle unleashed a violent energy, and his arm trembled uncontrollably. Even though Lu Yuan couldn't see with his eyes closed, he could still feel it clearly, and every hair on his body stood on end. There was no startling sound, only a blast of energy blasting out from the muzzle. After a long moment, he cautiously opened his eyes. The scene before him astonished Lu Yuan. A 3-meter-wide blank space stretched out ahead. Within this area, all trees, weeds, vines, and rocks vanished. The target tree, its thick trunk completely pierced through, leaving a 3-meter diameter hole, with only a sliver of bark still clinging to the edge. Including all the trees behind it, everything was pierced. Swish, crack, the unsupported tree swayed, on the verge of collapse. Lu Yuan shouted, Get out of the way. It's falling. He quickly dodged, and Lin Shuang quickly ran to the side. Boom, the hundreds-meter-tall tree trunk slowly pressed down, like a mountain bearing down on top of a mountain, collapsing heavily to the ground. The two looked at the fallen tree, then at the 3-meter-wide, empty space, at least 1,000 meters long. Everything along the way was completely destroyed, not even a speck of dust visible, instantly annihilated by the powerful energy blasting from the muzzle. So powerful. Lin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. This truly wasn't a gun made possible by modern technology. Lu Yuan finally understood the power of this gun. It was not only astonishing, but also beyond his imagination. The world beyond the spatial tunnel was undoubtedly technologically far more advanced than theirs. Could it be the world of the future? Lu Yuan suddenly felt a surge of regret. He shouldn't have fired so carelessly. This type of gun was likely a stored energy weapon, and it certainly couldn't be fired a lot. He wasn't sure if he had used up all the energy in that last shot. If it could only be fired once, wouldn't that be a waste? Lin Shuang exclaimed in delight. This gun is incredible. It's definitely useful against giant mutant beasts. I don't believe it's so powerful that it can't handle them. We found a treasure. Seeing her face light up, Lu Yuan hesitated, then handed the gun over. You found it, so here it is. You're actually giving it back to me? Lin Shuang was surprised. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to be so covetous of the gun. She took it, examining it repeatedly in her hands, seemingly unable to let it go. She teased, Lu Yuan, I didn't realize you're such a good person. If anyone else had this gun, they'd never give it back to me. They'd probably even kill me to keep it for themselves. Lu Yuan truly wanted this gun. There was so much to research and ponder, including the gun's origins, how it was manufactured, how it worked, whether it could be copied, whether it could be fired again. He wanted to take it home and study it thoroughly. You found this gun. I wouldn't steal it even if I wanted it. That's not my character. Lu Yuan said sternly, but I really need it. If you're willing to sell it to me, just tell me the terms. I give you anything in exchange. Lin Shuang stared at him, scrutinizing him, curiosity in her eyes. Although this is our first meeting, and we don't know each other well, I believe you're not a bad person. She laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about exchanging. If you hadn't saved me just now, I would have been dead. She handed the gun to Lu Yuan and said straightforwardly, I'm giving it to you. I don't owe you anything. It's fair, isn't it? Lu Yuan, such an important gun? He really gave it to him. Lin Shuang tilted her head, looking at Lu Yuan with a half smile. You don't want it. Do you think my life isn't worth this gun? No. Lu Yuan denied it, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he just stared at Lin Shuang deeply. He had an indescribable feeling. He had many questions about Lin Shuang. Why did she live here alone? Although she occupied a white house, it was too remote. She didn't possess the same special abilities as Jiangxi, so what did she do for a living? Such a fine gun, perfect for self-defense. So why did she give it to him so easily? He didn't believe the excuse of saving her life. Lu Yuan ultimately didn't ask. He didn't think Lin Shuang would tell him, or she would have already told him. In that case, thank you very much. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. Let's go back now, and come back next time when we're fully prepared. The spatial passage before him continued to spin. Lu Yuan's attention was focused on its speed, which was accelerating. He had to hurry. Who knew what might happen to this entrance? If it truly disappeared or closed, finding the next spatial passage would be difficult. More importantly, Lu Yuan was certain there were people in this space. Only by finding them could he obtain more information. Chapter 236. 3 more days passed, and there was still no news from Lu Yuan. Jiangxi wasn't worried about his safety. As long as he didn't encounter any strangers, Lu Yuan's chances of survival were secure. But after all this time away, what had he found? Or was he still unsuccessful, and on his way back? Even then, Wu Bingkui had been in City D for over a month when he finally sent a trusted confidant back with news. He had successfully infiltrated White House No. 2 and hooked up with a middle-level member of the Yi family. He asked Jiangxi to give him some time. It wouldn't be long before he could gather useful information. Boss Jiang, the shipment of goods you provided helped us break the deadlock. The boss first befriended a gang leader in City D, who turned out to be a member of a branch of the Yi family. After some effort, the boss finally gained his trust and was able to gain access to White House No. 2. The person who returned with the news was one of Wu Bingkui's trusted confidants, nicknamed Baozi. He had returned to report to Jiangxi and to collect the goods. With supplies in hand, Wu Bingkui felt more confident in his actions. Baozi told Jiangxi that there were as many as 40 or 50 factions, both large and small, in City D, and even with the survivors, there were far more than in City C. However, due to the Yi family's tyranny and monopoly policies, their living space was being continuously squeezed. They either submitted to the Yi family and obeyed them, or their resources were plundered, and ultimately, unable to survive, they had no choice but to turn to the Yi family. Several disobedient organizations had completely vanished. As a result, the Yi family was now the sole dominant force in City D, becoming increasingly arrogant, even openly arresting people for genetic testing. Although City D still had another White House, it was barely able to sustain itself, barely surviving, and it was unlikely to last much longer. All of this matched Jiangxi's experience in her previous life. City D was the domain of the Yi family. Boss Jiang, this is the Yi family's latest genetic drug. The boss worked hard to obtain it, and asked me to bring it to you. Bozi carefully took out something wrapped in a soft cloth and placed it on the table. Jiangxi opened it and saw it was a pale pink drug. X02 genetic drug, ineffective due to lack of cold storage. Injection into the human body can cause genetic recombination and severe mutations, such as explosion, dissolution, and spontaneous combustion, making it highly lethal. Jiangxi didn't mind the drug's loss of effectiveness, but she noticed it was X02. The Yi family had indeed been researching and striving to improve the success rate of genetic drugs, but even the newly developed X02, even if it hadn't failed, had a pitifully low success rate. Otherwise, the population of City D wouldn't have dwindled so quickly. The Yi family's genetic drug research would never succeed. 28 years in her previous life had proven it, and Jiangxi wasn't worried at all. Although the Yi family appeared to be rapidly developing after occupying White House No. 2, even threatening to dominate, Jiangxi knew that the Yi family would soon suffer a significant loss, and so would the Du family. Without the supplies from the arsenal, the Yi family would no longer have the smooth sailing they had enjoyed in their previous lives. Once Wang Fu successfully developed a true supernatural catalyst, it would be time for her official counterattack. Okay, when you return, tell Wu Binghui to stay safe and not to worry about his family. His wife and children are doing well, and are waiting for his safe return. Jiangxi had specially prepared a photo of Wu Binghui's wife and children at room 139, and had Baozi bring it back to him. In the photo, his wife holds their son, standing in front of a tall cornfield. The boy's face is a little dusty, and his perfectly aligned teeth are visible in his grin, making him chubby and adorable. The woman's hair is plastered to her face, her forehead is slightly sweaty, and her face is flushed. The mother and son are smiling brightly, their happiness evident at first glance. From this photo, Wu Binghui can tell how his wife and son are doing, and he is working for Jiangxi with peace of mind. We won't be bringing any special food this time. The journey is too long, and since you're alone, we save the weight. Jiangxi said to Baozi, I prepare 500 bottles of medicine for you, including strength pills, bodybuilding pills, healing medicine, detoxification powder, and speed-boosting agents. They're all very effective. Tell Wu Binghui to make good use of them. Baozi nodded quickly. Okay, Boss Jiang, don't worry. I understand. Jiangxi smiled. It's nothing. Since you're back, go see your family and get some rest. I remember your girlfriend's name is Wang Xiui. You were about to get married, right? She's in the breeding department now. Go find her. Give her the day off today, so you can spend some quality time together. Baozi was surprised by Boss Jiang's detailed memory of him. He was deeply moved and said, Boss Jiang, thank you so much. I'd be there right away. This return was something he had fought tooth and nail to gain, having beaten the others. Almost all of the brothers who followed the boss to City D had relatives. To ensure their survival and a better life, they risked their lives to go to City D and fight alongside Boss Wu. Returning to City C under the guise of purchasing goods to deliver news became a luxury for everyone, and no matter how far the journey took, they wanted to return. Baozi leaped to his feet, bowed to Jiangxi in thanks, and scurried off to the breeding department. I thought I only get to see my girlfriend for a moment, but I didn't expect to spend the entire day with her. Boss Jiang is so kind. In the Ileo Mountains, the scorching sun streamed down through the treetops, casting beams of light onto the ground. Du Jianhao, fully armed and holding a modified Gatling gun, surveyed his surroundings warily, gesturing to his men to proceed. He was the supreme commander of Operation Peregrine Falcon, and the eldest son of Du Qicheng, the owner of White House No. 9. They had come to the Ileo Mountains to locate the mysterious military base. Du Jianhao's favorite weapons were firearms of all kinds, the more powerful the better, like the Gatling gun. Because his physique had been enhanced by special drugs, he could easily handle heavy weapons. Furthermore, his special ability, called psychic power, was a perfect match for all kinds of firearms. He didn't need bullets, he could fire psychic energy through his weapons, with a power far greater than bullets. Once, Du Jianhao piloted a Gatling gun and blasted 5 C-rank mutant beasts to smithereens in 5 minutes. The ferocious beasts couldn't even reach him. This battle made him famous in City A, and he has since become particularly fond of this heavy weapon. To reach Ileo Mountain as quickly as possible, Du Jianhao and his entire team of over 100 worked tirelessly, shortening the original 5-day journey to 3. Of course, he wouldn't wait for Jiangxi. After determining a safe route, he led his entire force into Ileo Mountain, following the coordinates. Now, 2 more days have passed, and they have penetrated deeper into the mutated jungle, edging ever closer to their destination. Chapter 237. 2 kilometers to go, almost there. Seeing the coordinates clearly on the map, Du Jianhao's heart surged. He leaped forward through the forest, Gatling gun in hand, quickly reaching the front of the group. Just as he was about to order a full advance, he suddenly noticed something. Du Jianhao turned his head sharply, and saw a group of equally heavily armed figures silently emerge from the forest a few dozen meters to his left. Seeing them, they seemed stunned for a moment, then someone shouted, "Attack! Kill!" Swish, 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 boom, boom, swish, swish. Wind blade shot out, earth spikes soared into the sky, and countless fireballs pelted down, instantly disrupting the Du family's formation. Faced with a sudden supernatural attack, Du Jianhao was furious. Who dared to attack him without wanting to die, without even time to think, and without knowing who they were? They knew they were the enemy. Lu Jianhao shouted sharply, "Enemy attack! Take cover! Attack!" Instantly, the jungle erupted in the sound of intense gunfire. With a sinister grin, he raised his heavy Gatling gun and, using the cover of the trees, blasted the group with a barrage of psychic bullets. Da-da-da-da. Yi Changfeng had never expected to encounter others, as he led his team into the dangerous Ileo Mountains, nearly reaching the jungle-buried military base. This was the location they had finally discovered, and they hadn't expected the information to leak. Yi Changfeng's first reaction was that the enemy was definitely coming to seize the military base, their goal shared with them. Without a word, he launched the attack, and a jungle battle ensued. In less than 10 minutes, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. No one had anticipated the enemy's fierce firepower. Someone had just unleashed a few wind blades when they were ripped into pieces by the heavy fire from the opposing team. Someone else had only fired a few shots when they were struck by a ball of flame, screaming in agony. "Oh no, young master! They're from the Du family!" I saw Du Jianhao. The confidant dodged like a phantom, landing beside Yi Changfeng and asking anxiously, "They're well prepared. They obviously known about that military base, and are here to seize it. Young master, what should we do? They're from the Du family." Yi Changfeng was furious and livid, wishing to tear Du Jianhao to pieces. The Du family was indeed hypocritical. Before they set out, he seen Du Qichuang and his father chatting and laughing on video, and then, they actually sent their own son to lead a large force to seize the military base they discovered, even intending to kill him. Even if he survived, if the mission failed, he'd be punished by his father upon returning to the Yi family. Not to mention his second brother, who would surely seize power. What a plan! Kill two birds with one stone. I want to see how powerful Du Jianhao is. Kill him! Yi Changfeng roared with murderous intent. Whoever kills Du Jianhao will be rewarded handsomely. Intense explosions and gunshots echoed through the dense forest, stirring countless birds. Flashes of fire and lightning, intertwined with the angry curses of the crowd, a desperate battle unfolded in this long silent primeval jungle. Neither side yielded, nor did they consider a ceasefire. The moment they spotted each other, the fight was doomed. The battle raged for most of the day. Equal in numbers and strength, the two sides engaged in fierce exchange of fire, neither gaining an advantage. The fighting continued until dark, with both sides fighting and retreating under cover of the dense forest, occasionally launching surprise attacks and fierce assaults, each eager to kill the other utterly. The Yi family has lost more than half of its men, and every psychic has almost exhausted their mental strength. They only managed to hold on by relying on drugs in the later stages. The Du family suffered even worse. Du Jianhao leaned against a tree, panting and covered in blood. His mental strength was severely depleted, and he couldn't fire a single bullet. Furthermore, due to the fierce attack, his Gatling gun had already exploded. At this critical moment, they had the misfortune of straying into a territory of man-eating plants, and more than a dozen people were killed. The ammunition was exhausted, and the medicine supplies had been consumed, but the enemy continued to attack. Du Jianhao tasted defeat for the first time. Even he himself was exhausted, unable to use his powers anymore, let alone the dozen or so men left. "Young master, what should we do now?" The confidant dragged a broken arm, covered in blood. "We're out of ammunition, and there are only 2 psychic warriors left. But the Yi family sent all psychics this time. Although we killed many of them, they still have strong firepower, and they can recover after a while. If they come back, we'd be in trouble. Damn it! I didn't expect the Yi family to send only psychics this time." He underestimated them. Du Jianhao punched the ground, and the next second he groaned. His face turned pale with pain. Looking down, he realized he had hammered his hand against a rusty iron plate. It was bleeding. It hurt, but he didn't even have time to get angry. Darkness was approaching. Once the gray fog rose, coupled with the more ferocious mutant beasts, The Ileo Mountains would be even more dangerous at night. Either find a hiding place quickly, or end the battle swiftly, and eliminate the Yi family. Alright. Yi family. I'm going to make you regret it. Du Jianhao picked up the metal sheet from the ground and, having already come up with an idea, said sinisterly, rest for 5 more minutes. Everyone, drop all supplies and advance at full speed to reach that military base as quickly as possible. He stared at his confidant and said, Is Ma Biao okay? All the TNT we brought this time is in his space. The confidant immediately replied, Ma Biao has suffered minor injuries, but he's fine. That's good. Ha ha ha. Du Jianhao laughed maliciously, like a madman. Yi Changfeng, don't you want to seize this? I see if you have the guts to do it. I buried 10 tons of TNT at the entrance to the base. Don't you want to get in? Humph. I blow you to death. Soon, the sky darkened completely, and a gray fog filled the air. Muffled roars echoed from time to time around, and the smell of blood in the lush, primeval forest further attracted the mutant beasts. By the time Yi Changfeng finally found the military base, he had already suffered 3 more waves of mutant beast attacks. The Yi family, of 107 at the time of departure, was reduced to just over 30. Looking at the building nestled in the jungle, a heavy steel gate, covered in vines, stood before him. Although coils of high-voltage wires on the tall walls had been rendered useless by the catastrophe, Yi Changfeng's heart still raced as he watched, his fatigue instantly fading. We found it. We finally arrived. He felt a surge of energy, his wounds seemingly fading. Young master, we driven back the Du family's men. They dared not pursue us. Now this military base is ours, a confidant said excitedly, and the other injured were also thrilled. Although they had gone through so much trouble to find this military base, and so many had died, it was all worth it. How big was this military base? There must be a ton of supplies inside. Yi Changfeng couldn't contain his joy at success. He waved his hand and said, Maozi, go ahead, use your lightning to blast the gate open. The subordinate named Maozi couldn't contain himself either, and stepped forward. Yes, young master. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took a few steps forward and raised his hands high, his palms illuminating with a ball of white light. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, fiercely striking the heavy iron gate. Rumble boom. No one expected a ball of fire to soar into the sky, a startling explosion resounding for 10 miles. Instantly, flames billowed, and a continuous series of explosions blazed, illuminating the pitch-black forest. Yi Changfeng's final thought before his death, I've been tricked. Chapter 238. What? You encountered a large Yi family force? When Du Qichong finally received word from his son, it was devastating news. His expression paled. You suffered heavy losses, run out of ammunition and food, and are trapped in the Ileo Mountains? Du Jianhao briefly recounted how he had planted TNT and killed the Yi family. Then a mournful voice rang out, Dad! Come and save me! I'm seriously injured. We run out of medicine, and we're almost dead. There are still several mutant tigers and leopards attacking us. Send someone quickly, or I'd die. How could this have happened? Du Qichong frantically shouted into the satellite phone. Jianhao, find a place to hide first. Don't fight the mutant beasts head-on. Dad will send someone right away. You have to hold on. 3 days at most. I can't hold on. I'm dying. Can't you hear me? Send someone right away. Ah. Roar. A flurry of panicked screams mingled with the roars of beasts. The phone seemed to fall to the ground, echoing with a cacophony of noise and the beeping of electricity. There was a click, and then there was no sound. Du Qichong shouted at the other end of the line, but there was no response, only a dead silence. He stood there, heartbroken, his body cold, the phone slipping and falling to the ground. It was over too late. Du Qichong's face twitched violently, his whole body trembling. The thought of his beloved son dying in the Ileo Mountains, and in such a tragic way, was unacceptable to him. A flood of intense negative emotion surged, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared in anger. There was an immediate knock on the door. The bodyguard outside heard it, thinking something had happened, and hurriedly opened the door to check. Boss, what's going on? Get out. Who let you in? Get out. An ashtray hurled itself at him, and Du Qichong, enraged, vented all his fury. The 2 bodyguards, terrified by their bad luck, quickly closed the door and retreated. In the bedroom, Du Qichong vented his anger furiously for a while, but he knew the outcome all the more clearly. His precious son would never come back. The Yi family? Why had he encountered someone from the Yi family? He had been so thoroughly prepared, having warned Jianhao to enter in batches. Logically, it was impossible for the Yi family to discover him. Even if they discovered it, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time. How could they possibly muster a large force to confront the well-prepared Du family? Suddenly, something flashed through Du Qicheng's mind. Jiangxi. This news was originally told to him by Jiangxi, so why had Jianhao not mentioned her people at all? Could this have been a trap? Yes, he had been fooled. Du Qicheng was practically mad. Regardless of the midnight hour, he stumbled to the White Room control room, ready to call Jiangxi for clarification. He just wanted to kill this filthy woman. The notification beeped continuously, but Jiangxi ignored it. His White Room 9 and White Room 139 were at the same level, and there was no way to force a connection. After a night of tossing and turning, Du Qicheng was terribly anxious, but Jiangxi slept soundly. Of course, she knew Du Qicheng had called her, but she had told Dubai not to disturb her sleep or connect. It wasn't until the next morning, after waking up, eating, and finishing his daily routine, that Jiangxi slowly returned to the control room and called Du Qicheng. He connected immediately. After a night of madness, Du Qicheng had calmed down. Suppressing his anger, he asked sarcastically, Xiao Jiang. Uncle Du had something urgent to talk to you about last night. Why didn't you answer? Jiangxi feigned surprise. Last night? I don't know. I never deal with anything at night, so even if there was news, I wouldn't have received it. I just realized, Uncle Du, is there something important? Just as Du Qicheng was about to question Jiangxi about Ileo Mountain, he changed his mind. Xiao Jiang, I got the latest news. Your men didn't go to Ileo Mountain. What's going on? Huh? Jiangxi looked puzzled, then suddenly remembered, Uncle Du, are you mistaken? It takes at least 5 days to get to Ileo Mountain from here, and my men have only been away for 4. How could they possibly get there? We said we meet there, but your men have to wait. Du Qicheng was speechless. In his haste, he had actually forgotten. He had clearly sent his men out ahead of time, hoping to get ahead of Jiangxi, but now he was in trouble. He had no idea if the 139th Division was still en route, or if they had deliberately leaked the news to lure the Yi family. In short, his son's death was in vain. Oh yes, I was negligent. Sorry. Du Qicheng was filled with complaints, unable to speak, his fists clenched, knowing the pain. Jiangxi feigned ignorance and comforted him. It's okay, Uncle Du, you're just too worried. Don't worry. Ileo Mountain may be dangerous, but we can definitely make it together. Besides, my people possess abilities that are best suited to the jungle. We'd be there in another day, don't worry. Du Qicheng had nothing to say, and could only nod. Okay, as agreed, we see you there. This time, we definitely find that military base. We discuss it more when we get back. The connection was disconnected, and Du Qicheng's face was filled with anger, but Jiangxi smiled faintly. Success? Du Qicheng contacted him in the middle of the night. Something must have happened to one of his people. When the Du and Yi families collide, neither will give in. This bloodbath and competition for wealth and life must have been spectacular, but it's a shame she didn't see it. I hope Qiuqi and the others have a safe journey. Jiangxi prayed silently. Although she had lied to Du Qicheng, she didn't send a large force and deliberately delayed their arrival by 2 days. She sent only a small group, Yuhan, Ji Qiuqi, Ji Yeyu, Yu Yuhan, and Jiang Mingyao. They had to ensure the Du and Yi families were engaged in a fierce battle, both sides suffering heavy losses, before they could seize the opportunity to rob them. Their own safety was paramount. Finding or entering the military base was secondary. But it was clear that she had won this time. The rewards were bound to be substantial. Time passed, and Jiangxi waited patiently for their return. When Lu Yuan and Lin Shuang returned to the space tunnel the next day, they noticed it was spinning even faster. Before, the light points had been spinning slowly, but now, as if drawn by the black hole in the center, their speed had more than doubled. A distinct spatial fluctuation emanated, like the wind, swaying the surrounding weeds. It's quite obvious, look. Lin Shuang pointed ahead, anxiously asking Lu Yuan, what do you think this means? Lu Yuan wasn't sure, but a faint sense of unease welled up in his stomach. If this spatial passage is truly closing, or if something else has happened, then we must hurry and go in again. This time, the two traveled light, bringing only a few food and supplies, leaving their backpacks nearly empty. Lin Shuang nodded. All right then, let's go quickly and return quickly. I'm really worried we get trapped if we're late. Quickly, the two passed through. Everything went black, and he was back in that gloomy, lightless world. This time, Lu Yuan wanted to explore the area where the explosion had occurred yesterday, and also to see if he could encounter any natives. He had too many questions. As soon as he entered, Lin Shuang started coughing. The smell of the gray mist was too pungent. Without her protective suit, she could only wear a mask, which barely filtered out some of the toxins. Lu Yuan, metallized as usual, and the two of them rushed forward, following yesterday's route. An hour later, they stopped. The cliffs before them had completely collapsed, and countless fallen rocks had formed a steep path leading straight down. Although the rubble was jagged and threatened to collapse again, Lu Yuan immediately spotted a huge, deep pit in the plain ahead. White debris scattered across the bottom, and some shadows were unclear. This must be the White House after the explosion, and the corpse of the giant mutant beast. Just as Lu Yuan was about to unleash his supernatural power, Lin Shuang seemed unable to resist and retreated repeatedly, saying, "No. The radiation is so strong. I can't handle it." Yes, the radiation from the explosion was indeed too strong. The ground felt as if whipped by the wind, with dust and gravel constantly rolling back. This was actually the result of the radiation eroding and weathering. Lu Yuan could barely hold on, unwilling to give up. He warned Lin Shuang, "Stand back and wait for me. I go down and take a look. I hope I can find something." Chapter 239. As if melting, Lu Yuan quickly transformed into a pool of liquid metal before Lin Shuang, flowing down the jagged, cracked cliff face and disappearing from view. Like a rushing stream, over 10 minutes later he had reached the bottom, standing up again, regaining his human form. Such strong radiation. Lu Yuan instinctively raised his right hand to shield himself, his entire body enveloped in a powerful, harmful wave. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Increasing his speed to the limit, Lu Yuan sprinted forward. The further he advanced, the stronger the radiation became, and he couldn't help but recall his previous experience. That deep pit had clearly also been created by a massive explosion, emitting intense radiation. He had eventually been forced to leave, and the situation was likely similar this time. Soon, Lu Yuan spotted a white fragment and picked it up. It felt exactly like the previous one. Needless to say, it was the debris from the White House explosion. The ground was littered with debris, large and small. While somewhat peculiar, it was of little use. Lu Yuan discarded the fragments of the White House and sped toward a large, half-dried, reddish-brown mass ahead. What a massive pile of flesh! He recognized it immediately, the remains of one of the giant mutant beasts that had died. It resembled a small hillock, more than 3 meters high. The bloody mess lay heaped on the ground, emitting a strong, pungent stench. If this were his first encounter, Lu Yuan would have definitely picked it up. The flesh and blood of the giant mutant beasts was a precious commodity, and bringing it back would definitely be useful. But everywhere he looked, there were piles of flesh, large and small, organs, bones, and even unknown parts that had been blasted into a paste, scattered amidst the half-dried blood, a pungent stench. Lu Yuan couldn't carry so much. He had to select the most valuable and useful parts, such as teeth, claws, hair, scales, and so on. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thought, a crystal core. The crystal core of a giant mutant beast, that was the most important resource. If only he could find it. He quickly searched through the debris, the mud and rubble, the fragments of the White House. The wreckage was enormous, and scattered everywhere, like a giant mountain of garbage and flesh. The intense radiation made searching difficult. Lu Yuan's physical and mental strength rapidly depleted, and he searched back and forth like a silver shadow. Finally, he spotted a white object. It was the shattered mouth of one of the giant mutant beasts. The sharp teeth stood out like a huge white pillar, connected to a large, blurry piece of flesh at the bottom. It was over 2 meters long, almost as thick as an adult's thigh. The teeth were valuable, he had to take them back. His hands transformed into long silver knives, and Lu Yuan began cutting swiftly. With all his might, he barely scraped away the flesh at the bottom, shaving off a sharp, massive tooth. With just that, he could barely carry anything else. Lu Yuan placed the beast's tooth on the ground and continued searching for the more important crystal core. This time, he searched for over 10 minutes before finally discovering the bulk of the giant, dinosaur-like mutant's carcass, standing before him. Its abdominal cavity had been blasted to pieces, revealing a massive, bloody hole. Ignoring the blasted internal organs, Lu Yuan could already see a sliver of white. What a massive crystal core! The arm stretched out, rapidly extending and flowing into the abdominal cavity. A moment later, Lu Yuan pulled out a crystal core wrapped in silver metal. A crystal core the size of a head, S-grade, or SS grade, this was definitely a bountiful harvest. Lu Yuan quickly stuffed this supersized crystal core into his backpack, filling it to the brim. Just as he was about to continue searching for a second crystal core, something strange caught his eye. What is this? Lu Yuan spotted a severed arm on the ground. His pupils narrowed as he picked it up for a closer look. He discovered that while the arm resembled a human, it wasn't. This was because the arm had 4 fingers, not 5, grayish-white from blood loss, cold and stiff. The skin felt rougher than normal, as if covered by a thin layer of crust. The palm lines were more pronounced, like lines running across the palm and 4 fingers, looking incredibly strange. The nails were sharp, slightly curved like eagle claws. The more Lu Yuan looked at it, the more strange it became. This definitely wasn't from an indigenous person. What on earth was it? A strange thought came to Lu Yuan, and he wasn't sure if his guess was correct. He hadn't seen it himself, and he couldn't produce any proof. He could only keep his suspicions to himself, and stuff the severed arm back into his backpack. Half an hour passed, and Lu Yuan, enduring the severe radiation, felt increasingly unwell. Before he even reached the center of the pit, he had already discovered countless valuable objects worthy of research. The ground was littered with the tentacles of giant mutant beasts, massive bones, terrifying heads that hadn't been completely shattered even by the explosion, claws, tails, and so on. Scattered everywhere, already beginning to decay. Lu Yuan quickly found a second crystal core. At this point, his body began to show signs of melting again. He could no longer bear it. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan quickly fled, carrying the 2 crystal cores he had collected, his severed arm, and a tooth. He ran for over 10 minutes, then swam up the collapsed cliff face, only to find Lin Shuang waiting at the edge. Huff! He bent over, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. What's wrong? You look unwell? Do you want me to help you? Lin Shuang asked with concern, making a gesture to help him take off his backpack. No, I'd be fine after a rest. Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop him, then stood up and gazed at the devastated plain and the huge crater in the distance, his emotions mixed. Looking at the enormous tooth, Lin Shuang asked curiously, is this the tooth of a giant mutant beast? So huge! What did you pick up? Did you find anything special? Lu Yuan nodded. Let's talk after we get out. Lin Shuang knew he must have discovered something. After he rested, the 2 of them retraced their steps, successfully returning to the jungle. As soon as she turned around, she shouted, Lu Yuan, look! The slowly rotating black hole, and the surrounding light spots, had noticeably sped up. In just a few hours, the change was dramatic. Could it be? Lin Shuang seemed to have guessed something and said, is it because of our constant ins and outs that it's moving so fast? I didn't realize it before, but now I think about it, it seems like every time we emerge, we can clearly see the changes in the spatial channel. Lu Yuan also realized it. From yesterday to today, all night, the black hole's rotation remained the same. But after they emerged, it noticeably accelerated. If that's really the case, then I feel like in just 1 or 2 more days, this spatial passage will spin at breakneck speed. No one can predict what will happen then, Lu Yuan said gravely. Will it close in an instant? Lin Shuang's eyes widened. Perhaps. Lu Yuan considered that if he could only enter once more, he wouldn't take the risk. If the spatial passage truly closed, leaving him in that dark, dangerous, fog-filled place would be a real problem. The fresh air and bright sunshine of the dense forest gradually revived Lu Yuan's spirits. He took off his backpack and said, didn't you ask me if I found anything special? Look at this. As he spoke, he pulled the severed arm out of the bag. Chapter 240. Lin Shuang's eyes flashed, and she exclaimed in surprise, why did you bring an arm with you? The severed arm was pale and stiff. Although she wasn't afraid, she felt uncomfortable with the sight of human remains, and unconsciously took a step back. Lu Yuan prompted her, take a closer look. Lin Shuang then realized something was amiss. Her eyes fell on the severed arm, staring intently at it for a long moment, her shock growing stronger and stronger. Is this a human arm? Why is it so strange? She quickly snatched it away, her fear gone, and examined it closely. The skin was noticeably rougher, the 4 fingers, and the unusual nails. Everything indicated its difference from a normal human arm. She simply pulled a dagger from her waist, and cut at the severed arm. One strike failed, but it couldn't even break the skin. Lin Shuang exerted more force, but the dagger couldn't scratch the arm. It felt tough and brittle. This doesn't even look like a human hand. What the hell is this thing? Lin Shuang couldn't believe it. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened. Though somewhat surprised that even a knife couldn't cut the severed arm, he also felt that this was normal. After all, The fact that this arm had survived yesterday's horrific explosion spoke volumes about its uniqueness. He hadn't found any remains of other indigenous humans, suggesting those bodies had been annihilated, leaving only this fragment. But why was it so strange? Yesterday, despite being far away, Lu Yuan's vision couldn't have been wrong. Those indigenous people were clearly human, exactly like him, and even possessed special abilities. If this arm isn't human, yet it's incredibly similar to a human's. Considering what happened yesterday, who could have left it behind? Lu Yuan looked at Lin Shuang meaningfully. Although he didn't say it directly, the answer was already clear. Lin Shuang took a deep breath. You mean aliens? She stared at Lu Yuan in surprise, seemingly unable to believe his speculation. Lu Yuan nodded. Aliens is just a nickname, referring to the two people controlling the giant mutant beasts. They look almost human, but because we're so far away, I couldn't see their features or details clearly. Perhaps they're just humanoids, not true humans. He even thought this explained their powerful lethality. They weren't human at all. In that case, it was perfectly normal for the aliens to attack him and massacre the people in the White Room. So aliens aren't human. Really? Is that really the case? Lin Shuang's perspective seemed completely overturned. Her eyes were confused, and her tone was filled with disbelief. Lu Yuan hadn't expected to find such a discovery after his investigation, and his questions grew even more intense. He thought of Jiangxi. If only she were there, she always seemed to understand so much. I don't know where she got her information from. If she saw the arm, perhaps she could give him some answers or guesses. I'm not sure. After all, I've never seen an alien up close. Anyone who has seen them is basically dead. Lu Yuan carefully considered his words, frowning. But other than this answer, I can't guess. Lin Shuang stood with her back against a tree, pondering. Yesterday we found a gun, which was clearly beyond the reach of today's technology. Today you found this. So, can we infer that the world inside the space channel, while different from our own, is definitely connected? She looked at Lu Yuan and speculated, think about it. The same gray fog, giant mutant beasts, white houses, aliens. Except for the lack of plants and the sun, moon, and stars, it's almost identical to our world. I suspect the world in the space tunnel is our future. Lin Shuang spoke with increasing enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming as she spoke word by word. The environment in our current world will become increasingly deteriorating, destroyed by aliens and giant mutant beasts. In a few decades, a few centuries, it will be like that world. This speculation was incredibly weighty, but not without reason. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, it's also possible that this is another human era, a previous civilization, and we stumbled into their world. No. It's either the previous era or our future, Lin Shuang confirmed her guess. My analysis is well-founded. It must be that way. The gun and the severed arm I gave you are proof. After a moment, Lu Yuan, with a serious attitude, shook his head again. This is a matter of great importance. Both assumptions are possible, but only possibilities. A gun and a severed arm alone can't prove it. More evidence is needed. If his mental strength hadn't recovered, he would have wanted to go back in immediately. Finding the surviving indigenous people as soon as possible would give him a more accurate answer. Lin Shuang, however, pursed her lips. You don't believe me? If I tell you that that world is our future, why don't you believe it? Why are you so sure? Lu Yuan looked at her. Unless you provide more evidence, or you know something I don't know. Lin Shuang was speechless. Seeing she couldn't answer, Lu Yuan didn't argue with her and said nothing more. I discuss this with Jiangxi when I get back and get her opinion. Lin Shuang tried to say something, but the words hesitated on the tip of her tongue and ultimately stayed put. After a moment, Lu Yuan decided not to return to the White House yet. He went in again, leaving Lin Shuang waiting outside. Lin Shuang glanced at the flat black hole spinning faster and faster in the distance. Well, okay then. She agreed. The two found a relatively clean spot, sat down, ate something, and rested for over an hour. Lu Yuan's full attention was on the spatial passage. When he was sure he had recovered enough, he took out everything he had found from his backpack, placed it on the ground, and asked Lin Shuang to help watch over it. I'll be out before dark. Be careful. Is that okay? No problem. Lin Shuang waved her hand nonchalantly. Even if there are mutant beasts, I can handle them. Don't worry. Since that was the case, Lu Yuan didn't waste any time and headed towards the spatial tunnel. As Lu Yuan disappeared from view, the black hole suddenly began to ripple like water, as if disturbed by something, and instantly spun even faster. Points of light flickered continuously, emitting intense energy fluctuations. Lin Shuang's eyes narrowed. Oh no! How could it be so fast? Without time to think, she rushed forward. The light and shadows before her eyes shifted, and she shouted, Lu Yuan, get out. The spatial tunnel is disappearing. Lu Yuan had just passed through and taken a few steps when he heard Lin Shuang's panicked voice. What are you? No time to explain. Get out. Lin Shuang grabbed Lu Yuan's hand and pushed him hard towards the spatial entrance. Lu Yuan wanted to break free from her grip, but fearing the force would injure her, he was pushed out, stumbling. He was about to ask Lin Shuang what was going on, when he suddenly saw the spatial tunnel before him rapidly spinning and shrinking ever smaller. 8 meters. 6 meters. 3 meters. His pupil shrank sharply, and he was about to yell for Lin Shuang to get out quickly, when a loud bang. The spatial tunnel completely collapsed, the light and shadow dissipated, and vanished before his eyes. Lin Shuang. Chapter 241. White House number 139 is getting more and more on track. As more and more people are recruited, the vacancies are filling up at a rapid pace. A large number of new employees have joined the planting, breeding, pharmaceutical, and catering departments, as well as the weapons, logistics, and hunting departments. Under the guidance of the veterans, they gradually become familiar with the job, not daring to neglect their duties. They do their best to perform their duties in exchange for the benefits of free food and accommodation. In number 139, there are absolutely no slackers. Compared to the outside world, this place is the happy home that the survivors have always dreamed of. Not only do they have good food and accommodation, but they don't have to worry about the invasion of gray fog or attacks by mutant beasts. Where else can you find such a good thing? In number 139, most people work from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with 2 days off each month. This is already very humane. Compared to the former Shao family, or White House number 2, it is a world of difference. The total number of members now exceeds 3,000, and countless others, who didn't pass the interview remain unwilling to leave, clinging to the small glimmer of hope in the towns near the White House. Other cities have also heard the news, and a steady stream of people are flocking to join. This has left some small towns practically deserted, with few survivors saved for the mutant beasts. The 1 or 2 remaining psychic organizations are barely holding on, facing an increasing number of mutant beasts and an increasingly harsh living environment. They wonder whether they should relocate to City C. On the star map, there are still a large number of white houses at level 1, and only a small number at level 2, accounting for only 1/5. Level 3 white houses are considered well developed, generally occupied by medium-sized forces with at least 200 members. It had been almost a year since the gray fog erupted. There were fewer than 10 level 4 white houses, 2 of which were in City C. The highest, however, was level 5. White House number 2, owned by Yi Dongshan. At this moment, Yi Dongshan was furious, his eyes practically blazing with fire. Dead. Entire unit wiped out. Yi Dongshan immediately received the news that all members of the Special Operations Team had perished in Ileo Mountain. This devastating loss, especially the death of his eldest son, Yi Chanfeng, nearly caused him to faint. Finding no relief, Yi Dongshan suppressed his grief and, desperate to uncover the cause, summoned a meeting of the entire Yi family. How did the Du family know this news, and just happen to run into us? Who leaked it? Tell me. Bang. Yi Dongshan slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at everyone. Only a few people knew about the military base. Who among you leaked it? Stand up. In the conference room, the Yi family's senior executives looked at each other with suspicion, yet also resentful of Yi Dongshan's questioning. Yi Donghai, the second-born son of the Yi family, frowned and said, Brother, this operation is of vital importance. How could we possibly leak it? That's right, brother. Don't start infighting by suspecting others. Yi Dongza, the third-born son of the Yi family, curled his lips and said, It's no secret that there's a military base in the Ileo Mountains. Just because the Du family isn't in City D doesn't mean they don't know about it. It's just that we happened to run into them, and that's why the fight started. But the entire supernatural group is dead. Isn't the Du family too strong? The Du family also suffered heavy losses. We're all equally matched. How can we be considered strong? This time, we failed to command well, and the Du family unexpectedly brought TNT. If we had acted a few days earlier, or deployed more men and more heavy firepower, we wouldn't have been completely wiped out even if we encountered the Du family. Ultimately, it was our negligence. Listening to the chatter, Yi Dongshan grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and slammed it down. A loud bang stunned everyone into silence. Enough. Shut up. Are you blaming me now? Yi Dongshan had long known that the other families had ulterior motives. His face darkened, as if he was ready to kill. It wasn't your son who died, yet you're so careless. Fine. Fine. Since no one admits it, I question them one by one. Before he finished speaking, he thought and trapped everyone in their chairs. Countless white tentacles extended from the floor, binding the hands and feet of the Yi family like handcuffs. Caught off guard, they panicked, unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tightly bound by the white tentacles and strapped to the chairs. Brother, what are you doing? Let us go! Brother, why are you tying us up? Ah, it hurts. Everyone was terrified, and the women of the Yi family screamed even more. It was only then that everyone realized that Yi Dongshan was not just their eldest brother, but the head of the Yi family. Crucially, he owned White Room number 2, controlling their lives. One thought, and they would all die. Yi Dongshan looked at the people in the meeting room with a sinister look. Where was the former family harmony? At this moment, he was like an emperor, ruling over life and death, looking down upon everyone. Anyone who displeased him would be killed in an instant. Tell me, who leaked the information to the Du family? He glanced at everyone present, his coldness concealing a strong murderous aura, as he spoke word by word. Chanfeng is dead. I must avenge him. If no one confesses, I will attack you one by one, and see how long you can hold your tongue. Suddenly, several white tentacles tightened around him, and Yi Donghai, the second wife, screamed in agony. Big brother. Let me go. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Yi Dongshan grabbed his hair and snarled, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? If you can't tell me, you die. It was the third brother. It was the third brother. Yi Donghai struggled to utter a few words, when the third brother Yi Dongza panicked. It wasn't me. Big brother, I didn't do it. The second brother was just talking nonsense, don't believe him. I heard it with my own ears. You told your brother-in-law about this. And you laughed at Chanfeng for going out to suffer, probably encountering a mutant beast, and not being able to come back. It was you. Another middle-aged man cried out in panic, Big brother, I didn't. Suddenly, several tentacles wrapped around his arms, legs, and neck. Yi Dongshan saw his panic and stared at him intently. Bai Song, was it you who leaked this to the Du family? Bai Song nearly fainted from fear. He never imagined that he was just drunk, and a few casual gossips had spread the news to the Du family. Brother, I accidentally drank too much. Please forgive me, I won't do it again. Bai Song trembled all over and begged for mercy, not even thinking of running away, knowing it was useless. But Yi Dongshan ignored him. His tentacles continued to wrap around Bai Song, tightening little by little. Finally, he strangled his neck and limbs. Blood gushed out, and the head fell to the ground. This example of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys frightened the Yi family out of their wits. Their faces turned pale, and they fully understood their eldest brother's methods and cruelty. He was the head of the Yi family, and even more so, the owner of the Bai house. Anyone who disobeyed him, or harmed his interests would die. Third brother, since you're my brother, I let you go this time. Yi Dongshan looked at Yi Dongza coldly. Watch your mouth, or don't blame me, your eldest brother, for being ruthless. You lost a brother-in-law, and I lost my son. You still owe me, so remember that. Yes. Thank you, big brother. Yi Dongza broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 242. The Du family appeared cooperative, but in reality, they were ruthless towards the Yi family. Even though the Du family suffered losses in this incident, Yi Dongshan would not let this go. Order after order was passed down, and the Yi family's revenge on the Du family began. But on the surface, nothing was revealed. Yi Dongshan even had another video call with Du Qichuang. Neither party mentioned the Ileo Mountain incident, and they continued to chat and laugh, discussing their respective future plans. Du Qichuang also invited Yi Dongshan to visit White House number 9 when he had time, to see City A up close and discuss cooperation. There was no sign of any ulterior motives on either side. When Jiangxi contacted number 46 again, he grumbled with a bitter face, now that's great. My boss is dead, and I lost another source of information. I say, can't you be a little gentler? He hadn't expected that with just one piece of information, Jiangxi would cause the Du and Yi families to lose hundreds of their best men, including their eldest sons, in this incident. What a sedition! Of course, Jiangxi wouldn't admit it. Although her cooperation with number 46 was relatively smooth, they weren't close enough. Who knew if he'd sell her out in the future? It wasn't me who did it. I simply passed the information you gave me to someone else. After several twists and turns, I'm not sure who did it. But the Du and Yi family's ongoing conflict shows they're not on good terms, and have long been plotting against each other. Otherwise, why wouldn't they cooperate when they met in the Ileo Mountains, instead of resorting to a bloody fight? She made up a random excuse, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. Number 46 seemed to believe it. That's true. Number 2 White House is already level 5, with a large force. The number 9 Du family can't just let them dominate. Of course, they try to take advantage of them if they get a chance. But I didn't expect to suffer such heavy losses this time. Jiangxi said calmly, this has nothing to do with us. Just watch the show. Oh, by the way, I have some news. Do you want to buy it? I sell you 10,000 E-grade crystal cores. Number 46 was immediately interested, but felt it was too expensive. You have news too? But isn't 10,000 too much? You get what you pay for. It's definitely worth it. Think about it. Okay, I buy it. Number 46 didn't think much about it. He trusted Jiangxi wouldn't cheat him out of 10,000 crystal cores, so he teleported over immediately. After receiving the crystal core, Jiangxi said mysteriously, I heard that someone is researching a drug called a gene catalyst, which can definitely activate human superpowers. It's in the final stages, and will be available soon. Number 46 was stunned, feeling cheated. What, a gene catalyst? Isn't it just something like a gene drug? This is such top secret information, it's not even worth 10,000 crystal cores. You're wrong. Jiangxi said calmly, this newly developed gene catalyst is different from the gene drugs currently on the market. Gene drugs have a very low success rate and a high mortality rate. But this gene catalyst doesn't have that. It's very safe. Although Wang Fu hadn't yet completed her research, publicity could be put on the agenda. She checked the progress. Wang Fu was already making some progress. Although she had failed dozens of times, she believed that with continued research, success would be inevitable. Building momentum and promoting her gene catalyst became necessary. Let's spread the news first. Anyway, no one knows who is researching this thing. Even if countless people doubt it, it is inevitable that no one will believe it. They will ask around and even try to buy it. This would not only make the Yi and Du families suspect each other of the other's creation, making them even more wary of each other and more likely to attack each other. It would also give more survivors hope. Even if they wanted to become superpowered, they wouldn't have to inject dangerous genetic agents. Jiangxi wanted to save the lives of these survivors as much as possible. She didn't want to find so few people left by the time she launched the gene catalyst. What, very safe? You mean non-lethal? Number 46 was a little incredulous. That's what's rumored. My friend is very reliable. If he says so, it must be true. Jiangxi said mysteriously, I already pre-ordered the first batch. We see when we try it. Number 46 suddenly felt that Jiangxi was very bold. She dared to try such an unknown drug. Wasn't she afraid of being used as a guinea pig? But Jiangxi had always impressed him as a bold and cautious person. She probably wasn't that kind of person. She probably knew something, or even witnessed the experiment herself, before she dared to say that. Great. If true, this information is indeed worth a fortune. Do you still have spots? How about ordering a batch too? Number 46 couldn't help but be tempted. We have to wait and see. I barely managed to get in line. Jiangxi wouldn't say anything so definitive, but she gave him hope. But don't worry, I'd be the first to let you know once it's on the market. If others can buy it, you can definitely get it too. That was all that could be done. Number 46 expressed his gratitude and bought some special food from her before disconnecting. Jiangxi was in high spirits, everything was going smoothly. Her 139 wasn't the most eye-catching, nor was it the most backward. It wasn't particularly eye-catching among the other White Houses. She had a moderate but not insignificant number of followers, making her a perfect fit for a covert development. The Yi and Du family's prominence attracted many psychics, but it also drew the attention of other factions. For example, White Houses 1, 17, 89, and 215, all of which had also reached level 4, were among the largest forces in their previous lives. While they couldn't match the current prominence of White Houses 2 and 9, they were still not to be underestimated. Jiangxi quietly watched them compete, making subtle moves and occasionally stirring things up. She kept her intention secret, yet she was secretly setting in motion her revenge plan. Several days passed, and Jiang Mingyao and her group of 5 finally returned. They were the 5 who ultimately benefited. Sister Jiang, we succeeded, and we brought back something you never guess. Ji Yeyu recounted their journey in the conference room upon her return. Although there were only 5 of them, they had remained hidden from the start, relying on information transmitted by mutant plants and beasts to gain a clear understanding of the conflict between the Yi and Du families. After everyone from both families had perished, and they heard the explosion, they finally emerged. Jiang Mingyao said, all the psychics from the Yi and Du families who went there were killed. Ultimately, we easily entered the bombed-out military base. Yuhan continued, but Boss Jiang, this military base is too well protected. Even though we blew open the outermost gate, we still couldn't get inside. We tried many methods, but couldn't open the other gates. We could only take some supplies and return. This was all within Jiangxi's expectations. How could the 5 of them possibly completely occupy such a large military base? They were just going to take a look first. The key was to destroy the Yi and Du families. Jiangxi looked at Ji Qiuqi and asked, what did you bring back? Ji Qiuqi said, as he dug something out of the box, we brought back some weapons, and some information. I don't quite understand it, but it seems to be related to the research at this military base. Jiang, take a look and you see. Chapter 243. Military base information? Sounds important. Ji Qiuqi pulled out stacks of documents, a dozen notebooks, and a pile of scattered, written-on pages. Jiangxi picked up one of the folders and flipped through it. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a flood of densely packed text. One headline read, Gene sequence reveals the origin of mutant beast evolution. She frowned and quickly skimmed through it. The content was detailed, filled with technical terms. She knew every word, but the whole thing was difficult to understand. She only knew it covered the research, analysis, and related experiments on various mutant beasts, and the conclusions reached. The entire folder contained this information, both printed and handwritten, with key points highlighted in red pen. She looked at it with increasing seriousness. Jiangxi flipped through the other folders and notebooks. Preliminary study on the reproductive biological characteristics and artificial breeding technology of mutated scaly snakes, purification and physicochemical properties of mutated blood-bad tropomyosin TM, analysis of metabolites of 9 mutated mollusks, new invisible materials derived from mutated chameleon skin mechanisms. They were all similar, research and experimental reports related to various mutant beasts. Jiangxi understood the true purpose of this military base. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes fell on a printed date at the bottom, and her heart sank. She quickly flipped through the other documents and found several date signatures, July 12, 2013, August 19, 2016, 2014.9.25. Doesn't this mean that research at this military base began long ago, 10 years before the gray fog erupted? Jiangxi was shocked. So there were mutant beasts 10 years ago? Sister Jiang, have you discovered anything? Jiyu said cautiously, it was around this time. We didn't pay much attention to it at first, but my brother saw it and realized something was wrong. We all thought we should bring some information back for you. This was incredible. So the mutant beasts showed up so early. After pondering for a moment, Jiangxi looked at the 5 people and asked, what did this military base look like after you entered? Has anyone else entered before you? Jiang Mingyao glanced at Yuhan, who said, probably not. The outer gate was blown open by the Du family. We've been keeping watch nearby, and no one else has been there before. But once we got inside, the situation was horrific. Mutated plants were everywhere, some withered, others crawling all over the walls. Thankfully Xiaoyu was there, so we are all fine. Although no human bodies were found, we suspect everyone in this military base is dead, trapped to death. Just like the Shao family before, trapped to death by these mutant plants. But the details won't be revealed until we open the other gates. After he finished, Jiang Mingyao added, yes, Boss Jiang, this time we're only targeting the Du and Yi families, so we're not fully prepared. This military base must hold many secrets. I think it's worth a visit and a thorough investigation. Of course we have to go, and we must investigate thoroughly. Jiangxi originally thought that this was just an ordinary military base, where a certain armed force was stationed, engaged in specific military activities, and where many weapons were stored. But I didn't expect. This military base actually specializes in mutant beast research, and has been doing so for so many years. What a well-concealed operation. 10 years ago. The gray fog hadn't erupted yet, so why were there mutant beasts? Or had the gray fog actually erupted on a small scale 10 years ago, and mutant beasts had been appearing one after another, but the public was kept in the dark by the military brass? Until a year ago, the gray fog grew in size, becoming impossible to conceal and impossible to stop. Finally, it erupted worldwide. How did this military base fall and become overrun by mutant plants? We really should investigate and see what they discovered. Jiangxi could guess that the research on mutant beasts and gray fog conducted by the various White Houses in their previous lives included data from the former military and various research companies. But the precise details of their findings remained a secret, known only to the top brass. Jiangxi gathered all the information, 2 large boxes, and had to by teleport back to his bedroom so he could examine it carefully. As for the weapons they brought back, in addition to over 100 submachine guns and rifles, there was even a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Although it was a bit old and out of ammunition, Uncle Chow could use his supernatural powers to improve it, and its power would surely far surpass that of firearms. This trip was quite rewarding. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm giving you 2 days off to rest up, Jiangxi said with a smile. Jiang Mingyao and the others cheered. Thank you, Boss Jiang/Sister Jiang. I miss my big bed so much. I need to go back and get some sleep. Brother, I miss Shiguai. Let's go see him. Watching the 5 people leave, especially Ji Yayu and Ji Qiuqi's backs, Jiangxi felt both relieved and somewhat sentimental. The brother and sister were no longer the frail young woman they had been when they first arrived. They had grown considerably. Ji Yayu was no longer the timid girl she once was. Although she wasn't as cold-blooded and decisive as she was in her previous life, controlling the devouring ghost vine flower to reap countless lives. But now, her cheerfulness and boldness, her dedication to self-improvement, made her even more endearing. Ji Qiuqi was also doing well. Although he wasn't as powerful as his sister, he was still the man who cared deeply for her, and was gentle and polite to everyone. Just as Jiangxi was about to return to her bedroom to look through the mutant beast data, Dubai reminded her, Jiang, Lu Yuan is here. What? Lu Yuan is back? Jiangxi was overjoyed, not even bothering to look at the data, and immediately ran to the door. In the reception room, Lu Yuan waited for a moment before Jiangxi arrived. You're finally back. Lu Yuan, I've been waiting for you for ages. Looks like you got something. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Yuan's backpack beside her. It was bulging, and there was a white object over 2 meters long, clearly the haul from his outing. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa, dusty and exhausted, his hair long again. His beard hadn't been shaved in ages, giving him the air of a homeless man. He looked even more stern, a solemn aura, a commanding presence without anger, his eyes deep and abyssal. But when he smiled, he was still the familiar friend Jiangxi knew. His disheveled appearance didn't diminish his demeanor in the slightest. I came to see you right after I got back. Not bad, isn't it? You're tanned, Lu Yuan, but still so handsome. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. They were already old friends, no need to be so formal. Jiangxi carried his backpack while she led Lu Yuan inside. Some people along the way were surprised and curious to see him, and greeted him. Some newcomers didn't recognize Lu Yuan, so the elders whispered to them. The newcomers were stunned. They had long heard the name Lu Yuan. Looking at this homeless man, their eyes suddenly turned to admiration. Chapter 244. Your place is crowded again. Lu Yuan, holding Chengya, walked around, surveying the area. It looks just like any other neighborhood in peacetime. He thought of his old neighborhood. Although it was a bit old, the elderly people there were quite friendly, and always wanted to introduce him to someone. But unfortunately, things have changed, and nothing can go back to how it was before. Jiangxi, sensing Lu Yuan's mood, interrupted, during the time you were away, for 58 has been doing very well, and has hired a lot of people. I even went there the day before yesterday. Zheng Ling, Lin Muyang, and the others are all very concerned about you. They must be very happy to know you're back. Looking at the conference building that was about to arrive, Lu Yuan said solemnly, I made a significant discovery during my trip, so I came to discuss it with you. Come on, sit down, and I tell you in detail. From his serious expression, Jiangxi knew something was up. The two of them quickly reached the conference room and closed the door. Lu Yuan untied the straw rope that bound the tooth and handed it to Jiangxi for a closer look. It's a tooth, huge. Jiangxi gently touched the massive, sharp white pillar, and suddenly a new message popped into her mind. The tooth of the Daliba beast has powerful piercing properties and is incredibly strong. The potential set back a flood of information, and Jiangxi couldn't even think to examine it, stunned. This is the tooth of the Daliba beast. You actually encountered another giant mutant beast and got its tooth? Did you kill it? She was stunned. Had Lu Yuan become so powerful? Lu Yuan hadn't expected Jiangxi to recognize the type of giant mutant beast so easily. The corner of his mouth curled up. I'm not that powerful. I just found it. He finally had time to unpack his story. Jiangxi listened quietly as Lu Yuan began his journey to White House 6000. He met a woman named Lin Shuang, the same woman who sold him the patterned stone slab. She looked about 25 or 26, ordinary yet mysterious. Lu Yuan explained that Lin Shuang had led him to the long-standing spatial passage. They entered together and ran a long way through the gray, foggy space, reaching a high cliff where they witnessed a startling scene. Two aliens, controlling 4 giant mutant beasts, were attacking a White House. The scene resembled a world war. Hearing this, Jiangxi's eyes narrowed, her heart pounding. To think that in that dark space, there was actually an intact White House. She wished she'd been there. What happened next? Jiangxi finally couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan seemed to have returned to that moment, his tone filled with shock, disbelief, and a sense of helplessness as he explored that world and faced humanity's unpredictable future. At first, the White House held up, but then, it seemed its energy ran out, and some people flew out. They looked similar to us, engaging in a desperate battle with the aliens and giant mutant beasts. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were gone in the blink of an eye. There are still people. Jiangxi found it unbelievable, but on second thought, it seemed quite normal. Didn't she live in the White House too? Since the White House existed, it was normal for that world to have people. But how did you get this tooth? How did those giant mutant beasts die? Jiangxi asked again. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, perhaps it was those people who were controlling it, or perhaps it was the White House's inherent characteristics. Eventually, it exploded. We were quite far away, but we were still nearly wiped out by the aftermath. It was horrific. 4 giant mutant beasts and 2 aliens were killed instantly. He then pulled 2 massive crystal cores from his backpack, along with a severed arm that looked like an alien. Lin Shuang and I escaped and rested for a while before going back in again. Lu Yuan continued, recounting how he had found these items, including the 2 massive crystal cores. Then he carefully placed the pale arm in front of Jiangxi. Jiangxi immediately noticed the difference in the severed arm. Although there were only 4 items, a tooth, 2 crystal cores, and a severed arm, her mind was flooded with chaotic information wherever she looked, like a roaring tide, swirling her thoughts. Jiangxi quickly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and rubbed her aching temple. Names flashed through her mind, a vast amount of information. Some of it made sense to Jiangxi, but some was beyond her comprehension. Especially the information about the severed arm of the Pamapana people, also known as the herders. It almost made her scream out. Pamapana people? Herders? Could they be aliens? Or perhaps they were actually humanoids inhabiting another dimension, just like humans and countless animals on Earth, only with different names? Lu Yuan observed Jiangxi's reaction and asked, what information did your potential give you? Wait, there's too much. Let me digest it first. Although Jiangxi had examined countless things through her activated potential, learning about the properties and related information of various mutant beasts and plants, nothing had been as vast and shocking as the information she received this time. She touched the stiff, cold severed arm, feeling the roughness of the skin and the sharp claws. While sorting through the information coming back to her, she said, if the potential feedback is correct, this is the severed arm of a Pamapana. Their name sounds a bit alien, but it's not certain they inhabit that dimension. They're also known as herders. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. Herders? The name was so descriptive. Aliens always appeared alongside giant mutant beasts. Not only could they control them, but the beasts wouldn't harm them. Wasn't that like a shepherd tending cattle and sheep? Jiangxi then examined 2 enormous crystal cores. One was from the Deriba beast, SS grade, equivalent to the energy of 1 million E-grade crystal cores. The other was from the Tazwa octopus demon seal, also SS grade. Lu Yuan, if any of this were exposed, it would shock all White House owners worldwide, and even drive countless survivors to despair. So, I suggest keeping this a secret for now, and don't tell anyone. Even though Jiangxi had experienced one more lifetime than the others, it was still difficult for her to accept this. Lu Yuan placed his hand on his forehead, equally aware of the gravity of the situation. Do you think I'm not shocked? If not, I wouldn't have rushed back to find you. He knew the potential of Jiangxi. As expected, she had seen a lot. While she still couldn't understand the origins of these giant mutant beasts, or what the Pamapana were, at least she had a direction for investigation. I'm not finished yet. Lu Yuan had something more important to say, and with this thought, his tone grew heavier. In this alternate dimension, Lin Shuang discovered something else. He pulled out the oddly shaped gun from the bottom of his backpack and said sternly, you never imagined its power. I tried it myself, and with one shot, it pierced a tree 3 people could hug. Wherever the energy passed, everything was annihilated. A new weapon like this? It's incredible. Jiangshi was numb with shock at the news that Lu Yuan had brought him back. Chapter 245. It took Jiangshi a while to calm down. She examined the items one by one, touched the tusk, and felt the immense energy contained within the SS-grade crystal core. Her gaze swept over the herder's broken arm, and finally she picked up the gun. It was very light, like the weight of a plastic gun, but Jiangshi absolutely believed Lu Yuan's words. The energy emitted by this gun could annihilate everything. I only fired once, so I'm not sure if it can fire again. Ask Uncle Chow to check. If it still works, perhaps we can use it against the giant mutant beast, Lu Yuan said. Okay, I go find Uncle Chow later. Jiangshi could almost imagine Uncle Chow's excitement when he saw the gun. She just wasn't sure if his ability level was high enough. After hearing all Lu Yuan had to say, especially Lin Shuang's generosity in giving him such a valuable gun, Jiangshi couldn't help but feel curious about this woman she had never met. What happened next? You came out right after you found these things, and didn't go back in? Aren't there still 2 crystal cores? Didn't you give them to Lin Shuang? And what about the other materials? Didn't you bring them out? Jiangshi had so many questions she wanted to clarify. For example, the things Lu Yuan brought back, how could they be described as precious? Although she lamented the explosion of the White House and the tragic deaths of those people, since the giant mutant beast had also been killed in the explosion, how could she possibly miss out on the remaining claws, teeth, and other materials? Lu Yuan frowned and remained silent for a long time. Jiangshi noticed something was amiss. What's wrong? Did something happen later? Lu Yuan didn't know what to say, even feeling it was difficult to bring himself to speak. This incident had been buried in his mind for days, weighing down his feelings and causing him immense pain and self-blame. If he hadn't insisted on going back in, perhaps what happened next wouldn't have happened. He told Jiangshi about the changes in the spatial channel, saying they accidentally noticed it. The change in the speed of the light's rotation signaled a possible change in the spatial channel, or even closure. I thought if I went in again and tried to bring back some more things, it would be fine. But I didn't expect. Lu Yuan struggled to finish the story. He sighed, his voice low and self-reproachful. Lin Shuang must have seen it from outside, realized something was amiss, and rushed in, warning me that the spatial channel was about to close. But it was too late. At the critical moment, she pushed me out and stayed behind. It all happened so suddenly. Lu Yuan hadn't anticipated this change. He waited at the entrance for a long time, until dusk, and then the next day's sunrise. But Lin Shuang never showed up. It's my fault that she's stuck there, and she can't return. There's constant gray fog there, and she can't survive for long. Besides, there's no food or water, and she might even encounter other giant mutant beasts. After so many days, she's probably already. Lu Yuan's words were heavy, and he couldn't continue. He had never been a cruel or selfish person, and Lin Shuang had helped him so much, even saving his life. Otherwise, he would have remained in that dimension. Jiangshi's excitement was like a bucket of cold water, and after hearing Lu Yuan's words, her heart also darkened. She had wanted to meet this woman named Lin Shuang, but she hadn't expected. She was truly a kind person. People like her were almost unheard of these days. If it were her, Jiangshi wasn't sure she would risk everything, sacrificing herself to save others in that situation. Lin Shuang had only just met Lu Yuan for the first time, and to save him, she rushed in recklessly, pushing him out. She herself remained in that dark, terrifying space, crying out to heaven and earth for help, ultimately dying a miserable death. Isn't this too far-fetched for humanity? Jiangshi suddenly felt something was amiss. It wasn't that she doubted everyone, she certainly believed in the beauty, kindness, and selflessness of human nature. But based on the information she had so far, something seemed strange and incomprehensible. Lu Yuan, this was your first meeting with Lin Shuang, and it wasn't a life-or-death relationship. She actually sacrificed herself to save you. Isn't that incredible? Jiangshi tactfully offered her opinion, tentatively asking, could she have fallen in love with you at first sight, perhaps in love? Lu Yuan was startled and looked up. He seemed confused, as if he hadn't understood Jiangshi's words. In that situation, you have to be a saint to sacrifice yourself to save someone you barely know. Or maybe Lin Shuang is just too fond of you to think twice before rushing in to save you. Jiangshi looked at him with a quizzical expression and asked, which one do you think it is? Lu Yuan was at a loss for words. Lin Shuang was definitely neither of those two types. But after Jiangshi's reminder, he he finally understood. During his time with Lin Shuang, he had sensed many mysteries about this woman, things he couldn't explain. It was only when it came to her, and she died for him, that Lu Yuan had overlooked them. Now, thinking about it carefully, there were doubts everywhere. For example, how did Lin Shuang occupy White House number 6000, located in a dense forest, with no family or friends? How did she discover this White House? Furthermore, after becoming its owner, Lin Shuang never upgraded it. While she lacked crystal cores, she clearly possessed supernatural powers, and was quite courageous, so she should have been able to hunt mutant beasts. Otherwise, she would have lacked a food source, and wouldn't have been able to live here for so long. Once suspicion had formed, it grew like a seed taking root and sprouting, growing in Lu Yuan's mind. He pondered over many things and began to feel something was amiss. As Jiangshi had said, this didn't make sense. You're right. There are so many things about her that don't make sense. Lu Yuan pondered as he recalled, when the White House exploded, even though we were far away, we were affected. My already metallized body began to melt, demonstrating the power of the shockwave. But Lin Shuang was only wearing a transparent isolation suit to protect against the gray fog, and she only suffered minor scratches. Jiangshi's heart skipped a beat. Is there something wrong with this isolation suit? What kind of isolation suit could withstand such a terrifying shockwave? Lu Yuan couldn't explain it. Furthermore, when Lin Shuang saw the giant mutant beasts and aliens attacking the White House, she expressed shock and anger, but not much fear. This suggests that she may have seen these giant mutant beasts, and even aliens before. At the time, Lu Yuan himself was absorbed in the fierce battle, and had no spare attention to pay attention to his surroundings. But Lin Shuang discovered the gun. Her attention wasn't focused on the battle, and she was still paying attention to her surroundings, so much so that she happened to spot this powerful gun next to a rock, and gave it to him, as a token of gratitude for saving her life. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. I don't suspect she has ulterior motives. At least, I don't sense any murderous intent or malice in her. But she must have other motives. Perhaps she knows far more than we do. With this analysis, everything made sense. Jiangshi nodded and said, if that's the case, then I suspect Lin Shuang is not dead. She must have a way to leave that dimension. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, although the spatial passage has disappeared, we can find another one. There must be a way to get through again. Whether Lin Shuang is there or not, I'm going to check. Jiangshi had another question. What was Lin Shuang's purpose in doing this? Chapter 246. Putting all doubts aside for the moment, the two focused their attention on their gains. SS-level crystal cores, enough for the White House to upgrade to the next level. 2 are perfect, let's share. Lu Yuan took one for himself, and naturally left the other for Jiangshi. You're welcome, thank you. Jiangshi had always wanted to upgrade the White House to the next level. With the energy conversion function, all departments would operate much faster. Ever since she knew the White House wasn't indestructible, it might be vulnerable to giant mutant beasts and aliens. Although the chances of such an event were low, it immediately made her feel insecure. The White House in the other dimension had already developed attack power, and its self-destruction could unleash such terrifying power. It could surely be upgraded further. She was eager to upgrade the White House, feeling that time and resources were running out. Leave this tooth and this gun to Uncle Chow to look at. Let me know when you have the results, Lu Yuan said. Okay, I go see Uncle Chow in a minute. At this point, Jiangshi happened to tell Lu Yuan about the military base. After hearing everything she said, Lu Yuan finally understood that she hadn't been playing by the rules for the past month or so. Whenever she saw an opportunity, she attacked White House number 2 and number 9, and crucially, she inflicts such heavy losses on them. That's a really mean trick of yours, but be careful, they might become suspicious of you. Neither of these families is easy to mess with, Lu Yuan warned. Just because they're not easy to mess with, does that mean I am? Jiangshi curled her lips. Don't worry. Since I'm daring enough to do this, I'm not afraid of them coming after me. Right now, both families are focused on revenge against each other. Even if they suspect me, they have many rivals, and each one is suspect. Unless there's a suitable opportunity, they won't dare to act rashly against me. These conglomerates have long engaged in underhanded dealings, engaging in countless shady dealings. However, they find it difficult to confront anyone openly. Because of their greed, they consider Jiangshi's usefulness and don't want to destroy her easily. Because of their scheming, they also have to guard against other forces taking advantage of their actions while dealing with Jiangshi. This leads to excessive concerns and checks and balances among these conglomerates, ultimately leading to timidity. Jiangshi herself is well aware of the situation. Of all her partners, she trusts Lu Yuan the most, built upon their long-term collaboration and countless incidents. She reserves her opinion on any other forces or individuals. Her goals and attitudes are always clear. Let's not talk about them for now. The key is this military base. What do you think was found inside? Jiangxi looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully, a mysterious expression on her face. A lot of supplies? Guns or food? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. None of them are correct. Jiangxi stopped short, not keeping the topic in suspense. It's normal to have firearms in a military base, but we only opened the outer gate and haven't had a chance to search inside. Even so, we found some very important information. Wait a minute, I show you. Jiangxi mentally called out to Dubai, asking it to send another box of information to the bedroom. Soon, the floor at her feet seemed to melt into water, and a box emerged. Jiangxi opened the box, pulled out several folders, and placed them on the table. Take a look. Lu Yuan took them suspiciously, opened them, and indeed, his expression grew more serious, just as Jiangxi had when she saw the information. He looked up at Jiangxi and said solemnly, "These data indicate that this military base's research began as early as 2013. The research covers a wide range of subjects, but they all target mutant beasts. Could it be that there were mutant beasts 10 years ago?" This was where Jiangxi's doubts and uneasiness arose. Perhaps it was more than 10 years ago, perhaps even earlier. After all, many major events are known only to those in power. Ordinary people, even until their death, are denied access. If it weren't for the gray fog outbreak and a chance encounter, we wouldn't have seen this data. Jiangxi said gravely, but since it's been confirmed that this military base was researching mutant beasts, I believe we must investigate, at least to find out when they first appeared. The former military has been researching them for over a decade. They surely know more than we do. Lu Yuan nodded. This was all a mystery, and they needed to investigate. What was the connection between the sudden outbreak of gray fog, the inexplicable appearance of mutant beasts, and the dangerous giant mutant beasts, and the other dimension? The more they encountered, the more uneasy they became. They had to investigate. Okay, let's go check it out when we have some free time. It shouldn't be discovered by anyone else, right? No, before Captain Jiang and the others returned, Xiaoyu had used her wood-based abilities to control a large number of mutant plants to bury this military base. Even if someone from the Du or Yi families went, it would be difficult to find. Jiangxi said, but to be on the safe side, it's better to go as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected events. In that case, preparations must be made early. Lu Yuan planned to return to 458 to meet with his teammates and take care of any remaining matters. He would finish his work as soon as possible. Jiangxi said, "Okay, you go back first. I have Uncle Chow craft these weapons, and the materials you brought back, so we can be safe while we're out. Their enemies aren't just mutant beasts and plants, but also other forces. Many times, talent is the most formidable opponent." Lu Yuan left, leaving the severed arm of the Pamapana with Jiangxi. This thing couldn't be seen by anyone else. Thinking about it, while the arm wasn't very useful, it couldn't be discarded casually, and it wouldn't be easy to destroy. Jiangxi simply placed it in the warehouse and froze it. Then, holding the Dariba tusk and the gun at her waist, she headed to the weapons department. "Xiao Jiang, what are you holding?" Chao Wei's eyes widened upon seeing Jiangxi approach. He immediately spotted the tusk and quickly dropped his work to rush over. "Let me see what it is." Jiangxi smiled. "Uncle Chow, this is a gem. I guarantee there's only one of its kind in the world." Chao Wei's breathing became heavy as he held the tusk in his arms, unable to let go. As a craftsman, he could clearly sense the power contained within the tusk, a level even an A-rank mutant couldn't reach. This is what Lu Yuan brought back. It's the tusk of the Daliba beast, SS rank. What, SS rank, a Daliba beast's tusk? Chao Wei's eyes widened in shock. Although he had never heard of this mutant beast, the SS rank told him how powerful it was. "Uncle Chow, with your current abilities, can you craft it into a weapon or other suitable item?" Jiangxi asked. Chao Wei calmed his inner excitement, and then shook his head regretfully. "No, it's too far behind. I have to wait until I break through the strengthening stage before I can even attempt to craft this tooth. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste." Just as he finished, he added, "But don't worry. I have a feeling I break through soon." Chapter 247. Since Chao Wei was on the verge of a breakthrough, Jiangxi naturally had to help him. She used her points to redeem some more Adumbra flowers, and brewed a pot of tea on the spot. "Uncle Chow, try this potential flower tea. If activated, it will be very helpful in improving your superpowers. Almost all the elderly knew the effects of potential flower tea, and some even saved up enough points to redeem it. But no one had activated their potential. The success rate was too low. Xiao Jiang, don't waste it. Give it to someone else. A workaholic like Qiao Wei, eager for even stronger superpowers, had already redeemed it, but it hadn't worked. He could only politely decline Jiangxi's offer. She ignored him, still pouring a full cup and pushing it towards him with a smile. Uncle Qiao, this is different. I brewed it fresh. Try it, and see what happens. Even if it doesn't work, it at least moisten your mouth. Unable to refuse, Qiao Wei took the cup. Well then, I give it a try. Xiao Jiang, you're really thoughtful. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he slowly finished the cup. The scented tea was fragrant, but after a moment's wait, there was no effect, as expected. He felt nothing. Qiao Wei was disappointed, saying it was a waste of such a good thing, a shame. But Jiangxi didn't care and brewed another pot for him to try. After much persuasion, Qiao Wei still drank it. But it still didn't work. He then drank a third pot, filling his belly to the brim with tea, but still couldn't activate his potential. Really, there's no need to try, Xiao Jiang. I don't have that luck. Just let me upgrade slowly. Qiao Wei felt uncomfortable with his bloating and felt guilty. He had wasted Jiangxi's points, and was very disappointed. It seemed like there really was no shortcut for him. In fact, Jiangxi was the one who understood the characteristics of the potential flower tea best, which was why she insisted on letting Qiao Wei drink it. As long as the tea remained, he could drink it as many times as he wanted. Try 3 times a day, and if it didn't work, try again the next day. Although the chances of success were low, as long as he persisted, he would eventually activate his potential. It was all about the odds. But the others didn't understand, and after a few unsuccessful attempts, they lost confidence. They were reluctant to trade their points for it. Uncle Qiao, don't give up so quickly. As long as the tea remained, keep trying. If it doesn't work today, try tomorrow. What are you afraid of? Jiangxi had already prepared herself for this, and comforted him, saying, the benefits of activating potential are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's almost like gaining another superpower. How could you give up? If the Adumbra flower wasn't so rare, she would have wanted every member of 139 with superpowers to try it. Until it was activated. Qiao Wei simply thought Jiangxi was comforting him, and faced with her affection, he couldn't refuse too firmly. Let's talk later. It's been so long. Uncle Qiao is ready to get back to work. Turn his attention back to work, Qiao Wei showed Jiangxi the first batch of firearms he crafted. They were the ones he harvested from the security bureau. Eager to boost the hunting team's combat effectiveness, Qiao Wei crafted them even without the C-grade rose crystal. The resulting Type 54 pistol was comparable in power to Jiangxi's charge gun. The other assault rifles and sniper rifles were more powerful, but they could only fire 20 shots per charge, while the Type 54 pistol could fire 50. Give this batch to the hunting team first, and distribute them according to their abilities and combat styles. Speaking of weapons, Qiao Wei grew serious. There's no such thing as the best and most powerful weapon, only the most suitable. Little Jiang, I'm sure you understand this. Well, Uncle Qiao, don't worry. Captain Jiang and Captain Ding know their members best. I won't be involved in the assignments. It's best to leave it to the captains of each team, Jiangxi said sternly. That put Qiao Wei at ease. He still had a lot of work to do. He needed to continue crafting the over 100 guns he had just brought back from the military base into chargeable weapons, as well as chargeable tang swords and cold weapons. As for the tusk Jiangxi had brought him, Qiao Wei, though envious, could only keep it there for now. He hoped it would inspire his supernatural powers to break through quickly, and he couldn't wait to craft a top-tier weapon. Uncle Qiao, I have one more thing to show you. After explaining everything, Jiangxi finally took out the special firearm. This gun has a very special origin. I'd like you to confirm whether it still works properly, Uncle Qiao. This gun. So special. The moment Jiangxi took it out, Qiao Wei's eyes were drawn to it. He quickly picked it up, waited, and studied it intently for a moment, his astonishment growing. He stared at Jiangxi intently. Little Jiang, how many times are you going to shock me? This gun is simply... Hey! I never seen such a unique firearm. The materials, the design, the power system, the energy conversion. Hey, I can't explain it, but this is definitely not an ordinary gun. Where did you get it? If Qiao Wei hadn't held it in his hands, he wouldn't have believed it. A weapon of this level actually existed? He had only seen it in movies and TV shows before. Jiangxi asked anxiously. Uncle Qiao, Answer me first. Is this gun still usable? Chao Wei frowned, but hesitated to answer. Wait a minute, let me check. This gun is incredibly special. I need to study it carefully. As he spoke, a light emanated from his palm, and he began to use his supernatural powers to detect it. Fearing something might happen, Jiangshi quickly warned, Uncle Chao, be careful. Don't press the buttons rashly. This gun is incredibly powerful. Chao Wei understood that he resented Jiangshi interrupting his research. He waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes fixed on the gun, turning it over and over, even leaning close to the muzzle, peering into the dark barrel. Jiangshi's heart tightened, fearing an accidental discharge. Chao Wei's face lit up more and more as he watched. The supernatural powers in his palm illuminated the entire gun. After a while, he excitedly looked at Jiangshi. Wow, this is incredible. I never seen a gun this powerful. I wish I could successfully create one in my lifetime. Intense emotions swirled around him, and he could barely contain his restlessness. As a maker with a special ability and a keen interest in weaponry, his greatest dream in life is to develop a top-tier, most powerful weapon. Chao Wei had previously been unsure, unable to find a direction for his experiments in his spare time. But now, seeing this gun, he suddenly had an epiphany. Uncle Chao, what do you mean? Jiangshi, noticing Chao Wei's agitated state and somewhat incoherent speech, could only confirm again, is this gun still usable and can still fire? Of course. Not only can it fire, but its power system is unique. Chao Wei excitedly stated, it can recharge itself, absorbing various energies from the universe, such as electricity, solar energy, hydropower, wind energy, and nuclear energy. The stronger the surrounding energy, the faster it recovers after firing. Of course, this is just my preliminary observation. Further research is needed to determine the specific absorption and utilization rate of these energies. Listening to his endless stream, Jiangshi, though prepared, was still shocked. How powerful is the technological power of that dimension? Chapter 248. Jiangshi was eager to test the power of this gun, but she was afraid of shocking the world and spreading rumors, so she ultimately held back. Xiao Jiang, Uncle Chao has something to discuss with you. Chao Wei's face flushed, and he felt a little embarrassed, yet he couldn't contain his excitement. He said to her, can you leave this gun with me for a while? Let me study it for a few days. It's truly unique, and I won't be able to sleep until I understand it thoroughly. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang, I promise I won't do anything rash, and I won't fire it. It won't get lost if I keep it with me. I study it, and see if I can get any inspiration, as well as its internal power system. He was like a starving man seeing a feast, so excited, he couldn't find his way. He was cautious, fearing Jiangshi would refuse. Uncle Chao, don't get too excited. Calm down. Jiangshi was startled by his enthusiasm and quickly said, you can keep this gun for now. It was originally meant for you to study. But the gun belongs to Lu Yuan, and we're going out soon, so we need to take it with us for self-defense. Uncle Chao, if you want to study it, you better hurry up and study it slowly when we get back. How about you take your time? Captain Lu? Okay. That's great. At her agreement, Chao Wei nodded quickly, as happy as a child with a favorite toy. Knowing Chao Wei's work efficiency, Jiangshi didn't give him any more warnings and left without worry. The next morning, Chao Wei came to her excitedly. Xiao Jiang. I activated my potential. Just last night. I really activated it. I felt it, absolutely. What? Uncle Chao, you really activated your potential? Jiangshi was just about to go back and ask him to drink today's dose of potential flower tea when she heard this wonderful news. Chao Wei was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He hadn't expected such good news to happen to him. If the lights hadn't been turned off last night, and it hadn't been so late, he would have wanted to share his ecstasy with Jiangshi right then and there. He hurried up that morning, not even paying attention to Grandma Chao's reminder to eat breakfast, and ran straight to Jiangshi. Really? Absolutely. Chao Wei had lived half his life and experienced so many life and death situations that it was difficult for him to control his emotions like he did now. I didn't expect it to activate then, but it would activate in the middle of the night. Your flower tea really works. It's amazing. Jiangshi was overjoyed. It was activated, that was all. It seemed that Uncle Chao, like Li Yuan, didn't activate his potential immediately, but took some time. Perhaps it was due to different physical constitutions. She asked, Uncle Chao, how are your abilities different now that your latent abilities have been activated? Chao Wei was like a child at this moment, mysterious yet eager to show off. He glanced around, then casually grabbed a piece of paper from Jiangxi's desk and folded it up. He quickly folded 1,000 paper cranes and spread them out in his palm. Little Jiang, what do you think this is? Uncle Chow, why are you folding them? Jiangxi asked, puzzled. Just watch. Chow Wei smiled mysteriously and blew on the cranes. Then, his palms lit up, and a flash of white light penetrated the cranes. And then, Jiangxi witnessed something magical. It actually moved. The paper cranes flapped their wings and took flight. Although their flight was a bit clumsy and zigzagging, they quickly adjusted themselves. Their flight became increasingly stable, like a lively bird learning to fly, circling Jiangxi. Uncle Chow, your paper crane can actually fly? Jiangxi was stunned and amazed. Although she had seen all sorts of supernatural powers, this one, capable of giving life to inanimate objects, still left her in stitches. Chow Wei still hadn't calmed down, and laughed heartily. Yes, this is the potential I activated, but it's not what you imagined. It's... Thinking about how to explain it to Jiangxi, he paused and said, let me put it this way. In ancient myths and legends, powerful artifacts could give birth to spirits. My approach is somewhat similar. I concentrated a trace of my own life force and channeled it into this paper crane, giving it some intelligence, making it appear alive. My analogy isn't entirely accurate. Do you understand? Although it was unbelievable, Jiangxi grasped the idea. She extended her hand, and the crane landed in her palm, twisting its neck to look back at her. Although it had no eyes and couldn't chirp, Jiangxi had a strange feeling that this little creature was watching her, and was curious about her. Uncle Chow, it looks like it's truly alive. Surprised and delighted, she reached out and touched the crane's wings. The crane responded, gently flapping its wings. I guess so, Chow Wei nodded. Jiangxi suddenly thought, Uncle Chow, your potential involves concentrating your own life force and channeling it into other objects. Does this harm your body? If it shortens your lifespan, then you can't use it. Chow Wei wasn't sure either, probably not. I haven't tested it yet, so I'm not sure. But if expending a tiny bit of life force can bring something back to life, it's definitely worth it. Just imagine the legendary artifacts that can communicate with their masters' minds. How powerful would it be? If I could bring a gun or a knife to life, wouldn't that be equally powerful? Maybe even the bullets and blades could turn. Chow Wei didn't care at all. As soon as he heard this, he almost wanted to try it out. Jiangxi knew he couldn't stop him, but he also reminded him, Uncle Chow, your experiments are experiments, but you must be careful not to injure yourself. If you really have to sacrifice your vitality, like shortening your lifespan, you better be careful. Chow Wei readily agreed, but his face showed a nonchalant expression. After a few hurried words to Jiangxi, he couldn't wait to get back to his experiments. For several days, Chow Wei was immersed in his experiments and didn't come to Jiangxi for a while. Wang Fu, on the other hand, had been experimenting with the gene catalyst countless times, failing, and failing again. He was so worried that he pulled his hair out, but he was still at a loss. Jiangxi took the failed potions and helped Wang Fu analyze the reasons for their failures. Finally, Wang Fu found the key, regained his confidence, and continued his experiments. Summer had long since arrived, but the temperature hadn't risen. Instead, it was lower than the previous spring, remaining around 20 degrees Celsius. Thunderstorms were becoming increasingly frequent, and whenever it rained, the sky and the earth became shrouded in darkness. Previously, members of the hunting club could typically go out on field missions 5 or 6 days a week, but since July and August, that number had dropped rapidly to 1 or 2 days a week, as most of the time it rained, with no sun. A thick gray fog drifted in the torrential rain, accompanied by deafening thunder and flashes of lightning that pierced the sky, casting the entire wilderness in a dark and eerie atmosphere. It felt like the outer world of Silent Hill, transforming into the inner world. All these anomalies made most of the survivors uneasy. But the members of White Houses 139 and 458 were an exception. Far from being uneasy, they were all celebrating, as their White Houses had been upgraded again. Level 5 White House, the only 2 in City C. Not only has its area tripled, but it also unlocks the energy conversion function Jiangxi longed for. Furthermore, the White House's external monitoring capabilities have been significantly enhanced. Both range and precision have been greatly improved. Even a bug in the grass can be seen clearly if one wishes. Upgrading the White House consumed the SS-level crystal core, and the excess energy is stored within the White House for energy conversion. Next level function to be unlocked, movement. Chapter 249. Jiangxi was somewhat surprised by the unlocked mobility feature. In her previous life, she had no idea the White House could move, because White House number 2 had never left City D, and neither had the other White Houses. Jiangxi couldn't imagine it. Wouldn't this be like an oversized castle, free to go wherever she pleased? She was reminded of an anime she once watched, Howl's Moving Castle. Not only could it move, it could fly. If the White House could truly move, she might consider relocating 139. The surrounding wilderness no longer held much development value. Mutant beasts were almost nowhere to be seen, and the available ores and mutant plants were dwindling. But that would have to wait until it upgraded. She believed that even if the White House could move, it wouldn't be so simple, as it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of crystal core energy. Now that the White House had reached level 5, Jiangxi was most pleased that it could now perform energy conversion. The White House's biggest need was electricity. Now, not only could the machines in the weapons workshop operate, but the food processing workshop's output could also be increased, and all the equipment in the entertainment building could truly function. Several sets of speakers and microphones had already been prepared for the karaoke room, but without electricity, everyone could only watch. Mobile phones, tablets, and computers were finally usable. While they couldn't connect to the internet worldwide like before, there were naturally skilled professionals among the staff, so building a local network wouldn't be a problem. However, these were just a way to improve life, gradually building and opening it up. There was no rush. The planting department also needed solar energy. The White House's energy conversion function perfectly simulated the light needed by the mutant plants. Combined with the nighttime gray fog, the growth rate of various crops increased again. The annual harvest was expected to increase from 4 to 6 to 6 to 12 times. Some fast-growing mutant plants can reach full maturity in as little as a month. Dubai, based on the daily consumption of 3,000 people and the operational needs of various departments, how long will the White House's stored energy last? Jiangxi had to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, crystal cores weren't easy to obtain. Use what you need, save what you can. Dubai responded, Jiang, based on the current situation, we estimate that 1,000 E-level units of crystal core energy will be consumed daily. If we don't increase the existing energy storage, we can still last for 500 days. Probably more than a year, Jiangxi pondered. While a year and a half might not seem short, she understood that this was only achieved after consuming half an SS-level crystal core. Getting another one would be incredibly difficult. If they relied solely on hunting mutant beasts, the hunting team would have to kill 1,000 E-level mutant beasts, or 100 D-level ones, or 10 C-level ones, every day to barely meet the White House's daily energy needs. To upgrade the White House further, they need to obtain more crystal cores, which was incredibly difficult. Jiangxi pondered another question. Dubai, what happens if I stop providing the White House with any crystal core energy within a year? If so, after a year, the White House will be downgraded to level 4, then to level 3 a year after that, and so on. After 5 years, the White House will completely die from energy depletion. Sure enough, Jiangxi knew that maintaining the operation of a massive White House was no easy task. It required both increasing revenue and reducing costs. Soon, Dubai's robotic voice echoed from White House 139, clearly audible to everyone. Notice to all, White House 139 has officially been upgraded to level 5. Everyone can enjoy a limited electricity quota. Electricity will be prioritized to ensure the manufacturing operations of all departments. After 6 p.m. daily, private electricity use will be permitted. Unless there are special circumstances, you may enjoy your own entertainment, charging, playing games, watching videos, singing karaoke, etc., between 6 p.m. and midnight daily. Electricity conservation is everyone's responsibility. Any violations or waste, once verified, will be severely punished according to the White House's existing rules and regulations. Listening to the sound playing above their heads, which looped 3 times, everyone inside the White House was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Everyone burst into applause and cheers. Having electricity signaled a return to their former modern, civilized lives. They could use various electronic devices and entertainment equipment. Although they couldn't access the internet, they could at least view videos and photos stored on their phones. Some people even had TV shows, movies, and single-player games saved on their computers, those precious memories. Work efficiency was also greatly improved, no longer requiring manual labor, saving both effort and time. With the expansion of the White House, Jiangxi didn't have to replan the space, having already anticipated how the new space would be used. Buildings and workshops were built where needed, and landscaping could be added to the expanded area. A large lake was also constructed to breed some less ferocious, but more attractive, mutant fish and shrimp. This provided a food source and served as a scenic spot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The entire White House 139 staff worked tirelessly for a month, achieving fruitful results. The weapons department produced a total of 15,000 cold weapons, including Tang swords and Han swords. Under the intense empowerment, Chao Wei's fabricator ability successfully reached the enhanced stage. Empowering 10 weapons takes only 5 minutes, allowing for easy daily production of 1,000. These empowered swords became popular items for 139's external sales, and were eagerly sought after by various factions. Not only were there door-to-door orders, but even more so from other White Room owners. Using the White Room's teleportation function, the weapons were snapped up in less than 3 days. Each empowered weapon sold wholesale for 200 E-grade crystal cores, with a minimum order of 100, and retail for 300, no bargaining required. Some rechargeable Tang swords and rechargeable guns were also crafted, but they weren't for sale. Jiangxi upgraded the weapons of every member of the hunting division, equipping them all with a rechargeable Tang sword. This not only saved their lives in times of danger, but also ensured their team's equipment always surpassed that of other factions. The captain and vice captain each received a rechargeable gun, which was even more powerful, especially effective against the tougher-skinned mutant beasts, where it could penetrate their defenses. Whenever the hunting division members went out, their eagerness and fearlessness were unlike any other faction. Some psychic teams who had arrived in City C from surrounding cities to observe and not yet joined 139 were astounded and envious by the equipment of the members of White House 139, especially the scenes of them battling mutant beasts. And then he looked at his own possessions. Rusty kitchen knives, steel rods, homemade baseball bats with iron nails, axes, machetes, and occasionally a hunting rifle. Homemade explosives were considered excellent equipment, but they were usually reluctant to use them. Everyone felt ashamed, staring intently at the people in 139, wondering in their hearts, how could this be? Why do they have such powerful weapons? And everyone has one. They had only heard that White House 139 was powerful, and that its benefits were different from those of other White Houses, but they had only heard it with a grain of salt. But when they arrived, they were shocked and filled with envy. Compared to them, they were worlds apart. Soon, many members of other factions defected, hoping to join 139. This caused some minor unrest in City C. As for Chao Wei's newly activated potential, which could imbue an object with life, he was still experimenting. If nothing unexpected happened, it might be possible to create a weapon with a spirit. Chapter 250. Even then, the canning workshop was also seeing impressive production. Although it was a small operation and couldn't perform sterilization, it was the end of the world, and so few things were necessary. Furthermore, the various mutant beast meats, after being processed by Jiangxi's special abilities, had a shelf life of 30 to 60 days. Previously, production had been very low, partly due to the workshop's small staff and a shortage of supplies, including the lack of suitable canning boxes. Ever since the hunting department brought back a type of bamboo called the mutated giant dragon bamboo, which grows over 10 meters tall in just 3 days after planting, with a 30-centimeter diameter bamboo tube capable of holding 10 kilograms of meat per tube, perfect for canned food packaging, production has rapidly increased. The workers in the workshop simply cut the meat into the appropriate size, pack it in, and seal it. Each person can produce at least 200 cans per day. The food produced in White House number 139 possesses special effects. Although only temporary, it remains a favorite of every faction and individual, attracting a constant stream of buyers. Each tube of meat sold for 10 to 15 E-grade crystal cores, with discounts available for larger quantities. This became one of Jiangxi's key sources of crystal cores. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. While the Yi family was wealthy and well-equipped, they also coveted special foods like Jiangxi's. Yi Zhuowei had believed that by bewitching Jiangxi, she would be loyal and willing to pay tribute. However, after his return, there was no further news from Jiangxi. Butler Ming finally figured out the reason and reminded him, the second young master's ability is absolutely impossible to miscalculate. Since Jiangxi hasn't betrayed me, I suspect it's not that she didn't pay tribute, but that all the supplies have been seized by the Du family. Yi Zhuowei frowned. The Du family. He finally realized what was happening. Yi Chengfeng's death in Ileo Mountain was tragic news for the Yi family, but good news for Yi Zhuowei. He had recently been taking over Yi Chengfeng's responsibilities, including transferring all his former subordinates to his own wing. More and more people were joining Yi Zhuowei. Yi Dongshan had only 2 sons, and the rest of his family were daughters. Now, with Yi Zhuowei as the sole heir, his status and power within White House No. 2 had skyrocketed. Coupled with his own psychic abilities, he had been incredibly busy lately. If it weren't for the incredibly popular sales of No. 139 special food, Yi Zhuowei wouldn't have thought of Jiangxi for a while. Yes, the Du family. Damn Du Qichuan. Yi Zhuowei increasingly regretted collaborating with the Du family, especially his impersonation of Du Qichuan's nephew. Jiangxi assumed he was a member of the Du family, and even if they were to pay him tribute, they would only deliver these special foods to White Room 9 via the White Room's teleportation system. How could Du Qicheng, having received such a benefit, possibly give it back to him? Originally, the Yi family and the Du family had joined forces, ostensibly planning to jointly take over White Room 139. In reality, however, White Room 139 was merely a tool used by both sides to exploit the other, perhaps even severely weaken it. Yi Zhuowei then realized that the Du family had profited, while the Yi family had suffered a silent loss. He had even become a cripple, constantly hiding his true identity for fear of being discovered. This was simply a self-defeating move, a loss that outweighed the gains. No, this woman, Jiangxi, must not be allowed to benefit the Du family, Yi Zhuowei muttered through gritted teeth, racking his brains before finally making a decision to reveal the truth. Jiang, the owner of White House No. 2, is requesting a connection. Do you want to connect? That day, Jiangxi was about to go find Li Yuan when she heard Debai's voice. White House No. 2? Jiangxi was about to have Debai refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. She couldn't just reject Yi Dongshan's contact outright, that would seem too strange. They were all ostensibly White House owners, on the same level. A direct refusal would lead to a lot of speculation, hindering her revenge plan. And there was Yi Zhuowei. Jiangxi said, "Take it." She slowly returned to the control area. Upon entering, she was met with a face deeply etched in her memory, one she hated immensely. Yi Dongshan sat on the sofa, facing the empty screen, expressionless, his thoughts unsettled. Next to him was Yi Zhuowei, his face sullen, as if he was annoyed that Jiangxi hadn't appeared yet. Yi Dongshan immediately noticed Jiangxi's arrival, and a smile broke out on his face. "Boss Jiang, you're finally here." Before he could finish, Yi Zhuowei interrupted him rudely. "Dad, why are you being so polite to her? She's my person. No need to call her Boss Jiang." Looking at Jiangxi's figure on the screen, his lips curled up, and he asked smugly, "Jiangxi, isn't that right?" He was acting again. Jiangxi suppressed her impatience and acted very submissive. "Second young master is right. You don't have to call me Boss Jiang. Just call me Little Jiang. I don't know what Mr. Yi and second young master want to talk to me about. Just tell me." Very pleased with Jiangxi's performance, Yi Zhuowei even gained face in front of Yi Dongshan and raised his chin. "Well, Dad, I told you Jiangxi is mine, and you still don't believe me. She does whatever I tell her to do, and she's very obedient." It turned out his son's words were true. 139 had quietly become his Yi family's. Especially Jiangxi. Her special abilities would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the Yi family's development and the expansion of White Room 2. Yi Dongshan was very satisfied. "Not bad, Zhuowei, you're indeed more capable than your older brother. Dad is relieved to leave White Room 2 to you from now on. Don't we need supplies? Have her send all the supplies from 139. No need. Since 139 is already under your control, it's not appropriate to make a big deal about this. After all, there are still many people in 139. If Jiangxi's transfer of supplies is discovered, the people below will inevitably be dissatisfied. If word gets out, it will be detrimental to our subsequent plans. We also have to be wary of those in White Rooms 1 and 2. Dad, you're being too cautious. In my opinion, only direct disclosure can deter other forces. If even White House 139 becomes part of the Yi family's assets, others will become even more wary of us. Those who understand the situation will surrender quickly. No, son, you're thinking too simply. There are pros and cons to this matter. Daddy will tell you." Listening to Yi Dongshan and Yi Zhuowei's frank discussion on the other side of the screen, Jiangxi remained smiling, neither interrupting nor asking questions, like a soulless servant, quietly awaiting their master's call. It seems Yi Zhuowei's bewitching ability is truly powerful. Because he never fails, even after suffering some losses at her hands, he remains absolutely convinced that he, too, has been bewitched, and that all previous events were accidents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discussed this in front of her. In the eyes of these father and son, she is nothing more than an obedient puppet. "Well, since you insist, I transfer some of it." Dad also wants to see how delicious and potent those special foods Jiangxi makes are. Yi Dongshan finally agreed to his son's request. Although his son was a bit reckless, his supernatural powers were truly effective, allowing him to control many capable individuals and work for him. With a step-by-step approach, Shuwei could bewitch every White House owner. From now on, this world belongs to the Yi family. Yi Shuwei raised his eyes triumphantly and glanced at Jiangxi. I hear you, Jiangxi. Hurry and bring me all the food. I want the most potent and delicious ones. If you dare to cheat, I have you in trouble. Yes, second young master, don't worry. I do it right away. Jiangxi agreed immediately. She was just wondering how to take revenge, and now her chance had arrived. With these two father and son so proactive, she naturally wanted to give them a great gift. Chapter 251. After the connection was disconnected, Jiangxi immediately went to find Chao Wei. Uncle Chao, I urgently need a batch of metal packaging cans for canned food. Each can hold about 5 jin, approximately 1,000 caddies. I need 1,000 of them. Can you help me get them within 3 days? She hinted cryptically, but these metal cans must be added with a small amount of bismuth to allow the poison to slowly seep into the food. Chao Wei's mind fluttered. Oh, bismuth alloy cans, Xiao Jiang, are you planning to use them for? Jiangxi smiled. It's important, confidential, and urgent. Chao Wei immediately understood. I see. You want 1,000, right? Let me calculate. 1,000 bismuth alloy cans shouldn't take more than 3 days. This is the most basic manufacturing process, and we have all the materials. I put everything else aside and help you get these made. 2 days should be enough. Having lived half his life, having experienced the treacherous nature of human nature in life and death, he naturally guessed that Jiangxi intended to use these toxic cans to deceive people. He's now a member of 139, and 139's enemies are his enemies. Of course, he's turning his elbow inward. Besides, Jiangxi isn't someone who will do anything to achieve her goals. She must have her reasons for doing this, and Chao Wei will absolutely help her with all his might, without asking any questions. Jiangxi said, Okay, Uncle Chao, I trouble you. Chao Wei thought for a moment, then gave her a warning. Xiao Jiang, I first test the bismuth content in these cans and try to keep it within the slightly toxic range, which will only cause minor damage to the body and no symptoms. However, the bismuth toxicity will accumulate in the body and cannot be metabolized. Only mild symptoms will appear after consuming it more than 5 times. If you continue to consume it for a long time, it will be too late to notice any problems by the time you start. This way, you won't even think there's something wrong with the cans in the first place. This was the effect Jiangxi had hoped for. Yes, that's exactly what I was hoping for. But Uncle Chao, it requires such precision. Is that okay on your end? You underestimate your Uncle Chao. This was made with supernatural powers, not by machines. Chao Wei chuckled a few times, patted Jiangxi on the shoulder, and said, Little Jiang, you shoulder such a heavy burden alone, dealing with various external forces, while also considering internal development. You work so hard. The well-being of the thousands of people in 139 depends on their future, and every decision you make affects their future. But Uncle Chao believes in you, and will do his best to help you. I won't let you carry it all alone. If you need anything, just come to Uncle Chao. Looking at Chao Wei's serious face, and the concern in his tone, Jiangxi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Few people understand how much effort she has put in, how many plans she has considered, how much brain cells she has sacrificed, and how much responsibility and pressure she has shouldered, just to survive, to keep 139 going strong, and to ensure the survival of ordinary people. Most people only saw her as the owner of 139, controlling the fate of thousands of people, deciding life and death at her whim. They all envied her good fortune in getting a White House. But was it just good luck? Jiangxi had never said this to anyone, but today someone seemed to understand her. Uncle Chao, thank you. Jiangxi smiled slightly and replied seriously, You worked hard too. You should rest more often and not overwork yourself. 139 can't do without you. Chao Wei smiled, waved his hand, and went back to work. Processing this batch of canned goods will be completed in about 3 days, and then they will be transported to White House number 2 for the Yi family to enjoy. As for Jiangxi, she planned to visit the military base. I contacted Lu Yuan and asked about the situation. Over the past month, 458 had a backlog of issues that needed Lu Yuan's final approval before they could be addressed. He tackled them one by one, and now they were almost complete. In his free time, Lu Yuan searched the city for the presence of spatial fluctuations, trying to find a spatial channel to re-enter that dimension. But the spatial fluctuations only appeared twice. One time, the spatial fluctuation disappeared as Lu Yuan approached. The other time, although Lu Yuan saw the dark, foggy dimension on the other side, he couldn't get through. He tried for a long time, but ultimately had to give up. Lu Yuan pondered for a long time why this happened. I suspect this spatial passage is too small to accommodate my entire body. I didn't think of this at the time, and I didn't use my supernatural power, metal liquidation, which led to my failure. But in this case, I think it's best not to go in. The spatial passage is too small, and it might disappear quickly. It would be troublesome if I couldn't get back. Jiangshi listened to him and nodded. It's possible. It's just like the spatial passages you encountered before. They were all normal doors, but this time, it's just a crack, so you can see it but can't pass through it. Since the search was fruitless, let's put it aside for now. The two of them set a departure time for 5 days, and went back separately to prepare, hoping to explore the entire military base this time. 3 days later, the 1,000 cans were successfully completed. Jiangshi awarded points to each employee who worked overtime, especially Chao Wei, who teleported the 1,000 cans to White Room number 2. It was given for free. The Yi family didn't give her a single crystal core. Jiangshi showed no remorse. If a few servings of food could completely destroy White House number 2, she would pay any price. Nor did she need to worry about the poisoned food harming innocent people. The Yi family wouldn't allow ordinary people or ordinary psychics to enjoy such precious, special food. Those who could enjoy it were those loyal to the Yi family. She considered it a way to deal with some of their lackeys. Continuing to give Yi Zhuowei a perfunctory hand, Jiangshi promised to supply a batch of canned food every month. Yi Zhuowei asked her to increase the amount to 5,000. Jiangshi, though reluctant, agreed, promising to do her best. Yi Zhuowei was deeply satisfied with her humble attitude. Afterwards, Jiangshi contacted Du Qichang again, asking him to purchase a third batch of genetic medicine, offering to trade canned food for it. Of course, Du Qichang wouldn't refuse. He simply inquired about Jiangshi's connections with the Yi family, which she tactfully addressed. But there's something I find strange. Jiangshi asked, why was the success rate so high the first time young Master Du brought the genetic potion, roughly 40 to 50%? But the second batch, said by you, Mr. Du, was so much worse? She sounded slightly dissatisfied and puzzled, but her expression wasn't obvious. Du Qichang, of course, noticed and chuckled, well, didn't I warn you a long time ago, little Jiang? While genetic potions can activate superpowers, it also depends on individual constitutions. Some people are prone to rejection and will fail, while others will succeed. You mentioned a 50% success rate, but that was definitely a fluke. Normally, 20% is more accurate. Otherwise, if superpowered people could obtain them so easily, wouldn't they be worthless? Despite this, a knot still lingered in his heart. Why were the 1,000 genetic potions Yi Zhuowei brought so successful? Could it be that the Yi family has truly developed a more potent genetic potion, but is keeping it secret, secretly plotting something? That's true. It seems we need to get more people involved in the experiment. Jiangshi seemed undoubting his words, but then changed the subject and said meaningfully, but there's one more thing. The other day someone from the Yi family seemed to have heard about this and contacted me, saying they can also sell me the genetic potion in exchange for my food. Mr. Du, look at this. Du Qichang's heart sank. It seemed the Yi family was truly planning to break off their partnership with the Du family. They wanted to use their more potent genetic potion to bind 139 together. Chapter 252. That's up to you. Uncle Du won't interfere. Du Qichang smiled gently, assuming the care of an elder toward his junior. Then, he changed the subject, but Uncle Du has a piece of advice for you. You should be wary of the Yi family. I worked with them for a while, and the Yi family. They're no simple matter. He didn't need to elaborate, just a hint would have been enough for Jiangshi to understand. Sure enough, Jiangshi pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder, Uncle Du. I be careful. Each party, each with their own thoughts, exchanged a few more words before terminating the conversation. The trap had been dug, waiting for Du Qichang to step into it. Jiangshi was certain he would fall for it, because the smarter people are, the more they think. People like Du Qichang and Yi Dongshan were cunning and shrewd. They would be on guard against even the slightest sign of trouble, let alone something so serious as genetic drugs. They would fight on their own without her having to intervene. The next day, Jiangshi found Jiyu and the others, and told them about their plan to go to the military base again. This time, we plan to work with 458 to thoroughly search the base. The mission is confidential, so we only asked a few of you. We plan to depart tomorrow. If you have any questions or don't want to go, please let us know now. Although they had been selected, their opinions were respected. If there were any special circumstances, timely notification would allow for replacements to be made to avoid any lapses at a critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiayu was the first to smile and say, "I have no objection, Sister Jiang. I've been thinking about it. Last time we went to that military base, we were pressed for time. We found so many goodies along the way, perfect for feeding my little one. I didn't even get to go inside the base, which was a shame. Captain Lu is going this time, right? With him around, he can break down any door." Jiangxi thought of her devouring ghost vine flower. In a place like Ileo Mountain, resources abound, offering a variety of mutant beasts for her to devour and grow stronger. No wonder Xiaoyu was eager to go. She hummed and smiled. Of course Lu Yuan has to go. Don't worry. Ji Qiuqi also quickly said, if Xiaoyu wants to go, then of course I can't go without her. I won't say anything more. I will absolutely cooperate fully. Anywhere he could help, he would do his best. Besides, since his sister had already gone, he wanted to go even more. Yu Yuhan also slowly raised his hand, his eyes brightening. Boss Jiang, I don't need to say anything. This kind of thing, how can I be left out? The Ileo Mountains are full of mutant beasts and poisonous insects. It's extremely dangerous. My presence can help relieve everyone's stress. Otherwise, you better bring plenty of antidotes and healing medicine. Xiaoyu, how dare you say that? Have you forgotten last time? Although Jiang Mengyao didn't want to talk about his embarrassing moments, she couldn't stand his smug expression. He didn't learn his lesson. Yu Yuhan's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered. I know, Sister Jiang. We're prepared this time, so there's absolutely no problem. He scratched his head, his relaxed expression turning into embarrassment, and he pretended to be calm again. Jiangxi glanced at the two of them. Needless to say, he knew that Yu Yuhan had been careless again. What's going on? How come I didn't know? Jiang Mengyao glanced at Yu Yuhan. Are you telling me or am I telling you? Yu Yuhan quickly replied, I'm telling it myself. What's the big deal? Boss Jiang, here's what happened. Back then, he hesitated for a long time before finally recounting the incident. Just 2 days after entering the Ileo Mountains, they heard a strange sound, a rustling, dense rustling in the grass. Upon sensing it, Yu Yuhan realized it was a Class C mutant wolf spider and decided to capture it and bring it back to the space. What they hadn't noticed was that these mutant wolf spiders actually lived in colonies. Not only were they enormous, with any adult reaching a meter in length with its commissary extended, they were also swift, often swarming out in droves to hunt. Yu Yuhan used his supernatural powers to control one, but it attracted hundreds. Alas, I didn't expect that either. Fortunately, Sister Jiang and Xiaoyu were there, so we escaped in time. He felt a pang of fear at the thought of this incident. Fortunately, they were far enough from the Yi and Du families to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, the mission would have been ruined by him. Mutated wolf spider? Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a good thing. Although Yu Yuhan's negligence had nearly gotten him into trouble, this was indeed a mutant insect suitable for domestication. Smaller mutant insects typically lack crystal cores, but this mutant wolf spider was different. It did. Furthermore, they reproduced rapidly, forming a new colony in a few months, making it ideal for cultivating rose quartz. Although they might not look very attractive, there were always people who weren't afraid. Just find some brave staff to raise them. We must bring back a few from this trip to Ileo Mountain. Jiangxi said, since that's the case, Captain Yu, I leave this mission to you. It'd be a way of redeeming your sins. Besides completing this mission at the military base, find a few more mutant wolf spiders and bring them back. Is that okay? Yu Yuhan immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, I take care of it. Nothing will go wrong this time. With Boss Jiang and Captain Lu here, nothing could go wrong. Of course he was reassured. Soon, the matter was settled. The people who took the initiative on the 139 side were Jiangxi, Ji Yeyu and his sister, Jiang Mengyao, Yu Yuhan, and Yu Han. Lu Yuan's team was also finalized. He would take Lin Muyong, Zheng Ling, Fan Yiming, and Lei Hao with him. Deputy Captain Qin Yaogang would remain at 458 to handle daily affairs. Fan Yiming and Jiangxi had met once before, during their visit to the Tianking. His ability is somewhat unique, absolute control. It's similar to Yi Zhuowei's bewitching spell, and also somewhat similar to puppetry, but it only targets mutant beasts other than humans. He can control 10 to 20 at a time, using them for his own purposes. Control lasts no longer than 12 hours, and can be used once a day. As for the one named Lei Hao, his ability is invisibility, allowing him to completely vanish and become untouchable. As long as he makes no sound, he's undetectable to ordinary humans, making him an excellent ability for eavesdropping, sneak attacks, and dodging attacks. Lu Yuan said, Shifeng's ability is perfect for breaking into houses, so I bring him along. Jiangshi increasingly felt that the psychics in 458 were truly diverse. They could find anything they wanted. She privately asked Lu Yuan how many different abilities the psychics in 458 actually had. Generally speaking, they can be roughly divided into 3 main categories: main combat, auxiliary, and special. There are many more subdivided abilities, such as main combat abilities like fire, lightning, rage, and poisonous insect explosion. Auxiliary abilities include teleport, invisibility, remote viewing, and dreams. There are also quite a few special abilities, such as super sense of smell, photographic memory, recall, and time travel. Wait, time travel? Jiangshi interrupted Lu Yuan. What kind of superpower is this? Can it go back in time? Lu Yuan shook his head. Theoretically, if this team member is talented and their superpowers have reached perfection, perhaps they could actually go back in time. However, he's been with 458 for 6 months and has hardly been on any missions. He's still at the elementary level of his superpowers. Each time he goes back in time, he can only go back 30 seconds, which is pretty useless. Such a short period of time really wouldn't be very useful. Jiangshi felt very sorry. What a pity. If he could go back a day, or even an hour, it would be useful in many ways. No wonder 458 has so many psychics, and Lu Yuan only recruits those with special abilities. It seems he's recruiting both the useful and the useless, slowly nurturing them. Ideally, if all these members mature, 458's overall strength will definitely exceed 139. But Jiangshi wasn't worried. The possibility was slim, and their 2 families were perfect partners. After preparing everything, the team set off. Chapter 253. After over a month of rainy weather, sunny days finally arrived. Sunshine hours were once again in scramble, and the various factions were seizing every opportunity to go out hunting and gathering. Even though it was only August, they had already begun stockpiling as much supplies as possible for the coming autumn and winter. The post-disaster climate was unpredictable, and previous experience was no longer a reliable guide. Everyone remembered only one thing: food in hand, peace of mind, and they stockpiled generously. During the most productive season of the year, Jiangshi and his companions left the White House and headed for the Ilao Mountains with the 458th Corps. They seized every opportunity and advanced at full speed. 3 days later, Jiangshi and his companions arrived safely near the Ilao Mountains. This place was far from the city, and even the nearest town was covered in dense mutated plants. Houses were covered in moss and vines, and small mutated snakes and rats occasionally scurried about. Not a single person was visible. Jiang Mingyao pointed to a weed-covered, cracked cement road north of the town and said, Boss Jiang, Captain Lu, follow this road for another hour or so, and you'll be completely inside the mountains. We went from here last time, too. Following the original route was relatively safer. Jiangshi nodded and looked at Lu Yuan, who said, Okay, let's take this route this time. Ji Yiyu stepped forward, full of enthusiasm. I lead the way. She'd been suffocating in the White House planting crops for so long that she was practically going moldy. She had always believed that a safe and stable life was what she wanted, that a lifetime with her parents and brother was her greatest happiness and aspiration. But now, she had gradually changed. What was lost could never be regained. One must grow through hardship. This world is so vast. Now that she's awakened her powers, how can she continue to seek stability like an ordinary person? Wouldn't that be a waste of the power she awakened after nearly breaking down? Every time Ji Yiyu returned from her outings, she gained a lot. Not only did she feel stronger, but she also received the admiring and envious looks of her teammates, her brother's satisfaction, and sister Zhang's praise. Being a strong protector and providing convenience to her teammates, she felt that this was the true meaning of life. Soon, everyone left the deserted town. Before them lay a desolate, primeval forest, far larger than the jungle near White House 139. The trees huddled together, blocking out the sun. Even at noon, sunlight filtered through only sparsely. The occasional chirping of birds and strange rustling sounds all around her added to the sense of depth and vastness. Ji Yiyu led the way, followed by Yu Yuhan. As the girl walked resolutely ahead, the vegetation seemed to come alive wherever she went, actively clearing a path for them. Even insects on the ground, unable to escape, were snatched up by the vines and quickly tossed aside. It was as if the entire jungle was welcoming their princess. From Jiyu's palm, an emerald green branch emerged from a ball of white light, wrapping around her arm. 7 closed buds gradually blossomed. The vibrant crimson petals, layered and cascading, resembled a rose, but the center, the pistil, was a mouth filled with sharp teeth. The devouring ghost vine flower, like a mischievous child, clung to Jiyu and fluttered, releasing its fragrance. From a distance, some mutant beasts noticed and quickly hid. An hour into the mountains, the weather was calm. The team advanced at a moderate pace. Jiang Mengyao, Yuhan, and the others remained cautious and vigilant along the way. Lu Yuan accompanied Jiangxi, helping her collect various rare mutant plants. Jiangxi had a rare opportunity to go out, and the chance to see so many valuable materials was something she certainly wouldn't miss. Using her potential, she could discern the efficacy of each mutant plant. Initially, she collected some that could be used by pharmacists to make medicine, bringing them back to Wang Fu. But later, she discovered the sheer number of mutant plant species in the Ileo Mountains. Furthermore, there were countless wild fruits and nuts, each with properties far exceeding those she had previously encountered. It was like entering a new botanical treasure trove. Mutated Alsophilus spinulosa, with feather-like leaves and a brown, hairy outer skin, tastes sweet and chewy. Consuming it enhances physical fitness, agility, and speed. Requires the gourmet ability. It can also treat rheumatic back pain, clear heat, and relieve coughs. Selaginella variegata, a plant 1 meter tall, has leaves containing a special aromatic essential oil. At a concentration of 1%, it can be used in essential oils, perfumes, and more. Concentrations above 5% can cause dizziness and coma upon inhalation, and concentrations above 10% can lead to death from overdose. Selaginella variegata, also known as Selaginella variegata, has leaves that absorb various radiation, purifying the air and absorbing dust and fog. Scorpiontail banana, with brightly colored flowers rich in high-quality nectar. Selaginella variegata, a white larvae of the blind butterfly, grows to about 10 centimeters long as adults. It feeds on a variety of berries and young leaves and produces transparent silk threads that can be processed into silk products. Jiangxi was delighted with every discovery. By the end, she could no longer calculate the value of this jungle. Although the mutant plants and insects were mostly useless to ordinary people, and even posed a great danger, they were a vast treasure trove for those with special abilities, like her, Wang Fu, and Chao Wei. They collected as they went. While these things were useful, they were still mutant plants, carrying various uncertain risks. They were basically only handled by Jiangxi and Jiyu. The others dared not touch them. By dusk, Jiangxi had collected over 30 species she had never seen before. To avoid running out of space in Jichiochi, she only collected seeds and rhizomes, just enough to take back and plant. She also caught more than a dozen mutant blind silkworms, placed them in a box with an air vent, and put them in her backpack. The sky gradually darkened. A gray fog filled the air, and it was Yuhan's turn to contribute. He quickly expanded his domain, enveloping everyone within an 8-meter radius. At this rate, and with a few more meals to replenish his energy, he should have enough to last until dawn the next day. Jiangxi spent a full half-day studying the map in his hand. Due to the collection efforts, they were still a long way from the military base. At their current pace, it would take at least a full day to reach them. Let's find a place to rest for the night, preferably in a tree, Lu Yuan said, already beginning to prepare. He selected a massive, mutant 7-leaf tree and nimbly climbed up its thick trunk. His hands transformed into sharp blades, severing each intervening branch. In a short while, he had carved out a platform resembling a bird's nest. Jiyu understood and said briskly, "Let me do the rest." With a thought, the vines and dangling roots rustled and swayed from the 7-leaf tree. They entwined themselves around the bird's nest Lu Yuan had just built, layer upon layer, quickly forming a soft, vast tree bed. Luck Yuan followed suit, finding a nearby tree and cutting off the excess branches to create a second nest. Jiyu continued to activate his wood-based abilities, quickly creating 2 tree beds. They had a place to spend the night. The men and women separated, each climbing onto a tree bed. After a long day of hard work, they could finally rest. Captain Lu always feels so relaxed when he's out with Sister Jiang, like he's playing. Jiyu lay on the comfortable, soft tree bed, eating the dry food he brought with him, and watching the gray fog shroud the sky above. Isolated by the domain, The gray fog shimmered gently like a gray curtain. Zunling finished her water, and was putting the lid on it when she pried an ear. Wait, did you hear anything? Chapter 254. On another tree bed, Yu Yuhan turned over and sat up. Here they are. Mutant wolf spiders. They appeared at this hour. His ability allowed him to sense a 30-meter radius, but this distance was already very close. Danger was nearby. Everyone was startled. They hadn't expected to encounter mutant wolf spiders so soon, and in the middle of the night. With poor visibility, encountering a swarm of mutant insects like these could be very dangerous. The scene of the mutant rat extermination a few months ago resurfaced in everyone's minds. What should we do, Captain Liu? Zunling immediately asked. Just kill them. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Muyong replied immediately, a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. It's just a swarm of insects. Aren't we capable of handling them with so many of us? Watch me burn them to death. Lu Yuan glanced at Lin Muyong. Shut up. Everyone stay still. Silence. Listen to my command. He gave a cold command, and the 458th troop fell silent immediately. On Jiangxi's side, everyone's nervousness was a subconscious reaction, but they quickly calmed down. After all, they were in the trees, so even if a mutant wolf spider arrived, it wouldn't be able to attack them for a while. The rustling sound continued, becoming increasingly intense, and the surrounding grass leaves made a sound like rain. Ji Yeyu's perception range was wider than Yu Yuhan's. She analyzed the situation carefully for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she said, Sister Jiang, these mutant wolf spiders aren't targeting us. They seem to be fighting something else, and they come out in full force to provide support. Let me take a closer look to see what's going on. Using the surrounding plants, her perception spread forward, allowing her to see clearly even in the darkness. Jiangxi noticed it immediately. Her mental power was exceptionally strong, allowing her to discern a wide range of emotions. Although the mutant wolf spider's murderous intent wasn't directed at her, it nonetheless manifested itself as wisps of light, filling the air and allowing her to sense it clearly. Following these emotions, Jiangxi's mental power unleashed, rapidly advancing through the dense forest. She saw enormous mutant wolf spiders crawling among the grass, their 8 slender claws darting at high speeds. They were so densely packed, like a sheet of black quicksand, their sheer number giving her goosebumps. Jiangxi didn't like this kind of thing either, but given the special circumstances, she held back. Her mental power flowed like water, swiftly passing over each mutant wolf spider, and finally she saw another scene. It was a swarm of equally enormous ants, about a meter long, covered in fiery red. They bared their sharp mandibles, desperately attacking a giant white mutant wolf spider. Even as more mutant wolf spiders rushed toward them, they fought relentlessly, unconcerned about the number of their companions killed. This is the mutant wolf spider king. Jiangxi's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that a wolf spider king had emerged from this group of mutant wolf spiders. She understood. A mutant wolf spider king differed fundamentally from ordinary mutant wolf spiders. Not only was it larger, but it also secreted a special mucus from its tail that fed its larvae, making the next generation even more powerful. Most mutant wolf spiders were unable to produce a wolf spider king. But once one was born, it meant that the colony would rapidly grow in power, completely dominating an area of dozens of kilometers, and practically wiping out all other mutant insects. Even a larger mutant beast would be no match for this horde. This change was discovered by the mutant fire ants. To save their own horde from extinction, they fearlessly charged the mutant wolf spider king with a single goal: to kill it. The battle between the two insect races lasted almost the entire night. Jiangxi and the others watched, their initial nervousness gradually turning into observation, and finally a curiosity about which side would prevail. No one took action, simply watching, experiencing the brutal ferocity of the mutant insects up close for the first time. Finally, at the break of dawn, the mutant fire ant colony, after paying a heavy price, finally slew the mutant wolf spider king. The remaining 100 or so mutant fire ants immediately dispersed, burrowing into their burrows as if fleeing for their lives. The insect carcasses scattered across the ground became increasingly distinct in the gradually brightening light. The gray mist gradually burned away, dispersing, and the view became clearer. The remaining mutant wolf spiders were either missing limbs or bitten to death, lying motionless, belly up. The corpses scattered across the forest floor made everyone's scalps tingle. How terrifying! Too many. Ji Yeyu muttered, her face pale. Yuhan said, with so many dead, wouldn't the crystal cores be free? His reminder finally made everyone realize that they were right. The insects fought all night, leaving them sleepless, but getting so many crystal cores without any effort was not bad at all. Jiangshi said, let's get started. We can't waste the crystal cores. These were all sea-level mutant insects, each containing a sea-level crystal core. At least 1,000 had died in this area. Just taking them out would easily yield a large pile of crystal cores. Where else could one find such a good deal? Soon, everyone was busy. They drew their charged tang swords, sliced open the insect carcasses, and extracted the crystal cores. At first, they felt a little queasy, but as they collected more and more crystal cores, they became more motivated. Lu Yuan was, of course, the fastest. With a single swipe of his 2 swords, a mutant wolf spider or fire ant was cut in half. Fan Yiming followed behind him, picking up the pieces. Together, the 2 of them were even faster than the others. When the sun rose, they had finally processed all the insect carcasses and harvested a large pile of crystal cores. They counted them, a staggering 1,257. This is practically free. This trip was worth it, Jiang Mingya said happily. Although her hands were stained with all sorts of slime and stinking, she didn't mind at all. We made a fortune. We made a fortune. Ha ha ha. Yu Yuhan also laughed. While Ji Qiuqi was collecting the crystal cores, Jiangshi followed the trail and found a cave covered in weeds. She observed it for a moment and said, this should be the nest of mutant fire ants. Perhaps we don't need to raise mutant wolf spiders. Raising mutant fire ants would be just as good. As long as we can get a few larvae. Yu Yuhan quickly approached, staring at the cave and saying, okay, I give it a try. Unleashing his supernatural powers, he delved deep into the winding nest. Soon, he controlled a mutant fire ant, which emerged with a white egg in its mouth. It worked. There are indeed ant eggs. Ji Yeyu's eyes lit up. Cultivating mutant fire ants would certainly be much better than mutant wolf spiders. She hated spiders so much. Jiangshi took the egg. It was about the size of a goose egg, with a soft, translucent surface. A small black dot could be vaguely seen inside, the mutant fire ant, about to hatch. Yu Yuhan continued, controlling the mutant fire ant to burrow in again and retrieve dozens of eggs. When they had gathered around 100, Jiangshi said, that's about it. That's all we need. It'd be much easier to hatch the eggs back home. Ji Qiuqi stored the 100 or so ant eggs in his space. The group then took out the clean water they had brought with them, washed their hands briefly, ate their rations, and continued on their journey. As they advanced deeper into the Ileo Mountains, they encountered more and more mutant beasts. Lu Yuan led the way, slaying any who showed no sense. Yu Yuhan and Fan Yiming each controlled several B and C rank mutant beast guards. With Ji Yeyu's vines, the others had little trouble, harvesting some mutant beast materials and crystal cores. But near dusk, they finally found the military base. Layer upon layer of vines, and the surrounding trees, entwined with vines and dense roots, resembled a massive grave mound from afar, casting a shadow in the setting sun. Chapter 255. It was already getting dark, and a faint gray mist was rising from the ground. The group hurried to the vine-covered grave mound, a thick, deadly aura overwhelming them. Xiaoyu, hurry up. We need to get in quickly, or the gray fog will only get worse, Jiangshi warned. Ji Yeyu immediately began to activate her special abilities. A faint green light emanated from her palms, and a rustling sound filled the air. The plants before her seemed to come alive, moving as if they had grown legs, twisting like snakes. One by one, the vines retreated with a sound like the tide rustling, revealing gray concrete walls and steel grids. Half an hour later, the vegetation covering the ground had completely vanished, leaving only rotten leaves and frantic insects crawling across the damp walls. The gate to the military base finally saw the light of day again. Everyone stared at the half-closed tall iron gate, their hearts racing. Lu Yuan walked in front, peering through the crack into the pitch darkness. A stale air filled him. After a pause, he reached out and pushed the door open. Lin Muyang and Jiang Mingyao's hands simultaneously lit up, 2 balls of fire hovering in midair, illuminating the dim night. As Lu Yuan entered, a sudden, thrashing sound echoed, darting towards him. With a flick of his right hand, he slashed the object apart with lightning speed. It landed on the ground with a clatter. Lin Muyang directed a fireball to fly over and illuminate it. It was an ordinary bat, severed in half motionless. After a false alarm, everyone, using the light from the fire, quickly checked their surroundings. This was the outermost area, where Jiang Mingyao and her companions had come last time. A quick inspection confirmed that the area was exactly the same as when they had left. It was clear no one had entered since then. It's highly likely. No one has come out from inside either. This military base is completely enclosed, with corridors and rooms filled with doors that are sometimes broken and open, others closed. Paper, broken glass, plastic cups, masks, fallen leaves, and other debris are scattered on the ground, while dried vines and tree roots cling to the walls, creating a dreadful mess. Jiangxi surveyed her surroundings, unleashing her mental power. This place looked nothing like her impression of a military base. It resembled a secret laboratory. She could sense that the interior wasn't very large, about the size of a football field, but her perception was blurry, and some areas were impenetrable to her mental power. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan and the others quickly arrived at a tightly closed gate. "Captain Lu, we can't get in there," Lin Muyong said, knocking on the heavy iron door. There was no echo, a testament to its immense weight. Lu Yuan's right hand once again transformed into a silver, metallic rapier, and everyone immediately made way. Swish! He thrust his sword into the iron gate, then pushed forward again, finding it had penetrated. The iron gate was at least a foot thick, made of alloy steel. Even missiles couldn't destroy it, yet he pierced it with his sword. Lu Yuan began to cut at the iron gate, slicing the metal rapier down along its edge. With all his might, he finally managed to incise it, bit by bit, like a red-hot knife slicing through ice. While successful, it was slow. Everyone watched, imagining how difficult it would be to force their way through the gate without being able to open it. If it weren't for Lu Yuan's special ability, even if Jiangxi had brought TNT, he wouldn't have been able to blow open the second iron gate. Everyone waited patiently and expectantly, until finally, Lu Yuan completely sliced through the second gate. He reached out and pushed hard at the cut rectangular piece of metal. The next moment, it slowly retreated, revealing a doorway 1 meter long and 2 meters high. The interior remained pitch black. "Ah, it's finally open!" Zheng Li exclaimed in surprise. "Don't rush in, let me try." Fearing danger within, Lin Muyang unleashed a fireball into the doorway. The flash of fire gave everyone a glimpse inside. The grayish-white terrazzo floor was covered in withered vines. Nothing else was visible, only a stench of death. Lu Yuan entered again, and everyone followed him. The interior of the second gate of this military base finally appeared before Jiangxi and the others. It looked like a large hall, probably over 1,000 square meters, with several corridors running from front to back and left to right. A staircase leading to the second floor was visible in the front. The ground was littered with various items, trampled into a mess. Dried blood and footprints could still be seen, along with mutated plant vines crawling everywhere. It was even messier here than outside. There was even a desiccated corpse lying on the ground. Someone had indeed died here. Lei Hao quickly ran over and examined the area. "Captain Lu, this man was most likely drained of his blood by mutated plants. There's a hole in his forehead, and he's holding a gun. He probably committed suicide." The crowd quickly gathered around and saw the mummified body of a young man. He was wearing a military uniform, with a hole in his forehead and his skin shrunken and drained of moisture. A vine, growing from his mouth, entangled him. The horrific scene that had occurred at this military base flashed through everyone's mind. No wonder he committed suicide. Ji Qiuqi took one look and turned away. This scene was horrifying. I'm afraid the inside of this military base is even more terrifying. But no matter what, since they were here, they had to conduct a thorough inspection. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan instructed everyone to split up and search, but not too far from each other so that they could provide support at any time. Jiangxi joined Lu Yuan in their search. They searched the entire hall, followed the corridors into each room, and finally went upstairs to check the entire third floor. As she had imagined, there was no one alive. The floor was littered with scattered documents and papers, broken machines, and fallen guns. Bullet holes were everywhere on the walls, and dried blood lingered on the ground. There were bodies in almost every room on every floor, and even in the corridors. All of them were mummified, not yet decomposed. What on earth happened here? Jiangxi was a little shocked. She understood the immense power a military base possessed. Even if the gray fog erupted, revealing mutant beasts and plants, they still possessed capabilities far superior to anyone else's. But such a tragic scene had occurred, leaving a chilling chill in their hearts. They searched the entire third floor and the lobby, finding nothing of value except a messy mess, simple communications equipment, computers, and dozens of mummified bodies, and vines crawling and drying everywhere. They picked up the scattered documents and papers and examined them. They found them similar to what they had taken away before, nothing worth investigating. That's it? Yu Han was puzzled. Nothing at all. What's going on? Ji Yu was also bewildered. She had braced herself for a few terrifying mutant beasts or large carnivorous plants, but nothing. How could this be? Just then, Lu Yuan had a thought. He walked to an elevator in the lobby and pried it open. The buttons read 1, 2, and 3 floors. Sure enough, there are B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6. Chapter 256. So there are several underground floors. No wonder we couldn't find anything. Yu Yuhan muttered, his heart aflame with anxiety. Hurry, let's go down and take a look. Although they hadn't rested for over 10 hours, and it was already late at night, the secret lay before them, and no one wanted to stop, eager to uncover the mystery as quickly as possible. The only way to get down to the underground floors was through this elevator. Wait for me outside. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan transformed into liquid metal and slid through the gap in the elevator to the upper floors. Unsure of his next move, they waited for a moment before the elevator plummeted with a loud bang and crashed down. Someone hurried over to see only to see the steel cable holding the elevator had been severed, revealing the entrance to the floors below. If they only had to connect another rope, they could easily descend. Soon, everyone reached the basement level. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a pitch-black space. Lin Muyang and Jiang Mingyao immediately emitted a flame, illuminating the surroundings. As everyone slowly entered and inspected the surroundings, they discovered that this was likely the core of the entire military base. The upper floors were merely superficial, a cover-up. The real focus lay underground. The situation on the basement level was equally dire. Tree roots and vines entangled the various laboratory instruments, some severed, others dried. The scene was chaotic, with overturned stools and tables, and scattered clothing and footprints. It was clear that the people here had fled in panic. Strewn everywhere were scattered papers, various laboratory instruments, broken glass, test tubes still containing dried blue liquid, and broken syringes. After searching for a while, Ji Qiuqi found a storage room. This was supposed to be a storage area for supplies, but it was in a state of disarray and emptiness. A few cans lay on the floor, some torn packaging, and a small amount of flour and rice scattered about, though not much. Clearly, someone had taken them in an emergency. Soon, Yuhan also discovered a room that had been bombed. It was charred black, and nothing could be seen of what had once been there. The walls were shattered, leaving only a few charred objects and traces of what looked like shockwaves around it. It was impossible to tell what had happened. I'm not sure what happened to this base, but it must have been terrible. Jiangxi said, holding a torch. There's nothing left on this level. We need to continue down to the second basement. Continuing down the ropes. This time, upon entering, everyone was struck by a foul odor. Illuminated by the firelight, they passed through a straight corridor, and soon came upon a series of sealed rooms. The door was marked with Lab 101, Lab 102, Lab 103. Lin Muyang shot a ball of flame inside, and the scene inside was eye-popping. The room was large, filled with cages, but the experimental subjects inside were dead mutant beasts. In each room, the mutant beasts in the cages were of the same species. Some were mutant rats, some were mutant cats, and some were mutant tigers, wolves, lions, bears, chickens, ducks, cranes, eagles, and so on. But without exception, they were all dead. This is indeed a base for experiments with mutant beasts. But after over a decade, what have they discovered? Zheng Ling asked curiously, stepping forward to open one and taking a closer look at the mutant corpses inside. Suddenly, she noticed something. The mutant cat inside had 2 bumps on its back, like membranous wings. Captain Liu, come and see. This experiment seems different from ordinary mutants, she shouted. Just then, Jiyu also noticed something and handed a notebook to Jiangxi. Sister Jiang, look at this. The research at this experimental base is indeed different. Jiangxi took the notebook and quickly scanned it. March 19th, routine checkup today. The lab mice in cage 1 are becoming increasingly restless. This is likely due to a hormonal imbalance caused by their rapid growth. White blood cell count, 45.5 L, red blood cell count, 128 L, lymphocyte count, 97.2%, basophil count, 0.0147. This is very ominous. It seems the mutation has exceeded expectations. The lab cats in cages 2, 3, 4, and 5 have all died. The cause of death is unknown, but it's suspected they were overdosed with phenol 2. We reduce the dosage next time. The 2 mutant chimpanzees and the mutant leopard in cage 11 have each been injected with fertilized eggs. They're currently on their 3rd day and developing normally. Continue observation. Jiangxi read with increasing alarm, quickly turning the pages. The subsequent records were similar, all experiments on various mutant animals, but the project content was extremely confusing. completely overturning her limited knowledge of biology. Although she couldn't understand most of the content, she understood one thing: reproductive isolation seemed to have completely disappeared. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan and the others had finished their inspection of all the labs. All the experimental mutant beasts inside were dead. Most had starved to death, their bodies skin and bones devoid of flesh. Some, perhaps emaciated by starvation, had escaped their cages, but they still couldn't escape the rooms, leaving claw marks on the floor and walls. Soon, Jiangxi and the others descended to the third, fourth, and fifth underground floors. The situation here was almost identical to the one above, with all sorts of mutant beasts imprisoned, ranging from mammals and egg-laying birds, though insects were rare. The experiments involved hybridization, transplantation, parasitism. The sight was horrifying. Could it be that these experiments caused the animals to mutate? If so, wouldn't they be responsible for the gray fog's outbreak and the world's changes? Ji was shocked and expressed his speculation. I don't think it's likely. Ji Qiuqi immediately said, no matter how many experiments they conduct, gray fog is impossible. I think the people at this base have always used mutant and normal animals for their experiments, which means the mutants have been around for a long time. Yu Yuhan, though usually careless, now said seriously, I agree. The mutants came first, and then these experiments took place. If a single force's actions could cause the entire world to mutate, that's too much of an exaggeration. This isn't a movie. But we've seen so much, and we basically checked it all, and the results aren't even as good as our first visit. Even if we knew they were conducting experiments, what's the point? Lin Muyang shrugged, it's a wasted trip. Jiangxi, however, had another thought. This military base had been raided by the Yi family in a previous life, and they had obtained a lot of supplies. Why was it gone this time when she came? Was there really no supplies? Or was it not here that the Yi family made their first fortune in their previous life? Or are there still areas they haven't discovered, the last floor? Thinking of this, Jiangxi said, don't jump to conclusions yet. We still have the last, sixth floor to check. Let's go down and see. She even thought of another point. Where did the people in this military base go? Did they escape early, or are they all trapped here? Chapter 257. The elevator blocked the entrance to the sixth floor, so Lu Yuan cut through it, allowing everyone to descend safely to the final floor. Surprisingly, this floor was free of dried mutant plants, mutant beasts, or human corpses. Although a bit messy, it was at least much cleaner than the floors above. The various instruments had simply stopped functioning due to a power outage, and there wasn't even a peculiar smell. The air was a bit thick and murky, but breathing was still possible. Everyone was searching with torches. Lu Yuan suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and hurried down one of the corridors. Jiangxi also had a vague sense of something, but wasn't sure, so she followed closely behind. Lu Yuan gave her a wink and pointed ahead. In the dark corridor ahead, Jiangxi spotted a room about 10 meters away. A faint light shone from within, and the two of them hurried over. It looked like an office, with the door ajar and several desks, one of which had a lamp on. This wasn't Jiangxi's main concern. She sensed the presence of life here. It was faint, but she felt it nonetheless. Lu Yuan pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. File cabinets filled the room, and a cluttered desk, piled high with folders and computers, was littered with large, unidentified instruments. They were no longer functioning and covered in dust, having been in use for who knows how long. Chairs were scattered about, and the floor was littered with trash, cups, food packaging, and paper stained with footprints. A skinny man in a uniform lay on the sofa, his body covered in food scraps. A half-eaten compressed biscuit lay on the floor. He seemed alive, his chest rising and falling slightly. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan exchanged a quick glance. Sure enough, there was someone alive. Lu Yuan stepped forward and sniffed his breath, not dead. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to find a living person in such a situation. They could finally get the truth from him. Let's wake him up first. She pulled out the special food and water she had carried in her backpack and prepared to feed the man. It didn't matter who he was, as long as he could wake up. The man was unconscious and completely uncooperative, making feeding him difficult. Jiangxi struggled to mix the food with water, making a paste, and then managed to force it into his mouth. At this moment, the others followed in. Everyone was surprised and delighted. They hadn't expected anyone to be alive in this military experimental base. They gathered around and waited. After a moment, the man opened his eyes. Hey, how are you feeling? Jiangxi asked softly, fearing he would be frightened by the sudden presence of so many people, and asked the others to retreat outside the room. The man's gaze shifted to Jiangxi, his eyelids fluttering as his focus settled on her face. After a moment, he slowly shifted his gaze to Lu Yuan. Hee. Are you here to pick me up? Commander, Deputy Chief. I've been waiting for you for so long, finally here. I don't have to live in vain anymore, I can be with you. Unexpectedly, the man began to grin foolishly, spouting nonsense. He grabbed Jiangxi's hand and laughed maniacally. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I'm here. I don't have to be alone in this hellhole anymore. You? Who are you? Don't come over here, I won't dare to do it again, I was wrong. The man cried, laughed, and was terrified. Upon waking, he spoke a jumble of nonsense, finally curling up on the sofa, clutching his head and trembling. Jiangxi's heart, just beginning to feel joy, sank again. He's gone mad. Even if he's still alive, he can't give us the answers we want. The crowd at the doorway also entered, each one disappointed and dejected. We thought we learned some secrets, but it turns out he's a lunatic. That's normal. Living in a place like this, without sunlight for nearly a year, anyone would go mad. It's normal for him to be mad, but why is he the only one left alive? Judging from his appearance and the nonsense he's speaking, it seems he's not the highest-ranking officer of this military base, but at most a mid-level official. How could he be alive in the end? This is the only floor with electricity. Probably the backup generator. Anyway, let's check around first. Maybe we can find something. Mumbling, the crowd began searching the last floor. Suddenly, Jiyu shouted, Everyone, come quickly. There's definitely something in here. Everyone immediately gathered around and discovered a tightly closed iron door, completely sealed. They had no idea how big or what was inside. Lu Yuan approached, his hand transformed into a long sword, piercing the iron door, carving out a foot-square shape. He reached out and pushed the block out. The moment the hole in the door appeared, a foul odor assaulted them. Lu Yuan held his breath, peered inside, his expression slightly changed, and then silently stepped aside. I advise you not to look. It's full of corpses. What corpses? How many? I guess everyone in this base, except those who died on the upper floors, is here. Everyone's scalps tingled at this. A room full of dead bodies? How did they do that? Ji Yayu and Jiang Mengyao didn't dare look, nor were they interested. Only Yuhan, filled with curiosity, leaned in to take a look. After only a few seconds, he froze. Coming to his senses, he doubled over and vomited non-stop. So disgusting. Everyone, seeing him like this, guessed what was going on inside, and unconsciously moved away. Yuhan, Fan Yiming, and Lei Hao, however, found more important supplies elsewhere on the 6th floor. A large amount of guns and ammunition were piled high, filling the warehouse. There was also a food storage area filled with boxes of various canned goods, rice, flour, beans, dehydrated vegetables, and so on. The reserves were over 1,000 tons, enough to feed everyone in units 139 and 458 for at least 10 years. Jiangxi was finally relieved. There was indeed a large amount of supplies here. The man chattered on and on, laughing and crying. After a while, everyone listened, and then, combined with the scattered documents and the corpses in the room, they finally deduced a terrifying truth from his words. This military base had been studying mutant beasts since before the Grey Fog erupted, dating back 15 years, when the first mutant beast was discovered near Ileo Mountain. That same year, the base added a new research project, conducting secret experiments on the origins and functions of mutant beasts. As a result, over the next few months, not only were 3 more mutant beasts of different species discovered near Ileo Mountain, but even more ferocious and larger mutant beasts and plants were also discovered elsewhere. High-level officials immediately established a research team, and the military mobilized hundreds of the country's best genetics and biology experts to stay at the military base for long-term research. 3 years later, they unexpectedly discovered the first unusual crack that appeared to be a spatial passage. And at the other end of this passage lay a unique space filled with gray fog. Chapter 258. Jiangxi and the others read scattered documents while listening to the man's rant. Occasionally, they tried to guide him, coaxing him into revealing what they wanted to know. This worked quite well. He rambled on, sometimes frantic, sometimes frightened, and what he revealed was shocking. Eventually, everyone speculated that this man was the base's chief logistics officer, in charge of supplies. Originally, after the discovery of the space tunnel, the base's experiments became increasingly secretive. Countless experts worked day and night, even attempting to enter that fog-filled space to explore. There was a wealth of information on this subject. Jiangxi and the others gradually found much on the 6th floor. The research results were more detailed than they had expected, but most of it was still in the experimental stage and had never been truly successful. But the research didn't mention the White House at all, as if it didn't exist at all. She looked through a lot of information, mostly focusing on mutant beasts, with a few on mutant plants. Due to time constraints, they couldn't examine it in detail. They stored all the information in Ji Qiuqi's special space and took it back to study it more carefully. The final conclusion was that the military experimental base was immediately sealed off after the gray fog erupted. They had initially assumed it was a temporary emergency that would resolve after a while, but unexpectedly, this outbreak was so horrific, bringing out the darkest side of human nature. Because of a single, insignificant individual, everyone's lives were completely destroyed. Jiangxi had a rough picture in his mind. When the gray fog first erupted, everyone still held out hope. After all, the base had ample supplies, enough to last for several years, and the buildings were sturdy, making it impenetrable to ordinary dangers. But as time passed, the gray fog persisted, the number of mutant beasts increased, and even mutant plants invaded, finally making everyone in the base realize that the end of the world had arrived. This wasn't a typical disaster, it was a devastating destruction, leaving everyone in utter despair. Rumors swirled, people were uneasy, and survival became everyone's last luxury. Lu Yuan glanced at the man still babbling and said, "This man exploited his status and privilege to hide all the supplies. Somehow, he sparked a civil war, and even harmed the entire base. Including the mutant beasts used in the experiments, everyone died. He hid and survived to the end, even obtaining all the supplies. But by then, the base was completely sealed off from the inside. With no way out, and no other life, he was left alone. At first, he would have been grateful, but as time went on, sharing a room with all those corpses, with no hope from the outside world, his life seemed meaningless. That's why this man eventually went mad and regretted it. But now, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. His instinct for survival would have him searching for food, but a madman wouldn't commit suicide. He simply lived in a daze, lingering on, living in his own world. Everyone felt a heavy heart. What a tragedy. He hoped to survive, but the outcome was worse than death. There's no need to pity him. These past few months of days are his retribution, Jiang Mingyao said casually. He wouldn't have lived much longer after we left, so it would be a relief for him. That was true. Now that everyone in the base had died, everyone quickly became excited again, rushing to check out the several warehouses storing supplies. The all-metal doors, concrete walls, and the sheer volume of supplies inside were truly inspiring. Even though the men of Units 139 and 458 had practically no shortage of food and drink, and even the finest weapons, they still drooled at the sight of these items. In the granary, shelves upon shelves were filled with canned goods, rice and flour, and even various tobacco, alcohol, chocolate, coffee, tea, and so on. The variety was incredible, practically equivalent to a large supermarket with the widest selection. The sheer size and variety of the arsenal, like a super-large factory, dazzled everyone. All sorts of general-purpose firearms, and a full range of ammunition were the basics, everything was there. Rare items like rocket launchers, tactical missiles, and armored vehicles made Lu Yuan's eyes light up. There were even 2 main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, 2 helicopters, anti-aircraft missiles, cipher machines, wireless communication equipment, radar, and so much more that it was almost impossible to count. Many of the people had only seen these items on television. This was their first time seeing them in person. We made it. This time we're really going to make it. Yu Yuhan looked on as if he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. He rushed towards the helicopter in a frenzy, not knowing how to open the hatch. He fiddled with it like a child with his favorite toy. The others weren't much better. Men naturally love these things, and they all gathered around to watch. Lu Yuan managed to control himself. Seeing Lin Muyang about to get into one of the tanks, he had to stop him. Enough. Get out. What nonsense. Even if you can drive it, this fully enclosed base, do you want to ram yourselves into the wall? Captain, let me play a little. Even if I can't get out, it's good to satisfy my craving. Lin Muyang poked his head out like a groundhog, a look of pleading on his face. You want to play? You can stay and guard after we leave. You can have as much fun as you want, okay? No. Can't I just stop playing? Lin Muyang panicked. Captain Lu was a man of his word. As much as he loved these things, he couldn't leave him here alone. He quickly climbed out of the tank. This time, the harvest far exceeded Jiangxi's expectations. No wonder White House number 2 took off, because of it in his previous life. These supplies played a huge role. But there were too many things to bring back. Jiangxi asked Lu Yuan, who said he could try helicopters. He had learned that before, but he wasn't as familiar with the other things. It would probably take some time to figure it out, and he wasn't sure yet. Captain Lu, Shi Ming and Lu Zhanqing should be able to do it. I heard they both served in the military before. Go back and ask them. If they're okay, take them with you next time and drive all these planes and tanks back. Lu Yuan nodded. The 458th is full of talented people, many of whom have special abilities. Just ask them when you get back and find out. After 2 days, everyone counted the supplies, finding their value staggering. Everyone was overjoyed. They first loaded some of the items they could take away into Ji Qiuqi's space, leaving the rest behind for a second trip. Just then, they received another piece of good news. Ji Qiuqi's superpowers had finally broken through, reaching the enhanced stage. The space now held approximately 500 cubic meters. While still not huge, it could hold more supplies than before. Most of the supplies they took away were lightweight, easy to use, and practical. They included large quantities of canned goods, alcohol and cigarettes, as well as coffee, chocolate, and tea that were no longer in Warehouse 139. They took them back to replenish their supplies. They also took a large amount of firearms, including ammunition and a rocket launcher. They returned with a truly complete loadout. However, on the return trip, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan stayed behind, leaving Jiang Mingyao and the others to take the supplies back first and return with the others a second time when they were ready. They planned to explore the space passage they had discovered at the military base. Chapter 259. The next day, Jiang Mingyao and the others left. Ji Yeyu had originally wanted to stay behind to protect Jiangxi, but she disagreed, insisting that Ji Yeyu return with the main group and be vigilant along the way. Ji Yeyu had no choice but to repeatedly urge Jiangxi to be careful, insisting they leave quickly and return quickly, before leaving with the others. After a quick packing, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan set off towards the location recorded in the documentation. It's not too far from the base, just over 10 kilometers. There used to be a permanent station there, and an isolation zone was built. Although it's now covered by mutated plants, we just need to follow the remaining routes. Jiangxi looked at the map and spoke as they walked. This time, there was no need to worry about getting lost. Previously, those at the base had driven to this spatial passage, and the 10+ kilometers were a short journey. But after the catastrophe, the gray fog had caused the surrounding vegetation to mutate significantly, and with the passage of mutant beasts, the concrete road had completely cracked, sprouting a large number of roots, and countless mutated plants were emerging from the ground. I could barely make out a road that had once been built here. Thankfully, this wasn't a problem for Jiangxi and Lu Yuan. Carrying their backpacks, they advanced at high speed, their superior perception allowing them to predict the situation ahead. Half an hour later, a ruined area covered in vegetation appeared before their eyes. This is it. The aura of spatial fluctuations is strong. Lu Yuan gazed ahead, his heart racing. He had finally discovered another spatial passage. He had been searching for so long, but this was the kind of thing you never find. Jiangxi scanned the surroundings, observing for any dangerous mutant plants. Once he was sure there were none, he grabbed his charged tang sword and, together with Lu Yuan, cut through the shrubs and vines blocking the path, continuing forward. It was an enclosed building, but the masonry walls looked old and covered in moss. The closer they got, the stronger the vibrations grew. Let's go inside and take a look. Lu Yuan glanced at Jiangxi, motioning her to follow him. Then, his hand transformed into a sharp blade and he stepped forward. The building was relatively simple, with a tall outer wall, its wire mesh rusted. Inside was a warehouse-like structure with a blue roof, vines sprouting from the cracks. Jiangxi spotted a door. Lu Yuan walked straight towards it and gently pushed it open. Jiangxi hurried to follow, peering inside. A vast, empty interior, about the size of a gymnasium, overgrown with weeds and decrepit. But at its center, a massive crack emanated an eerie light. Its edges were gleaming white, as if countless shimmering pinpoints were floating within. The center was pitch black, like a deep black hole. Its overall shape resembled a bolt of lightning, unlike the circular tunnels Lu Yuan had seen before. Powerful spatial fluctuations continuously emanated from it. Is this a spatial tunnel? Jiangxi stared intently. This was the first time she had seen one with her own eyes. The two of them stopped in front of the 10-foot-high crack. Lu Yuan was fine, but Jiangxi was stunned and amazed. Looking at the white dots gleaming like stars, and the black that seemed to possess an infinite attraction, her heart was filled with shock beyond words. Just passing through this crack would lead to another dimension? But she looked up and down and found that while the crack was long enough, it wasn't wide enough. A 4- or 5-year-old child could barely squeeze through. She wasn't fat, but she could only fit her arms and legs, not her head. What should I do? I can't get through, but I really want to go and take a look. Jiangxi lamented, a scowl on her face. She finally had the chance to discover a spatial passage, but it was so small she could only stare at it. She couldn't get through. Lu Yuan hadn't expected this. This is the first time I encountered something like this. I guess I have to get through on my own. Jiangxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. She pointed to the top of the crack. Look there. With this width, I should be able to get through, right? Looking at the spot she pointed, Lu Yuan made an estimate and decided he could give it a try. There was hope. It was just a bit high off the ground, so he needed a ladder or something to climb up. That was easy. Lu Yuan immediately metallized, transforming into a silver ladder in the blink of an eye. Jiangxi felt a little embarrassed, but she stepped on him and climbed up, finally reaching the spot. This part of the crack was less than a foot wide at most. She carefully reached in and tested it, but felt nothing unusual. It's okay. I'm already here. I don't see any danger yet. Just be careful and get through. Lu Yuan's voice echoed. It turned out that most of his body had already made it through, leaving only a portion of the ladder at the other end. She risked her life. This was a rare opportunity to see another dimension. Jiangxi certainly didn't want to miss it. She carefully crawled through the crack. As soon as she poked her head out, she saw a dark, foggy space. A wave of shock washed over her, filling all her senses. Although Jiangxi had heard Lu Yuan describe it many times before, seeing it with her own eyes felt more real and more visually impactful. A world devoid of life, a world on the brink of destruction. The Earth lay ravaged, like the post-nuclear war worlds depicted in movies and TV shows, with no trace of life. Wisps of gray mist drifted in, and Jiangxi began to cough. She hurried down the silver ladder, fetching the mask she had prepared and putting it on. While it was better than nothing, it at least filtered out some of the air. While the gray mist was dangerous, Jiangxi's current physique could withstand it, as long as she wasn't exposed to it for long. Gazing at this gray world, Jiangxi was stunned for a moment, glancing around. Let's go ahead and take a look. Hopefully, we find something. Lu Yuan patted her shoulder, calling her back to consciousness. He then led her in a random direction and headed forward. The two of them gradually picked up speed, leaving marks along the way, hoping to see the White House again. Preferably, they would find Lin Shuang. After running for a long time, they saw only devastation on the ground, occasionally accompanied by huge rocks. They also discovered the ruins of a building, standing alone and desolate on the ground. It had been there for who knows how many centuries, even the walls had weathered. The remnants of household items, some iron, and broken parts suggested that life had once existed here, and that many people had lived here, but they had long since vanished. Jiangxi and his companions saw huge claw marks, footprints several feet long, and dried feces piled up like a small hill. But other than that, nothing of value was found. After searching for over 10 hours, with still no significant findings, Jiangxi and his companions had no choice but to return the way they had come and leave this dimension. The gray fog inside was too thick. Lu Yuan was relatively safe, but Jiangxi had to come out to catch his breath and rest. They returned to the military base to rest until the next day. For 5 days, they followed the spatial rift every day, entering another dimension and searching everywhere. But this time, their luck seemed to be bad. They found nothing, let alone the giant mutant beast, the White House, or the humans living there. It's been almost a week. Captain Jiang and the others should be back in a few days, but we haven't found anything. Jiangxi felt a little discouraged at this thought. They didn't dare venture too far into that dimension, fearing something might go wrong and they wouldn't be able to return in time. Besides, they had no idea where to go to find what they were looking for. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "We try again when they return." This time, I reminded Mu Yang to bring Chu Feng with him. His teleportation ability should be helpful. Chapter 260. 2 days later, Lin Muyang, Jiang Mingyao, and the others returned to move the remaining supplies. This time, not only did Chu Feng, who possessed the ability to teleport, come, but also Xi Ming and Lu Zhanqing, who had learned to drive armored vehicles and tanks. Also present were Gu Zi and Duan Jinhong, one with gravity and the other with remote control, who were here to serve as porters. That spatial passage is still there. Is it a crack? No, Captain Lu, I have to see it. Just take me. Upon hearing what the two had discovered, Lin Muyang clamored to see it, even resorting to rolling on the ground and begging. He had been listening to Captain Lu talk about that strange dimension all day, and his curiosity was burning, but he had never had the chance to see it. How could he miss this opportunity? In fact, most people wanted to see what the other dimension was like. After all, exploring the mysterious and unknown was the dream of many. But they held their tongues, waiting for Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi's instructions. The two had already agreed that the primary goal now wasn't to let everyone experience the wonders of the alternate dimension, but to quickly find the answers. Too many people would be useless, and could even lead to accidents. Besides, there were still so many supplies to transport back to the base, and after finishing their work, they had to rush back to attend to other matters. There was no time to waste. Thankfully, this spatial rift had existed for over a decade, so it wouldn't disappear anytime soon. This time, they could take their time studying it. We've been observing for a week, and there's no danger so far. Given the unknown situation, we can bring fewer people this time. Lu Yuan surveyed the group, seeing them eagerly waiting. He called out a few names. You guys can't make it. You're too big to make it. Stay at the base and sort the supplies. The few people whose names were called were deeply disappointed. They had thought they'd get to see the alternate dimension in its entirety, but it turned out they couldn't go. Finally, Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi agreed to take Chu Feng, Yu Han, and Lin Muyang with them. The five of them packed up their equipment and set off again. The rest of the group stayed behind at the base, moving supplies. An hour later, everyone successfully passed through the spatial rift and entered the alternate dimension. Oh my god, so this is the alternate dimension. It's so vast and filled with gray fog. It's truly another world. But it's so oppressive, like after a nuclear explosion. Lin Muyang exclaimed excitedly, as he gazed at the eerie and mysterious space before him, the sky dark and thick gray fog swirling. The other two were also stunned, unable to believe it. Yu Han immediately deployed his domain, and this time Jiang Shi finally didn't have to worry about the gray fog encroaching. Captain Lu, I'm not sure how far we can teleport with 4 people. We have to try it. Chu Feng knew the purpose of his entry this time, to use his teleportation ability to help everyone advance quickly and better explore this mysterious dimension. Normally, he teleported alone, and occasionally carrying one person was easy enough. But this time, Chu Feng had to carry 4 people, and he felt a bit stressed. Especially in such a strange place, if he teleported to a dangerous place and fell into a mutant beast's lair, he would be dead. Do your best, but safety comes first. Lu Yuan nodded. Gathering his composure, Chu Feng began to prepare. Everyone, just form a circle and hold my hand. The estimated teleportation distance will be shorter, around 5 to 8 kilometers. Let's give it a try. Soon, everyone held hands and stood in Yu Han's territory. A flash of white light emanated from Chu Feng's palm, and with a shimmering sound, everyone vanished from their original location. Her head felt slightly dizzy, and her vision blurred. When Jiang Shi regained focus, they were still in the alien dimension. There were only a few larger rocks around, and the footprints left by her and Lu Yuan a few days earlier still lingered on the ground. Sure enough, they had teleported away from their previous location. Very successful, not bad. Lu Yuan gestured in the direction, telling Chu Feng to continue. With his first experience, Chu Feng's confidence bolstered. He quickly teleported again, advancing several kilometers further, faster than a car at full speed. Over and over, Chu Feng continued to teleport everyone. After about half an hour, they reached the farthest point Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi had ever been. If they had run before, it would have taken them at least 3 hours to reach this point. Chu Feng felt a little tired, a result of the immense mental exertion. Rest for a while. I eat something to replenish my energy. Just as he was about to take out the special food from his backpack, suddenly, shadows emerged from the distant gray fog. Jiang Shi's heart sank, and he warned, "Look over there. It looks like a giant mutant beast." It appeared so quickly this time. A blurry shadow appeared in the gray fog. Although far away, it was still visible because of its enormous size. Everyone stared at it with horror, and the overwhelming pressure and shock were overwhelming. Is it probably hundreds of meters tall? Is this a giant mutant beast? Although Lin Muyang was usually not very serious, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened at this moment. He lowered his voice, fearing that the giant mutant beast would hear. Chu Feng was also a little worried. "Captain Lu, this is too dangerous. We should get out of here quickly." After searching for a week, they finally found traces of the giant mutant beast. This meant they might have found the alien, or even the White House. How could Lu Yuan possibly leave? Teleport again, just be careful, he said. Okay. Chu Feng gathered himself, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and teleported everyone again. Now, they had advanced about another 5 kilometers, closer to the giant mutant beast. Even through the thick gray fog, they could clearly see its features. Yu Han and the other's pupils shrank. It resembled an octopus, pitch black, with a huge, mound-like head covered in countless protrusions of varying sizes. Like a pustule, it constantly surged, emitting a thick, almost black mist. Dozens of tentacles stretched out, each estimated to be over 100 meters long. Most astonishingly, this giant octopus monster was floating in midair. More than a dozen beams of light emanated from its mound-like head, sweeping back and forth through the gray fog like lasers, drifting slowly. Like a wandering ancient eerie being. Lu Yuan stared intently at the giant mutant beast. Jiangxi's mind inexplicably conjured up something. Ultimist octopus. One of the giant mutant beasts, a high-dimensional creature with an ugly and terrifying form, capable of spewing gray mist. Its abilities are unknown, and it's extremely dangerous. Jiangxi's heartbeat quickened. She tugged at Lu Yuan beside her and whispered, "This is an ultimist octopus. It spews gray mist, and is very dangerous." Even she was a little worried. It was best not to get any closer. Lu Yuan's face was solemn. He took a deep breath, hesitant. He wanted to go over and take a look, even try to hunt one, but everything about this giant mutant beast was unknown and extremely dangerous. His own death would be fine, but what if it implicated others? Just then, the ultimist octopus suddenly turned and drifted towards them. "No, let's go!" Jiangxi's eyes narrowed. Chapter 261. Everyone's heart was pounding. If they were discovered by such a terrifying beast, they would have no choice but death. Lu Yuan said sternly, "Leave first." He pulled a gun from his backpack and handed it to Jiangxi for self-defense, urging her to leave quickly. "You're not leaving?" Holding the gun, which gave her a sense of security, Jiangxi was startled. Lu Yuan was actually staying. Did he want to kill this ultimist octopus? Jiangxi disagreed, but before she could utter a word, Lu Yuan had already sped forward, leaving the others stunned. Going to die? Although everyone knew Lu Yuan's abilities were powerful, they had no confidence in his ability to defeat this terrifying giant mutant beast. But there was no time to waste. Although Jiangxi was also concerned for Lu Yuan's safety, as the owner of White House 139, she was more responsible for the safety of everyone else. "Let's get out of here first." "Chu Feng, teleport immediately," she said firmly. "Okay." Chu Feng agreed without hesitation. Although he was a psychic, this was his first time experiencing such a situation. Under the intense pressure from the ultimist octopus, he was a little nervous and quickly reached out, saying, "Everyone, hold my hand, quick." Lin Muyang, however, was anxious. "No, how can we leave Captain Lu behind and go ahead?" He knew that Lu Yuan had rushed out on his own, but he was still worried. What if something happened to Captain Lu? "Captain Lu, come back. It's too dangerous, don't go." Lin Muyang shouted at Lu Yuan's back. He had barely finished his words when Jiangxi interrupted him. "Lin Muyang, shut up. What if you startle the ultimist octopus by yelling like that? Lu Yuan has his own reasons for going over there. Even if he's defeated, his chances of escaping are much higher than ours. Everyone get ready. Leave immediately. This is an order." At this moment, Jiangxi's authority, as the owner of the White House, was revealed. Even Lin Muyang had to obey. Everyone held hands together, and Chu Feng immediately activated his supernatural power. But after several seconds, everyone remained where they were. He grew anxious, watching the ultimist octopus drifting in from the distance, growing increasingly panicked. Finally, a flash of white light, and the teleportation power finally activated. Everyone vanished from their original position, but the next moment, Jiangxi realized that, far from moving away, they had teleported forward, even closer to the ultimist octopus. "How did you do that?" Yu Han's face changed. "I don't know." Again. Chu Feng was so flustered that his control wasn't precise enough. This had only happened when he had just awakened his supernatural power. Chu Feng activated his power again, and as white light emanated from his hands, everyone vanished once more. The result? This time they were farther away, but only a few hundred meters, and in the wrong direction, not the one they come from. Chu Feng was so anxious that sweat broke out, and he could only use teleportation again. His supernatural power, which usually worked every time, failed again and again. The more anxious he became, the less effective it became. They kept flashing around, but they couldn't get away from the Ultimist Octopus. Jiangshi and the others also began to worry, secretly thinking this was not going well. Why do you keep getting it wrong? Find the right direction. Hurry up. I don't know. If we don't leave now, we're dead. Hurry, don't make another mistake. No, stop pushing me. The more you push me, the more confused I get. Chu Feng and Yuhan argued eagerly, their sense of crisis growing stronger. Jiangshi felt the overwhelming pressure overhead. The Ultimist Octopus was already drifting directly towards them, accelerating. An indescribable sense of danger filled her. It seemed it had noticed them. Lu Yuan, even closer, hadn't been noticed. Try to calm herself, Jiangshi looked at Chu Feng and said, don't panic. Take a deep breath and act as usual. Chu Feng, you can do this. Lin Muyang and Yuhan fell silent, so as not to put pressure on him. Chu Feng glanced at the rapidly approaching Ultimist Octopus, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to avoid looking at it. A few seconds later, he closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, get ready. A white light emanated from his hand again, and his supernatural power was unleashed, and everyone vanished from their spot once again. But when Jiangshi and the other two took in the scene before them, they panicked. Instead of escaping safely, they were practically on their way to the Ultimist Octopus, barely 500 meters away. The tentacles stretched out overhead, and the surrounding gray fog thickened even more. The domain, like a transparent sphere, blocked out the gray fog while also making them a conspicuous target. Another mistake? Lin Muyang and Yuhan paled in shock, unable to form complete sentences this time. Chu Feng blamed himself and panicked, wishing he could slap himself for making such a mistake at such a crucial moment. The overwhelming pressure was so overwhelming that even Jiangshi, with her formidable mental strength, found it difficult to withstand it. But she seemed to understand. It wasn't Chu Feng's ability that had failed, it was most likely the Ultimist Octopus's special ability, which affected spatial abilities. Even if Ji Qiuqi arrived, the same situation would likely occur, let alone Chu Feng. Boom! A dark shadow descended from the sky, carrying with it an overwhelming force, as if the entire sky were collapsing. Giant tentacles descended from the sky, attacking Jiangshi and the others. Lin Muyang's pupil shrank, and he instinctively launched a fireball at the Ultimist Octopus overhead. The flames pierced the gray mist, leaving a streak of light, but before it could escape, they were knocked back by a tentacle. An attack of this magnitude was no match for the Ultimist Octopus. A single wave of its tentacle could inflict a devastating blow. Unable to hide within the domain any longer, the group dodged with lightning speed. Boom! The gigantic tentacle crashed into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying and leaving a massive dent in the ground. Jiangshi and the others had no time to look behind them. They could only flee, their speed increasing to such an extreme that they could no longer discern the direction they had come from. No matter the direction, as long as they were away from the Ultimist Octopus, Jiangshi charged through the gray fog, unleashing his full senses while trying to hold his breath. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. A low, angry roar echoed, and the Ultimist Octopus, seemingly enraged, swung its tentacles and attacked continuously. Jiangshi looked back, only to see flashes of silver light in the dimness. It was Lu Yuan attacking the Ultimist Octopus. His hands transformed into long swords, and with a leap, he landed on one of its tentacles, which then quickly melted and clung to it, flowing towards the Ultimist Octopus's head like a stream of water. Lu Yuan. Jiangshi was shocked, realizing he was trying to kill it. It wasn't just to distract the Ultimist Octopus. Lu Yuan also wanted to finish it off. A fatal blow to its head wasn't impossible. But how could such a massive mutant beast be killed so easily? Even Lu Yuan wouldn't have found it easy. Lin Muyang, Chu Feng, and Yuhan were stunned. Braving the immense pressure borne by the Ultimist Octopus, they fled, their gazes turning back to its ever-flickering form. Awesome, too strong. They could only flee, and Captain Lu actually wanted to kill it. Raging roars echoed, and tentacles flared wildly, like demonic vines. Soon, Lu Yuan was atop the Ultimist Octopus, standing atop its mound-like, bumpy head. With a wave of his hand, he sliced a wound through the Ultimist Octopus's head, surprisingly effortlessly. There's hope. Chapter 262. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The Ultimist Octopus roared in anger, and dozens of tentacles stabbed frantically at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward and quickly changed position. The long knife in his hand instantly grew even longer, more than tripling in length, and pierced straight into the Ultimist Octopus's brain. Wow! With a fierce slash of the long knife, Lu Yuan felt like he was cutting jelly, with incredible ease, beyond his expectations. He had always assumed that giant mutant beasts were either thick-skinned or covered in scales, making them invulnerable to weapons. But this time, he easily sliced through the Ultimist Octopus's head, seemingly promising a chance of killing it. Lu Yuan continued to attack, his strike swift as lightning. In an instant, the Ultimist Octopus's head was chopped into pieces, like tofu. A large amount of blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground, instantly staining it red, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tentacles attacked, encircling Lu Yuan like a net. Strikes clashed left and right, the long sword slashing through the air with brilliant silver light. Dozens of severed tentacles and chunks of flesh fell like rain, their roars echoing throughout the alien space. Jiangshi and the others watched from a distance. They hadn't expected that this Ultimist Octopus, while terrifying in appearance, was no match for Lu Yuan. "Boss, you're so awesome! So awesome!" Lin Muyang praised, eager to rush over to help. The metallization ability was simply amazing. Yuan watched, and though he didn't take action himself, he clenched his fists in excitement. Time ticked by, and Jiangshi suddenly sensed something was wrong. Lu Yuan had been battling this Ultimist Octopus for nearly 20 minutes. Why was it still the same? Although Lu Yuan repeatedly severed its tentacles, it still looked the same. Still alive, only Lu Yuan knew. He panted heavily, his mental energy already depleted by a significant amount. Despite constantly damaging the Ultimist Octopus, blood spurting out and forming small puddles on the ground, it remained fierce, its attack showing no sign of weakening. When Lu Yuan finally leaped to the ground, he tried to attack other parts. Where were the severed tentacles and chunks of flesh on the ground? He had previously severed at least dozens of tentacles and chunks of flesh, but now only a few lay, still wriggling and twitching. Suddenly, Lu Yuan saw several tentacles and chunks of flesh move, approaching as if they had grown legs. Eventually, they all merged together, twisting towards the head, and finally vanished. With a sudden burst of emotion, Lu Yuan finally understood why he hadn't been able to kill the Ultimist Octopus for so long. Its regenerative and healing powers are truly extraordinary. As expected, none of the giant mutant beasts from the alternate dimension are weak, otherwise they would have been slain long ago. Knowing he couldn't kill the Ultimist Octopus, Lu Yuan made a decisive move and retreated. He quickly picked up a tentacle from the ground and turned to run. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tentacle continued to wriggle, as if trying to break free from Lu Yuan's grip. He tightened his grip, only to hear a terrifying sound as a tentacle stabbed down from above, aiming at Lu Yuan. As if trying to reclaim its tentacle. Lu Yuan leaped up, a loud noise echoing behind him. Shots of gravel struck his back with a resounding clang. He didn't look back, charging towards Jiangshi and the others. But the Ultimist Octopus was so massive that it didn't even need to move. One tentacle reached down from the air, touching Lu Yuan's back and sweeping him up. Lu Yuan quickly melted, transforming into a silvery liquid that flowed down, flowing forward once more. Tentacle after tentacle extended, surrounding him from all sides. But Lu Yuan was now formless, and even the smallest gap could be squeezed through. Jiangshi's heart was pounding. He gripped the gun tightly, closed his eyes, and aimed at the Ultimist Octopus. Boom! A dull, terrifying energy shot out from the muzzle. Jiangshi flicked his wrist, and felt a blinding white light pierce through. The light was too blinding. Even with Jiangshi's eyes closed, his retinas were still bright. The immense energy poured out like a surging ocean wave. Lin Muyang and the others nearby were unaware, and hadn't closed their eyes beforehand. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared, blinding them. The three of them quickly closed their eyes, tears streaming down their faces in pain. A few seconds later, Jiangshi heard Lu Yuan's voice nearby. Just in time, well done. Lu Yuan. Jiangshi opened her eyes, happy to see he was alright, but then a startling scene not far away startled her. The Ultimist Octopus's massive body was almost half gone, as if it had melted, and an unknown liquid continuously flowed down like a waterfall from the sky. Dozens of tentacles were also missing, and the rest were wriggling in agony, twisting like mad. A deep, terrifying roar continued to echo, carrying a powerful, piercing force, like a sharp whistle echoing in her ears, shaking even the gray fog. It was so uncomfortable, Jiangshi covered her ears, but it couldn't stop the sound. She could still hear it, giving her a headache. Stay back, I do it. Lu Yuan could still bear it. He took the gun from Jiangshi and pushed her. Without a word, he fired again at the Ultimist Octopus. A terrifying energy was unleashed once more. The Ultimist Octopus, as if aware of its power, wavered its tentacles, attempting to block the shot. Boom! A flash of white light swept across, and the remaining 10 or so tentacles melted away. Only a massive head, oozing fluid, remained. It finally fell with a thud, writhing on the ground like a giant, deflated sphere, unable to attack again. Jiangshi stared intently ahead, overcome with excitement. Even if he couldn't kill the ultimist octopus, this gun would at least severely injure it. Even with its powerful regenerative healing powers, it wouldn't be able to wreak havoc any longer. But before their excitement could last, an even more powerful aura surged over them like a rolling wave. Another one. More. Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Jiangshi, not even taking the time to check on the ultimist octopus before turning and running. Lin Muyang and the other two, seeing this, joined them from a distance. In the dense fog, they sensed an even more terrifying presence approaching. Most likely drawn in by the previous commotion, dealing with just one was nearly fatal, so how could a few more be possible? Jiangshi, led by Lu Yuan, quickly retreated. She glanced back, and a moment later, she vaguely saw several more massive figures emerging from the thick gray fog. The sound of heavy footsteps grew increasingly distinct, their speed astonishing. They might catch up in a matter of minutes. Lin Muyang finally reached Chu Feng, and Yuhan soon joined him. He deployed his domain, blocking out the gray fog. As Jiangshi and Lu Yuan approached, Yuhan shouted, "Hurry, leave now." They could only rely on teleportation. Otherwise, their speed would be no match for the giant mutant beasts. The five of them clasped their hands together again. Chu Feng held his breath nervously, staring upward at the approaching black shadow. The terrifying pressure nearly crushed them, leaving them unable to rise. Jiangshi even caught a glimpse of a figure on one of the giant mutant beasts. A blinding white light shot towards them. The next moment, everyone vanished from the spot. Chapter 263. The alien appeared again. He even attacked them. Thankfully, Chu Feng's teleportation didn't fail this time, successfully transporting everyone to a distant location. The next teleportation attempt also succeeded, furthering the distance between them and the alien. Jiangshi was even more certain that the ultimist octopus's special ability was its ability to influence spatial abilities. Now that it was severely injured, it was unable to interfere with Chu Feng. After teleporting over 10 times, Chu Feng finally managed to lead the 4 people away. No longer could they see the giant shadow or the alien's light. Only a barely audible roar could be heard. They were essentially out of danger. The 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had just walked a very close tread. Look! Suddenly, Jiangshi glanced around, noticed something, and stared ahead in astonishment. Following her gaze, they saw a massive white sphere looming in the gray fog. Given everyone's familiarity with such objects, they could spot it immediately. "It's the White House!" Yuhan blurted out. Lin Muyang was stunned. "There's a White House here too. Am I seeing things right?" It wasn't a round sphere, but something resembling a white mushroom, estimated to be several dozen meters tall. Although shrouded in a thick gray fog, its outline was still discernible. What shocked everyone even more was that it was actually moving. Jiangshi and Lu Yuan simultaneously darted out, approaching the White House in the distance. They had finally found another White House, and it was moving, indicating someone was inside. 1,000 questions welled up in their minds, and they just wanted to rush over and contact the person inside. "Wait for us, Captain Lu." Lin Muyang and the other 2 were a little slow to react, but they also hurried to catch up. During this critical period, no one cared about the encroaching gray fog. Jiangshi and Lu Yuan ran at full speed, using their maximum speed. After a few minutes, Lu Yuan was still faster, gradually pulling away from Jiangshi and leaving the other 3 behind. As they got closer, Lu Yuan finally saw that there were more than 10 root-like structures beneath the White House. These roots acted like legs, constantly brushing against the ground, allowing them to move forward at high speed. Even when encountering rocks, the roots could avoid them, moving unimpeded. These seemingly soft roots could actually support the White House, weighing dozens of tons, and move at such a rapid speed. Could this be the feature that the next upgrade for 458 would unlock? Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing the distance between him and the White House grow larger and larger, he suddenly increased his speed, rapidly depleting his mental energy. Finally, he gradually closed the gap and was about to catch up. A suspicious creature has been spotted approaching the White House, suspected to be from the Old World era. Owner, please advise, attack or halt. Inside White House number 341800870901, a middle-aged man, with a large beard and a stern expression suddenly heard the notification tone. A shudder sank in his heart. A person from the old world era. How could it be possible? Could it be? A sudden thought struck him, and he immediately said, "Activate the visual interface." The next moment, the wall before him became transparent, allowing him to clearly see the outside world. Behind the rapidly advancing White House, a man in old world clothing was sprinting after him, seemingly shouting something. So fast. His speed was almost as fast as the White House's. He was definitely a psychic. The middle-aged man immediately made his judgment, his brow furrowed. "Owner, please give instructions." The prompt sounded again. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said seriously, "Ignore it for now. Please connect me to the owner of White House number 583388726840. I have something to ask her." 5 seconds later, the figure of a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. "Boswa, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Chinjia," I cut to the chase. "Did you violate Article 12 of the Survivor's Absolute Confidentiality Enforcement Act by traveling back in time through the space channel and contacting people from the old calendar era?" "Ah, what did you say?" Chinjia looked puzzled. "Boswa, what's wrong with you? Why are you saying I contacted someone from the old calendar era?" "A person from the old calendar era?" The middle-aged man was unconvinced. "Have you or your people truly never entered the space tunnel? After all, you were the one who proposed Resolution 17. Now I discovered someone suspected to be from the old calendar era. If you hadn't contacted him, how could he have entered the space tunnel and pursued my White House?" Chinjia said sternly, "Impossible. As the owner of the White House, I would never violate the Survivor's Absolute Confidentiality Enforcement Act. After all, this involves the space-time butterfly wing effect, which could potentially alter the fate and future of all of us. I wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. As for whether the person you're talking about is from the old calendar era, that's another matter. Even if he is, there's no denying that he stumbled upon the space tunnel and came here out of curiosity. After all, our ancestors experienced it, so it's not impossible." "Well, you have a point. I offended you. I'm sorry." Seeing her firmness, the middle-aged man finally believed her. "It's okay." After a few more words, the two ended the call. As soon as the image on the screen faded, Chinjia's expression changed. She immediately called Lin Shuang over and recounted what had just happened. "What? There's an old calendar person outside Boss was White House, chasing him furiously?" Lin Shuang's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. "Could it really be Lu Yuan?" Chinjia observed her reaction and said seriously, "It's someone you know?" Lin Shuang hesitated. Maybe. Probably? But I have to see him to know. What if another old calendar person accidentally discovered the space channel and came through? In any case, Lin Shuang, Huozhe has discovered this. Although they haven't yet suspected us, you must be extremely cautious in your actions from now on. Remember, even if we secretly implement Resolution 17 despite everyone's opposition, the slightest carelessness could lead to serious consequences for you. It's very clear. We absolutely must not have too much contact with the old calendarers, otherwise we too will be affected by the shockwaves of space-time, leading to unimaginably severe consequences. Lin Shuang sighed after hearing this. "I know, Sister Chen. I will be careful with any contact and strike a balance. Seeking the old calendarers is to change our current situation. Only by eliminating them in the initial stages of the herders' invasion can a positive transformation of our space-time occur." Chinjia shook her head, her expression solemn. "All of this is unknown. This is just an experiment we're conducting. We can only take it one step at a time to see if it works." She had no other choice. It had been over 300 years since the catastrophe. The survivors, from the initial confusion and fear, suffering countless casualties, to the subsequent struggle for survival, had endured over 100 years before they gradually uncovered the true cause of the catastrophe. But it was too late to change anything. If they had been able to eliminate the herders as soon as they invaded, the events that followed would not have occurred, much less the horrific outcome of near total human extinction. Now the herders and those ghostly creatures were growing in number and strength, and they were no longer viable. Every once in a while, we could hear the destruction of another White House. The survivors were dwindling. This was precisely the purpose behind Chinjia's Resolution 17. Only by addressing the problem at its source could the current dire situation be reversed. However, this proposal was met with widespread opposition. The space-time shock could have any number of consequences, not only altering the future but even wiping them outright. No one could afford such consequences. But if nothing changed, the survivors would be extinct. This was a desperate measure. Chinjia looked at Lin Shuang and spoke with each word, "Go ahead and continue contacting that old calendarist. This is the only way to save us." But remember, absolutely do not become too involved with him. Chapter 264. Lu Yuan was about to catch up with the White House when suddenly, the White House's speed suddenly doubled. Over 10 tentacles fluttered like a phantom, and it sped off dozens of meters. His heart sank. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. The gap kept widening. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the White House disappeared into the gray fog. Lu Yuan's mental strength was nearly exhausted, and he had to stop. Just as he took a moment to catch his breath, Jiang Shi finally caught up. Lu Yuan? Where's the White House? Where did she go? He shook his head, a look of dejection on his face, clearly having lost. The White House vanished. Jiang Shi stared at the swirling gray fog, feeling deeply disappointed. But she understood that if even Lu Yuan hadn't caught up, it was clear they had no chance of success. Furthermore, the White House hadn't stopped, so it was impossible for them to be unaware of their presence. This simply meant that the people inside didn't want to interact with them. Forget it. Maybe they have some concerns or are overly cautious, so they don't want to see us. Jiang Shi comforted Lu Yuan. It's okay. Since we found the first White House, we can probably find the second one. We definitely meet someone willing to communicate with us. Soon, Lin Muyang and the other two caught up. They were somewhat disappointed to learn that the White House had escaped. They didn't see who was inside, and their curiosity remained unsatisfied. Really? They ran so fast. We don't eat humans, so why are they so scared? Are they afraid we have ulterior motives? How could that be? No matter how powerful we are, we can't take on a White House. What are they afraid of? Maybe something urgent? Yuhan expanded his domain again and shrugged. Forget it. We talk about it another time. But at least we know there are humans in this dimension. I just don't know what their connection is to our world. It feels a bit mysterious. With his chin propped up in his hand, he frowned, curious and puzzled. Since this was the case, there was no point in staying any longer, so everyone had to leave. After an hour of searching for the exit, which was relatively smooth, the five of them finally returned to the military base in the Ileo Mountains before dusk. Inside the base, everyone was bustling with activity, moving piles of packaged and organized supplies from the warehouse, and stacking them neatly in the hall. Ji Qiuqi, whose space was already full, was resting nearby. Ji Yayu, Jiang Mingyao, and the others were still carrying supplies. Seeing Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan return, they hurried over to greet them. Captain Lu, Sister Jiang, you're back. Did you find anything? Boss Jiang, the supplies we brought back this time are now secured. We can return tomorrow, Jiang Mingyao immediately reported on the day's progress. After a brief inquiry, Jiang Shi nodded and recounted their experiences to the remaining members of the base. As soon as he finished, Lin Muyang impatiently added, You didn't see how terrifying the giant mutant beast was. If Captain Lu hadn't had a secret weapon, we wouldn't have been able to seriously injure it. We might all have died. It was terrifying. That's not all. We finally managed to escape, but what happened? Guess? He kept the suspense going. Yu Yuhan had no time for guessing, and eagerly shouted, Tell me, what happened? Lin Muyang deliberately put on airs, Guess. How can I continue without you? Boss Jiang, this guy is so slow. If he doesn't tell you, you tell him, or Captain Lu can tell it. Not only was Yu Yuhan eager to hear what happened, but the others also wanted to know what happened and began to ask questions. Lu Yuan knew this best, explaining it in just a few words. They saw a moving White House. Everyone was stunned. White House? There are White Houses in this alien dimension, holy shit. Why is there a White House here, and it's moving? This means it must be of a higher level than the one we live in, much higher. Who is inside? Human or alien? This is incredible. Everyone was talking, stunned. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, just imagining it was enough to shock them. It was a pity they couldn't catch up, so they couldn't be sure. Everything was just imagination. Go in again next time and look around. We're sure we find it again. Captain Lu, I'm applying to go to that space channel next time. I'm not afraid of danger. I want to go too, Boss Jiang. Everyone was actually rushing to sign up. Jiang Shi glanced at Lu Yuan, and the two exchanged a quick glance, undecided for a moment. Only they knew there was someone in the White House, and it was a human like them. Lin Shuang. Is she related to the people in the White Room? She should still be alive, right? Captain Lu, you're back? Just then, Shi Ming and Lu Zhanqing arrived. The two greeted each other, and Shi Ming excitedly said, Just in time, I have good news for you. Xiao Lu and I tested those armored vehicles and tanks. They're drivable and have enough fuel, at least 30,000 kilometers. We also found over 100 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition for the tanks. The helicopters are also fine. Although they haven't been flown in years, they're in good condition and can fly normally. Lu Zhanqi excitedly said, if we can get the gate open, we can return by helicopter. Although this military base is now closed, it once had passages and gates leading to the outside world. Otherwise, how could all this equipment be transported in? But after the catastrophe, the military base was no longer what it had been when it was first built, completely sealed off from the inside. Unless they used supernatural powers to forcibly blast a breach, they could only transport this large equipment back. Everyone's attention immediately turned to this. Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi checked and agreed to bring back as much of the supplies as possible. Whatever could be driven back would be driven back. Whatever couldn't be driven back would be dismantled and the parts stored in Ji Qiuqi's space. They would be transported back one by one and then reassembled. If they couldn't carry it all in one go, they would do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Like ants moving house, until everything was gone. Resources are so valuable now, how could they not want to waste them? The next day, after a night's rest, everyone was refreshed and began their return journey. A week later, even more people arrived at the Ileo Mountain military base, working together to dismantle the base. Or rather, to create a passage to the outside world. For ordinary people, this would be a monumental undertaking, but for a group of psychics, it was a piece of cake. Destruction is always easier than construction, it just takes time. When the first helicopter took off, everyone below cheered. They seemed to have regained hope. One such powerful equipment was returned to White House 139 and modified by Uncle Chao's psychic abilities. It would become a truly formidable weapon. After a month-long trip to the Ileo Mountains, Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan finally returned. Leaving the remaining responsibilities at the base to others, they would return to handle the remaining issues from the previous month, and even face the challenges of trying to connect with and collaborate with various factions. The more powerful you become, and the more resources you control, the more people will gather around you. Offers of favor, flattery, collaboration, conspiracy. These are all things Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan will have to face for a long time to come. They also brought back something even more precious. On the day they returned to the White House, Jiang Shi summoned Chao Wei and Wang Fudu to show them the item Lu Yuan had brought back from the alternate dimension. Upon seeing the meter-long tentacle on the table, the two men leaned in to examine it for a moment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this material from a giant mutant beast? Chao Wei looked from Jiang Shi to Lu Yuan. Chapter 265. This limp, unsightly tentacle continuously emanated a strange, terrifyingly powerful energy. Only the two possessing the fabricator and pharmacist abilities could sense it. The impact of this powerful energy was as if they were a weed in the desert, scorched by the scorching midday sun. Too powerful. I never seen such terrifying energy before. Chao Wei was instantly excited, staring intently at the ugly tentacle, his eyes as intense as a scoundrel's upon a beautiful woman. What kind of giant mutant beast's tentacle is this? How did you hunt it? It's incredible. Rubbing his hands together, he said impatiently, Xiao Jiang, Captain Lu, this is excellent material. I must study it carefully. I'm sure we can make something unimaginably good. Before he could finish his words, Wang Fu refused. No. How can I give you such a rare material? If it were ordinary material, he wouldn't have argued with Chao Wei. After all, the other was respected and prestigious throughout 139. He, however, was a latecomer, once a subordinate of 139's enemy, and only achieved his current status thanks to Boss Zhang's help. Otherwise, he would still be a madman. But faced with such a rare and precious material, Wang Fu couldn't help himself. He had to fight for it, even if it meant offending others. Boss Jiang, Captain Lu, you must give me some of this material too. I have a feeling I can develop a highly effective new drug, which will be of great benefit to us at 139. You can't play favorites. What are you fighting for? Chao Wei refused to give in. You must give me this material. Once I create more powerful weapons, I have plenty for you to make medicine. Don't try to compete with me at this critical moment. Wang Fu had eaten so many goodies before, how could he possibly want to eat something Chao Wei had drawn? Chao Wei, you're being unreasonable. I'm not taking it all for myself, I just want Boss Jiang to share some with me. Weapon making is important to you, but isn't my medicine any less important? No, I give you everything else, but not this one today. You're being unreasonable. Unexpectedly, the two argued to such an extent, and Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan threw their hands up helplessly. Finally, Li Yuan spoke up, offering each of them half the tentacle, over a meter long. Wang Fu was naturally delighted. Although Chao Wei was somewhat reluctant to lose half, he knew that Li Yuan had hunted it, and that he had the right to share. He had no choice but to accept it. Jiangshi had already studied the tentacle along the way. Although it was only a small section of the Ultimist octopus's dozens of tentacles, it still contained its innate abilities, extremely powerful regenerative and healing powers. This special property could be used to create something valuable, whether it was for weaponry or medicine. Jiangshi told Wang Fu and Chao Wei to start with these two characteristics. Chao Wei, holding the split material, eagerly returned to experiment. He was too busy. Most recently, Boss Jiang had people bring back so many valuable items. Not only firearms, but also rocket launchers, and rumor has it, large military vehicles and helicopters. All of these were waiting for him to modify, and it would probably take him a year or two to finish. Now that he had obtained an even more valuable material, Chao Wei felt like even 3 heads and 6 arms wouldn't be enough. Wang Fu, carrying the remaining half of the material, was also preparing to leave. Jiangshi asked how the research on the gene catalyst was going. Well, Wang Fu's face suddenly faltered, but he had to say, Boss Jiang, I spend at least 2/3 of my time every day researching this gene catalyst, but I run countless tests. And they all failed. The efficacy never meets expectations. Of course, the subjects for the efficacy tests weren't humans, but the lab mice the breeding department had specially bred for him. He didn't know what went wrong, but the potion he was producing just wasn't right. It's okay, I'm just asking. Don't worry too much. Successfully creating a gene catalyst is definitely difficult. I just wanted to understand our current progress. Jiangshi, seeing Wang Fu's nervousness, explained. Wang Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief and recounted the details of the more than 20 potions he had prepared. He described the results of each test, the reactions of the mice, how he had modified the formula, and the results. He recounted his daily research progress during the month Jiangshi had been away. Wang Fu pledged to continue working hard to overcome the difficulties. After finishing his words, Wang Fu looked at Jiangshi and suddenly thought, Boss Jiang, I heard someone in 1027 recently awakened a rare poison master ability. Could you please? Jiangshi's heart skipped a beat. Someone in the White Room 1027 psychic group had actually awakened a poison master ability. How rare! Although the poison master and pharmacist abilities involve the production of poisons and medicines, respectively, they actually serve the same purpose. Medicines can be used as poisons, and poisons can sometimes be potent remedies. This type of ability is quite rare. Compared to other types of abilities, the awakening ratio is approximately 1 to 100. Boss Jiang, the Poison Master's ability is extremely important. If we had one here at 139, wouldn't that be a huge advantage? If you could recruit this Poison Master, wouldn't that be great? Wang Fu laughed dryly. I could also collaborate with this Poison Master. Maybe we could develop the gene catalyst even faster. Jiangshi certainly wanted to have a Poison Master. But this was someone from the Psychic Corps, and she didn't want to antagonize them and cause unnecessary trouble. But the gene catalyst had to be successfully developed. The longer it took, the more powerful the Yi and Du families would become. Other similar consortiums would follow their lead, leading to the deaths of even more survivors, or their control and enslavement. Okay, I understand. You go ahead and get busy. Jiangshi needed to think this over carefully. Only Jiangshi and Li Yuan remained in the room. She looked at him, silent, but Li Yuan understood her meaning. Poaching directly might cause dissatisfaction within the psionic core. After all, poison masters are valuable resources for any faction. Even if we owe Lan Zipeng and his team a favor, when it comes to our own interests, any favor can be set aside. Jiangshi's concerns were similar to Li Yuan's. If she approached Lan Zipeng, or put pressure on him to force his hand, he might agree. But who knew if the poison master, who was about to come, was truly committed to joining 139? If he tampered with the experiment and developed other ulterior motives, it would be a major problem, and would also spark hostility from the psionic core. The White Room surveillance wasn't foolproof. Even if one can prevent all external sabotage, they can't prevent human schemes. Jiangshi could exploit the White House's loopholes to bring down the Shao family, so who knows if others might also exploit them. Instead of poaching people, I think it's better to collaborate with the psychic group and develop the product together. Jiangshi said, we don't need to tell them what drug we're researching, but we can share the profits if they succeed. Everyone benefits. If we negotiate the distribution of profits, the psychic group might even strongly support us. Harming others for personal gain will only incur hatred, and they definitely retaliate if they get the chance. Only mutual benefit can ensure long-term cooperation. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Since you made up your mind, find a time and send someone to talk to the psychic group. We don't need to go in person, lest Lan Zipeng and the others think it's a big deal, which would be disastrous. This was a sound reminder. Jiangxi said, "You're very thoughtful." Chapter 266. The person going to 1027 was Liang Jinhua. Jiangxi believed that Sister Liang's eloquence and luck would ensure a successful trip. As expected, she returned half a day later, bringing back the poison master with her. He was a young man named Zhong Siyuan, in his early 20s, and quite good-looking. Jiangxi saw how attentive and enthusiastic he was towards Sister Liang, and was clearly attracted to her. Alas, another boy captivated by Sister Liang's charm. Although Sister Liang was not young anymore, most people, both men and women, who had met her in 139 and 458, had a favorable impression of her. Jiangxi envied this ability, but unfortunately she couldn't learn it. Xiao Shong, since your boss, Lan, has agreed to loan you over, stay with us in Unit 139 for the next 3 months and study diligently with Mr. Wang. If you have any questions, ask him. If you need anything else, go to the logistics department. Liang Jinhua smiled warmly and generously, her curvaceous figure radiating the charm of a mature woman. She patted Zhong Siyuan on the shoulder, causing him to blush and not know where to put his hands. Okay, thank you, Sister Liang. Zhong Siyuan's heart was pounding. He hadn't expected to fall for an older woman he just met for the first time. Liang Jinhua was already in her 40s, practically old enough to be his mother. But he couldn't contain his feelings. Today was Liang Jinhua's first time at the Psychic Corps. She had discussed cooperation with their boss. The boss had called out several psychics for Liang Jinhua to choose from, and after comparing them, she ultimately chose him. Zhong Siyuan was stunned. He thought he was just there to make up the numbers, but he was the final choice. This gave him the opportunity to come to 139 for 3 months to study pharmaceutical manufacturing and improve his abilities, which made the other team members very envious. Everyone knows that 139 is now the top dog in City C. The people of 139 not only eat well, live well, are well equipped, and possess powerful superpowers. Even their families and friends enjoy numerous benefits, making many people jealous and eager to join. Furthermore, the special potions sold by 139 are highly sought after by many factions. Zhong Siyuan, a relatively unknown individual who has just awakened his poison mastery powers, has barely escaped the realm of ordinary people. It will take him at least several years of exploration to truly mature. Now, however, he has been offered the opportunity to learn from the pharmaceutical giants of 139, a blessing he could never have dreamed of. Thanks to Sister Liang's discerning eye, he will definitely not waste this precious opportunity. Jiangxi had Zhong Siyuan taken downstairs, arranged accommodations for him, and provided with necessary supplies. Starting tomorrow, he will work with Wang Fu in the pharmaceutical industry. This little guy thought he was here to learn, and he's thanked me several times along the way. Liang Jinhua smiled charmingly as she recounted her day's events to Jiangxi. She went to 1027, ostensibly on behalf of 139, to discuss cooperation with the Psychic Corps. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter. The main point was to express goodwill. Because of the previous incident, Lan Zipeng and Shen Anren had been worried about offending 139. Unexpectedly, Jiangxi, far from taking it personally, proactively approached them about cooperation, almost immediately agreeing. Skimming the formal pleasantries and the intervening probing, and Liang Jinhua's promise of a bright future for 1027, Lan Zipeng ultimately agreed to selectively collaborate with 139 in 4 areas: hunting, pharmaceuticals, training, and breeding. He proactively selected several suitable psychic members for Liang Jinhua to screen. Liang Jinhua's target from the outset had been the Poison Master. With this foreshadowing, she ultimately chose Zhong Siyuan, without drawing any attention. Because 139 already had a pharmacist, and had no shortage of newly awakened Poison Masters, no one in the psychic group anticipated that Jiangxi had simply chosen a more subtle, mutually beneficial approach, allowing Lan Zipeng to readily accept the offer. 139 secured this Poison Master without spending a penny. By the way, Sister Liang, isn't Shen Anren pregnant? How is she doing? Jiangxi asked casually. Not bad. Lan Zipeng is taking great care of her. She's over 3 months pregnant now, and the birth won't happen until March of next year at the earliest, Liang Jinhua said, a flicker of envy in her eyes. but she quickly dismissed the idea of having a child herself. In peacetime, she'd been a dink family, but now, with so much danger lurking around, she was even less inclined to face the prospect of having a child. She was content with her current life and didn't want to change. Jiangxi nodded. Okay, in a few days, send someone to the psychic core again to give Shenanren some nourishing food for the pregnancy. Whether they take it or not is up to them. We just want to convey our sincere gratitude. She did this to reassure the psychic core and maintain stability in City C. Even if other cities were in chaos, at least City C would remain stable and orderly for a long time. It would provide a place for people to live in the apocalypse, and give other survivors a glimmer of hope in the face of even the most difficult times. Everything was running smoothly. The cooperation between 139 and 1027 was quickly publicized, sending a signal to the other smaller factions in City C that the three white houses in City C had fully joined forces. Any other troublemakers, those seeking to stir up trouble, and spies from other cities were advised to behave themselves and not attempt to disrupt the stability and unity of City C. Wu Bingkue would send someone back once a month to pick up the goods and report any information he gathered about the Yi family. Jiangxi never missed a single piece of news, even the smallest. Many small details could reveal clues, revealing hidden secrets within the Yi family. 2 weeks later, Wang Fu and Chao Wei made some progress in their research. Using the tentacle segments they each received, Wang Fu crafted a special pill that activates the body's growth cells to regenerate. Within a day of taking the pill, the body's functions would rapidly become 5 to 10 years younger. Isn't this similar to the life-extending pill Jiangxi heard about in her previous life? While one extends lifespan and the other restores youth, they appear similar, but the latter is clearly more effective. I didn't expect this kind of effect. I was stunned by the changes in the mice who took the pill. I quickly found volunteers to test it out, and only after confirming it was real did I rush to tell you, Boss Jiang. Wang Fu spoke excitedly, his face flushed. Jiangxi took the pill and examined it, finding it roughly as Wang Fu had described. Each person could take it once, and subsequent doses would be ineffective, though there was a minor flaw. If a person with special abilities takes this medicine, they will experience symptoms such as loss of appetite, nausea and vomiting, insomnia, and frequent dreams within a month. These are adaptations to the sudden change in bodily functions. These symptoms are not serious and are within acceptable limits, so no adjustments are needed. Wang Fu named this medicine rejuvenation pills. Jiangxi had it spread secretly, but he didn't plan to sell it in the short term. Because the value of this special medicine is immeasurable, and its supply is limited, it must be utilized to its full potential. Chao Wei's research also yielded new discoveries. He extracted special energy from this tentacle, and injected it into a newly crafted sword made from mutant beast material. He discovered that it actually accelerated the birth of a weapon spirit. However, injecting it into charged or empowered weapons made from metal had no effect. I experimented several times, and confirmed that only weapons made from mutant beast materials can perfectly integrate with this energy. Chao Wei excitedly said, holding a tooth-bone sword crafted from the tusk of the Daliba beast that Lu Yuan brought back last time, Xiao Jiang, this is the tooth-bone sword I just made. A hint of spiritual intelligence has emerged within it, similar to the weapon spirits in novels. It's incredibly powerful. You can try it. Chapter 267. This was a completely snow-white, unsheathed sword over a meter long. Jiangxi took it, grasping it with just the right amount of force. Immediately, she felt a unique wave of energy, flowing through her hand and spreading throughout her body. It was emotion, she sensed it instantly. With a mixture of tentativeness, curiosity, and uncertainty, she cautiously sensed her attitude towards the sword, like a pet dog facing each customer entering a store, curious about its owner and anxious about whether it would be loved by its owner. She casually aimed the sword at a large iron ball used for testing, and struck it with a single blow. An inch-deep gash immediately appeared on the surface of the iron ball. So sharp? Jiangxi was shocked. She hadn't used any force at all, and fearing damaging the blade, she had simply tested it casually. The result was surprisingly this. Chao Wei had already experimented with it, and excitedly urged her, "Take it seriously, Xiao Jiang. Don't be afraid of breaking it. You can't do it anyway. Just give it your all." Okay, now Jiangxi was a little more serious. Gripping the tusk-bone sword tightly, she used only 50% force, and chopped down at the 1-meter diameter iron ball. The moment it made contact with the iron ball, a sudden wave of vibrations traveled from the blade's edge. Jiangxi didn't feel the hard impact she expected, but instead a crisp, almost watermelon-like slicing, as the entire iron ball was instantly split in two. The two halves of the iron ball separated and dangled on the ground. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and Jiangshi was truly amazed. So powerful, and it cut so easily. Chao Wei laughed heartily. Well, now you believe it. That's the power of this sword. It's made of an extremely special material, and its destructive power isn't just a matter of a head-on collision. I also experimented with many materials and confirmed that this tusk-bone sword can easily cut through most objects, including the skins and scales of many mutant beasts. Did you feel it just now? It's this intelligent energy that seems to automatically determine the strength of its target, instantly increasing the sword's power. I can't explain the exact mechanism, but the effect is so intuitive. Yes, Jiangshi could feel it. And it was this energy that allowed her to easily split a large iron ball in two. Like a 2- or 3-year-old child, naive and innocent, yet already able to discern many things. If this sword finds a good owner and works with it long term, it will surely unleash astonishing power. This is the biggest difference between an intelligent weapon and an ordinary one. Uncle Chao, do you have the materials for the two-bone sword? Jiangshi asked. It would be great if we could craft a few more of such a powerful weapon. Chao Wei nodded. Making this one took about a third of the materials, including what was lost. The remaining materials are enough for about 3 more. Should we continue with the two-bone sword? Jiangshi told Chao Wei to figure it out for himself and do whatever works best. After all, with so many people in the hunting team, they surely find the right user and make the most of it. Leaving the two-bone sword behind, Chao Wei continued his work. Jiangshi returned to the control room and connected with Lu Yuan, preparing to teleport the sword to 458. Since Lu Yuan had found the materials, the first sword he crafted would naturally be given to him. 2 pieces of good news for you. Looking at Lu Yuan's silhouette on the wall, Jiangshi told him about the rejuvenating pill and the two-bone sword, then teleported them over. She kept one of the rejuvenating pills and gave the other 2 to Lu Yuan, leaving it to him to use as he pleased. The effect is truly astonishing. It seems that things made from materials from giant mutant beasts are even more effective, but they're just too hard to come by. Lu Yuan was far more interested in the two-bone sword than the rejuvenating pill. From the moment he grasped it, he sensed its uniqueness. Such a powerful sword needs a good owner. It seems 458 should hold a competition. Team members who want to wield this sword should all participate. The first place winner will become its master. Those who coveted Vice Captain Qin's King Snake battle axe, constantly clamoring for a similar weapon, are probably too excited to sleep. By the way, I have something to tell you. Lu Yuan suddenly said. Lin Shuang should still be alive. I found that White Room 6000 is still accessible, but it's not working. This means it still has an owner. Jiangshi's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yuan had been contacting Lin Shuang, and since she was so busy, she hadn't thought to try to connect to room 6000. Since she's still alive, I'm even more curious about her identity. Jiangshi also found this woman incredibly mysterious. Whether it was her residence, how she managed to survive to this day, or the many coincidences, it all suggested something was amiss with her. But so far, Lin Shuang hadn't harmed them. Be careful, Lu Yuan. If she contacts you again, you can give it a try. Of course, it would be even better if she confesses, Jiangshi warned. Lu Yuan nodded, already forming an idea. Half a month later, City D. The ruins were everywhere covered by vast expanses of vegetation. The tall trees were lush and vibrant, forming a stark contrast to the dilapidated city. The wilderness was teeming with mutant beasts, and few ordinary people dared to enter. The city was equally horrific. Human corpses were everywhere, either starved to death or gnawed to bones by mutant beasts, left exposed in the streets. Countless scavengers gathered around the corpses, greedily devouring the stinking flesh, constantly observing their surroundings with vigilance. In the dead silence of the city, sunlight streamed down as a pickup truck drove through the garbage-strewn streets. Its loudspeaker played a repetitive message. Higher notice. White House No. 2 is expanding its workforce and urgently needs workers for planting, harvesting, laundry, and pharmaceutical preparation. Excellent pay, food and lodging provided, no restrictions, men or women welcome, no age limit. Expanding employment. Hiring. Food and lodging provided. No age limit. This position is open permanently. Interested parties please visit White House No. 2 to sign up. The pickup truck drove slowly, the driver, a cigarette dangling from his lips, one hand on the steering wheel, a lazy expression on his face. The man in the passenger seat kept glancing out the window, as if searching for survivors. But he saw nothing. As the pickup truck drove away, and the voices of the recruits faded, a man pushed open a manhole cover, revealing a head. Soon, a man, filthy and disheveled, emerged and reached out to pull the person down. One after another, people emerged from the sewer. There were 7 of them, both men and women. The oldest was in his 50s, the youngest was an 8-year-old girl, and there was also a boy about 6. They were starving, skin and bones, clutching a gnawed bone tightly in their hands, refusing to let go. "Dad, where are we going?" "I'm hungry." "Mom, I want some meat." The girl hugged a woman, her eyelids equally droopy and listless, her eyes filled with longing. The woman didn't even have the energy to comfort him, and looked at the man pitifully. One of the men looked around and said, "The Yi family's arrest team just left. We need to get out of here quickly, or the car will come back, and we have to hide again." Another, younger man said reluctantly, "Brother, you heard everything just now. The Yi family is hiring, right? If we go, we definitely get the job. Why hide like this?" The man glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "I told you so many times. Why don't you believe me? The Yi family isn't hiring. They're looking for people to conduct experiments. It's going to kill people." He had seen countless people interview, only to never return. So, the number of people he knew around him was dwindling. They weren't eaten by mutant beasts, but rather killed by the Yi family, the most powerful force in City D. This was horrible. He absolutely couldn't go and die again. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. "Son, but escaping to City C is too far. What if we encounter mutant beasts along the way?" The woman in her 50s said tentatively, "Why don't I give it a try? If it's true, we won't have to leave, and we still have something to eat. If it's fake, I'm an old man, and death wouldn't matter." The man interrupted without hesitation, "Absolutely not. I told you none of us can go. Only by going to City C can we have any hope of survival. Let's go find Brotherly now. He has a solution. Let's go!" Chapter 268. After dodging and hiding along the way, taking cover at the slightest sign of trouble, the family finally arrived at an abandoned repair shop. The man walked in front, looking around, searching for something. The others followed behind, cautiously peering around. "What are you looking at? You're sneaking around. I kill you." Suddenly, from behind a rusty iron gate on the verge of collapse, a vicious voice emanated from an old sentry box. Then, a man in a short-sleeved floral shirt pointed a gun at them. The family was startled. The woman quickly hugged the child. The man leading the way said, "Brother, I'm here to see Brotherly. I heard he has connections that can lead people to City C. We want to." "Oh, a shady way." The man in the flowered shirt then put away his gun and looked them over. "Do you understand the rules?" The man nodded. "Yes, we asked everything. Crystal cores, food, or medicine are all fine." With a distressed look, he pulled 2 boxes of medicine from his pocket and handed them over, saying, "Do you think this will work?" The man in the flowered shirt took a look. Fast-acting heart pills. The expiration date is still a year. His eyes lit up. This is good stuff. But he maintained a sullen expression and nonchalantly replied, "It's still good, barely. But there are 7 of you, so you need 7 boxes. Bring 5 more, or only 2 will be able to leave." The man pleaded, "Brother, we had a hard time finding this medicine. Where else can we find it? Please, let me in to see Brotherly. I know Brotherly. He was my old neighbor." "Bah, trying to make connections? Get out of here if you don't have anything." The man in the flowered shirt raised his gun. The man retreated in fear, but he was unwilling to leave. The old woman and the old man had no choice but to take off their only backpack and hand it to him, winking at their eldest son, urging him to speak properly. The man hesitated for a long time before finally accepting the backpack. "We still have some food here. It's okay to trade it for the remaining spots, right?" The man in the flowered shirt snatched the backpack and took a look. Wow, there was quite a bit. 3 packs of instant noodles, a bag of compressed biscuits, a box of gum, a bottle of water, and a few cheap fruit candies. They were starting to melt, but still edible. The 2 boxes of medicine had to be handed in, but he could keep the food. It all belonged to him. The woman and her 2 children knelt down. "Brother, these are all we have. Please, let us in to see Brotherly. We want to go to City C. Please be kind. Uncle, please, I don't want to die." "Wow." The youngest son burst into tears, startling a few crows in the trees. The man in the flowered shirt's expression shifted again and again, finally frowning and waving his hand. All right, go in. Inside the factory, go straight ahead, and you see a small door. Just go in." The man was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. His second son also hurried forward to bow. Finally, with many thanks, the 7 of them entered. Late at night, several cobbled-together trucks rolled out of the dilapidated repair shop and drove out of City D in the gray fog. Abandoned cars littered the highway, and along the way, countless pieces of garbage and corpses were hidden among the tall weeds. The carriages were filled with stowaways, men, women, young and old, crammed together. The air was murky and filled with a foul stench. But they were filled with hope. As long as they reached City C, everything would be fine. Last month's Ileo Mountain operation failed, and the entire force was annihilated. This month, only a little over 50 new psychics were added, but 97 have died. 97. That's almost 100. What the hell is going on in the experimental department? If this keeps up, sooner or later, everyone in the field team will be dead. At the meeting, Yi Dongshan was furious. Every branch of the Yi family lowered their heads, no one daring to speak. How many people are left in the field department now? He glanced around, gazing gloomily at everyone. Yi Dongza felt a cold gaze fall upon him, and his hair stood on end. He quickly said, last week's count showed 942. Luckily, he had glanced at his subordinates' reports, otherwise, before he could answer the question, he would have been in trouble again. 942. Only 942. We only have 942 psychics in White Room 2. Is that even fair? Bang! Yi Dongshan was furious, slamming his ashtray. If this gets out, our Yi family's position will be in jeopardy, and countless forces will seize the opportunity to attack us. You all live a life of drunkenness and indulgence, throwing group parties, pool parties, completely disregarding the development of White Room and the future of the Yi family. Are you all dying? The conference room was utterly silent. No one dared to speak back. But deep down, he was unconvinced. They'd done all the hard work, so why not enjoy it a bit? Even if they die, they'd be the first to die. You, Yi Dongshan, are the owner of the White House, and with its protection, how could anyone harm you? It's the end of the world now, and you could die at any moment. Why not enjoy yourself while you can? The Yi family member hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to speak. Master, there are fewer and fewer people with special abilities, because we simply can't recruit them. Even though we have genetic drugs, the success rate is too low. On average, only 12 to 18 out of 100 test subjects succeed. And lately, speak up, why are you hesitating? Yi Zhuowei urged nonchalantly, slouching in his chair. It's the second young master. We're really having trouble recruiting lately. No matter how much the HR department advertises, or how many patrol cars are scouring the city, there aren't any survivors. They're either hiding or fleeing. Where are we going to find test subjects? Yi Zhuowei narrowed his eyes. If they're hiding, we send more people to look for them. If they're fleeing, we intercept them along the way. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what's the point of you? I heard. They all fled to City C. Yi Zhuowei's heart skipped a beat. City C, isn't that where Jiangxi is? These people are probably heading for 139 and 458. He remembered the scene he'd seen at 139. Everyone there was filled with enthusiasm and hope. Even the most dangerous hunting teams went out every day with high spirits, unfazed by the thought of death. This atmosphere was much better than White House number 2. For a moment, Yi Zhuowei felt jealous. Why didn't the Yi family have someone like Jiangxi, someone who could manage White House number 2 so well? He had to worry about everything and do everything himself, leaving him no time for fun. But fortunately, Jiangxi was his subordinate, and he sent him a large amount of supplies every month. Especially the recent batch of canned meat, which was not only delicious but also so potent that even he couldn't resist eating a can every day. This made his position with his father increasingly stable, and no one in the Yi family dared to offend him. Having a good subordinate was far more valuable than having 100 useless people. Since that was the case, Yi Zhuowei wasn't worried. Even if these people fled to City C and joined 139, what would it matter? They still weren't his people, so it wouldn't be a loss to him at all. Second young master, I have a top-secret report. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. Who is so ignorant of protocol? The entire Yi family in the meeting room felt a chill in their hearts. Someone had actually disregarded protocol and spoken up. Yi Zhuowei looked in the direction of the voice. It was a strange man, plain-looking, looking at him with an ingratiating expression. Yi Zhuowei had no idea who this person was and said coldly, "Whose man is this? How dare they interrupt a family meeting? Drag him out." "No, second young master, I really have top-secret information to share." Wu Bingkui, feigning a lackey's demeanor, stood up eagerly and said, I heard there's a new drug on the market called EP181. It can make you look 10 years younger. It's absolutely effective. What? A drug that makes you look 10 years younger? Yi Dongshan's pupil shrank as he stared at him and said gravely, "Who are you, and where did you get this information?" A powerful pressure washed over him, but Wu Bingkui resisted it, gritting his teeth and saying, "Master, my name is Wu Bingkui. I used to work for Bai Song, and now I work in the 5th purchasing department. This information came from my informant, and it's absolutely reliable." Really? Yi Dongshan simply didn't believe it. But regaining his youth was something he longed for but had never dared to contemplate. Now that he heard about it, even if he didn't believe it, he had to ask, "Where can I get this rejuvenation pill? Can you get it?" Hundreds of eyes were fixed on Wu Bingkui. Chapter 269. After much difficulty infiltrating the Yi family, Wu Bingkui finally waited for this opportunity. Step by step, he edged closer to the center of the Yi family's power. "Master, according to reliable sources, this rejuvenation pill first appeared on a black market near City A. At the time, due to its unknown effectiveness, it was only sold for 50,000 crystal cores. But the man who took it on the spot, indeed, looked 10 years younger, shocking everyone around him. My informant saw it with his own eyes. Finally, following the clues, we finally found a clue that leads back to White House number 9. The Du family? Impossible." Yi Dongshan frowned. If this medicine is truly so miraculous, how could the Du family allow it to flow onto the black market? Not only the Du family, but also the Yi family, every major power has strict regulations and meticulous monitoring measures for every step of the process of making these most important special potions, from raw materials to production, distribution, and sales. Just let it go to the black market? Think these forces are just vegetarians? Wu Bingkui's eyes rolled, and his voice dropped a few notches. "Master, is it possible the pharmacist himself did it?" This? Everyone shuddered. If it really was the pharmacist himself, then it was indeed possible. It's certainly possible that the pharmacist could have tampered with the pills, secretly taking one pill away or switching them, then having someone else sell them. If that were the case, it seemed like there was a serious problem with the Du family's internal management. For a moment, Yi Dongshan's suspicion turned to half-belief, and his desire for the rejuvenation pills soared. Although he was only 59, and still quite healthy, he had already entered the ranks of middle-aged and elderly people. He occasionally worried about the day he would become frail, or even suffer a sudden illness and a stroke. Especially when his women, fawning over him and flattering him, only lasted 3 minutes at most. Afterward, they even praised him for his prowess and his continued strength, which he felt deeply ironic and malicious. He even killed several of them for their flattery. "Xiao Wu, if your information is true, then you've done a great service." Yi Dongshan remembered Wu Bingkui's name and said meaningfully, "I give you 3 months to obtain the rejuvenation pills, and I promote you to head of purchasing department 5. But if you try to deceive me, you know what will happen to you." He wasn't afraid of this man's tricks, nor was he worried he was a spy sent by another family, because the medicine would reveal its effectiveness once tested. It was just a 3-month wait. He still had that much patience. Wu Bingkui quickly said, "Master, I will do my best." The meeting was adjourned. Everyone left, leaving only Yi Dongshan and Yi Zhuowei, father and son. "Dad, do you really believe what that kid said?" Yi Zhuowei rolled his eyes, genuinely confused about the point of this rejuvenation pill. What kind of bullshit is that? If he takes it, won't he turn into a teenager, unable to even handle a woman? He's not interested. Yi Dongshan ignored his son's gaze, frowning thoughtfully. "We know whether it's true or not in 3 months at most. If he dares to lie, I throw him to the wolves and tear him apart." Yi Zhuowei showed no interest, but he could see his father liked it. He shrugged and said, "Didn't they say it was made by the Du family? It seems their pharmacists are quite capable. I didn't believe Jiangxi's words before, but now it seems to be true." "What are you talking about?" Yi Dongshan looked at his son. "Didn't Jiangxi keep asking Du Qichuang for the genetic potion? I heard it's 30% to 40% effective, and the mortality rate is very low. She has more and more psychics under her command now, and in a while, they catch up with us." 30% to 40%? How is that even possible? Are the Du family's pharmacists really that skilled? Yi Dongshan simply didn't believe it. The Yi family's pharmacists and medical team, equipped with so many sophisticated instruments, conducted countless analysis, research, and experiments before they stumbled upon the genetic potion. The Du family's resources are similar to the Yi family's, so how could the efficacy be so different? Yi Zhuowei's mind raced, and he chuckled, "We know after we see it. Have Jiangxi teleport over, and we know whether it's true or not. This was the simplest solution. Yi Dongshan, eager to learn the Du family's true strength, immediately contacted Jiangxi. A woman's figure quickly appeared on the screen. Jiangxi, didn't you say last time that the genetic potion the Du family sold you had a 30% to 40% efficacy and a very low mortality rate? Yi Zhuowei asked bluntly. Jiangxi lowered her head and said submissively, yes, young Master Yi, what can I do for you? Stop talking nonsense. I need some genetic medicine from the Du family. Send it to me immediately, Yi Zhuowei ordered bluntly. Although Jiangxi wasn't sure why Yi Zhuowei and his son had suddenly become interested in genetic medicine, she couldn't possibly do as he asked now, or her earlier plans would be exposed. Young Master Yi wants genetic medicine? What a coincidence. The last batch I bought is all gone. I have to order another from the Du family. However, lately, the Du family's genetic medicine has been delayed every time it's delivered. They claim they can't keep up with demand, and they keep making all sorts of excuses. Before he could finish his words, Yi Zhuowei interrupted, enough. I don't care what method you use. Just give me some Du family genetic medicine, and send it to me within 10 days. 10 days is absolutely impossible. How about 6 months? I spend a few more crystal cores, and maybe Du Qicheng will agree. Yi Zhuowei couldn't wait 6 months. Jiangxi didn't care whether he waited or not. The medicine wasn't in her possession, so how could Yi Zhuowei still ask her to produce it? As a last resort, Yi Zhuowei gave Jiangxi 3 months to obtain a sample of the Du family's genetic medicine. Otherwise, come to him and accept punishment. After the connection was interrupted. Inside the control room, Jiangxi's face darkened. Yi Zhuowei, that bastard, is full of shit. I should have installed his legs backwards. He wouldn't have such a lustful mind. The Yi family gave her 3 months to obtain the Du family's memory potion. Time was too tight. Originally, Jiangxi had been setting traps for both families, hoping to sow suspicion between them. She resorted to every possible means to bring down the other, and the gene catalyst was her trump card. But now the gene catalyst hadn't been successfully developed. Where could she find one for Yi Zhuowei? She could only delay as much as possible, but it wouldn't last. If she couldn't produce it within 6 months at most, everything she said would be doubted. It seemed she had to put some pressure on Wang Fu. He had to develop an effective gene catalyst within 6 months. He had to succeed. Connecting to White Room 6000, please wait. 10-9-8-7-6. In White Room 458, Lu Yuan once again tried to find Lin Shuang. Although he held out little hope, he had no other options. Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed in his mind. Lu Yuan, you finally contacted me. That's great. I've been waiting for so long, and finally I hear someone else's voice again. Lin Shuang seemed delighted and spoke incessantly. You don't know, I finally came back to life, and I tried to contact you so many times, but my White House doesn't have those functions. I've been alone in the White House lately, and there's no one to talk to. By the way, how are you? Lu Yuan, I'm out of food and so hungry. Can you bring me some food? And water. Chapter 270. Finally found her. She's still alive. Lu Yuan, always calm and reserved, was delighted, but he didn't show it. After expressing his concern, he activated the teleportation and gave Lin Shuang some food and water before asking her what happened after she pushed him out that day. Oh, don't say it anymore. It's horrible. I didn't expect the space channel to close so quickly. The sound of Lin Shuang eating filled his mind, as she murmured, Lu Yuan, you don't know. I was left there alone, unable to return. I was nearly dying of worry. I waited for a long time, but the space channel didn't reappear. I even thought I'd die there. She paused for a moment, and although Lu Yuan desperately wanted to hear the key points, he didn't press her. Lin Shuang said that she couldn't wait for the space channel to reappear, so she finally gave up and searched for another way out. Fortunately, she encountered no giant mutant beasts or aliens along the way, and ultimately, relying on the meager supplies in her backpack, she managed to survive for 7 or 8 days. Then, with incredible luck, I found another spatial passage and escaped. But this exit was quite far from my White House, about 700 or 800 miles. I walked all the way back and met a family along the way. They kindly gave me some food, which saved my life. Lin Shuang finally finished her story and asked happily, Lu Yuan, don't you think I was very lucky? On the other end, Lu Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, yes, I was indeed very lucky. Congratulations on escaping danger. If you hadn't pushed me out in time, I would have been facing all this. Thanking her was a must, but he didn't believe a word Lin Shuang said. It was full of loopholes, didn't hold up to scrutiny, and was completely fabricated. How could the exit to the other dimensional passage be so easy to find? And he even encountered a kind-hearted person to help him. Haha. He was lucky enough not to rob and kill a single, somewhat attractive woman. He actually gave her food for free, and then sent her away without any ulterior motives. It was the end of the world, and such a super saint simply couldn't exist. But since Lin Shuang had said this, it meant she didn't want to tell Lu Yuan the truth. Even if he pressed her, he wouldn't get an answer, so he didn't need to question her and arouse her vigilance. If Lin Shuang truly had other motives, then she must have a backup plan. Just wait and see. By the way, Lu Yuan, I've been searching for a way out of this alternate dimension these past few days. Guess what I found? Suddenly Lin Shuang changed the subject, answering without waiting for Lu Yuan's response. I actually found a dilapidated White House. I was originally planning to look for food, but I found something instead. Another discovery. All the coincidences were happening to her. Lu Yuan was no longer surprised. After all, asking her was just her luck. He was also a little curious. What would she conjure up this time? Or was she finally going to make a move? What? Guess? Even I didn't expect it to be something like this. Lin Shuang seemed a little excited. Lu Yuan played along and guessed a few times. Guns, detectors, edibles, nuclear fusion devices. Lin Shuang denied them all, finally saying happily, none of them are correct. It's blueprints. Designs for a weapon. I don't quite understand them, but they look impressive. If they were developed, they would definitely be amazing. Weapon blueprints? Lu Yuan breathed heavily. She hadn't expected her luck to find such a remarkable item. There were humans in the other dimension, and their technology was undoubtedly far more advanced than that of her own world. While the environment was harsher, and there were dangerous giant mutant beasts and aliens, their weapons and technology were undoubtedly far superior. What weapon blueprints were these? Lu Yuan desperately wanted to see them. I have no use for this thing anyway. I can't research it, and it's not something I can eat. If you like it, how about selling it to you? Seeing Lu Yuan remain silent for a while, Lin Shuang eagerly took the initiative. She didn't know if her words had aroused Lu Yuan's suspicion, but since he hadn't questioned it, he probably didn't, right? She was Lu Yuan's savior too. Who would doubt their own savior? All this was as Lu Yuan expected. Lin Shuang had, as expected, stumbled upon another valuable item and offered it to him under the guise of selling it. Lu Yuan showed great interest, asked a few questions, and then said readily, since you don't need it, I buy it. Thank you. What's a reasonable price? I won't take advantage of you. Name your price. He was curious about what these manufacturing blueprints were. Don't worry, I won't ask for a high price. I have no use for them. Take a look at them first. I'd be happy if you wanted them. I'm in dire need of food right now. Give me 500 kilograms. No, 1,000 kilograms of food, good food, and the blueprints are yours. Lin Shuang had just said 500 kilograms, but then suddenly felt it was too little. What if Lu Yuan got suspicious? She changed her words and said 1,000 kilograms. He wouldn't think she was asking for too much, would he? Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation. Soon, bags of mutant beast meat, various dried wild vegetables, and drinking water were delivered to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang also sent over the blueprints. After a few more pleasantries, Lu Yuan said he would visit her again. To prevent any accidents or her needing to find him, they agreed to contact each other every 10 days to share new discoveries or exchange supplies. His mind quieted down, and the connection ended. Lu Yuan looked at the dozen or so blueprints that had been passed down from the desk. His lips curled. He flipped through them briefly, and things became clearer. There were 17 pages in total. Although the order was out of order, not a single page was missing. If he had truly found them randomly, or if they were scattered like this, what were the chances of them being intact? This indicated that Lin Shuang had given them to him specifically. These were blueprints for a particle ray gun. They were extremely detailed, including the materials used, the names and styles of the components, how to assemble them, and their power. The only thing missing was the design and manufacturing principles. Lu Yuan read through the drawings 3 times and felt that Lin Shuang's plan wasn't completely unfounded. He immediately contacted Jiangxi, transferred the drawings, and explained what had just happened. She's getting more and more interesting. I can't figure her out. Jiangxi, flipping through the drawings after hearing Lu Yuan's words, said, if it's real, the value of these drawings is immeasurable. I originally thought Lin Shuang harbored ill will towards you, but now it seems she might be interested in you. Isn't she? Lu Yuan was at a loss for words. What the hell was going on? He believed Lin Shuang had a reason for approaching him, but the possibility of ill will was slim. As for liking him, that was even less likely. Seriously, have Chao Wei see if they can make it. The materials require some alloys, and we need to get the raw materials. You collect them, and I keep an eye out for them. I send them to you if I find anything.